Shortly after meeting Kirk Lockwood, Kevin tried to ask him about the Lockwood family's recent downturn. When Kirk initially attributed this to his family's failure to uphold their legacy, Kevin saw through his lies and knew that someone was deliberately trying to target them. Surprised that Kevin had accurately described their family's true situation, Kirk revealed that his father used to be a founding member of the Mavericks until discovering the cruel nature behind their experiments on experts and ordinary people. Being labeled as traitors and suppressed on all fronts since then, Kevin sympathized with the Lockwood family and offered Kirk a chance to reclaim their former glory. The reason why they were able to quickly agree to be allies was because as soon as Kirk Lockwood received Cade's call earlier, he had already sent someone to conduct a background check on Kevin. Given that he had caused quite a stir in Washington as of late, it was not difficult to find out about his recent activities. With the Lockwood family situation getting more and more serious with each passing day, they urgently needed someone powerful to support them. Based on how much he had achieved in Washington in such a short period of time, Kirk strongly believed that Kevin would be able to help them to rise once again. Meanwhile, Kevin had his own thoughts about their partnership. Although the Lockwood family's strength had lessened, they were still one of Washington's most powerful families. As such, Kevin knew that they still had connections in both the military and the government. It was just that they were too heavily suppressed by the Mavericks right now. As long as they were provided with enough resources to rebuild their roots, the Lockwood family situation would greatly improve. In return, Kirk Lockwood would be able to help him win some favor with the higher-ups of the military and the government. Suddenly, Kirk gritted his teeth and said, "Mr. Williams, there's something that I think I should tell you. Perhaps in the future it could be of some help when you face the Mavericks." "What is it?" Kevin wondered with great interest. "Well, in some ways, the Mavericks are similar to many other organizations. They also suffer from an internal conflict." Kirk paused for a moment, then continued. "Right now, the faction's members are divided into two groups, the older generation and the younger generation. The older generation is comprised of senior members and patriarchs of the big families. Given their age, they are desperate for the experiment to produce results as soon as possible in order to increase their lifespans. As such, they are willing to take drastic measures and use shortcuts along the way." Kirk added, "On the other hand, although the younger generation also wants the experiment to succeed, they don't want to rush the process. Instead, they believe that things should carefully be done step by step." Although Kirk did not say how big this conflict between the two generations was, he clearly stated their contrasting beliefs. "You mean to say that the Mavericks are not getting along internally and that this could be used to defeat them?" Kevin frowned slightly and asked a question that he already knew the answer to. "That's right, but no organization has ever been able to take advantage of this fact," Kirk immediately explained. "Although the Mavericks are having problems internally, once something threatens their common interests, the younger generation and the older generation always seem to find a way to set their differences aside and put up a unified front." Kevin understood what he meant. After all, for the Mavericks to reach its current scale, they had to have a solid base that was built on unity. So instead of giving the junior and senior members of the Mavericks a reason to work together, Kevin had to exploit their differences and pit them against one another if he wanted to destroy them. "Understood. Thank you for informing me, Mr. Lockwood." A smile appeared on Kevin's face again as he added, "One more thing. The consortium that I have set up will be having a formal lunch event in 2 days. I hope that your family will come to support me then." "Mr. Williams, don't worry. When the time comes, I will definitely be there in person," Kirk reassured with a boisterous laugh. After that, Kevin didn't say anything else and left the Lockwood family's mansion with Tyler Dawn. When they returned to his mansion at Swan Lake, he first called Scott Whitney and told him about what he and Kirk Lockwood had discussed. As expected, Scott reminded him to take everything with a grain of salt. Over the next 2 days, Kevin refined 2 pills for his parents and stayed at home to spend some quality time with them. On the 3rd day, Kevin left Swan Lake early in the morning. The consortium's launch event was held at a historical building in downtown D.C. The atmosphere was lively, and those who were invited were all big shots in the business world. Just then, a rare Pagani Roadster arrived at the scene, instantly attracting the attention of many people. After stepping out of the car, Kevin stood at the entrance to welcome all of the incoming guests. "Congratulations, Mr. Williams." George Eubanks greeted him with a huge smile on his face as he walked over with his grandson Kurt, who was carrying gifts in his hands. He had seen a few familiar faces just now, and they were all owners and executives of Washington's top companies. Although George did not know how Kevin managed to convince all of them to join, he knew that with the consortium's establishment, many business synergies could be shared between its members, opening up opportunities for everyone. As such, the future prospects of the Eubanks family definitely looked promising. "Thank you for coming today, Mr. Eubanks," Kevin replied to George, but his eyes were fixed on Kurt. At that moment, Kurt was also staring at Kevin with mixed feelings. Not long ago, Kurt Eubanks and Carson Murphy tried to bully Kevin, who had just arrived in Washington, but in the end they were humiliated and almost lost their lives. On top of that, George Eubanks had scolded him for days following that incident. Back then, Kurt was still unconvinced about Kevin, but since then, Kevin had caused one storm after another in Washington, and now he was a powerful force that even his grandfather had to treat with utmost respect. At the same time, Kurt had clearly realized the huge gap between himself and Kevin. Even the reputation of his family could not make up for it. Knowing that the Eubanks family would definitely not be a match for Kevin at any point in the foreseeable future, Kurt did not dare to offend him now. After all, he did not want the Eubanks family to end up like the Kessler family. "Mr. Williams, I apologize for my rude behavior in the past. I hope you can forgive me," Kurt uttered sincerely. "It's fine. It was just a misunderstanding, and I'm sure you've learned your lesson since then," Kevin reassured him with a smile. As his voice fell, it seemed that the hostility between the two had disappeared, causing George Eubanks to let out a huge sigh of relief. Although the Eubanks family supported Kevin, George had previously been worried that the tension between the two of them would cause Kevin to hold some prejudice against them in the future. Moreover, with Kyle Thompson also being Kevin's student, the gap between the Thompson and Eubanks family would only grow to a greater degree over time. While George could still oversee things and manage the situation now, what would happen to his family when he was no longer around? Fortunately, now that Kevin had buried the hatchet with his grandson, he no longer had to worry about this anymore. Just then, Herman Thompson had also arrived, bringing Kyle along with him. Upon seeing Kevin, Herman immediately walked over and greeted Kevin, saying, "Congratulations, Mr. Williams." "Thank you, Mr. Thompson," Kevin replied politely. However, his eyes flashed with surprise. At the moment, Kyle was not the only one who stood beside Herman Thompson, as Donald Murphy also accompanied him. Didn't he and Michael Rafferty make their stance clear the other day? Did he suddenly have a change of heart? "What brings you here, Mr. Murphy?" Kevin asked with a puzzled look on his face. "Although I didn't choose to follow you, today is your big day. Is there anything wrong with me coming here to congratulate you?" Donald replied with a fake smile. Hearing this, Herman Thompson and George Eubanks slightly frowned. There was no need for Donald to be so obvious. "You're right. Besides, we don't have a conflict with each other." Kevin nodded while forcing a smile. Just as Kevin was about to say something else, Tyler Dawn hurriedly walked over looking troubled. "What's the matter?" Kevin asked nervously. Tyler looked at Herman Thompson and the others, then shook his head slightly before whispering something in Kevin's ear. "What's wrong, Mr. Williams?" George asked. He could sense that something was off. As he and the others looked around, someone was noticeably absent. Terry Watford was missing, and that he was one of Kevin's most trusted allies and business partners meant that his absence was not something that happened by chance, but was the work of an evil enemy. At the launch of Kevin's new business consortium, George Eubanks arrived with his grandson Kurt, who apologized to Kevin for how he had treated him in the past. After Kevin accepted his apology, George heaved a sigh of relief. But when Herman Thompson arrived with his own grandson, Kyle, they were accompanied by Donald Murphy, which surprised Kevin since he and Michael Rafferty had both made it clear that they would not be joining the consortium. Donald forced a smile and told Kevin that he still wanted to be there to congratulate him on his momentous occasion. Just then, Tyler Dawn rushed over to Kevin and informed him that Terry Watford was mysteriously missing. It wasn't just George Eubanks and the other recent arrivals who hadn't seen him yet, but even Kevin, Tyler, and some of the others who had come early in the morning hadn't seen him either. Kevin had only received a text message at around 8 o'clock saying that he had encountered a traffic jam and might be a few minutes late. However, up until now, 2 hours had passed, and there was still no news about Terry Watford.
Don't worry, Kevin. No matter what, Terry is a person with a great status and reputation. He also has a group of loyal bodyguards protecting him. There won't be any big problems in Washington, D.C.,
George Eubanks said, trying to relieve the tension.
That's right. Terry is the CEO of the Orion Group. No one would dare to touch him.
Herman Thompson agreed with him. Although he heard what the two of them said, Kevin still had a bad feeling about the situation. Recently, Washington, D.C. had been far too quiet. The Mavericks did not seek revenge on him. Even the Robbins family, whose home had been taken away by him, did not show any signs of movement. The overly quiet environment gave Kevin a feeling of sitting on pins and needles. However, the consortium needed him to take charge to prevent any incidents from happening. Troy Evans and the others had to stay at Swan Lake to protect his parents' safety, so there was really no extra manpower to allocate. Time passed and more guests arrived. It was almost midnight, but there was still no news from Terry Watford. "Is there still no one answering the phone?" Kevin asked. His face was completely gloomy.
"No."
Tyler Dawn's heart was filled with worry.
"Why don't we wait just a little longer? Maybe he has something urgent to attend to and has been delayed."
Herman Thompson frowned and suggested.
"No way. He is a man with a firm sense of time. No matter how urgent the situation is, he wouldn't neglect to give us any news."
Tyler Dawn hesitated for a moment and then said,
"Something must have happened to him."
"Send a few more people," Kevin started to say. But before Kevin could finish, a black shadow suddenly fell from the sky and crashed to the ground.
"What's going on?"
someone said in alarm.
"What the hell? It seems like a person has fallen from the sky," said another.
"Why does this person look so familiar?"
a third person said. The surrounding people looked at the black shadow descending from the sky and started to point at it.
"It's Terry!"
Tyler Dawn shouted as he was the first to react and quickly walked forward. Kevin and the others quickly returned to their senses and followed him. Between them, Terry Watford, who was lying on the ground, had fallen unconscious. His face was covered with bruises and blood, and his limbs were motionless and powerless.
"Terry, can you hear me? Are you okay?"
Tyler said as he anxiously checked his condition and spoke with a trembling voice. Herman Thompson and the others surrounded Terry Watford's motionless body. Only Donald Murphy remained where he was, looking at them with a strange expression. Kevin raised his head and looked at the sky. In the darkness, he saw a figure in the window on the 5th floor looking at them with a sneer on his face. "Stop! Hey, you!" Kevin yelled at him sternly. But before he could even finish his sentence, Kevin stomped on the ground and shook the floor with his foot. He jumped up and started climbing the fire escape all the way to the 5th floor. However, when he arrived at the window after no more than 30 seconds, the man had already reached the door. He extended his left hand and gave him the middle finger.
"You must have a death wish,"
Kevin shouted, burning with anger. He threw himself at the door. But before the man even reached the door, the dense spiritual energy had already enveloped his entire body. When Kevin moved, he created what seemed to be a strong hurricane. It blew all of the things in the room in every direction.
"Uh-oh,"
the man mumbled as his eyes flashed with shock, and he hurriedly tried to close the door behind him. But before he could make a move, a violent force swept through the room, and the door was immediately smashed into pieces. It even caused the man to fly backward and violently slam into the wall. The man shook his head a few times and tried to wake himself up, but before he could even get up, Kevin had already arrived in front of him. He stepped on the man's chest with such force that he immediately broke 4 of his ribs. The intense pain made the man cry out. "You hurt my people and you still want to try to run from me? You have a lot of nerve." Kevin looked down at him from above with a cold expression on his face. He questioned him with anger burning in his heart. "You," the man started to say, wincing in pain as he stared at Kevin with a face full of shock. "I'll give you a chance now. Tell me who you are. Who told you to do this? I might be able to let you die a quick death. Otherwise, I'll make you regret ever coming into this world." Kevin's tone was extremely angry as he roared at the man. You want me to talk to you? Keep dreaming." The man endured the pain and spat at Kevin with disdain. "I didn't know you were such a tough guy." "Very well. I guess it's your funeral." Kevin pulled the man up from the ground and dragged him to another windowless room. He kicked the door open and threw him inside. After that, he closed the door and locked it behind him. Kevin's rage was like nothing he had ever experienced before. Not only did Terry Watford get attacked, but someone actually took such bold action on a day like today. How big of an impact would this have after happening in front of so many people? There was no need to ask. Kevin knew that someone would definitely say it. The consortium did not have any sort of protection for their members' lives, and there was also a huge threat bearing down on them from the outside. Given such an atmosphere, there was naturally going to be some apprehension. Therefore, Kevin had to dig out all of the people being hidden in the shadows by this person in front of him and make them pay. He wanted to let everyone know that this was the only outcome that could come from messing with him. He wanted to let every uncertain heart, all those who were still swaying left and right, know that if they dared to provoke Kevin, they would surely die. These thoughts quickly flashed through his mind. Kevin looked at the man curled up on the ground and said coldly, "You still have a chance to tell me your name. Don't force my hand." "If you have the guts, then just do it. Get it over with. If I say anything, I'm finished anyway," the man replied loudly. "It doesn't have to be this way." A cold look flashed across Kevin's eyes. In the next second, he walked up to the man. Since he had given him an opportunity, he could not be blamed for what happened next. Kevin raised his hand as fast as lightning. He bent his right hand into a claw and grabbed the man's palm. A few loud cracking sounds were heard. The man's eyes widened. His pale face quickly turned red. He gritted his teeth and bit his lips, not letting himself make a sound. However, his lips had been bitten right open and blood flowed out like a fountain. "Let me see how much pain you can endure." As Kevin spoke, his foot had already landed on the ground, forcefully crushing one of the man's ankles. Intense pain swept across his entire body once again. The man's eyes widened and he could not help but let out a miserable scream. "Aren't you a tough guy? Then can you hold on for a bit longer?" Kevin's tone was cold, almost as if he had spat out these words. His foot kept grinding down on the man's ankle. This forceful action caused the pain to become unbearable. But would it be enough to force this man to tell Kevin what was behind the attack on Terry Watford and on Kevin's new business consortium? Kevin was not about to let this man ruin everything that he had worked for. After a beaten and bruised Terry Watford was dropped into the middle of Kevin's business consortium's gala party, Kevin spotted a mysterious stranger watching the chaos from afar. Kevin caught and beat the man trying to find out who was behind the attack on Terry and on Kevin's latest organization. No one could truly endure the torment of the pain that Kevin was able to inflict, not even those who had gone through training for such battles since they were young. When Kevin repeatedly crushed his ankle and made his way up the man's leg, the man's entire face had already twisted, but he gritted his teeth tightly and did his best to endure. His lips had already started to bleed, and he was trying to suppress himself from making a sound by gritting his teeth even tighter. "The pain will only get worse," Kevin said in a serious tone. Then Kevin bent down and reached out his left hand. He grabbed the man's right knee and twisted it. A cracking sound was heard echoing throughout the room. The pain was 100 times stronger than before as it swept across his entire body. The man started to tremble violently. His body couldn't help but flop on the ground. He clenched his fist tightly, and his nails had long since pierced right through his skin. Blood flowed through the gaps of his fingers and dripped onto the ground. "A good show is coming," Kevin sneered. He stretched out his index and middle fingers and quickly pressed down on the man's right leg. The man could no longer bear the inhuman pain and let out a painful wail. "What are you screaming for? Aren't you a tough guy? The show has just begun," Kevin said with a sneer on his face. "Kill me! Please, just kill me!" the man said as he twitched in pain. "Kill you? Is there such a simple thing in this world? If you don't speak up now, I will definitely make sure you don't die quickly today. I'll let you experience the taste of hell ahead of time, though." Kevin didn't give up and struck the man's thigh hard. With a dull thud, the man straightened out. He raised his head high and his eyeballs seemed to be about to pop out of their sockets. By this point, the man's right leg had been crippled by Kevin. Every inch of the bones in his leg had been shattered. There would never be a chance for him to walk normally again in this lifetime. Even if he consumed every medicinal pill Kevin was capable of refining, it would still be impossible to cure him completely. The man had just fainted, but Kevin immediately woke him up again. "Don't do it, I beg you. I'll tell you everything you want to know." The man looked at Kevin with fear in his eyes as if he had lost all of his energy. He lay on the ground in a dispirited manner. He had used up all of his strength to endure the pain that Kevin had inflicted on him. At this moment, in his eyes, Kevin was like a devil who had crawled out from the depths of hell. "Why didn't you just speak up earlier?" Kevin snorted in disdain. "Answer me honestly. What's your name? Who sent you?" "My name is Alex Dobbins. I'm from the secluded valley." The man lowered his eyes and replied. He no longer had the courage to even look at Kevin. The secluded valley? Kevin's pupils contracted and he gasped slightly. At the same time, Kevin's eyes lit up. He had been looking for the secluded valley for a long time. "Who are you working with this time? Is it the Herbalist Society or the Robbins family?" Kevin asked again. "I don't know for sure. I only received the mission today, and Mr. Watford wasn't even injured by me. When those people handed him over to me, he was already seriously injured, I swear to you," Alex Dobbins said without hiding anything. "Who are those people?" Kevin asked. He knew that there were strict rules in the secluded valley. Every mission had different people who completed each part of the mission. Other than the person in charge of the entire operation, no one would know the whole plan. "That group of people is a part of a small team. Ever since the branch in Washington, D.C. was broken up, the headquarters has set up 5 operation teams in Washington," Alex said, still breathing heavily. "Where did you meet? Are any of your friends among the guests who came today?" Kevin narrowed his eyes and asked. "There's one, but I don't know his exact identity. The mission I received was to leave Mr. Watford on the 5th floor," Alex said as he choked. As a professional killer, he was unable to withstand the torture after having his hand crushed by Kevin. It undoubtedly caused a great deal of damage to his self-esteem. "Why did you choose to stay on the 5th floor? You could have easily thrown him down from a higher floor, or rather, just killed him with a gun," Kevin said suspiciously. "Because Mr. Watford is the head of the Orion Group, the people in charge noticed him a long time ago. If we kill him recklessly, the secluded valley would be punished by the government, and it could be considered a terrorist attack," he replied. The more Alex Dobbins spoke, the weaker his tone became. "I didn't think that the secluded valley still cared about abiding by the law," Kevin said, his face showing some difference. The last question I have for you is this. Do you know the exact location of the 5 teams?
Yes,
Alex admitted. Thank you very much for your cooperation, but since you hurt my people, I can definitely not let you continue to live in this world. As Kevin spoke, he reached out his hand and grabbed Alex Dobbins' neck. His expression instantly froze on his face. He covered his own neck with both hands and then stopped moving. At the entrance, a large group of big shots who were rarely seen gathered off to the side and whispered to each other.
"What happened to Mr. Watford? I really can't understand who had the guts to attack him," someone said.
In this person's opinion, it couldn't possibly be Terry Watford's fault. He was usually humble and polite, and he took care of people who worked for him. Many people felt it would be impossible for someone like him to even have enemies.
Can't you just admit that it was Mr. Williams' fault? Is there a need to hide like this? Who else could possibly be to blame? Anyway, I don't want to join anymore,
another person replied. That's right. If even Terry Watford can suffer a fate like this, aren't we just waiting to be slaughtered? No matter what you think, I have decided to quit. As for the medicinal pills, I have to be alive to be able to enjoy them. A few people walked up to Tyler Dawn and made their concerns known.
I understand your concerns. Everyone has their own ambition, so I won't force you one way or the other. Please do as you wish,
Tyler Dawn said nervously as he looked at Terry, who was still lying on the ground surrounded by people. The few of them left quickly as if they had been granted amnesty. It seemed that they did not want to stay there any longer than they had to. How was Mr. Watford's condition? Kevin suddenly appeared beside Tyler Dawn and asked.
The situation doesn't look good. The ambulance is on the way,
Tyler Dawn said. Then he seemed to have thought of something. He turned around and asked,
Mr. Williams, have you caught them? Who did this?
He's a nobody. He's still up on the 5th floor. Find someone to dispose of the body later, Kevin said as he kept looking around, eager to find the accomplice that Alex Dobbins had mentioned.
Mr. Williams, you are the most talented herbalist here. Can you refine some kind of pill to cure Mr. Watford?
Donald Murphy, who approached the two of them, asked. As long as he is still breathing, I can think of a way to save him, but he has to wake up and consume the medicinal pill completely. If he is unconscious, there's not much I can do to help him, Kevin said. After all, he had the secret book in his hands. As long as the materials were available and in place with his current power base, he could almost mass-produce life and death potions. Hearing this, Tyler Dawn and the others relaxed a little, but no one noticed that Donald Murphy was frowning. In his opinion, it seemed that it was not a good thing for Terry Watford to be able to survive and make a complete recovery. After having people search around very carefully, they still did not find any suspicious people, which made Kevin a little disappointed. At that moment, a few people came in front of Kevin, pushing each other out of the way, but no one dared to step forward and speak first. What do you want? Kevin frowned slightly. He had already guessed their intentions.
Mr. Williams, to be honest, we are just ordinary businessmen. We are not cut out for this. As for the pills promised by the consortium, I'm afraid that we won't have the fortune of accepting them.
One of the middle-aged men, who was about 50 years old, said awkwardly. You have your own choices to make, so I won't blame you. But there's one thing I need you to remember clearly. You can leave the consortium as you wish today, but if you want to join again in the future, it'll be even more difficult for you. I can promise you that at the time you'll regret what you did today, and I believe you'll also regret it for the rest of your lives, Kevin said decisively as his voice grew louder. He wanted everyone to hear clearly that their decision to depart today was definitely not a good thing. Hearing his words, the few people standing in front of Kevin showed a strong sense of worry.
All right, I completely understand, sir,
the man said with a nod. After saying this, the middle-aged man left with the other few people. Immediately after, another dozen people followed them and left. For a moment, there were less than 15 people still left in front of Kevin. Tyler Dawn's gaze swept over these people one by one. A few traces of calm flashed across his face, because these dozen or so people were among his and Terry Watford's most powerful business associates over the past several years. Being able to stay after facing such a terrifying thing proved that they were truly to be trusted. Before Kevin could do anything to pacify the remaining people, the sound of police sirens rang out, and 5 or 6 police officers quickly walked forward. Following them, dozens of armed personnel arrived. They immediately sealed up the area and prevented anyone from entering. Anyone who could stand here was clearly a big shot in the business world. A slight stomp of their foot could cause a financial shockwave through several industries. The leader was a valiant female police officer. She brought her men behind her and walked quickly to the door. She looked around at everyone. "Mr. Dawn, I am Officer Alexandra Wentworth. I have been specially ordered to protect your safety," the officer said with a serious face.
"You're a little late. The attacker has already been killed. He's up on the 5th floor.
Before Officer Wentworth could say anything, Tyler Dawn added,
"Here is the man who took care of him."
After saying that, Tyler Dawn introduced Kevin to Officer Wentworth. "Hello, sir. If possible, I would like to ask you to come back with us and make a complete statement," Officer Wentworth said. The status and identity of an expert like Kevin were too sensitive. Even the police were not allowed to oversee cases like this most of the time. "I'm sorry, I have urgent matters to attend to. Also, regarding the attack on Mr. Watford, I can assure you that it is not something that the police can manage." Kevin did not give too much of an explanation. He took out the small booklet that Stanley Cooper had given him. Looking at the contents of the small book, the look on Officer Wentworth's face changed instantly. She immediately realized that Kevin was someone who deserved to be treated with utmost respect. "The Reaper Squad has taken over this matter. You only need to be responsible for bringing Mr. Watford to the hospital safely. As for the rest of the people here, I will arrange for them myself." As Kevin spoke, he took out his phone and dialed Stanley Cooper's number. Although Officer Wentworth was somewhat unwilling, she had to accept Kevin's orders as soon as he mentioned the Reaper Squad. Meanwhile, in Chicago, the streets were very crowded. The Chicago Police Department had no choice but to send out a large number of police officers to maintain order. Even so, the situation on the streets was still chaos. The reason for this was very simple. Everyone knew that the Williams Company was holding a huge singing competition today. Among them were some of the most popular female pop stars in the world. When the news got out, fans flocked to see them. "How is the situation now?" Lily, who was sitting in the VIP seats, asked with a slight frown.
"Don't worry, ma'am. There are a lot of fans. The standing room that we have prepared is not even enough to accommodate them."
A Williams media event was about to begin, and everyone knew that such a gathering would showcase the greatest talent to be found in the singing world. Kevin informed the D.C. police officer, Alexandra Wentworth, who had arrived to oversee the investigation of Terry Watford's attack, that the Reaper Squad had been called, and she stepped back as the Reaper Squad was more powerful. In Chicago, Williams Media had excited everyone by opening a singing competition that would feature many great talents. Although it was an enormous moment, this was only the tip of the iceberg for the Williams Company's plans for the entertainment industry. "Pay close attention to the safety of all the people present. Don't let any issues come up," Lily could not help but remind them. She attached great importance to today's event. It was not as simple as letting the 3 stars sing and show their faces for everyone to see. More important than anything else, she wanted the event to reflect well on the Williams Company. On the top floor of a building not far from the closed-off street where the competition was taking place, Dalton Steele and Ethan Williams stood side by side. The two of them used high-powered binoculars in their hands to observe every moment down the street.
"It seems like I have underestimated the abilities of the Williams Company. Those 3 singers actually have quite a few fans, don't they?"
Ethan Williams complained.
"What are you so worried about? Didn't Andre Hernandez already make the arrangements? The more people there are, the more the Williams Company will be utterly embarrassed," Dalton Steele said without a bit of worry.
"You're right. Now I really want to see the Williams Company make a fool of themselves."
Ethan Williams' face was full of a sinister smile. He swirled the red wine glass in his hand as if he couldn't wait to gloat. At that time, in the Williams Company's office, Emo Squire was writing an email when Sandra Wilson suddenly pushed open the door and came into the room. "Mr. Squire, someone just sent a USB drive over saying it's for you," Sandra said as she placed a black USB drive on the desk in front of him.
"A USB drive? I didn't ask anyone to send anything over,"
Emo Squire said in puzzlement. "You didn't? The man also said that there's something very important about you on the drive and that you must watch it as soon as possible," Sandra replied. Emo Squire frowned slightly. He held the USB drive in his hand and observed it carefully. He did not find anything wrong with it. After thinking about it carefully, Emo Squire inserted the USB drive into the computer. Immediately, a video popped up on his screen. In the beginning, Emo assumed it was some kind of a prank. However, the video suddenly changed his mind. Dalton Steele appeared behind a young man in a private room. Andre Hernandez was also there. However, Emo Squire knew the young man very well. He was Ethan Williams, the son of Thomas Williams from New York City. Emo didn't know what the three of them were talking about, but in the end, Andre Hernandez had a bright smile on his face. Looking at the video, Emo's facial expression became concerned. He quickly recalled the incident where Enzo Forbes was killed. Suddenly, Emo stood up from his chair and looked at Sandra Wilson. Both of them had a look of alarm on their faces. Emo said, "This is not good. Something bad is about to happen." The two of them then quickly ran out of the office and went straight to the parking lot. Along the way, Sandra called Lily. At the competition, Lily was directing the people around her to check on one thing or another to make sure that everything went as smoothly as possible. Andre Hernandez was just about to walk over and say something when he suddenly saw Lily's vibrating phone on the side table to her left. Looking at Sandra Wilson's incoming call, Andre Hernandez's expression changed. Calling at this time could only mean one thing. Something had changed and his plot was being undermined. Taking a deep breath, Andre Hernandez avoided everyone's eyes and secretly put Lily's phone into his pocket, while she was distracted by a conversation with someone to her right.
"Ma'am, I have a bit of a migraine. I'm going to find a place to lie down, if that's okay,"
Andre said when Lily turned back to him. "Yes, of course. You should go and rest. If there are any problems, I will send someone to find you," Lily said with concern for Andre. She had a very high opinion of Andre Hernandez. After the incident with Enzo Forbes, it was all because of him that this event could still be carried out successfully. Lily had already made up her mind. After they got through this event, she would definitely give Andre Hernandez a promotion and a hefty raise. With his ability, it was a waste for him to be just the deputy director of the Research and Development Department. Anyway, the event had already begun. She just needed to sit back and watch like everyone else now. Andre Hernandez thanked her and disappeared. However, the smile on his face immediately left when he turned around a corner. He glanced at Lily out of the corner of his eye as he quickly exited the VIP area. The event started with some opening acts. They were not very famous. But when the three big stars appeared on the stage, the excitement reached its peak. Immediately, all kinds of flattering words were shouted at them as the crowd went wild. The fans showered them with cheers and shouts.
"I really didn't know that they were so popular."
A look of surprise flashed across Gilbert Rhodes's face as he watched. "I know. It's really incredible," Adriana Wright said as she teared up. It had not been easy for them during this period of time. Outsiders could not understand the pain they had been enduring. Adriana Wright, Gilbert Rhodes, and the others looked fine on the surface. But in fact, with Dalton Steele's betrayal and his rise recently, they had been living a life of worry every day. Even when they slept at night, there were dozens of bodyguards watching over them, although they knew that they would not be of any practical use if Dalton truly wanted to do something to harm them. But their real goal was to buy themselves enough time to call Kevin before all the bodyguards fell and let him know the situation in Chicago. What worried them the most was that they could not let Kevin down. He had placed very high expectations on them. Moreover, they were committed to truly risking their lives if necessary. The wealth that Adriana Wright and the others had right now was enough for them to do nothing for the rest of their lives and live freely. At that moment, Adriana was watching the three big stars on the stage as they prepared to begin singing. The entire venue was overcome with the deafening roar of the crowd as the atmosphere reached its peak. No one noticed that amongst the crowd, a man wearing a dark cap slowly took out a remote control in his hand. At that moment, under the protection of a dozen police officers, Emo Squire and Sandra Wilson stepped out from the crowd and ran toward Lily, Gilbert, and Adriana. Lily could see Emo Squire trying to tell her something, but she couldn't understand him. "What is he trying to say?" Lily asked the person beside her.
"He's too far. I can't hear clearly,"
a staff member answered awkwardly. Emo Squire was still trying his best to shout across the crowd. "There's no way, Emo. It's too noisy here. They can't hear us," Sandra said.
"I have an idea."
Emo Squire started to rush towards the stage. At the same time, the man in the crowd saw that the timing was not right and immediately pressed the remote control in his hand. Just as the trio began to sing, they heard a recording of their own voices begin to play over the speakers. Instantly, the entire venue broke out in song along with them.
"This is not good,"
Emo Squire said. It only took a few moments for the crowd to realize that the trio was not actually singing.
"What the hell? They're clearly lip-syncing," someone shouted. "Is this what we paid all this money for? How could the Williams Company do this?" another person said.
Lily instantly stood up from her chair. Her eyes widened to the extreme as she looked at what was happening in front of her. She was stunned. All kinds of cries and curses immediately rang out, making the scene even more chaotic. On the top floor of the hotel not far away, Ethan Williams watched as the people in the crowd booed loudly, and the smile on his face became brighter and brighter. This was exactly what he wanted to see.
"What a shame. It's a pity that the Williams Company would do such a thing."
Ethan Williams swirled the red wine in his hand and said with a smile. Dalton Steele coldly glanced at him with an expressionless face. Ethan returned to his chair and sat down elegantly.
"What should we do next? With such an embarrassing event happening to the Williams Company, surely their reputation will be greatly reduced. All you need to do is add some more wood to the fire. You will definitely be able to defeat them."
As soon as he finished speaking, Dalton Steele acted as if he did not hear Ethan Williams' words.
"I'm talking to you. Did you hear me?"
Ethan asked in a daze.
"Are you an idiot?"
Dalton said as he glared at Ethan.
"What did you just say?"
Ethan asked as his face stiffened.
"With such a big incident happening, the Williams Company will definitely join forces with the police to investigate. They'll also bring in the top PR firms in the country. The singers themselves will deny any wrongdoing too. At this critical juncture, almost everyone in Chicago knows that we are the only ones who would dare to attack the Williams Company. Besides, there are cameras everywhere. It will only be a matter of time before everyone turns their attention to us and figures everything out."
Dalton had analyzed the situation quickly and coldly.
"If the police really intervene, how long do you think Andre Hernandez can hold on if he is caught? Do you really think he won't confess? Then all of the embarrassment will land on you, not the Williams Company," Dalton added.
Hearing this, Ethan gradually fell into silence.
"According to what you've just said, would everything we did be in vain?"
Ethan lowered his head and said,
"You can't say that. Strictly speaking, it's not all in vain. After such a major incident, the Williams Company will surely be distracted for quite a while. They'll figure it all out, I'm sure, but it will take considerable manpower. And while they're dealing with this matter, it will buy us enough time to devour the rest of Chicago."
Dalton analyzed the situation with a serious expression. If Kevin heard this, he would definitely be shocked. It turned out that Dalton Steele didn't only know how to fight fiercely, now he had actually become so smooth and calculating, and it could even be said that he was well versed in the art of business. Meanwhile, the remaining dozen or so people sat down around a table. Similarly, their eyes were filled with worry. I'm very happy that after the incident with Mr. Watford, everyone still felt it was worth the risk to stay. I'm sincerely grateful for this, Kevin said with a serious expression on his face. Mr. Williams, you don't have to be so grateful. It's entirely thanks to Mr. Don and Mr. Watford that I've been able to have what I have today. I am a person who knows how to repay favors. They need me now. It's my duty to come and help, a man said with great confidence. Immediately, someone else stood up and said, Mr. Williams, I just want to ask you a question. You said before that Mr. Watford could be saved. Do you really have a way to save him? As long as you can save him, I would be willing to do anything to help him. I only have one request. Can you find the real culprit behind this? This was Terry Watford's terrifying network. Sometimes when you take care of others, people might not necessarily be able to remember it. But those who do remember it are often willing to risk their lives to repay it. Thank you, everyone, Kevin said, trying to speak over the clamor. I just want to say that Mr. Watford will definitely be taken care of. He is in very good hands. I can assure you that I will find his attacker and get revenge. The Williams Media concert ended in chaos when Ethan's scheme to make it seem like the singers were lip-syncing was set into motion. Dalton, though, told Ethan the plot would backfire on him, even though there would be enough time for Dalton to continue his power grab as Williams Media regrouped. Meanwhile, Kevin had thanked those who stayed in his consortium while vowing to get revenge on Terry Watford's attackers. No one could clearly understand how intense the fury in Kevin's heart was right now, but looking at Kevin's current performance, the dozen or so people who stayed behind also relaxed a little. They were not afraid that Kevin would not have the temper to call the police, but they were afraid that he would not have the courage to settle the matter if he got into trouble and was bullied by others. Also, let me tell everyone something else. All of you who stayed behind will be the core members of the consortium. No matter what happens in the future, your treatment will always be higher than any others who join, regardless of their status. I can promise you here that I will provide you with a 5th grade pill every month from now on, Kevin said with a smile on his face. However, as soon as he finished speaking, everyone wondered, what was a 5th grade pill capable of? The list of pills put out by the Herbalist Society clearly stated that not only were 5th grade pills worth at the very least tens of thousands of dollars, but they were also exceedingly rare and difficult to refine. Now, Kevin actually said that he would give them one such pill every single month. Apart from the pills, I can make a decision for Mr. Don and Mr. Watford. I promise you that from today onward, we will share all of the resources of the consortium. As long as your plans and ideas do not involve breaking the law in any way, and if you do not harm the safety and interests of any ordinary people, you have our full support, Kevin declared. These words were even more attractive than the pills they had just been promised. For a moment, a few of the dozen people gathered around couldn't help but stand up in surprise. After all, they were just businessmen and ordinary people. In their bones, the anticipation of being able to do business with the full support and backing of these 3 powerhouses far exceeded their yearning for medicinal pills. The KWTD Corporation and the Orion Group were 2 of the pillars of the entire country. If they could work with the 2 of them, they were sure to rise rapidly. As for how exactly you want to work with them, you can discuss it with Mr. Don. That's all I have to say for now. I'll leave the rest to you. Kevin stood up again and gave Tyler Don a look before leaving the meeting room. Before he walked out of the meeting room, Kevin heard voices coming from behind him. It was obvious that someone could not hold it in and wanted to tell Tyler what they were thinking. Kevin had already expected this kind of situation. After all, most of his energy was no longer in the business world. He just had to let Tyler handle these things at this point. When he returned to the first floor and saw Donald Murphy standing at the door, Kevin was a little surprised. "Mr. Murphy, why are you still here?" Kevin asked.
"What's wrong? Can't I be here? Or do you want to chase me away?"
Donald Murphy placed his hands behind his back and asked with a slightly raised brow. Kevin noted the joking tone in Donald Murphy's voice. "Surely you must be joking. If you want to stay in the consortium, just say so," Kevin said with a smile on his face. Donald Murphy did not reply immediately. He just gave Kevin a deep look.
"Mr. Watford safely made it to the hospital. Kevin, let this old man give you a few words of advice. The Secluded Valley is not an organization you can mess with. You had better not provoke them too much,"
Donald Murphy advised. Kevin was stunned when he heard that. He was surprised this matter is why Donald Murphy remained behind. "Mr. Murphy, you should know that the Secluded Valley and I have been in an unresolved situation for a long time. And now they actually had the audacity to attack Terry. How could I let them get away with this?" Kevin replied angrily. He added, "Although I can't just go to the headquarters of the Secluded Valley yet, I will root them out one day. I promise you that." Looking at Kevin, who was clearly full of hostility, Donald Murphy stared into his eyes with a searching expression for a long time. Then he let out a sigh. Without saying anything more, Donald shook his head and left. Looking at Donald's back as he walked away, Kevin frowned. The Murphy family did not choose to support him. According to common sense, it did not matter how Donald Murphy felt about the Mavericks, the Robbins family, or anyone else. It was also telling that Michael Rafferty, who also chose not to support him, did not even show his face from the beginning to the end. Especially when it came to Terry Watford's matter, Donald Murphy seemed far too calm. His calmness was even a little abnormal. However, Kevin couldn't tell exactly what was wrong. The most important thing was that he didn't have any evidence to prove that Donald Murphy had done anything. Kevin left the consortium and went straight to the hospital. No matter what, Terry still needed him. Whether it was his personal relationship with him or the overall situation of their alliance, Kevin had to help. On the way to the hospital, Kevin sent a message to Stanley Cooper, asking him to take some people to Washington. Meanwhile, at the Williams Company headquarters in Chicago, Lily sat still in a chair. Her hands were pulling at her thick hair, and she buried her head in deep thought. Adriana Wright and Gilbert Rhodes kept pacing back and forth in front of her. The scene had been overwhelming for everyone. Although Emo Squire pulled the three singers down from the stage before they were completely overcome with embarrassment, the damage had been done. It was clear that because of this incident, the Williams Company would be all over the headlines for days or even weeks to come. People all over social media were already saying that the Williams Company was really an embarrassment. In the eyes of onlookers, they could not even pull off a concert without looking like fakers. Because of all of this, Rachel and Sandra had been very busy trying to deal with the backlash. The police had been called to stop the reporters and fans outside the building from starting a riot. The worst of it was that Emo Squire had been trampled by angry fans as he was trying to make his way to the stage, and he was currently in critical condition. Sandra appeared in front of Lily, and she immediately asked for an update on his condition. The others also gathered around. Her gaze swept over Lily and the others one by one. She lightly sighed and said, "It's not good. The doctors told me that it is best to plan for the worst-case scenario." Hearing that, Gilbert Rhodes immediately used his hand to cover his mouth and nose, not letting himself cry out loud. "How could this be? Emo is an expert. Although he suffered some injuries, it can't possibly be that serious." Adriana Wright's face was also filled with worry as she spoke. "Unfortunately, his power base is not that high. The damage wasn't just on the surface, but also to several of his internal organs. Sandra patiently analyzed the situation for everyone.
Is it really hopeless?
Gilbert Rhodes asked in a daze. They are going to try their best, but they also asked us to prepare for the worst. According to Emo's condition, things could take a turn at any moment. Sandra's eyes were sad, and she sighed. Gilbert Rhodes seemed to have lost all of his energy. His face turned white, and he took a few steps back while gasping for air and stumbling. He leaned against the wall and slowly slid to the ground. "Gilbert!" Adriana cried out as she quickly ran over and tried to help him up.
"What can we do? He's going to die!"
Gilbert cried out as he hugged Adriana tightly and buried his head in her chest. Adriana did not know how to comfort Gilbert and only used her strength to hug him back. She looked at Lily beside her and opened her mouth but did not say anything. Lily was expressionless as she stood rooted to the spot and her delicate body began to tremble. Meanwhile, outside the hospital in Washington, when Kevin rushed to the operating room, he saw a group of high-ranking officials from the Orion Group gathered at the door. Marcus Watford sat in the chair and held his face tightly with both hands.
"Who are you? They're performing surgery inside. No one is allowed here."
A man suddenly stood up and reprimanded Kevin with a cold face. Before Kevin could explain, a man slapped the top of the man's head.
"Hey, why did you hit me?"
The man covered his head and asked in confusion.
"Who the hell are you talking to? This is the second largest shareholder of our company, Mr. Williams. Get out of my sight,"
the man said as he turned his head and squeezed out a smile as he looked at Kevin. He said respectfully to Kevin,
"Mr. Williams, don't mind him. This kid just got here and doesn't know what's good for him. Please forgive him."
"I don't mind. I'm just here to see how Terry is doing," Kevin said worriedly. Although he could refine pills to help him, Terry Watford had to regain consciousness and more stable condition for the pills to have the intended effect. Hearing this, the man sighed slightly.
"The situation is quite bad. The results, as far as we know right now, are that all 4 of Mr. Watford's limbs are broken to some extent, and he also has 3 broken ribs. His spleen is completely ruptured, and there is damage to some of his other internal organs as well. He is currently undergoing surgery."
Kevin gritted his teeth and a cold light flashed across his eyes. The people from the secluded valley were too ruthless. They had almost succeeded in taking Terry Watford's life. Kevin then slowly walked over to Marcus Watford and said, "Don't worry. Your father will be fine. As long as the doctor can guarantee that he is stable enough, I can cure him." Mr. Williams, do you really mean it?" Marcus Watford stammered as he looked up at Kevin in disbelief. Ever since that day in the parking lot, he realized that he had been taught a good lesson. "With me around, I will never let your father die. I will definitely find the person responsible for this and make them pay the price." Kevin pressed hard on Marcus Watford's shoulder and added, "Don't stay in the hospital all the time. Come with me later." Terry Watford was still in critical condition. Kevin could not bear to see Marcus go through this, and he also didn't want Marcus to face this kind of danger at some point in the future. So he wanted to take Marcus on as his student. Even if he did not take Marcus as his student in a real sense, he felt that he had to look after him for Terry's sake. After all, he was going to take over the Orion Group in the future, so Kevin knew it was the right thing to do. However, Kevin's firm words were just perfunctory in the eyes of all the others. Was he really strong and mature enough to carry through with his promises? However, because of Kevin's identity, it was not appropriate for them to voice these concerns out loud. About 2 hours later, the door of the operating room was finally opened. Surrounded by a few nurses, Terry Watford was slowly pushed out. The senior management team of the Orion Group immediately rushed forward. "Doctor, how is he?" someone asked.
"You have to save him. Our company needs him to lead us,"
someone else added.
"No matter how high the cost is, it is not a problem. Bring in the top experts from anywhere in the world, as long as you can save him,"
a third person begged. The group of people all talked at the same time. Although everyone seemed to be worried about Terry Watford's condition, Kevin noticed that some of them were looking at him strangely. Or rather, they seemed to be hoping that Terry Watford would not wake up.
Please calm down, everyone. The surgery was very successful as far as we can tell right now, but the patient's condition is still very serious, and he needs some observation. He's not out of the woods yet.
After the leading doctor said that, he turned around and arranged for the nurse to wheel Terry to a room. Seeing that Terry would soon be conscious, Kevin knew that the next step to restoring him to full health was going to be in his hands, and he could not fail. Kevin reassured Marcus Watford that as long as Terry was well enough to consume the medicinal pills he was going to refine for him, he was confident that his father would be fine. Kevin didn't say it out loud, but he had determined that he would take on Marcus as his student, since after all, he would one day take over the Orion Group. The doctors told everyone that Terry Watford was on the road to recovery, but that he was not out of the woods yet. However, Kevin couldn't help but notice that some of the Orion Group's higher-ups seemed to be hoping that Terry would not make a full recovery. Meanwhile, in his office at the hospital, William Chung took off his glasses and put them down on the table, rubbing his forehead tiredly. Many hours of a difficult, complex, and stressful operation had consumed too much of his energy. The various degrees and awards on the wall behind him fully displayed William Chung's superb medical background and skills. He was famous throughout the entire country. Otherwise, the hospital would not have ever allowed him to be the chief surgeon for someone as famous and important as Terry Watford. Suddenly, the phone on the desk next to him rang. Looking at the screen and seeing that it was his wife calling, William Chung's face suddenly turned sour. His wife's name was Cheryl. A few years ago, she was also a famous model. Her natural beauty had led her into the career even though she had higher aspirations when she was young. Their meeting was a coincidence, but when William saw Cheryl for the first time, he was immediately infatuated with her. Then he began his pursuit of her for 3 months. In the end, he did not disappoint the beautiful woman. They soon fell in love and quickly got married. But after being together for some time, William finally began to realize that Cheryl was not exactly the person he had imagined. On the contrary, Cheryl liked the city's nightlife. Even after marriage, she often did not return home until very late at night. It was very common for her to come home drunk at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, just as William was waking up to return to the hospital where his own job saved lives day in and day out. However, William did not want to say anything about this. As a famous surgeon at one of the top hospitals in the world, he often spent long hours at the hospital. Therefore, he always felt that he owed it to Cheryl to cut her some slack, since he was so rarely able to spend time with her. It was precisely because of his busy schedule that she went out so often, he assumed. But gradually, William realized that his tolerance had become a form of permission for Cheryl to do whatever she wanted. Especially in the past 1 or 2 years, Cheryl, whose modeling career was not going well recently, had actually developed the bad habit of gambling. The money that the two of them had saved up in the past had almost all been lost by her, and she even owed large gambling debts to some scary people. Her friends had all advised William Chung to divorce her. William's friends worried that his hard work was going to be ruined and his fortune taken if Cheryl continued to spend his money so freely. After all, he was still young. There was still a chance to start over, but he still could not let go of Cheryl. He loved her once and hoped he could again. He felt that she was just going through a lot at the moment. As long as she changed, their lives would definitely return to the state of bliss back when they had first met. The phone rang for more than 10 seconds before William picked it up. Before he could say anything, Cheryl's charming but impatient voice came from the other side of the phone. "What are you doing? Why did you take so long to answer the phone?" Cheryl nearly screamed at her husband.
"I just finished a surgery. I'm a little tired, so I wasn't paying much attention to my phone.
William answered with a slight frown. You operated on someone again? Does that mean you'll be getting another bonus? It just so happens that I lost some money tonight. Cheryl immediately said with a cheery voice that was hiding bad news. She thought that pretending her gambling wasn't a big problem, her husband might not hate her for it.
You went out gambling again? Didn't you promise me that you were going to take a break for a while?
William's tone instantly became heavier. Oh, come on, it's the last time. Besides, an old friend from a big modeling agency invited me to go, so I thought it was a good opportunity for my career. Cheryl said very impatiently. Can you give me a break for once? Before waiting for him to answer, Cheryl hung up the phone after saying that. William threw the phone back down on the desk and then slapped it hard. His chest heaved up and down violently. Just then, a man in an expensive suit walked into the room. Hello, Dr. Chung, the man said with a charming smile on his face.
Hello.
William Chung stammered as he quickly restrained his emotions.
May I ask who you are?
Let me introduce myself. My name is Jeremy O'Brien of the Orion Group. I am here to ask about Mr. Watford's condition, the man said, getting straight to the point.
Oh, I'm not sure if you were present earlier, but I explained when he came out of surgery that Mr. Watford is still in serious condition. But it appears he's going to make it. He's not completely out of the woods, though, so we just need to observe him carefully. But I'm optimistic. What did you say your name was again?
William Chung said with a slight frown. Dr. Chung, can you really say with any certainty at this point that Mr. Watford will really recover? Jeremy O'Brien asked meaningfully.
What do you mean?
William Chung stared at him, not understanding his intentions. I just want to make sure that Mr. Watford is really safe and sound. Jeremy O'Brien asked again, but this time his tone was very serious. At that same time, Jeremy took out a debit card from his pocket and put it down on the desk where William sat. In that instant, William Chung's heart sank into a deep dilemma. If he accepted the card, what would that say about his ethics as a doctor? But if he did not accept it, what would this man do to him? And besides, this card surely contained enough money to wipe the slate clean of all of Cheryl's gambling debts, right? After a long while, William Chung sighed deeply and held the card in his hand as if to caress it.
What are you suggesting?
William asked, already knowing the answer. It's a few $1 million, Jeremy O'Brien said. Hearing that, William's hand that was holding the card suddenly stopped moving. It was a few $1 million. It was enough to pay his annual salary several times over. In the next second, William Chung's face immediately revealed a slight smile.
Sir, please take a seat. Actually, Mr. Watford's situation is not as safe as I let on. I just wanted to make sure that no one panicked earlier.
As William Chung spoke, he let out a deep sigh. Meanwhile, on the other side of the hospital, Kevin checked Terry Watford's condition in the hospital room and then took Marcus Watford with him back to Swan Lake. Mr. Williams, why did you bring this kid back with you? Dustin Newman asked as they walked in. Dustin stared at Marcus Watford, whose eyes were red. On the way back, Kevin had already explained the pros and cons of the situation to Marcus Watford. Marcus was very grateful that Kevin was willing to give him a chance to develop his power base under him, but he really didn't know where to begin. Where are Troy and the others? Kevin looked around the room and asked. Troy and Barry are practicing in the basement. Violet and Amanda went shopping with your parents, Dustin Newman said as he kept an eye on Marcus Watford, whom he immediately distrusted. What about Zane? Kevin asked with some doubt. Of course he went with your mother. Why else do you think she agreed to go out? She wanted to buy clothes for that guy, Dustin Newman said with some envy. Kevin furrowed his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. Ever since Zane Barlow came to Swan Lake, his mother Susan seemed to have really taken him under her wing. Trying not to feel too much jealousy, Kevin brought Marcus with him up to the 4th floor. After seeing Kevin walk in, Kyle Thompson, who had just finished his training session, immediately stood up and greeted him respectfully, saying, Sir. Kevin only nodded slightly and pointed at Marcus Watford. This young man can be considered your training partner. You guys will have to get along well in the future." Although Marcus was surprised, he did not ask any questions. Marcus knew that his father's fate was in Kevin's hand at this point, and he had to do everything possible to keep Kevin happy and his father alive. Terry Watford surgeon Dr. William Chung was bribed by Jeremy O'Brien, an Orion Group executive who did not want Terry to survive. And despite his ethics, Chung took the bribe because he had a beautiful wife who had a gambling problem that had led him into debt. Kevin had taken Marcus Watford to a Swan Lake compound where Kevin would mentor him alongside his other protege, Kyle Thompson. Kevin looked from one of them to the other and then advised seriously, "From now on, you can stay here. If you need anything, feel free to tell Dustin or one of the others. But without my permission, you are not allowed to leave, and you are not allowed to bring anyone else here."
"Yes, sir, Mr. Williams,"
Marcus Watford answered respectfully. Despite having been a thorn in Kevin's side when they first met, Marcus now was going to do anything to please this man, especially since Kevin held Marcus's father Terry's life in his hands. "All right, you two can chat for a while to get to know each other. I'll go and start refining the medicinal pills for Terry now," Kevin said as he left the two of them alone in the room. Kevin had a general idea of Terry Watford's condition. His limbs had been crushed by the impact of falling from such a height. As for the broken ribs, the doctor didn't seem to be overly worried, but the damage to his organs was somewhat concerning. The reason why Terry Watford still had not woken up was because he had suffered too much strain and was mentally and physically exhausted. When he was thrown down from the 5th floor, he also suffered a concussion. Kevin analyzed Terry's various ailments and knew that he had an enormous task ahead of him. But he had to lead his friend and colleague back to health, not just because it was the right thing to do, but because a large part of Kevin's future in DC depended upon it. Taking out the secret book and looking at the numerous pill formulas, Kevin was momentarily at a loss for which one to choose. Meanwhile, in the CEO's office of the Williams Company's headquarters in Chicago, Lily stood by the window and looked at the numerous fans and reporters downstairs, who had requested that she come downstairs to give an explanation. She sighed slightly. "Did the police send any news?" Lily asked without even turning her head. Sandra Wilson looked over at her and frowned deeply before she spoke. "It is still in the preliminary stages of the investigation. There is only speculation now. Someone placed a remote-controlled device under the stage that had been wired into the speakers. It's just that there were too many fans at the scene at the time to get a clear view of who it may have been who sabotaged the concert. If they want to find the culprit from the video evidence alone, it seems as though it will be like looking for a needle in a haystack."
"What else is there to investigate? It must have been Dalton Steele who did it. Only he has the guts and the ability to pull off a stunt like this,"
Gilbert Rhodes, who was sitting on the sofa, said angrily. "Let's all try to remain calm. Even if we do have reason to believe it was Dalton Steele who did it, so what? Right now, we don't have any conclusive evidence. If we rashly make a move on him, it'll only make our situation worse," Adriana Wright said, still able to maintain her sense of calm. She had not been overcome with anger like some of the others.
"Then we can only sit back and hope that Emo recovers in the hospital? If we can't come up with some conclusive evidence, then we'll just have to let Dalton get away with it?"
Gilbert Rhodes said unwillingly. "No one is saying that. No matter how perfect the cover is, there will definitely be some clues." Adriana patted Gilbert's shoulder and comforted him, adding, "By the way, where is Andre Hernandez? Wasn't he in charge of the whole event? We can't find him. No one has been able to get in touch with him since the incident. We sent someone to his house and found that Andre had left 2 days ago. His phone is also switched off." Sandra Wilson immediately replied. She looked around the room before adding, "Through the USB drive that Emo received shortly before the incident, the only thing that we can confirm now is that Andre Hernandez was actually working alongside Dalton and Ethan Williams." Hearing that, Gilbert immediately struggled out of Adriana's embrace, took out his phone, and started calling someone. "Spread the word, no matter what. I want Andre Hernandez found. Break his legs for me and then bring him to see me. The reward is $100,000, he said firmly into the phone. After saying this, Gilbert threw his phone off to the side. Adriana Wright only slightly frowned at his actions and did not say anything. At that moment, Rachel hurried into the office and said with an ugly expression, "I just got some bad news. Someone found Andre Hernandez's body in a ditch out in the suburbs." "What?" Adriana Wright stood up from the sofa in surprise. "Dalton must have done it. He didn't want us to find Andre and get any information out of him, so he made the first move and killed the person who made him most vulnerable." Gilbert clenched his fists and said while gnashing his teeth, "If that's the case, any evidence Andre Hernandez could have provided is now off the table," Sandra said as she frowned with great concern. "There is another way. Try to find the person who killed Andre Hernandez and use him to dig out Dalton's steel." Adriana Wright reacted pretty quickly and immediately thought of a way out. At the same time, in the mansion of the Steele family, Ethan Williams walked into the study in a hurry. "What are you trying to do? Did you send someone to kill Andre Hernandez? Now we will have one less powerful chess piece inside the Williams Company." Ethan reprimanded in a stern voice. "Are you really stupid, or are we just pretending to be stupid? Such a big incident happened during the event. Do you really think that the people of Williams Company wouldn't think that there was something up with Andre Hernandez?" Dalton Steele closed the book in his hand, raised his head, and stared coldly at Ethan. "Once he was found out, do you think he would have hesitated to reveal us? For the sake of our safety, I don't think Andre had any chance to go on living." "I assumed you knew that," Dalton added. "Well, you should have discussed this with me before you made a move, or at least just let me know. Don't forget that he's my contact after all." Ethan's eyes were about to narrow into a slit, and his chest heaved up and down violently. Whether you say it or not, you already know the truth. Then why should I waste my energy?" Dalton said with a puzzled expression. Ethan almost fainted from trying to keep his temper under control. If it wasn't for the fact that he wasn't any match for someone like Dalton Steele, Ethan might have lost his temper and done something he regretted. "I advise you to calm down. Anyway, Andre Hernandez is already dead. Besides, it's not like you don't have anyone else to use inside the Williams Company. He was just a chess piece, a pawn. If you lose one pawn, it doesn't mean the game is over." Dalton Steele placed the book on the table, got up, and tidied his clothes. "I advise you not to act rashly now. And now I need to go out and meet a friend," he added. After saying this, Dalton left with a smile. The moment he passed by Ethan, Dalton's face instantly darkened, and his eyes flashed with a look of intense rage. Ethan was playing right into his hands. Looking at Dalton Steele's back, Ethan was really angry. He kicked the leg of the table, and the impact of his foot against the wood made him jump up and down on the spot because of the pain. The person Dalton was meeting for lunch was none other than Brett Stewart. In the time since they had last met, the two of them had not spoken again. Whether Brett knew the truth or not, this time he had affected the people of the Williams Company. No matter how bad it had gotten, he had to give him an explanation. Dalton's association with Brett Stewart and the Myriads was a secret to all around them, and was complicated by the long association the Myriads had with the Alliance, as all fought to keep the Pinnacle from returning to rule the Foundation. If Kevin knew of the schemes being acted out behind his back, he would have been consumed with rage, and surely those schemes would soon come to light. The lip-syncing scandal had Lily and her Williams media executives in defense mode, but matters worsened when they learned that Andre Hernandez hadn't just disappeared, but that he'd been murdered. Clearly, Andre was involved in the scheme that stemmed, they were sure, from Dalton Steele. Dalton continued to dismiss Ethan's plans as he went to meet Brett Stewart, who was going to be, it appeared, a new partner in his effort to control Chicago. Dalton had been aware that the Myriads were hiding in the Midwest. He found it unbelievable. If the Myriads really entered the world of ordinary people, it would certainly make things more complicated. He had tried to find information about where exactly they were now, but apart from Brett Stewart's villa in the western suburbs of Chicago, he couldn't find any useful information. No matter what methods he used, the people he sent out either returned empty-handed or didn't return from their mission. Dalton couldn't do anything about it. Although he was Travis Adams' direct protege, he didn't have any substantial position in the Myriads. Some people who firmly supported Brett Stewart's faction even thought of him as something of a thorn in their side. As for those who opposed Brett Stewart, although they had some dealings with him in secret, Dalton naturally didn't pay much attention to them. After all, the Myriads were a huge organization. He didn't have enough capacity to take on that kind of challenge. More importantly, Brett Stewart was like a brother to him. How could he betray his own brother? Soon, Dalton arrived at the villa. Due to the orders Brett Stewart had laid out for his people ahead of time, he didn't encounter any obstacles along the way. At the moment, Brett was sitting in the study with Roger Knott. There was also a chessboard placed between the two of them. The black and white pieces were intertwined with each other. It almost appeared as though the white chess pieces that were deep into the black piece's side were trying to expand their influence over an enemy's territory. Looking at the complicated chessboard, Roger Knott's right hand was holding a rook, repeatedly stretched out and pulled back several times. Finally, he shook his head lightly a few times and said with a slight sigh, "Your chess skills have improved. I feel as though you've already won." "Haha, my friend, you must be joking. You're just playing absent-mindedly today. It is reasonable for you to lose once in a while," Brett Stewart casually said as he leaned back. Roger was stunned for a moment, then he revealed a bitter smile. There was indeed something on his mind today. As one of the higher-ups of the Myriads, he was not optimistic about the current situation. Outsiders might not feel much, but in recent days, all of the members of the Myriads had been worrying about their own safety. The situation on the ancient battlefield had hurt their vitality. Even if Brett Stewart reacted in time and kept most of the elites, the Alliance was still closing in on them step by step. It seemed like they wanted to eliminate all of them. Under such circumstances, it was hard for Roger to see how the situation would develop favorably for them in the future. "Sir, I'm a little nervous. May I ask how plans for the next steps are going?" Roger had taken a deep breath before revealing his thoughts. He had respect for Brett Stewart's leadership, but Roger also knew that things were not going well for the Myriads in the ongoing attempt to push back the Pinnacle. "Roger, I figured that you were thinking about this problem." Brett played with the thumb ring on his hand and said with a smile. An awkward expression flashed across Roger's face. He was old and wise, but Brett Stewart had easily seen through his thoughts. "Since you have already asked today, I will ask you a question in return. How is the situation between the Myriads and the Alliance?" Brett asked with a slight smile on his face. After thinking for a moment, he added, "There is no need to worry. You can tell me anything. No matter what you say, I will not blame you." Hearing this, Roger frowned slightly and fell into a short silence. Brett did not rush him. He picked up the coffee cup next to him and took a sip, waiting patiently for Roger to give an answer. After a few minutes, Roger hesitated and said, "To be honest, sir, if you really want to compare us with the Alliance, I don't think we have any chance if it really comes to that. The difference in strength between the two of us is too big." Roger Knott wasn't belittling himself, Brett, or the Myriads as a whole by any means. After all, the current strength of the Alliance was as strong as the sun at noon. No one would dare to fight them head-on. "If that's the case, why did you ask me this question right now?" Brett said with a faint smile as he put down his coffee cup. He added,
Right now, the strength of the Alliance is already an indisputable fact. There is only one option for us, and that is to accumulate as much strength as possible." He paused for a moment before adding, "In addition, I have a feeling that Washington might make some big moves." "Sir, what do you mean by that?" Roger asked in surprise. "Didn't you receive the news?" Brett asked as he gave Roger a deep look. "Recently, the so-called outstanding geniuses of the younger generation have all begun to mysteriously disappear. There's also no news about Jeffrey Bowie. Out of curiosity, I sent someone to investigate. Guess what news I got?" "What?" Roger asked him almost subconsciously. "More than half of the people at the Southeast School for Natural Medicine have disappeared. Or it should be said that the school itself is divided into two factions, and the ones who have disappeared are the people from Jeffrey Bowie's faction," Brett Stewart said while stroking the ring on his hand. "Do you mean that there was an internal conflict in the Southeast School for Natural Medicine?" Roger asked. He was a smart person, and he instantly understood the importance of this news. "So I was wondering what kind of external force was able to cause such a huge storm in the school, and why and how the news was so tightly concealed," Brett said as his eyes revealed a thoughtful expression. "There are many powers who could seize the opportunity to eliminate Jeffrey Bowie and the others. Who do you suspect did it?" Roger asked. His brows were almost knitted into a frown. "You're right. There are many powers that can do this. But what about the follow-up problems? No matter what, the Southeast School for Natural Medicine was still a powerful organization. Even if the government didn't want to ask about it, it wouldn't be able to. But why did they have to remain silent? Don't forget that the matter of the Pinnacle has yet to be truly resolved. If war breaks out in the future, the government still needs to have enough strength to counterattack." Brett Stewart analyzed patiently. Roger gradually became silent, or rather, he did not know how to refute. Brett sighed faintly. "I also hope that I'm just overthinking things. After all, ordinary people cannot interfere with matters of the experts' world. This is an unwritten rule that has been established for generations, but I have a feeling that a storm is coming." "Sir, if what you have said is true, what should we do now?" Roger asked in confusion. After all, they were discussing a threat to the entire Foundation. It wasn't something that could be easily solved by anyone, let alone the two of them. If such a thing really happened, the Myriads would need Brett Stewart to command them to survive. "There is only one thing we need to do right now, and that is to completely rest and recuperate." Brett Stewart slowly exhaled a long breath of air and said. Just as Roger Knott was about to say something, a subordinate of the Myriad suddenly knocked on the door. "Supreme Commander, Mr. Knott, Dalton Steele is here to see you." "Dalton is here? Where is he? Bring him to me right away." A smile instantly appeared on Brett Stewart's face. He exchanged glances with Roger Knott and left the study. At the same time, at the mansion on Swan Lake, Kevin, who had been preparing to refine some healing pills for Terry Watford, suddenly received a call from Stanley Cooper, asking him to come over to the Reaper Squad's base immediately, saying that there was an urgent matter to discuss. What matter is so important that it can't be discussed over the phone? Do I really need to come over there now? Kevin raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise.
"I can't explain it clearly on the phone. In short, someone wants to see you,"
Stanley Cooper said seriously. "Who is it?" Kevin quickly asked. "Don't tell me it's government officials. You know what I hate most is flattery from those people."
"Don't worry. I would never arrange that kind of thing for you. To be precise, it is not one person, but 3 people who want to see you right now."
Stanley Cooper sat down in a chair and crossed his legs. Kevin frowned. Finally, Stanley Cooper gave in. He quickly stood up from his chair and said,
"It's Sebastian Young, Clarissa Pratt, and Jeffrey Bowie who want to see you."
"All 3 of them? What do they want to talk about?" Kevin frowned and muttered. Stanley Cooper did not answer. He just spread his hands and shrugged with a sigh, indicating that he didn't know either. "What is going on?" Kevin asked in a serious tone. It was rare for Kevin not to know exactly what lay in his future when he was dealing with those of lesser powers than he had. But Stanley Cooper had laid out a mystery for him that he couldn't immediately solve. But he knew he had to. As Kevin was preparing to refine some medicinal pills to help Terry Watford recover, he received a call from Stanley Cooper asking him to come to the Reaper Squad's base right away. When Kevin asked why, Stanley would only reveal that there were 3 people who wanted to speak with him. When Kevin demanded to know who it was, Stanley finally revealed that it was Sebastian Young, Clarissa Pratt, and Jeffrey Bowie, much to Kevin's surprise. After all, he didn't have much of a relationship with Jeffrey, Clarissa, Sebastian, and the others. In fact, he had something of a bad impression of them because of all the conflicts between them in the past. Although he had rescued the 3 of them from the Mavericks' experiments, Kevin did not believe that they would be grateful to him just because of this. After all, he hadn't gone there specifically to try to save them. They just so happened to be there.
The Mavericks who were captured had been very tight-lipped. Then yesterday they all died for no apparent reason.
Stanley Cooper sighed helplessly and said,
"Now the only ones left in our hands are Sebastian Young and the other 2. It was not easy to get them to step forward and point out the Mavericks, but they finally made a compromise. Their only condition is to see you."
Wait a minute. The people from the Mavericks that they arrested are all dead? Kevin frowned and looked at Stanley Cooper with narrowed eyes. He hesitated for more than 10 seconds before he finally said, "It seems that the Reaper Squad is not as strong as I thought. It has been infiltrated by the Mavericks."
Well, either way, it can be said that Sebastian Young and the other 2 are our last chance,
Stanley Cooper said as he rubbed his forehead. He did not have any reason to refute Kevin's words. After all, the Reaper Squad's base was heavily guarded and a group of prisoners had died. This could only prove that there was a problem on the inside. But I still don't understand. Why are they asking to see me? There shouldn't be many people who know my identity inside the Reaper Squad, right? Kevin asked puzzledly.
You're right, but you were carrying out a mission with me to destroy the research lab of the Mavericks. Even the most foolish person alive would be able to grasp the relationship between you and the Reaper Squad,
Stanley Cooper explained to Kevin. He then added,
"Anyway, you're already here. It's not like you have anything better to lose by meeting them. Just treat it as a favor to me. It will make me look better in the eyes of some around here anyway."
"Were you also punished?" The surprised look on Kevin's face became even more serious. One should know that Stanley Cooper was a member of the inner circle of the Reaper Squad, and he was Scott Whitney's own grandson.
"Didn't I tell you that everyone involved in this matter was punished? I definitely can't be selfish and try to get out of it,"
Stanley said flatly. After thinking seriously for a while, Kevin gently nodded his head and agreed to go through with it. Stanley smiled and asked Kevin to wait for a while. He would go and bring Sebastian, Clarissa, and Jeffrey to him. About 10 minutes later, Sebastian Young, Clarissa Pratt, and Jeffrey Bowie arrived under the escort of more than 20 Reaper Squad warriors. Kevin's eyes flashed with surprise when he saw such a scene. Within the Reaper Squad's base, there were strict security measures everywhere. From this, it could be seen that the inside of the Reaper Squad was in a tense situation where everyone was essentially a soldier.
"All right, all of you wait outside. If there's anything else I need from you, I'll call you in."
Stanley Cooper ordered his subordinates to leave first, then personally closed the door behind them. He leaned against the door and crossed his arms in front of his chest. "You're not going to leave too?" Kevin asked with a frown.
"Please forgive me, but if I do, there might be people who will say that you are colluding with each other. Don't worry, you can just pretend that I'm not here. I don't have eyes or ears,"
Stanley Cooper said, closing his eyes and putting his hands over his ears as he spoke. "If you don't mind, I really have nothing to say." Kevin turned around and looked at the 3 of them. "As long as you don't mind, we have no objections," Sebastian Young replied weakly. Looking at the three of them who clearly had yet to fully recover, Kevin couldn't help but feel his heart sink a little. Once upon a time, these three people were called geniuses and were quite good looking. At that time, they were insufferably arrogant and proud of themselves. It could be said that they were young and successful and on the path to doing great things. When he first met them, Kevin was as lowly as one could be. But now it was the complete opposite. Kevin was getting stronger and stronger, and he was well on his way to building his own empire. But these three were like leftovers in an old dirty pot now. Tell me, what is it that you want from me? I feel that there is no sense of so-called friendship between us. Furthermore, I really don't think that I can help you much. Kevin didn't hide anything and got straight to the point. The three of them looked at each other and saw the deep sadness and helplessness in each other's eyes. The room gradually fell into silence. Sebastian Young and the other two did not seem to know what to say. Stanley Cooper, who was still standing at the door, seemed to be meditating like an old monk and didn't show any reaction. Are you going to tell me what you asked me for here or not? I still have a lot of things waiting for me on the outside. I don't have time to waste with you guys, Kevin said impatiently. Sebastian Young took a deep breath and looked at Kevin. He said seriously, Mr. Williams, I wanted to see you today because I have a request. Oh, you actually called me Mr. Williams? How times have changed. It seems that there is something very important that you have entrusted to me, but why do you believe that I will do anything to help you? The corner of Kevin's mouth lifted slightly as he asked. Because in our memories, the only one who dared to interfere and ask about this matter is you. In addition, you also have sufficient strength at this point, he started to say before trailing off. Also, you have already destroyed the Maverick slab, and you have already become enemies with them. Clarissa Pratt chimed in as she spoke faintly. So is this because I saved you guys? Kevin's face showed some surprise. He didn't give the three of them a chance to speak. He continued. I can also tell you honestly that saving your lives was just an accident. Even if it was someone else who was locked up in that room, I still would have saved them. It's not as if I came there looking for you. Jeffrey Bowie suddenly said loudly, But what we are trying to talk about is related to the safety of the entire Foundation, as well as the safety of every single expert alive. It is not an exaggeration to say that it concerns the survival of humanity itself. What does it have to do with me? Kevin asked as he crossed his arms in front of his chest. Although Kevin was a little surprised, his facial expression didn't change in the least. He saw no reason to give away any of his thoughts to these three. Kevin, what we are saying is not a joke. As a citizen and member of society, you absolutely can't refuse, Jeffrey Bowie said with excitement. Are you talking about the Pinnacle? It's not like it's a big deal. They're not a threat anymore. Kevin leaned back in his chair and crossed his arms in front of his chest as if he didn't care about anything. However, Stanley Cooper, who was standing beside them, suddenly opened his eyes wide. He looked at them with a flash of light in his eyes. He seemed to be thinking about something important. Kevin, in my memory, you are not such a cold-hearted person, Sebastian Young said as he stretched out his hand and held back Jeffrey Bowie, who had become extremely angry at Kevin. Not to mention that this was not the place to start a fight. Just the gap between them and Kevin was too great. Even if the three of them were at their peak condition, they were still no match for someone like Kevin. Instead of making a move and humiliating themselves, they might as well sit down and have a measured conversation. It wasn't the time for them to deny Kevin's words. Everyone will change, Kevin said slowly. In this complicated society, how many people can remain the same throughout their entire lives? Sebastian Young and the other two became silent as they pondered the meaning behind Kevin's words. Jeffrey Bowie angrily turned his head to the side and sulked. Clarissa Pratt also slightly lowered her head. She did not know what to think. Sebastian Young frowned and looked at Kevin. He wanted to see something from his eyes, but he did not see anything that he could grab hold of. After a long time, Kevin looked at the three of them who were just staring at each other. He suddenly could not help but laugh. He sighed and said, "That's enough. If you have anything else to say, just say it. I promise that I will listen before deciding whether to help or not."
Do you want to help or not? Anyway, this matter does not only involve us,
Jeffrey Bowie said with annoyance. He didn't even look at Kevin. His remaining anger had yet to dissipate as he spoke. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. I just won't listen to you." Kevin couldn't bear to see Jeffrey Bowie doing this. He forcefully slapped the table, stood up, and made a move to leave.
"All right, put your temper away. We are talking about serious business here. The least you can do is keep your temper in check,"
Sebastian Young said bravely. Obviously, he had seen through exactly what Kevin was thinking. He added,
"I understand that you are of great importance."
"What exactly is it that you want to tell me?" Kevin frowned slightly and his face finally became completely serious.
"When we were being held captive by the Mavericks, we accidentally overheard them saying that their superiors had joined forces with the Pinnacle,"
Sebastian Young said in a somewhat shocking tone. Kevin and Stanley Cooper stood up almost at the same time as they shouted in disbelief.
"What?"
As Kevin was summoned to the Reaper Squad's base by Stanley Cooper, he was somewhat surprised to learn that the ones who had requested his presence were Sebastian Young, Clarissa Pratt, and Jeffrey Bowie. He thought they perhaps wanted to thank him for rescuing them from the Mavericks research lab, but Kevin matter-of-factly informed them that he had not had any intention of going there to save them. But when Sebastian Young informed him that they had overheard that the Mavericks had joined forces with the Pinnacle, Kevin and Stanley both reacted with shock. Kevin and Stanley couldn't believe what Sebastian had said. Given the status of the leading members of the Mavericks, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that the words of their leaders could decide the fate of many people. So when Sebastian Young said that they had joined forces with the Pinnacle, it was truly hard to fathom.
Do you know what you are talking about? If there is no conclusive evidence, that sentence you uttered just now is enough to be truly dangerous, and you will never be able to make a comeback if it gets out and turns out to be false.
Stanley Cooper couldn't help but reprimand him harshly.
"Don't worry. I am very clear on the implications right now, and I know what I am talking about. This is absolutely true,"
Sebastian said as he turned around and looked at Stanley Cooper calmly.
"You are part of the Reaper Squad. Haven't you investigated the Mavericks? Their experiments on experts are not the sort of thing that should be taking place anywhere among the Foundation."
"Sebastian, you'd better think long and hard about this," Stanley said.
His chest heaved up and down as he spoke. If you don't believe us, then it only means that your status in the Reaper Squad is not high enough. Or rather, you just know too little about the Mavericks," Clarissa Pratt added quietly as she took over the conversation. "Then how did you guys hear it? How exactly did it happen?" Kevin frowned slightly. He also did not dare to believe this news. Thinking back to the huge invasion of the Pinnacle, whether it was the experts or the ordinary combat units of the military, everyone was pushed to the limit. As the party in charge at the time, the Mavericks represented the hundreds of millions of civilians. If they were to join forces with the Pinnacle, wouldn't that mean that the government had already surrendered? Kevin really couldn't figure out why they would do such a thing.
"Although we only heard about it, we do have conclusive evidence,"
Sebastian Young said as he slowly stretched out his right hand, lifted up his sleeve, and revealed his arm. Under the light, Sebastian's arm was completely different from any ordinary person's arm. His arm emitted a light blue fluorescence, and it could be seen with the naked eye under the surface of his skin. The crisscrossing blood vessels drew out a complicated mark on his arm. "What does this mean?" Kevin asked with a slight frown.
"It doesn't necessarily look that different right now."
Sebastian stretched out his left hand as he spoke. He used his index and middle fingers to gently stroke his wrist. On the surface, it looked strange, but it did not seem to be anything all that special. However, after he cut his wrist, there was no blood flowing out. Instead, it was a kind of blue liquid. Seeing this, Kevin frowned even more tightly. He looked hard at the place where Sebastian was cut and seemed to be deep in thought. Usually, when the blood in a human starts to change color, it can only be explained by two possibilities. Either there was an impairment in one's immune system and blood supply function, causing the person to become extremely ill, or the person was poisoned, destroying the very structure of the blood and causing it to change color. However, Sebastian clearly did not belong to either of these two categories. This led Kevin to be left in utter confusion, unable to figure out what exactly had happened to him. Immediately following that, the others mimicked Sebastian's actions, and the same strange liquid flowed out from their wrists as well. Now you believe it, right? Or do you think this is the color blood that humans should have? Sebastian said without changing his expression, as he was already used to the bizarre color of his blood.
This only means that you have gone through severe torture. It is hard to say that the Mavericks have joined the Pinnacle just based on this.
Stanley took a deep breath and tried his best to regain his composure as he spoke.
If you say so, I have nothing to say to refute you. You can treat what the three of us say as nothing to be concerned about, but if the Pinnacle invades in the future, don't blame us for not warning you ahead of time,
Sebastian said as he wiped the liquid off his wrist. Miraculously, in less than a minute, his wound had completely healed. Such a powerful self-healing ability was something that not even the most powerful expert in the world had. Without any unnecessary communication, Sebastian and the other two took a deep look at Kevin, who was himself deep in thought. Then Sebastian and the others steeled their hearts and left the Reaper Squad. Stanley returned to his office and closed the door. He sat opposite Kevin with a solemn expression on his face.
So what do you think about this matter?
After thinking for more than 10 seconds, Kevin took a deep breath and said without looking up, "Do you want to hear the truth, or do you want me to lie to you?"
What are you talking about? Of course I want to hear the truth.
Stanley Cooper was not in the mood to joke around with Kevin, so he replied seriously. "Actually, in my heart, I do believe what the three of them said just now." Kevin's face was expressionless, and he didn't give Stanley Cooper any chance to speak. He then analyzed it vaguely, saying, "You can think about it yourself. If the Mavericks want to do something, and if there is no harm to them in doing it, why wouldn't they?" He then added, "It has been a long time since the invasion of the Pinnacle. Why didn't they make any further moves? They were never going to let this matter rest so easily forever." Listening to Kevin's thoughts, Stanley Cooper gradually fell into silence. It wasn't that he didn't want to refute Kevin's words, but that he really couldn't find a suitable excuse and reason to do so. After a long time, Stanley raised his head slightly and only said one sentence.
"I think you're right."
"I hope I'm not, but the Mavericks aren't fools. They never would have made it so that everyone in the inner circle knew about it. They would never let it get that far. So what Sebastian Young and the others heard might not have been true." Kevin said without stopping, "But there is another problem with this. In the lab of the Mavericks, there should not be any groundless rumors. Since Sebastian heard it, why did those people let them hear it? It could have been a diversion for their sake." As Kevin's words became more and more contradictory, Stanley Cooper's frown became tighter and tighter. Meanwhile, in the mountains at the headquarters of the Alliance, the building was engulfed in flames. Many members of the Alliance were running back and forth in a state of panic trying to put out the fire. However, the fire was only getting fiercer and fiercer, causing these experts who had no experience in putting out a fire to be thrown into complete chaos. "Alliance leader, don't go any further. The fire is getting bigger and bigger. If you go any further, you might be in danger of getting trapped," an Alliance member said as he wiped the stains on his face and anxiously pulled on the sleeve of the Alliance leader.
"Get out of my way. My wife hasn't come out yet. Are you telling me to retreat right now without her?"
the Alliance leader roared in anger.
"Have you found out the reason for the fire yet?"
Ever since the defeat of the Myriads, the Alliance leader had been in a very good mood. He even gave the members who stayed in the headquarters a vacation. Today, he was drinking wine and enjoying the scenery with a few of the higher-ups of the Alliance. However, he did not expect that just as he picked up the wine, a servant would run over to report that the section of the headquarters where his wife was had caught fire. The Alliance leader was so scared that he threw aside his wine glass and ran over in a hurry. However, when he arrived, the fire had already covered the entire wing of the building. "We haven't found out yet, but we have some conjectures. But the most important thing right now is that the fire is too big. We need everyone to get to safety." The man braced himself and replied. At that moment, the man's heart was also filled with countless worries. He never expected this kind of thing to happen. The buildings of the headquarters of the Alliance were luxurious, but they were all very old and were not built to withstand a fire like this. After all, the headquarters was located in the mountains, so wood was the easiest material to use. Given the drought that this area had been in once the fire started, it could be seen with the naked eye that the fire was spreading at a terrifying speed. From the time the fire was discovered until now, in just less than 10 minutes, it had already spread to 5 different buildings.
How has she not been rescued yet? What are you still standing there for anyway?
The Alliance leader kicked his subordinate in the leg, causing him to take a few steps back and almost fall to the ground. Ignoring the warnings, the Alliance leader turned around and took a few more steps forward. He stopped at the edge of the safe zone of the fire and looked at the flames anxiously, but he couldn't see any movement through the flames.
Hurry up and put out the fire. If anything happens to her, none of you will be alive tomorrow.
The Alliance leader pointed at the fire and roared. He had been focused on developing his power base recently that he hadn't spent much time with his wife. However, this did not mean that he did not love Selena in the depths of his heart. In many cases, that love was not expressed in words, but there was never any doubt that he cared for her as much as anyone possibly could. Following the orders of the Alliance leader, the members of the Alliance could not help but increase the speed of their movements. Time passed minute by minute, and soon almost an hour had passed. The fire was finally put out completely. The suffocating smoke stimulated everyone's nerves. Most of the people present had their faces covered in soot. Some of the clothes on their bodies had even been burnt by the fire. None of them had their previous high and mighty appearance, and they were now all like a group of beggars gathered together in charred rags. However, no one dared to leave without permission. They stood quietly on the spot and looked at the Alliance leader, whose face was ashen. Looking at the ruins in front of them, the Alliance leader felt like he was choking. If it wasn't for someone helping him steady himself in time, he might have fallen to the ground.
Is there still no trace of her?
The Alliance leader asked in a trembling voice. Alliance leader, please accept our condolences. The man beside him lowered his head and answered weakly. In fact, half an hour ago, everyone already had an answer to this question in their hearts. The fire was so huge, and she had not come out of the building. Even when parts of it collapsed, she still had yet to show herself. The probability of surviving was very low. It seemed all but a certainty that they weren't going to be pulling her out alive. Now that the body had not been found, it only seemed to suggest that she had been burned beyond recognition. The Alliance leader suddenly let out a muffled groan. Then he used all of his strength to hold his chest tightly. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his eyes closed as he fainted. Alliance leader! Many people cried out in unison. The surrounding Alliance members immediately rushed to him, wanting to check on the Alliance leader's condition.
Why the hell are you all surrounding him? Hurry up and call the medical staff over.
The Alliance's highest-ranking member present shouted, trying not to panic. At the same time, at the foot of the mountain of the Alliance, where the trees were very dense, more than a dozen people were moving at a fast speed. If the people gathered around the Alliance leader were there at the moment, they would definitely recognize the one who was being supported by 2 women was Selena Salem, who it was widely believed should have died in the fire. At that moment, Selena's face was mixed with panic, worry, and a strange sense of excitement. She kept muttering, "Faster, faster. Don't let him have enough time to come across any kind of clue." We have to put enough space between us that he won't be able to catch up." When the others heard her pleas, they all increased their speed as much as they could as they shuttled through the dense forest into a long-planned escape from the Alliance Mountain hideaway. The Alliance leader assumed that the fire at the group's mountain compound had taken the life of his beloved wife, the Alliance director, Selena, but she in fact had faked her death and was escaping with her trusted allies. They were all well aware that what they were doing now was betraying the Alliance. Once they were discovered, according to the rules of the Alliance, every one of them would be sentenced to death. However, none of them would regret it. Everyone who had joined the Alliance had the same feeling of regret aching deep in their bones. The torture caused by the evil pill given to all the Alliance members had made them want to escape, but they never had the chance to do so. After all, the poison of the evil pill would follow them for the rest of their lives. Unless they could somehow break through to level 7 someday, they would never be able to completely get rid of its effects. However, it was different now. Selena had promised them that as long as they could escape from the Alliance, she would be able to find someone to completely remove the poison in their bodies. She would also give them hundreds of thousands of dollars each to start a new life. This sum of money was enough for them to get plastic surgery to change their appearances and give them a chance to start anew, living a completely carefree life once again. Although the Alliance was powerful, its members didn't stretch across the entire country. Moreover, as long as they kept a low profile in the future, they would not give themselves away. The prospect of finding them would be like finding a needle in a haystack. Moreover, the fire at the headquarters had given them a perfect way out. There were so many members of the Alliance. Even if a dozen of them disappeared after the fire with no remains to speak of, no one would notice. They would just assume that their bodies had been burned beyond recognition. They shuttled through the forest for more than an hour before stopping. No matter how high their power bases were, they still needed time to rest. Selena Salem looked like she was about to fall over. Her eyes swept over the dozen or so people around her one by one. Selena Salem wiped the sweat on her forehead and said, "How far are we from the headquarters now?"
"About 20 miles, someone replied, before seeming to have seen through Selena's worries and immediately added, "Don't worry, our preparations were very good. Even the Alliance leader couldn't find any flaws in this short period of time. Moreover, we have people following behind who are responsible for removing any trace of our footprints along the way. No matter what, the people at the headquarters won't be able to find any evidence of which way we went."
Selena only relaxed a little when she heard this. "So, where are we going next?" One of them had asked the question on many of their minds. Selena seemed stunned at first, but then she quickly thought about it. She did not know the exact location of Kevin at the moment, or to be more accurate, she had never asked. "I heard Shannon Tate say that he is in Washington, D.C., so we should head in that direction first," Selena said hesitantly. Hearing this, the person who had asked the question frowned slightly.
"Well, I think there is something that we should all be reminded of before we set off. Washington, D.C. is a dangerous place. Senior members of the Alliance had previously gone to set up a branch there. If we appear suddenly without taking the proper precautions, it is very likely that our whereabouts will be exposed."
"Don't worry. I believe that he is definitely there, and the city is very densely populated. We might not be discovered either, even if we walked right past an Alliance member," Selena said before she revealed a smile and said, "As long as we find Kevin, you can all look forward to a brand new life." When these words were said, the rest of the people's faces also revealed wide smiles. Selena raised her head and looked at the horizon. Her face carried a rich smile as she continuously repeated over and over in her heart, "Kevin, I'm coming to find you." Meanwhile, that same evening, Kevin left the Reaper Squad's base and returned to Swan Lake. It took him almost 2 hours to find the formula that Terry Watford needed in the huge amount of medicinal pills detailed in the secret book. But there was another problem right in front of him. Kevin did not have any of the necessary herbs. After thinking about it, he went to the Smart family's mansion to request all of the herbs needed to refine the pill for Terry. Originally, Kevin wanted to get the herbs and leave, but he did not expect the Smart family to be so generous that they forced him to stay. In the living room, Kevin took a sip of coffee and looked at the two people in front of him. One of them was Alexander Smart, and the other was the current patriarch of the Smart family, Wilhelm Smart. Mr. Smart, with all due respect, if you have something particular you would like to say, can you say it quickly? Terry Watford, the CEO of the Orion Group, is waiting for me to treat him, Kevin said anxiously to Wilhelm Smart. Ah, Mr. Williams, I have heard about Mr. Watford's condition. There aren't any major threats to his life right now. We have enough time to talk, Wilhelm said with a smile as he held his own coffee cup casually. He added, from the looks of it, it's quite clear that Mr. Watford holds a very high position in your heart, though, am I right? I was thinking that if my family were to encounter such a tragedy in the future, would you also be so concerned about it? Wilhelm said as he gave Kevin a deep look. What do you mean by this? Are you doubting my sense of fairness? Kevin frowned slightly and said with an unhappy expression, if that's the case, you can rest assured that I will treat you equally. If the person lying in the hospital was a member of the Smart family, I would also be in such a hurry. Hearing his words, Alexander Smart's expression became somewhat awkward. Although he had a certain amount of authority, it was nothing compared to Wilhelm Smart. As a result, even if he knew that Wilhelm's suggestion might offend Kevin, he could not refute him. Okay, I'm sure that is the case, Wilhelm said as he put down the coffee cup in his hand, and his face suddenly became serious. Mr. Williams, I have another question for you. If you succeed in the future, and I mean truly succeed, how will you give your men credit? Kevin was stunned when he heard this because he had never thought about this before. After all, he was still in the beginning stages of building his empire. Although he did not say outright that he would reach the top, he did not even consider the possibility of failure. However, he was still too far from his goals to be thinking about what he would do after he reached the level of success that he was striving for. Why do you ask that, Mr. Smart? Kevin squinted his eyes and looked at Wilhelm as he asked. Haha, Mr. Williams, you are a smart man. Don't tell me you don't understand what I mean, Wilhelm said slowly. My family has been a prestigious one in this city for many generations. Now we are putting our necks on the line to support you. Should we also not know what your ultimate plans are? Kevin instantly understood. It seemed like Wilhelm's ultimate goal in keeping him here was to negotiate terms. Since you clearly seem to be getting at something specific, why don't you tell me exactly what you have in mind? Kevin took a deep breath and asked. My idea is very simple. You have only just started to build your reputation here in Washington. The enemies you will face in the future will definitely be stronger, so when the final reward comes, how about we judge it by how much each family has contributed to your efforts? Wilhelm said without a change in his expression. Actually, he didn't want to say it so early on in the process. To put it bluntly, it might affect the impression Kevin had of the Smart family. This time, something happened to Terry Watford, and again Kevin had sprung into action. This had caused Wilhelm Smart to be unable to sit still any longer. If he didn't give Kevin some of the Smart family's bargaining chips in advance, how would their voices be heard in the world Kevin was setting out to build? You seem to be implying something, Kevin said as he couldn't help but let out a cold snort. How could he not be worried about the meaning behind Wilhelm Smart's words? After all, the foundation of the Thompson family was mostly in the Midwest, and the results they could achieve in Washington, D.C. were not nearly as much as some of the other families. If the reward was based on how much each family truly contributed, the Thompson family should definitely be ranked at the bottom. Mr. Williams, please don't misunderstand.
After all, there are a lot of people in my family. Let me put it somewhat bluntly. This is a bit like raising a dog. If there is enough meat to eat, how can it bite me?"
Wilhelm said as his expression didn't change in the slightest. It didn't have any effect on him. "Mr. Smart, don't worry," Kevin said as he got up and tidied his clothes. He said in a cold tone, "The Smart family's taste in coffee is not bad, but it's a pity that it doesn't suit my simpler taste." After saying this, Kevin left. He had already made himself clear enough. Whether Wilhelm Smart could understand it or not was up to him. As soon as Kevin left, Alexander Smart stood defiantly. "Wilhelm, what did you mean just now? Isn't it too early to say these things? If we do it like this, all of our previous efforts might be in vain. Kevin is like a sleeping giant right now. Very few people know what he will be capable of soon. If we can get on good terms with him and stay on good terms with him, we will benefit tremendously. But we cannot afford to become enemies. He will definitely exact revenge on everyone who has wronged him soon enough." Alexander emphasized loudly. "Why are you shouting? I am only your older brother, not your grandfather. You don't have to shout like I'm deaf." Wilhelm looked at his younger brother with great dissatisfaction and reprimanded him. "On behalf of an outsider, why are you speaking to me as disrespectfully as this?" "I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm thinking about the future of our family, big brother. Do you know what Kevin is already capable of? Once Kevin has a grudge, he doesn't let it go. Wouldn't our family lose more than we would gain by testing him?" Alexander roared, his anger still in full force. "So what if the losses outweigh the gains? What if he doesn't get what he wants in the end?" Wilhelm retorted. "Is that what you really think?" Alexander asked as he suddenly calmed down and looked at his older brother in confusion. He was very clear about Wilhelm's personality. He was calm and steady. It was impossible for him to speak to others without knowing when to advance or retreat just because of a small profit. Otherwise, the Smart family would not have existed at the top of DC's power structure for so long. "Don't tell me you haven't noticed. Who is Terry Watford? The CEO of the Orion Group. He is a man with an incredible amount of power, and even so, with everyone well aware that he is on the same side as Kevin, he was almost killed by an assassin just the other day. Do you think that the prestige of the Smart family is higher than that of Terry Watford?" Wilhelm asked in a stern voice. "Are you suggesting the Terry Watford situation wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface?" Alexander said, his expression also becoming serious. Wilhelm lightly nodded his head and said, "Kevin is still too young. No matter how low-key he tries to make himself out to be, he is still too arrogant for his own good. There are some things that cannot be seen clearly on the surface. I believe that Herman Thompson and some of the others must have noticed it, but even so, they did not say a word to Kevin. Have you ever thought about why?" Alexander opened his mouth but did not say a word for a long time, or rather he did not have anything with which to refute his older brother. Wilhelm's right index finger kept tapping on the table, and his face revealed a profound expression as he said, "According to the news that we have received, Kevin has already ruined the Mavericks' plan several times. No matter how good their tempers are, they will not be able to bear it for much longer. Under such circumstances, countless people will end up like Terry Watford in the future." Alexander kept trying to digest what his older brother was saying. The more he thought about it, the more shocked he felt. Kevin had actually gotten the attention of the most powerful people already. To put it more seriously, this was a test for Kevin. However, Herman Thompson and some of the others must have realized this, but why didn't they say anything about it to Kevin? Looking at Wilhelm in front of him, Alexander suddenly felt that his big brother's horizons were much wider than his own. And he knew that Kevin Williams was going to be a pawn in Wilhelm's grand game of chess. Kevin went to the Smart family to get herbs for the pills he was refining to cure Terry Watford. There he was questioned by Wilhelm Smart, the family's leader, who wanted to get a promise from Kevin that once he did achieve his full powers, he would be aligned with the Smart family, a promise Kevin did not make. After leaving the Smart family's mansion, Kevin strolled along the streets. Kevin's brows tightly furrowed, and his mind was filled with the words that Wilhelm Smart had said earlier. He knew that someone of Wilhelm's status would make it unusual for him to ask for considerations from Kevin. So why did he ask for them? Suddenly, a thought appeared in Kevin's mind. Could it be that there were some people in some of the families who supported him who actually had ill intentions? How many people who had promised to stand behind him were actually hiding something from him? This time, all sorts of messy thoughts flashed through Kevin's mind. For a moment, he could not figure out what to do. There were only two things Kevin could be sure of. First, in other people's eyes, he was already a Ranger. And second, the Mavericks were his enemy. With such thoughts in mind, Kevin quickly returned to Swan Lake. Under the company of Amanda Perry and the others, Alan and Susan Williams had already returned. After saying a few words to them, Kevin went upstairs to begin refining the pills for Terry Watford. The night passed very quickly. Early in the morning, William Chung and a nurse arrived in Terry Watford's hospital room. After looking over his chart, Dr. Chung turned to the nurse and said pointedly,
"You can leave, and also close the door behind you. I just need to perform a checkup for the patient."
The nurse was surprised. "Really? Dr. Chung, if you want to do an examination, shouldn't I stay here to help you? What if you need anything from me?" William Chung's tone suddenly became cold.
"I said get out of here right now, or I will immediately find a new nurse to help me."
The nurse panicked when she heard this. "Dr. Chung, please don't be angry. As long as you don't replace me, I will leave immediately." The nurse left the hospital room after she said that and closed the door behind her. She was new, and she had only just finished nursing school a year ago. It was not easy for her to get a job at such a prestigious hospital. As long as she didn't offend people like Dr. Chung, she would definitely have a bright future. But if she was replaced, it could spell disaster for her. After the nurse left, William was still worried. He went over to the door and checked over and over again that no one was coming. He even locked the door behind him and went back over to the hospital bed. Looking at Terry Watford, whose eyes were tightly closed, William suddenly sighed and said,
"Mr. Watford, I'm sorry. I know this is wrong, but after you die, I will promise to come back every year to pay my respects to your grave. And you don't have to worry. I was promised that they wouldn't do anything bad to your family. You can go with peace of mind."
After saying that, William slowly stood up and took out a brand new syringe from his pocket. He also took out 2 small bottles of medicine and mixed them together. However, his face suddenly revealed a strong sense of internal struggle. With this needle, Terry Watford would definitely die. He might very possibly die anyway, of course, but with this, William would completely forfeit any sense of medical ethics. He would be a murderer. William had just thought of this when a voice suddenly sounded from the depths of his heart.
"You still have time to care about medical ethics? As a doctor, you have already done plenty of unethical things."
William's expression instantly became firm. He steadily held the syringe and took Terry's right hand out from under the blanket. He rolled up his sleeve and prepared to inject the medicine into his body. At that moment, the door of the hospital room was suddenly kicked open from outside, startling William so much that the syringe fell to the ground. "What are you doing?" The only person who could have such strength, courage, and care about Terry Watford's life and death was Kevin.
"Who are you? How could you barge in here like that?"
William asked as his eyes flashed with panic. "Let me ask you again. What are you doing?" Kevin's expression had already turned completely cold. When he saw the syringe on the ground, his brows also knitted tightly.
As a doctor, I'm naturally just checking the patient's condition. Why did you come in here? What do you think you're doing?"
William stammered. "Check his condition?" Kevin asked in disbelief.
"Of course."
William took a deep breath and adjusted his emotions. He changed his expression and looked at Kevin.
"What's wrong with you?
How can you be so arrogant in such an important place as this hospital? Why did you tell the nurse to stay outside when you were checking his condition? Kevin ignored William's explanation and continued to interrogate him. William was a little taken off guard and did not know how to answer. At that moment, a voice came from outside the door. Dr. Chung, have you finished checking on Mr. Watford? There are still a few other patients waiting for you. I'll be right there, William called out as he felt lucky in his heart and quickly left the room. Seeing the doctor's panic, Kevin's brows knitted together even more tightly. He bent down and picked up the syringe on the ground. Looking at the medicine inside, Kevin's eyes flashed. But at that moment, William Chung had already left. No matter how many doubts Kevin had in his heart, there was no way he could answer them with any certainty. He could only temporarily hold on to the syringe until he found a way to have it tested. Looking at Terry Watford, whose eyes were still firmly closed, Kevin sighed slightly and removed a blue pill from his pocket. Just as Kevin was about to give it to Terry, a scolding voice suddenly sounded from behind him.
Who are you? What are you doing in this room? What are you holding in your hand?
The series of questions made Kevin a little confused. He turned around and saw a middle-aged man about 50 years old walking into the room quickly. May I ask who you are? Kevin asked in confusion.
I am the deputy director of this hospital, Alan Joseph. Who are you? And what are you doing in Mr. Watford's room? What's that in your hand?
The man asked with a serious expression. I'm Mr. Watford's friend. This is a pill I refined for him. I can help him, Kevin started to say. The man forcefully interrupted Kevin's words.
Nonsense. Mr. Watford is a seriously injured patient. He needs to take his time to recover. All the so-called medicinal pills that can bring him back to life are lies. How many people have died in pursuit of these so-called medicinal pills? Do you all have to repeat the same mistake?
His face was solemn as he tried his best to persuade Kevin. The corner of Kevin's mouth twitched. He couldn't figure out where this person had come from. What did he know about Kevin's medicinal pills anyway? Sir, I think you might have misunderstood. My pill, Kevin started to say.
I know that young people like you don't have much patience, but the safety of the patient is not something you can joke about. If Mr. Watford consumes this pill of yours, if anything happens, not to mention you, even our hospital will not be able to absolve ourselves of the blame,
Alan Joseph advised earnestly. After being interrupted twice in a row, Kevin frowned as he started to get annoyed with this man. Can you let me finish? Kevin frowned slightly and said, This pill was personally refined by me last night. It will definitely not have any negative impact on Mr. Watford. If you really have nothing better to do, help me check the medicine in this needle. I just walked in on one of your doctors apparently intending to inject the patient with this. Alan Joseph took the syringe, fiddled with his glasses on the bridge of his nose, and then swept his gaze back and forth between Kevin and Terry Watford. Suddenly, Alan Joseph took a few steps back quickly.
Someone is trying to murder Mr. Watford,
he stammered loudly. Kevin was stunned when he heard that. His eyes were wide open. More than a dozen security guards rushed in right away and asked Alan what had happened.
It's this man. He wants to murder Mr. Watford,
he repeated as he pointed at Kevin and spoke hurriedly. Wait a minute. I think there's some misunderstanding. What right do you have to say that I want to murder Terry Watford? We are good friends, Kevin exclaimed.
You still want to argue? You even presented the evidence yourself,
Alan said as he waved the syringe in his hand.
Do you know what this is? If you inject this into Mr. Watford's body, his heart would stop almost instantaneously.
What did you say? So this is poison. Are you sure? Kevin's face was full of shock.
So you still want to put on a show even after the truth is exposed?
Alan Joseph said as he directed the surrounding security guards.
What are you still standing there for? Arrest him immediately.
Hey, wait a minute. Give me a chance to explain. Kevin suddenly felt that even if he had 100 mouths, he would not be able to explain himself adequately in the eyes of these people. As he waved his hand, suddenly, he remembered what had happened earlier. He hurriedly said, This thing isn't even mine. It was dropped by a doctor named William Chung." A hint of disdain flashed across Alan Joseph's eyes. He sneered and said, "You wouldn't really dare to frame him, would you? Do you know who William Chung is? He is not only a doctor in my hospital, but he is also the chief surgeon for Mr. Watford and one of the most respected surgeons in the country. Are you saying that Dr. Chung wants to harm his own patient? Why would he do such a thing? If what you said is true, then why on earth would Dr. Chung do everything in his power to save Mr. Watford's life during a very lengthy surgery when he was first brought into this hospital?" Alan Joseph's words made sense. At least before he figured out the situation, Kevin did not know how to refute it. "What? Cat got your tongue?" Alan Joseph said as he looked at Kevin with a sneer and said, "Arrest him." As soon as he finished speaking, a dozen security guards slowly moved toward Kevin. All of them were alert and did not dare to be careless. They were afraid that Kevin would do something sudden to harm Terry Watford before they were able to restrain him. "I said it was just a misunderstanding. The person who wanted to harm Mr. Watford was not me, but William Chung. Why don't you all believe me?" Kevin said helplessly. "Also, I advise you not to do anything. After all, you don't know the truth. It's understandable. Please, don't force me to do anything." "You would still dare to make a move? I advise you to surrender calmly. Our hospital's security guards are all professionals. As long as you don't resist, you will not be physically harmed," Alan Joseph said. What Kevin didn't know was that the hospital had 4 deputy directors. During this period of time, the hospital director was preparing to retire and was in the process of choosing a successor. Originally, Alan Joseph was considered the one with the least hope among the 4. But now it was all different. He believed that he had caught the murderer who wanted to kill Terry Watford. The fact that Terry Watford was the CEO of the Orion Group would certainly help his cause. "I said that I am not the murderer. You are wasting your time here with me. The real murderer is William Chung," Kevin said as his face turned gloomy. He understood that these people did not know the truth, but it was another matter for Alan Joseph to completely ignore him. "You are the real murderer. The reason why you are saying that is to lure us away so you can make a run for it. I have seen through your little trick a long time ago," Alan Joseph said with a confident smile. "Give me a chance to explain who I am and you'll realize that you've misunderstood this entire situation," Kevin shouted. He had completely lost his patience. He took a step forward with his right foot and a powerful pressure was released from his body. Almost in an instant, the few bodyguards closest to him were all blown backward. Alan Joseph was completely shocked. Before anyone could even make a sound, the rest of them were also sent flying backward. Luckily, Kevin deliberately controlled his pressure so that Terry Watford, who was still unconscious in the hospital bed, was not affected at all. The doctors and nurses in the hallway looked at the dozen or so people who flew out of the hospital room in surprise. For a moment, they did not know what had happened to them. How dare you?" Alan Joseph cried out as he stood up with the help of 2 bodyguards. He pointed at Kevin and shouted, "You are a dead man. How dare you attack me after you attempted to commit murder? You're going to prison." "This is your own fault for refusing to listen to my explanation. There is no one to blame but yourself." Kevin arrived at Terry Watford's hospital room just in time to stop Dr. William Chung from poisoning him. But after throwing Chung out of the room, a hospital director, Alan Joseph, arrived and accused Kevin of trying to kill Terry. Unable to convince Joseph of the error, Kevin had to use his power to repel Joseph and security guards, who were intent on handing him over to the police. Kevin originally thought that William Chung was really examining Terry Watford as he had claimed, but now it seemed clear that he had been bribed by Terry's enemies to kill him. In addition, Kevin didn't want to waste too much time with Alan Joseph. After all, he was just the deputy director, but he didn't expect this person to be so stupid that he wouldn't listen to him. Kevin couldn't help but want to teach him a lesson. Just as Kevin was thinking about this, Alan Joseph suddenly stood up and shouted, "This person wanted to kill Terry Watford, but I exposed him. Then not only did he not cooperate with our hospital security, but he even dared to hit us. Everyone, don't let him leave easily." After saying that, Alan Joseph limped away. Looking at the crowd gathered in the hallway, Kevin glanced at them again. At that moment, the dozen or so security guards who were looking at him with fear sighed and hoped to leave safely. Before he could even take a few steps, 2 young men suddenly stood up and blocked his way. "Is there anything I can help you with?" Kevin demanded of them.
"Of course there is. The deputy director said you were an attempted murder suspect. Now you want to leave?"
the young man said in a cold voice. "Then what do you want?" Kevin sneered and asked.
"Of course, I want to bring you to justice. How can I let someone like you run amok in broad daylight?"
the young man said righteously. His words immediately attracted the praise of the surrounding people. "Don't let him go. We've got your back," someone said.
"People like him should be sent to prison. We're all going to stand in his way. I don't believe that he would dare to make a move against all of us,"
the second person shouted. Hearing this, Kevin almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Staring at the man in front of him, he said, "I have already told your boss that it was just a misunderstanding. So please, don't meddle in my business. I have things to deal with and I have no time to waste with you."
"Who the hell do you think you are?"
the man said righteously. He added,
"If it's like you say and this was all just a misunderstanding, why did you attack us earlier? Why did you try to leave in such a hurry? Why didn't you wait for the people of the Orion Group to come so you could explain things to them?"
"You have a sharp tongue," Kevin shook his head and said. "I will tell you one last time. I am not the murderer. If you continue to keep me here, don't blame me for what happens to you next."
"Oh, I don't believe you would dare to do anything to us."
The man raised his chin in disdain and stared at Kevin. But Kevin suddenly punched him. However, he controlled his strength well and did not knock him out. A strong pain radiated across his abdomen, and the man curled up on the ground. His face was flushed red and the blood vessels on his forehead also popped up.
Who are you?"
The man raised his head in disbelief and struggled to speak. "Do I have to tell you in advance before hitting you?" Kevin snorted and said. At that moment, a path separated the crowd. Through it stepped William Chung, who had just finished checking his other patients. When he saw the scene in front of him, his expression changed.
"What are you doing? The hospital is not a place for you to fight."
Dr. Chung reprimanded them harshly. "I've been looking for you." Kevin's face turned cold. He no longer paid any attention to the young man in front of him and walked straight toward William Chung.
What do you want from me?"
William panicked and several thoughts quickly flashed through his mind.
Could it be that he already knows about the poison? He thought to himself. He quickly shook off this thought, thinking to himself, that shouldn't be the case. The compound I used is very obscure. If I hadn't practiced medicine for more than 10 years, I wouldn't be able to recognize it at all.
William also didn't know for sure whether Kevin had recognized the poison or not, but he definitely held in his hand the syringe that he had dropped. Eventually, he would be able to find out. As a result, William's heart was in a state of complete panic. This was the CEO of the Orion Group whom he was suspected of trying to kill after all. If the matter was really made known to the public, the people of the Orion Group would surely have him killed. Looking at William Chung, who was slowly retreating, the smile on Kevin's face became even wider. "What's wrong, Dr. Chung? What are you afraid of?" Kevin asked with a sneer. Before William could answer, a few more people stood up to protect him, staring at Kevin fearlessly. "With us here today, don't even think about hurting Dr. Chung," one of them said with all of his energy. These people had all been treated very well by William Chung, so they all felt that they owed it to him. This sudden action had completely stunned Kevin. He had never thought that William Chung would actually have gained so much support from so many people. At that moment, a thought suddenly crossed Kevin's mind. Could it be that he really misunderstood? Could Dr. Chung just have been checking on Terry Watford after all, and the medication in the syringe was actually for some other patient? William Chung was stunned for a moment before he quickly came back to his senses. A satisfied smile appeared on his face, but he covered it up very well.
Please don't be impulsive, everyone. I completely understand how this gentleman might have misunderstood the situation,"
William Chung said. Still, no one backed down from their support of William Chung. Hearing these calm words, Kevin felt more and more confused. William Chung was overjoyed in his heart, but on the surface he looked somber before he spoke again, saying,
"Thank you for your understanding, everyone. Please don't make things too difficult for him. I still have things to deal with, so I'll leave now."
"Where do you think you're going?" Kevin said, wanting to stop him. Regardless of whether he had misunderstood or not, he had to catch William Chung and investigate him thoroughly.
"What do you want? Unless you kill all of us, don't even think about getting past us and hurting Dr. Chung,"
one of the security guards warned. A few of them stood side by side in the hallway, stretching out their arms to block Kevin, who was about to make a move. No one noticed William Chung, who had just walked past the crowd and out of their sight. The corner of his mouth was slightly raised. He had already thought about all of this in his mind. Anyway, the money had already been transferred to the account linked to his debit card. No matter what, he would have enough money to take care of Cheryl's situation. They could completely start over. About 10 minutes had passed, but Kevin still could not convince the people surrounding him. He felt helpless. He could not possibly start a fight with all of these people, could he? The people from the Orion group came very quickly. They also brought 2 police officers along with him.
"Here he is."
Alan Joseph pushed the crowd aside and pointed at Kevin, shouting,
"He wanted to kill Terry Watford earlier, but I managed to stop him."
When he said this, Alan straightened his back as if he had done something heroic. "Mr. Williams?" one of the people from the Orion group said in surprise as he looked at Kevin. Then he turned around and looked at Alan Joseph. "Deputy Director Joseph, are you sure you're right about this?"
"Of course. I saw it with my own eyes."
Alan Joseph shook his head a few times and said. After hearing the answer, the man took a deep breath and turned back to look at Kevin. "Mr. Williams, please, can you give me a reasonable explanation?" "What is there to explain? The person who wanted to kill Terry Watford was not me, but Dr. Chung from this very hospital. If I'm not wrong, he should have run away from here by now. Why don't you go and see if you're able to find him?" Kevin crossed his arms in front of his chest and said. When his voice fell, the surrounding people who had yet to leave started to scold Kevin.
"What do you mean? You're a sitting duck and yet you refuse to admit defeat. Is that it? You still want to try and frame Dr. Chung?"
one of the people said.
"Do you know how amazing Dr. Chung is? How can you possibly say such things about him?"
Another sneered at him. 2 police officers walked up to Kevin and said,
"Mr. Williams, we're going to have to ask you to please come with us. We'll need to take your statement back at the station."
"I'm sorry. I have far more urgent matters to attend to, but I can tell you that you're wasting your time. Just go and find Dr. Chung immediately," Kevin said slowly as he ignored the people around him. The 2 police officers looked at each other. One of them shook his head lightly and took out the silver handcuffs from behind his back.
"Sir, please cooperate and come with us," he pleaded.
Seeing this, the surrounding people all revealed proud smiles. Regardless of whether they were protecting Dr. Chung or not, as ordinary people, they would be sincerely happy to see a criminal being brought to justice. After all, society would have 1 fewer bad guys on the street today. "I think you have no right to take me away." Kevin did not even look at the handcuffs. Instead, he took out a small booklet and threw it toward the 2 police officers. The 2 police officers looked at the contents of the booklet and their expressions changed. They quickly stood up and stared at Kevin. "Sir," both of them muttered at the same time. Kevin casually took the book back and then put it away. "I told you that you are not qualified to take me away." He was not joking with them. The status of the Reaper Squad was far too high. Not to mention them, even their leaders would not dare to be impudent to Kevin.
"Sir, you still need to give us an explanation for all of this. Otherwise, we cannot give,"
one of the men started to say. "I have already told you just now. Go and investigate Dr. Chung," Kevin said, refusing to continue to pay attention to the 2 of them. Instead, he turned to Mark Turner, who had only just arrived, and asked, "Why are you here?" Although he was not all that familiar with Mark Turner, the person who would be expected to temporarily take charge of the company after Terry Watford's injury was definitely not an ordinary person. However, after hearing about Terry's accident, Mark Turner actually rushed over. He was very concerned about Terry Watford's condition. It even seemed that Mark Turner's concern was a little too much. He did not seem to be asking about what it would take for Terry Watford to make a full recovery, but rather what it would take for him to die from his injuries. As Kevin was still being held at the hospital, insisting that someone investigate William Chung, some representatives from the Orion Group arrived. Mark Turner was with them, and although Kevin didn't know him that well, he was well aware that this was the man who would take over the company in Terry Watford's absence. However, Mark Turner didn't seem to be concerned with Terry making a recovery, but rather with what might make him die. In fact, Kevin had his suspicions. Now that something had harried to Terry Watford so soon, Marcus Watford was clearly not yet prepared to take the reins. Under such circumstances, the only one in the company who would be able to take over at the company was Mark Turner. He could use this opportunity to take control of the entirety of the Orion Group in the long term.
If something happened to Mr. Watford, as a senior director of the company, I should come and take care of the situation.
Mark Turner replied as if it was only natural. The company still needs you. Go back there. I am here. Kevin gave a firm order as soon as he opened his mouth. Mark Turner opened his mouth. He wanted to say something, but in the end he could not say a word. He simply turned around and left the hospital. Soon, the two policemen who had gone to the office to investigate Dr. Chung returned.
Sir, I did not see anyone there. I have contacted the police. We found out that half an hour ago William Chung's account had a tremendous windfall, and our people have already gone to his home to investigate.
A police officer reported truthfully. Before Kevin could ask any questions, another person immediately added,
We just received news that William Chung's phone is disconnected and the BMW under his name has been sold.
Seems like he is ready to escape. Kevin touched his chin and said with a sneer, You should have listened to me when I told you to go find him sooner.
Don't worry, sir. We will find him, one of them answered seriously.
Kevin nodded his head lightly and let the two of them go back to the station. After that, he went back to Terry's hospital room. He looked at the hospital bed. Kevin's eyes narrowed. If the people from the secluded valley attacked him, then would the attack on Terry be the work of the secluded valley too? After thinking about it, Kevin called Jordan Black and asked him to find a few reliable people to come over. From that day onward, he had to arrange some security forces. Kevin had just finished arranging Terry Watford's matters when he received a call from Stanley Cooper.
Come over here. I have something to discuss with you right away,
Stanley Cooper said concisely.
It's about the relationship between the Mavericks and the secluded valley.
Hearing this, Kevin felt a mental jolt. He let Jordan Black stay behind and guard the place. He then left the hospital and went to the Reaper Squad's base alone. Kevin was now very familiar with the Reaper Squad's base. When Stanley Cooper saw Kevin, a smile immediately appeared on his face.
It's been 2 hours and now you finally arrived?
There was a traffic jam, Kevin explained. Why did you call me here in such a hurry anyway?
Matthew Thames wants to see you,
Stanley Cooper said over his shoulder as he turned around and walked toward the interior of the base.
I will tell you in advance that you must be mentally prepared.
What do you mean? Kevin asked with a slight frown.
According to the information I received, it might be because a certain research lab in a small town was destroyed. The Mavericks might have made a big move on you. I think Mr. Thames must have called you here to discuss the matter,
Stanley Cooper said as he gave Kevin a look that said he was on his own. Kevin did not give any reply. He simply followed Stanley Cooper to Matthew Thames' office. So, why did you ask me to come here? Kevin sat down and asked Matthew directly without taking time for any small talk. Matthew Thames waved to Stanley Cooper, signaling him to leave first. After that, he sighed and slowly shook his head as he looked at Kevin. I received the news 3 hours ago. They're here. The Blood Wolf and Blood Leopard of the secluded valley have already died in my hands. It seems like they've really gotten angry and sent some of the others after me. Kevin raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, "I should warn you that their methods are extremely cruel and unpredictable, and we haven't even found any definite traces of them." Matthew Thames took a sip of coffee and said, "So what do you suggest?" Kevin slightly lowered his head and said with a slight frown on his face, "Well, there is another thing besides that." Matthew Thames smacked his lips and said, "There is a great opportunity in front of you." "What do you mean?" Kevin asked curiously. "Do you want to enter the upper realm?" Matthew Thames stared into Kevin's eyes and asked with a serious expression, "What did you say?" Kevin's expression changed. He subconsciously stood up from his chair. His face was filled with disbelief. The upper realm was like the ceiling of the world of experts. Only by going there would he be able to see the true height of the most powerful experts alive. Many of the experts that dominated other places could only be seen as ants crawling around harmlessly on the ground, compared with the world of the upper realm. "I'm not joking with you." Matthew Thames hesitated and then said guiltily, "In the end, I can only say that I broke my promise. I wanted you to help me investigate the Mavericks' experiments. I promised you that I would guarantee your safety. But now the Mavericks are moving too fast. They actually want to use the powers of the upper realm to get rid of you." "Does this mean that the arrival of the secluded valley this time has something to do with the Mavericks?" Kevin instantly thought of the relationship between the two. "You can think of it that way," Matthew Thames replied faintly. "How do we enter the upper realm?" Kevin asked without even considering the consequences. "Have you not heard anything about it?" Matthew Thames did not answer his question immediately. "If you have something to say, just say it. There is no need to beat around the bush with me." Kevin wasn't in the mood to waste any time. Only now did Matthew Thames briefly narrate what had happened in the past 2 days. The night Alan and Susan Williams arrived in Washington, the Mavericks had launched several assassination attempts aimed at Kevin. Apart from the first assassination attempt being resolved by Kevin himself on the way back from the airport, the rest were all handled by the Reaper Squad. Although there was no conclusive evidence in his hands, it was almost certain that the Blood Bear and the Blood Ape sent by the secluded valley had been hired by the Mavericks. "What if I don't want to take on this fight?" Kevin asked with an ugly expression. "Then you can only leave Washington, D.C., and you will never be able to return," Matthew Thames said with a solemn expression. "Why? I didn't do a single thing to offend them here in Washington, D.C., Kevin related. "Because they are the ones in power, and you can only be considered as a threat to the established order. This is the reason why people don't pick fights with government officials," Matthew Thames said. His words showed that he was, in a way, cornered as well by the secluded valley and its assassins. Kevin was frustrated. When he most needed help and protection, it seemed like Matthew Thames and the Reaper Squad were going to abandon him. "You just pushed me out to be the Reaper Squad's shield," Kevin sneered and shook his head twice. He looked at Matthew Thames and said, "Didn't you say that you would ensure my safety? Now you have no intention of keeping your promise?" At that moment, Kevin's heart was full of grief and anger. He had charged into the war on the front line. He turned his head to look behind him, and the Reaper Squad sold him out without even a second thought. I totally agree with you." Matthew Thames didn't have much right to continue facing Kevin. Kevin felt a sense of anger burning in his heart. Who else could he blame for today's situation? Putting aside the fact that no one would support him, would Kevin alone have the strength to go it alone? Still, if he had to blame someone, deep down he knew that he could only blame himself for being too trusting. It was still because he was too virtuous that he had boarded Matthew Thames' ship. As a result, the favorable impression he had toward Matthew Thames had now vanished completely. "I heard that there is an ancient ruin at the bottom of Lake Erie. If you can bring back something with sufficient benefits to compensate for the losses suffered by the Mavericks, then my understanding is that they can let bygones be bygones," Matthew Thames hurriedly explained. Kevin looked at him with a strange expression on his face. Was it worth leaving DC to go on another grail hunt that perhaps would end with failure, all to save himself from the secluded valley? Something that the Reaper Squad promised Kevin that they would do, though now they had betrayed him? Kevin's future had never looked this bleak. Just as Kevin had arranged for his men to guard Terry Watford at the hospital, Stanley Cooper called, urging him to meet Matthew Thames at the Reaper Squad's base immediately. Upon arriving, Matthew revealed that the Reaper Squad had stopped several assassin groups on the same night that Kevin encountered while driving his parents home from the airport. But after discovering that the Mavericks had hired the secluded valley for the job, the Reaper Squad's hands were tied, and Kevin now had to face them in the upper realm alone, or be forced to leave Washington. Amidst Kevin's dismay over this, Matthew shared that the Mavericks were willing to end their conflict if he retrieved something for them in Lake Erie, and offered the Reaper Squad support for this mission. "I think we should just forget about our arrangement. Helping the Reaper Squad with its affairs has caused more harm than good. And if I let you guys protect me again this time, you might suddenly have some other tricks up your sleeve that I'll regret later on." Kevin didn't even want to look at Matthew Thames. He continued, asking, "Besides, let me ask you a question. So what if I succeed with the mission? Won't the other people of the Upper Realm come after me when I enter?"
"Don't worry. The Reaper Squad has some connections in the Upper Realm. The Mavericks also agreed that as long as you are able to help them with this, you will obtain an official qualification card to enter the Upper Realm. Beyond that, you can rest assured that no matter what happens, we will definitely not stand by and watch."
Matthew tried his best to ease Kevin's concerns. How do I know that I can still trust you?" Kevin scowled.
"Please, give me one last chance to prove myself to you,"
Matthew promised as he gave Kevin a sincere look. Hearing this, Kevin sighed. What exactly do the Mavericks want me to find? Deep down, he knew that he didn't really have much of a choice, so he wanted to know his mission before heading back to prepare as soon as possible. Since Matthew Thames said that completing this mission would be enough to guarantee his entry into the Upper Realm, it could only prove that there really was something truly valuable within the ancient ruins at the bottom of Lake Erie.
"It's a sky-dividing flower,"
Matthew revealed immediately. Due to the guilt in his heart, he could tell what Kevin was thinking without saying anything. They're really picky. Kevin couldn't help but complain. Having previously read about the sky-dividing flower in the secret book, it was said to possess miraculous benefits, but it didn't specify what these were. "All right, I will find a time to set off and find it. But remember, my trust in the Reaper Squad is hanging by a thread, so I hope that you will not give me any more problems to deal with when the time comes. Otherwise, don't blame me for burning bridges when I come back." Upon saying this, Kevin left the office as Matthew could only watch him helplessly. After walking out of the Reaper Squad's base, Kevin raised his head and narrowed his eyes as he looked at the gloomy sky. Thinking about Matthew Thames's words, he had given enough hints to make it obvious that the Mavericks still wanted him to die one way or another. Still, he restrained himself from saying anything earlier as he had yet to come up with a plan. For now, Kevin did not want to think about it too much. Anyway, he still had some time to figure it out later. Coincidentally, Lake Erie happened to be just a few hours away from Chicago, so this mission would give him a chance to see Lily again, as well as to check on other matters that he had left behind in Chicago. After returning to Swan Lake, he told his parents and the others about this. When they found out, his parents did not say anything other than to ask him to return safely. Meanwhile, when Troy Evans, Dustin Newman, and the others heard about this mission, they all grew very excited at the chance to step outside of Swan Lake once again. Given this, Dustin was the first to stand up and suggest loudly, "Mr. Williams, you should bring me along with you this time. After all, Troy already accompanied you before. I should be the one to go with you this time." Although Barry Damon did not say anything, the look in his eyes also indicated the same thoughts. At the same time, Amanda Perry and Violet Sweeney sat by the window and quietly waited for Kevin's instructions. Kevin knew that each was eager to accompany him on his next quest, and that choosing one would surely upset the others. I know that all of you want to go, but this time I have decided to bring Marcus and Kyle with me to Chicago. The rest of you must stay here in Washington to protect my parents. If you have time, you may also help out at the school. I will come back as soon as I can. Kevin addressed everyone, then turned to Kyle Thompson and Marcus Watford. You two get ready. I will ask Tyler to arrange a flight for us. We will leave Washington by tonight.
Yes, Mr. Williams.
Both Kyle and Marcus replied at the same time. The two of them knew very well why Kevin did this. Regardless of whether it was Amanda Perry or any of the others, the rest of the Vanguard's experts had a higher power base than either of them. The reason why Kevin chose to bring them along over the others was to broaden their horizons as new experts. Anyway, with Kevin's foundation in Chicago, he had access to all of the resources that they needed, so there was nothing for the two of them to worry about. Back in Chicago, Lily and the others were gathered together in a private wing of the hospital. After 2 days of treatment, Emo Squire's condition hadn't improved, and in fact it had even worsened.
Dr. Willow, is there really no other way to treat him?
Gilbert Rhodes covered his mouth with his hand and uttered as he tried his best to hold back his tears. To be honest, I have never seen a situation this bad before. At this point, perhaps only high-grade medicinal pills can save him. Serafina Willow replied with some guilt. At the moment, she was also getting a little misty-eyed. After all, as Emo's chief surgeon, she had been responsible for ensuring his recovery. Unfortunately, she felt like she had exhausted all of her treatment options. However, upon hearing this, Gilbert seemed to have found a glimmer of hope. He then excitedly turned around and asked,
Are you serious? A medicinal pill can really save Emo?
Yes, but don't get your hopes up. To refine a high-grade medicinal pill that could cure Mr. Squire's condition, you will have to find an elite herbalist. Even if you do, you might not be able to find the complete set of medicinal ingredients in time. Serafina spoke truthfully. In her mind, if the Herbalist Society's Midwest branch was still here, things might be different. But without them, where would they find an elite herbalist on such short notice?
There is someone who can help us. Kevin!
Gilbert exclaimed. He then was about to take out his phone, but was stopped by Adriana Wright. We can't call Kevin. If he finds out about what happened to Emo, he will surely come back right away to try to save him. But at the same time, all of his hard work in D.C. will be in vain. Adriana reminded him with a serious expression. Among their circle, with Mitchell Cook gone, Adriana Wright's influence was second to none. Hence, she knew the situation in Washington much better than Gilbert and the others. Given this, she understood very well that Kevin's situation there was not as simple or easy as Lily and the others thought.
So what? Is his career really more important than Emo's life?
Gilbert asked in disbelief. In his heart, he had always felt that a person's life was the most important thing that one should treasure. Even with a setback to one's career, it was always possible to recover in the future. But a person's death could not be reversed. Furthermore, putting aside his personal feelings, the reason why Emo Squire had ended up like this in the first place was because of Kevin's conflict with Dalton Steele. As such, it would only be right for Kevin to rush back to Chicago and save his good friend and business associate. Gilbert, I completely understand where you're coming from, but his current situation is much more complicated than you think. If Kevin rushed back here, not only would he potentially lose everything that he has built in Washington, but it is also very likely that his own life would be put at risk. If that really happens and Kevin dies, wouldn't this all have been for nothing? Adriana tried her best to convince him, but her face was also full of worry. Not worry for herself, but worry for Kevin's life. With Lake Erie being just a couple of hours away from Chicago, Kevin decided to check on Lily and the others first before heading out on his mission. Meanwhile, Emo Squire's condition seemed to have taken a turn for the worse. Having exhausted all treatment options, his surgeon, Serafina Willow, helplessly suggested that only a high-grade medicinal pill could save Emo. Upon hearing this, Gilbert Rhodes immediately thought of calling Kevin, but was stopped by Adriana Wright, who warned him that doing so would risk jeopardizing all of Kevin's efforts in Washington and his life. What Adriana Wright said was true. At this moment, Kevin was in Washington, where he had already had to face countless enemies. If he returned to Chicago, he would be hunted down and attacked by several enemies here as well. If worst came to worst, not only would his efforts in D.C. be in vain, but even his foundation in Chicago would be affected. Looking at the unconscious emo squire, Gilbert Rhodes's heart was filled with helplessness. At the same time, Adriana Wright and the others all had the same uneasy expressions on their faces. After all, none of them wanted anything bad to happen to either Kevin or Emo. Seeing Adriana and Gilbert gradually turn silent, Lily sighed and said, "Emo must be saved. I will call him." This immediately attracted everyone's attention. Adriana tried to stop her. "Mrs. Williams, you can't. Kevin can't." But before she could finish her sentence, Lily immediately interrupted. "Listen to me. Let's not talk about the relationship between the two of them. The fact is that Emo only suffered his injuries because of the Williams Company, so Kevin must come back and help treat him." She then added, "Besides, even if the worst-case scenario in Washington really happened, it can only mean that he is not as good as the others. Moreover, if he can't even protect and help his friends, then what's the use of having such great power?" When she said this, Lily appeared to be very calm. There was not even the slightest change in her eyes or facial expression. Just as Adriana wanted to say something, a voice suddenly sounded from outside the door.
Wow, it's really rare to see so many important people gathered together. Looks like Emo Squire holds a very special place in your hearts.
Everyone turned their heads and saw Dalton Steele and Ethan Williams, who had just arrived at the door. Adriana Wright and the other bodyguards quickly surrounded them as she stared at the men. Although the two came alone, everyone knew that these bodyguards were not a threat to a powerful expert like Dalton. However, when Gilbert came back to his senses, he suddenly wanted to charge forward at the two of them himself. Fortunately, Adriana managed to step in front of him in time. With Gilbert and Emo being such close friends, he was obviously overcome by anger and did not consider the consequences.
"Mr. Rhodes, you seem quite happy to see me. When did our relationship become so good?"
Dalton remarked with some sarcasm as he revealed a cold smile.
"What the hell are you doing here, Dalton? We all know that this is all your fault. One day I will kill you with my own bare hands," Gilbert roared back.
Are you sure that you have the ability? In your dreams,
Dalton sneered. "Don't be so arrogant to think that no one can deal with you just because Kevin isn't here right now. Besides, if he comes back and finds out about this, he will definitely not let you go," Adriana scolded. Hearing this, Ethan Williams suddenly snorted.
"Kevin? Do you think that he can even come back here to defend you? He will probably be killed in Washington long before that happens. As for you guys, if it wasn't for that piece of trash stealing my family's money to help you start your businesses, would you even reach a fraction of your current status?"
In Ethan's eyes, Gilbert Rhodes and the others had only become what they were today because of Kevin's help, when he was still part of the Williams family. In short, without the Williams family, they were nothing. So no matter how prominent their status was today, they were forever just beggars in his eyes. Adriana Wright took a deep breath. "Mr. Williams, you are mistaken. Kevin might have helped us out, but he also used his own personal savings, so please don't attribute any of our successes to your family. Also, Emo needs to rest now. He can't be disturbed by anyone. If the two of you are only here to make fun of us, then your goal has been achieved. Please don't waste any more of our time." Although Adriana and Gilbert were now seen as vastly superior to others, they were still far from being on the same level as Dalton Steele, or even Ethan Williams, who belonged to the most powerful family in New York City.
"Do you think you can send us away with just a few polite words?"
Ethan's face was full of ridicule as he continued.
Besides, I don't think Emo Squire needs to rest. Given that he doesn't have many days to live anyway, wouldn't he be more at peace if he died even earlier? Gilbert Rhodes was about to explode again when he heard this. Fortunately, Adriana Wright remained level-headed and was there to calm him down. As Ethan's gaze fell on Lily, a leering look suddenly flashed across his eyes. He then licked his lips and uttered, "I never understood why you married that piece of trash cousin of mine."
"Why is that? Kevin is a wonderful man and a loving husband. It seems that you are threatened by his existence,"
Lily replied fearlessly. I didn't expect you to be such a sharp-tongued woman," Ethan scoffed and added. "Anyway, once the Williams Company falls, Kevin's glory days in Chicago will be finished. On top of that, he will likely be played to death in Washington soon. So you should think of a way out for yourself while you still can. Seeing how pretty you are, I will give you a chance. As long as you spend the night with me tonight, I guarantee that you will still live a life of luxury and wealth after Kevin's death." Hearing this, Dalton frowned slightly and looked at Ethan with a hint of disgust in his eyes. At the same time, Lily was appalled by this as she sniffed.
"You're so pathetic. Kevin is many times the man that you are. Don't you dare think that you can compare yourself to him."
Ethan's smile froze as soon as she finished. He then narrowed his eyes at Lily and warned, "Don't be so arrogant. Kevin is not with you right now, so if I wanted to do something to you, no one would be able to stop me." As soon as he finished speaking, the faces of the bodyguards at the door changed drastically. They then quickly rushed to surround Dalton and Ethan. With their hands on their waists, they were obviously going to take out their weapons. Just a few of you?" Ethan grunted without even looking at these people. After all, he was an expert now. Although his power base was not high, dealing with these bodyguards who were just ordinary people would not be an issue at all.
"If you say one more word of disrespect against me or my husband, I don't mind teaching you a lesson,"
Lily threatened as she tried her best to put on a brave face. "Is that so? Then I really want to see you try. Why are you so resistant anyway? Has that piece of trash ever made you feel completely safe and loved? Today I'm in a good mood, so I will show you what a real man is like." As Ethan spoke, he stretched out his hand toward Lily. "Get him out of here right now," Adriana ordered her bodyguards. But before her bodyguards could react, a strong pressure was released from Dalton's body, restraining everyone in the room and making them unable to move a finger.
"Dalton, what are you doing?"
Adriana and Ethan almost uttered at the same time. "We're only here to visit Emo Squire, so stop messing around. If you want to have some fun, go back to New York. This is not a place where you can do whatever you want," Dalton rebuked as he furrowed his brows at Ethan. "You mean you want to protect Lily? Dalton, don't forget that she is Kevin's wife. If we take her with us today, Kevin will definitely regret it for the rest of his life," Ethan argued. Ethan had always been full of resentment towards Kevin. Ever since he was young, he had been viewed as a useless person compared to Kevin. Even among the members of the Williams family, not many of his relatives were that fond of him. This was especially the case with his father, Thomas. Deep down, he knew that he would never be able to surpass whatever Kevin had accomplished so far. But with Lily right in front of him at this moment, Ethan wanted to take out all of his grievances over the years on her. "I know what I'm doing. Furthermore, I can assure you that if you lay a finger on Lily today, the entire Williams family will not be able to protect you," Dalton cautioned in a stern tone. Ethan roared disapprovingly. "Are you trying to scare me? But before he could finish, a voice came from outside the door. "If you aren't scared, well then you should be." Everyone was dumbfounded at first, but when they turned around to see who it was, their expressions changed drastically. Lily and the others looked pleasantly surprised, while Dalton and Ethan were frozen in shock. Kevin, alongside Kyle Thompson and Marcus Watford, quickly walked in with a serious expression on his face. At the same time, his spiritual energy became stronger with every step that he took. Although it was subtle,
This easily overpowered the pressure that Dalton had been emitting. "Kevin!" Adriana and Gilbert both called out excitedly. At the same time, Lily did not say anything, but her hand started to shake as her eyes were fixed on Kevin. Meanwhile, Dalton's expression became serious as he observed Kevin vigilantly, but in contrast, Ethan's legs started to tremble as if he had just seen a ghost. "I'm back," Kevin said gently as he walked straight toward Lily. Left speechless by this, tears instantly fell from Lily's eyes. After 3 seconds, she then hugged Kevin and buried her head in his chest. She sobbed uncontrollably, as if she wanted to release all of the negative emotions that she had been keeping to herself. Kevin comforted her gently. "I know that things have been hard on you in my absence, but for now, I need you to be strong while I take care of this matter, okay? Then we can go home and talk about everything." After some time, Lily finally managed to restrain her emotions enough to raise her head at Kevin and respond, Thank you." After using his hand to wipe the tears off of her face, Kevin kissed her forehead and rubbed her shoulder. But when he turned around to face Ethan, the smile on his face quickly disappeared and was replaced by a cold gaze.
"Kevin, why did you come back all of a sudden? We didn't hear anything about your return,"
Ethan uttered with his eyes filled with fear. Ever since Kevin barged into the Williams family's mansion and sent him flying with a single move, that incident had left a deep fear in Ethan's heart, as if it summed up all those years of being overshadowed by him. "Do I need to ask for your permission first?" Kevin replied and then added, "I have tried my best not to cause trouble for the Williams family, but you seem to have a death wish by disrupting my affairs in Chicago. Are you just stupid, or did you really think that I wouldn't find out?" Looking at the sneer on Kevin's face, Ethan took a few steps back. It was not until he touched the wall that he realized that he no longer had anywhere to go. Seeing the scene in front of him, Dalton shook his head disapprovingly. He couldn't believe that Ethan was actually this afraid of Kevin. "Ethan, let me ask you, what were you about to say earlier?" he asked coldly. "If I didn't come back today, what were you planning to do with my wife and my friends?" With Ethan momentarily at a loss for words, Gilbert Rhodes could not help but blurt out,
"Kevin, you must teach them a lesson. It was because of the two of them that Emo ended up like this."
Upon hearing this, Kevin frowned. After taking a glance at Emo and seeing him lying unconscious in the hospital bed, he turned his attention back to Ethan and said, "Looks like you finally grew a pair. You actually dared to do such a thing to my friend?"
So what if I did? And even if I wanted to take your wife, what can you do? Don't forget that at the end of the day, you are still just the same useless person who was expelled from the Williams family. If you dare to touch a single strand of my hair, the entire family will never let you go for it."
Ethan furiously retorted. Given the huge gap between their power bases, Ethan knew that he was clearly no match for Kevin. So if he wanted to walk out of the hospital alive, he ultimately had to rely on Dalton's strength for protection. Otherwise, he would certainly die today. Lily decided to ask Kevin to return to Chicago to save Emo, but before she could call him, Dalton Steele and Ethan Williams burst in and terrorized the group. Ethan then turned his attention to Lily, trying to convince her to leave Kevin for him. When Lily firmly rejected him, Ethan threatened to forcefully take her away. This drew Dalton's ire, causing an argument between the two of them. Suddenly, Kevin arrived with Kyle Thompson and Marcus Watford, shocking everyone. After reassuring Lily, he then confronted Ethan. While Ethan arrogantly faced him, he knew deep down that only Dalton had the strength to save him from Kevin's wrath. "Do you seriously think that I wouldn't dare to lay a finger on you just because of our family?" Kevin snorted as he walked up to Ethan. "Then I will prove you wrong today." Before Ethan could react, Kevin grabbed his hair and dragged him over to the other side of the room. He then kicked Ethan's calf. With the powerful force making him unable to stand steadily, Ethan fell down to his knees before Kevin. When he regained his senses, Ethan flew into a rage and roared,
"Kevin, Are you for real?
In his mind, how could the young heir of the most powerful family in New York City be forced to kneel on the ground in front of so many people? If this matter was exposed to the public, not only would it cause him a lot of embarrassment, but the entire Williams family would also be ridiculed for it. Do you finally understand that I'm not playing around? Kevin looked down at him with disgust. He then declared, "Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. As long as you apologize for what happened to Emo and beg for mercy right now, I will spare your life for the sake of your father."
Kevin, are you crazy? You want me to do what? Dream on,
Ethan replied. Although he was afraid of Kevin, he still couldn't stomach lowering his pride. If Ethan agreed to his terms, how could he show his face to his father in the future? It seems like you were forcing me to make another move, Kevin replied disappointedly. Without wasting any more time, he then threw a punch right at Ethan's face. As he lay on the ground, Ethan's face was instantly swollen, with blood flowing out of his mouth and nose. "Do you want me to knock you out or not?" Kevin asked coldly.
"That's impossible,"
Ethan responded. He was sure that Kevin would at most rough him up a bit today. After all, they were still family at the end of the day. He wouldn't dare to do anything that would truly injure him, would he? "Those words will soon be proved wrong," Kevin replied. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in his eyes as he stepped on one of Ethan's legs. A loud cracking sound was then heard, causing Ethan to scream at the top of his lungs. His face turned red, and bulging veins appeared on his forehead. However, Kevin ignored that and kept applying pressure on Ethan's leg. This made Ethan howl even more as his face twisted and turned from the intense pain.
"Kevin, you piece of trash. If you really have the guts, kill me today, or else I will definitely get back at you for today's humiliation several times over in the future,"
Ethan warned furiously. He then grabbed Kevin's leg with both hands, seemingly wanting to bite it. Unfortunately, his face was swollen so badly that he couldn't even close his mouth completely. "I'm afraid you won't have that chance," Kevin said as he bent down and grabbed Ethan's shirt. After dragging him to the window, he declared, "You're going to jump down yourself." Upon hearing this, Ethan felt like his soul was about to leave his body. With cold sweat drenching his entire back, he shook his head and refused.
"Kevin, are you crazy? We're on the 14th floor."
"I know. Jump," Kevin ordered without giving any further explanation. "If you can survive, then it's the universe's way of telling me that your life should be spared, and I will no longer be your enemy for the rest of my life. Otherwise, it's a sign that you deserve to die." Everyone present was suddenly frightened. Looking at Kevin's gloomy face, even Adriana Wright and Gilbert Rhodes felt horror. At the moment, Kevin seemed to have a terrifying aura that made them feel very anxious. Standing by the window, Ethan glanced down slightly. He immediately felt dizzy and his legs trembled in fear. How could he survive after jumping from this height? Even if he miraculously did, in what state would his mind and body be?
"Okay, I'll jump."
Ethan stuttered as he held onto the windowsill, but almost immediately after he desperately shouted,
"Dalton, you bastard! Aren't you going to save me? Kevin has gone crazy."
"No one can save you today," Kevin said coldly. "I have always known that you were a bully who used the William family's prestige to get what you wanted, but I never thought that you would have the guts to act on your own. What gave you the courage to come to Chicago and stir up trouble all of a sudden? Was it the fact that I wasn't here?" At the moment, Kevin really wanted to kill Ethan, not only to avenge Emo Squire and the others, but also as a reminder to everyone else who thought that his absence from Chicago meant that his empire here could be easily trampled. No matter where he was, any bold act against the Williams Company and the people he cared about would not be tolerated. Faced with the reality of death, Ethan's arrogance finally crumbled as he helplessly plopped to the ground.
"Kevin, I was wrong. I shouldn't have made you my enemy. Please don't kill me. I'm too young to die."
Ethan begged while sobbing uncontrollably. He then added,
"As long as you let me go, I can guarantee that I will never step foot in Chicago ever again."
At the same time, Adriana Wright and the others suddenly stared at him in shock. Ethan was so scared that he had wet his pants. "You think that by finally admitting defeat, I will simply let you go now? It's too late for that," Kevin said seriously, then added, "You could have had a good life if you stayed in New York City, but you made the mistake of coming here and causing trouble. For that, you must pay the price." Not knowing what else to say to save his life, Ethan buried his head deep into his chest. Was this really the end for him? "Now the only thing in front of you is death. Jump and save me the trouble of pushing you," Kevin callously ordered. As his voice fell, the entire room became silent as Lily and the others frowned. While Ethan's fate did not necessarily concern them, they were worried that if he really died in this horrific manner, Kevin would have to be arrested and go to trial, despite being a powerful expert. Just then, Dalton, who had been standing by the door this entire time, suddenly shouted,
"Enough!"
Everyone turned to look at him in surprise. However, Kevin retorted, "Now that I'm back, that decision is no longer up to you." Staring into each other's eyes created intense sparks, as if both of them wanted to completely crush the other with their gaze. Although they didn't attack each other, the animosity between these two former brothers was as clear as day.
"Are you really going to kill Ethan? No matter what, he is still a member of your family. If he dies, you will be in a lot of trouble. Ethan was just the first attacker of many," Dalton pointed out truthfully, then added, "If your empire in Chicago is thrown into chaos before you fully establish yourself in Washington, you will have to face enemies from both the front and the back."
Hearing this, Kevin's eyes gradually narrowed as he looked at Dalton. At the same time, Lily and the others were shocked. Dalton's words sounded like he was not only trying to save Ethan, but also warning Kevin not to get in his way.
"Besides, you won't be able to kill him today. After all, Ethan and I are partners now."
While saying this, Dalton took 2 steps forward. His body then began to emit a bright blue light. "6th stage of level 5, Kevin observed with some surprise.
"Although my power base hasn't improved as quickly as yours, I think it should be more than enough to protect Ethan today,"
Dalton responded very casually, as if Kevin wasn't a threat to him. Kevin knew very well that Dalton's power base had originally come from Travis Adams, the late head of the Myriads. But at the time, his strength was only at the 3rd stage of level 5 at most. In his absence, how was Dalton able to find sufficient training opportunities and medicinal pills to reach the 6th stage so soon? Seeing that Kevin remained silent, Ethan managed to smile despite the pain that he was feeling.
"Kevin, aren't you going to kill me? Why aren't you attacking? Did you suddenly realize that you can't defeat Dalton? You may look strong on the outside, but you're weak on the inside after all."
Ethan sneered.
"Shut up, you bastard!"
Dalton scolded Ethan harshly. While Ethan and the others might not realize their gap in strength, Dalton knew better than to challenge Kevin one-on-one. "It seems like you have encountered an incredible opportunity," Kevin remarked with deep meaning.
"Whether I did or not is none of your business. Now, are you going to let Ethan go or not?"
Dalton said, maintaining his calm. "All right, I'll let him live for now," Kevin immediately said. "But while he can escape death, it doesn't mean that he can avoid punishment." Before the others could understand what he meant, Kevin had already made a move and broken all 4 of Ethan's limbs. Ethan did not even have time to beg or scream before he fainted from the pain. Seeing this, Dalton's eyelids twitched a few times. He could see it more clearly than anyone else. With the amount of force that Kevin used to crush all of Ethan's limbs, such an injury could not be cured even with the most advanced medical technologies in the world. Similar to Emo Squire's case, only a high-grade medicinal pill would give him the chance to live normally again. Take him away. As for you, we will settle our score some other time," Kevin said with a slight smile on his face. Despite the anger in his heart, Dalton did not dawdle. He immediately walked toward Ethan, lifted his unconscious body off the floor, and carried him on his back. After they left, Adriana Wright and the others let out a huge sigh of relief. Gilbert Rhodes then walked up to Kevin and asked with a pleading look in his eyes,
"Kevin, can you save Emo?"
"Don't worry. I have something that can help him," Kevin reassured as he took out a pill from his pocket. This was a grade 7 medicinal pill that he had previously refined in case he or someone would need it. Since it had the ability to heal any type of injury, he handed it over to Gilbert without any hesitation. "Just give it to him as soon as he wakes up." Kevin smiled meaningfully as he swept his eyes over them. "I know that things have been extremely hard on all of you during my absence." "I'm sorry, Kevin. We failed to live up to your expectations. We even dragged you down along with us." Adriana lowered her head and apologized. "Nonsense. You guys aren't just my business associates. We've gone through so much together over the years that I see you all as family." Kevin took a deep breath and added, "You guys should head back home and rest for a while. Emo will be taken care of by the people that I brought with me. Tonight, I'm inviting you all to come to the Salix Leaf Complex. Let's all have a meal together." After finishing speaking, Kevin walked over to Lily, held her hand, and then pulled her out of the room with him. Those who remained inside did not follow to leave some space for the couple to catch up after not seeing each other for a long time. The two did not go too far as they just slowly walked around the hospital. Suddenly, Kevin stopped in his tracks and turned around to face her. "Lily, do you have anything that you want to tell me?" Kevin could not help but break the silence. "No. As long as you've come back safe and sound, that's all that matters," Lily replied while burying her head even deeper into his chest. Seeing this, Kevin uttered, "I have something to tell you. I have missed you so much while I was away." As Kevin spoke, he leaned sideways and hugged her gently. Suddenly, Lily's face turned red. However, her hands held Kevin's waist, revealing the true thoughts and feelings in her heart. The two of them just stood there and hugged each other without saying anything for some time. It was as if thousands of words could not replace the warmth of their loving embrace. At the same time, news of Kevin's return swept across Chicago like wildfire. When everyone heard that he had crippled Ethan Williams without any explanation, their hearts were filled with shock and horror. Those who had been thinking of trying to bring down the Williams Company suddenly had a change of heart. Perhaps it was better after all to be working with Kevin, if for no other reason than to save themselves from having their own bones shattered. While Kevin eventually agreed to let Ethan Williams go, he broke all 4 of his limbs to teach him a lesson before telling Dalton Steele to take him away. Knowing that Kevin was still much more powerful than he was, Dalton had no choice but to comply. When they left, Kevin handed Gilbert Rhodes a grade 7 medicinal pill to cure Emo Squire's injuries, and invited everyone over to the Salix Leaf Complex for a meal later that night. Kevin then pulled Lily aside to patch things up with her as the shocking news of his return and Ethan's fate spread all over Chicago. In another private hospital in Chicago, Thomas Williams stood beside a hospital bed with a gloomy face. Lying on the bed was Ethan, who was currently wrapped in casts from head to toe, and there were several IV bags hanging beside him. A couple of hours ago, Thomas was in New York City discussing a business deal when he received a call from an unknown number, telling him that something had happened to Ethan. Thomas's first reaction at that time was that it was impossible. After all, despite being aware that his son was not in New York, his wife Laura had told him that Ethan had simply gone on a vacation. In fact, the day that Ethan left, Thomas felt that it was better for him to go away for a little while rather than to stay in New York City and cause trouble every day. Given this, the last thing that he expected was for his son to go to Chicago and recklessly go after Kevin.
"Please calm your anger, Mr. Williams. What matters most right now is that your son is still alive."
Dalton Steele tried to comfort him as he stood by the window in Ethan's hospital room. Dalton then told him everything that had happened since Ethan arrived in Chicago. Hearing all of this, Thomas clenched his fist so tightly that his nails were about to pierce through his skin.
"If there's nothing else, I'll leave now."
But just as Dalton reached the door, he stopped. Without turning his head, he then advised,
"Kevin is a sleeping giant whose power base has become stronger than ever. Right now, he is not someone that the Williams family can afford to go up against. So Ethan should consider himself extremely lucky that his life was spared. In the future, I hope that you and your family won't do something that you'll end up regretting." He added, "Besides, don't you want Kevin to return to the Williams family at some point in the future? If you play your cards right and Kevin agrees to your terms, don't let your arrogant son jeopardize everything."
After saying this, Dalton left the hospital room. If Adriana Wright and the others had heard this, they would definitely be confused. Why would Dalton try to persuade Thomas Williams not to take revenge for his son? Judging from the current situation in Chicago, Dalton and Kevin were like water and fire. How could he help his enemy in this regard? After all, if Dalton were to add fuel to the fire and exaggerate this matter by pinning all of the blame on Kevin, he would definitely be able to convince the Williams family to side with him. If that happened, Kevin's Chicago empire would become even more difficult to protect. At that moment, Thomas took a deep breath and looked at his son on the bed with some sympathy for his suffering, but with rage in his heart. Back at the Salix Leaf Complex, Kevin and the others were gathered together. Under the effect of Kevin's grade 7 medicinal pill, all of the injuries across Emo Squire's body had begun to miraculously heal. When he got out of bed and left the hospital under his own power, he shocked all of the doctors and nurses in the hospital. "Kevin, I will never forget the kindness you showed by saving my life. Right now, I can only give you a toast to express my gratitude to you. Cheers." Emo offered as he slowly raised his wine glass with a smile on his face. He was clearly in a very good mood tonight. Not only did he nearly fully recover from his injuries in a short amount of time, but he also heard from Gilbert Rhodes that Kevin had broken Ethan's arms and legs. Although the Steel Group was the one that put pressure on the Williams Company, Ethan had played a very important role in all of it by making them suffer. So Emo couldn't help but feel that some sense of justice had been served. Kevin smiled back and stretched out his hand, pressing Emo's wine glass down. He then raised his own glass and looked around to address everyone. "I should be the one making a toast for you guys. In my absence, you have all worked hard to stabilize my company while taking care of Lily. So I owe you all an enormous debt of gratitude. Thank you so much for your trust and support." "Kevin, don't say that. It is only right for us to do what we did. After all, without your help, we wouldn't have become what we are today. Besides, your wife has been doing a tremendous job stabilizing the Williams Company. At most, we only gave her some simple advice and assistance." Adriana Wright replied sincerely. "That's right, Kevin. We really can't accept all of the praise that you have given us," Gilbert also added. Kevin could not help but look at Lily when he heard this. At that moment, Lily was also looking at him and her face was slightly red. "Lily, thank you for all of your hard work. I truly appreciate everything that you've done for me." Kevin did not say much, but his simple words were full of apology to Lily. Even with Lily's experience managing her family business when the Jones family was at its peak, their strength was not even a fraction of the Williams Company's power now. Given this, Kevin could only imagine how difficult it had been for her to manage the most powerful company in Chicago. "Actually, I didn't really do much. With the help of Emo and the others, I mostly just had to sign some documents," Lily uttered as she lowered her head shyly. Deep down, her heart was filled with pride. All right. As Kevin mentioned, we are all family, so there is no need for us to flatter each other too much. Besides, aren't we here to eat tonight? I'm starving." Emo couldn't help but tease. The meal lasted for nearly 3 hours. During this time, Kevin introduced Kyle Thompson and Marcus Watford to the others. Then they talked about the current situation in Chicago as Kevin more or less understood how Dalton had made things difficult for them in his absence. At the same time, Emo and the others didn't ask him anything about his activities in Washington. They all knew that it wasn't a matter that they could participate in. Having drunk a lot of wine over the course of their meal, all of Kevin's guests had to be helped back to their respective homes by their bodyguards. Despite this, Emo and the others were not worried. Instead, they were full of excitement. Now that Kevin was back, they no longer had to fear Dalton. As Kevin tucked Lily into bed, he revealed a sincere smile and said, "Leave the rest to me. Although I can't stay for too long, I will definitely pave a smooth road for you." After Lily had fallen asleep, Kevin went to the balcony. Despite the extremely cold wind at this time of the year, it didn't have much effect on him as he took out his phone and dialed a number. Soon, a cautious voice came from the other end of the phone.
"Mr. Williams, is that you?"
"Yes, it's me," Kevin said immediately. Now that Spencer and Derek had gone to Washington and brought along the Hill siblings with them, the matters of the Radiants were mostly handed over to the Dixon brothers. As for Elijah Tanner and his brothers, they had yet to come out of seclusion.
"Mr. Williams, you finally called. I thought you had already forgotten about us,"
Alfred Dixon exclaimed. "Don't be so overdramatic. Anyway, I have something to ask you. Have you heard anything unusual happening near Lake Erie?" Kevin got straight to the point and asked. After all, he did not come back to Chicago just to reunite with Lily and the others. With the sky-dividing flower believed to be somewhere in some ancient ruins near or beneath Lake Erie, Kevin was sure that, aside from the Mavericks, there could be others who were after the same thing. So who could guarantee that he would get what they wanted? Given this, Kevin did not want to put in so much effort just to explain to the Mavericks that he had failed his mission. Hearing Kevin's question, Alfred was stunned at first. He then thought for a while before remembering something.
"Yes. According to some of my people, an area surrounding Lake Erie was suddenly sealed off 3 days ago. I heard that some kind of ancient ruins were discovered there. And when this news came out, 16 schools from the great powers immediately sent out their men. In order to avoid alarming the public, the government sealed off the area and imposed a media blackout about this matter,"
Alfred reported. 16 schools? Why would so many great powers suddenly mobilize their forces? Kevin asked in shock.
Alfred asked back in surprise, "Mr. Williams, do you really not know anything about this matter?"
"Know what? Stop beating around the bush and just tell me," Kevin scolded.
"I'm sorry, Mr. Williams. Anyway, according to the information that we gathered, a legendary figure known as the Water Guardian used to protect the depths of Lake Erie. His power base enabled him to defend the area for many years without suffering a single defeat. One day he mysteriously disappeared, leaving behind the recently discovered ancient ruins at the bottom of Lake Erie. However, despite his elusive nature, he is said to still protect those waters,"
Alfred explained. "The Water Guardian?" Kevin uttered as he frowned slightly. This was the first time he had heard of the Water Guardian. If there really was such a legendary figure, why didn't he come across any relevant records about him in the past? "Where did you get this information from, exactly?" Kevin immediately asked.
"The great powers were actually informed about the Water Guardian by the government officials in charge of sealing off the lake. As for whether the legend is true or false, there is no way to verify it now. Even if there really is such a figure, any records must have long been washed away by the tide of history,"
Alfred related. "All right. Bring a few people over to Chicago tomorrow. You will come with me to Lake Erie to see whether this so-called Water Guardian is real or not." After saying this, Kevin hung up the phone. Kevin had a bad feeling in his heart. The great powers who had heard about the ancient ruins and swiftly took action, the sudden threat of the Water Guardian, as well as the government officials who had taken the initiative to warn them about the presence of this elusive figure, all made him uneasy. Given the timing of it all, Kevin kept feeling that these were all strangely connected, but at the moment, he was unable to think clearly enough to figure things out. The night passed quickly. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Ethan Williams slowly opened his eyes. The first thing that he saw was Thomas Williams's grim face staring back at him. Thomas had been in the hospital room with his son since yesterday. As he sat by Ethan's bedside and waited for him to wake up, he had not slept. Ethan's nose suddenly twitched as he pleaded with a sobbing tone.
Dad, you must avenge me. That piece of trash, Kevin, he...
Ethan's words were filled with despair. Back in New York City, he had always been the one to bully others. Now that the tables had turned on him in Chicago, how could he accept it?
Shut up, you ignorant fool.
Thomas roared as his originally expressionless face suddenly turned ferocious. Stunned by his father's scolding, Ethan called out in disbelief.
Dad!
Although things between them had been especially tense of late, Ethan was still Thomas Williams' son. Given this, after finding out that Ethan had suffered such a serious injury, he shouldn't have started cursing the moment his son woke up, right?
Do you know what you have done? Your actions have undoubtedly pushed the Williams family over the edge of a cliff and into the abyss.
Thomas reprimanded him harshly and then added,
You know, it wouldn't be such a loss to our family if you had just died. So you should be grateful that you're still alive. Dad, what are you talking about? Since I'm your son, shouldn't you be on my side no matter what? Besides, this was all Kevin's fault, so that piece of trash must die.
Ethan argued.
You still have the nerve to call others trash. Why don't you take a good look at yourself? Anyway, the only reason why I stayed here until you woke up was to tell you that this matter ends here. I've already arranged for someone to bring you back to New York City immediately. I will deal with you then.
After saying these words, Thomas turned around and left the ward. Very soon, a nurse entered and pushed Ethan's bed out of the hospital room. When Kevin received the news that they had left Chicago, he just shook his head and turned a blind eye. As the saying goes, blood is thicker than water. Although he had been expelled from his family, at the end of the day, he wouldn't do anything to destroy them. This was also the main reason why he ultimately decided to spare Ethan's life. But even Kevin wondered if that was a decision that might prove fatal in the future. After calling Alfred Dixon to ask about the ancient ruins in Lake Erie, Kevin learned that not only did he have to compete against several schools from the great powers, but the government had also issued a warning about the Water Guardian, a so-called legendary figure who protected its waters. When Ethan Williams finally woke up the next morning and saw Thomas by his bedside, Thomas scolded him for putting the Williams family at risk with his actions. He then arranged for Ethan's immediate return to New York City, unaware that Kevin had already decided against destroying his own family. Back at the Salix Leaf Complex, Lily slowly walked downstairs to the kitchen. When Kevin saw her, he put away his phone and eagerly went up to ask with concern, "Good morning. Are you still feeling dizzy from last night?" As Lily looked at the flattering smile on Kevin's face, it was as if she had returned to a year ago, when Kevin was still just an ordinary person and did not have any ambitions or responsibilities outside of being her husband. Although he did not have any special abilities, he could always stay by her side and take care of her. However, this illusion only appeared for a moment before Lily regained her senses and drifted back to reality. "I still feel a little hungover. What are we eating this morning?" Lily yawned and went to sit at the dining table. "I made us some oatmeal as well as bacon, eggs, and toast," Kevin exclaimed as he proudly showed off his dishes as if he were the head chef of a 3-star restaurant. Although there was nothing special about any of these dishes, they were all personally cooked by him. Because of this, Lily nodded her head excitedly and immediately drank some of the coffee that Kevin handed over to her. Lily was the first to break the silence and asked with some hesitation, "When are you going to leave again?" Given Kevin's current ambitions, it was almost impossible to keep him at home for long. Moreover, even if he wanted to stay, one of his enemies would surely draw him out. "In a few days," Kevin replied as he finished his eggs, then added, "But before that, I have to go to the Williams Company and make sure that you'll have the means to fight Dalton in the future." "What exactly is going on between you and Dalton anyway? Weren't the two of you extremely close?" Lily could not help but ask. Hearing this, Kevin, who was about to get up and pick up their plates and bowls, suddenly froze. Dalton and I had some sort of misunderstanding that can't really be explained in just a few words. Kevin then looked at Lily seriously and continued. Just promise me one thing. Once the Williams Company secures the upper hand over the Steele Group, don't forget to show mercy. While Lily did not understand Kevin's reasons for saying this, she still nodded in agreement. After he washed the dishes, the two of them got ready and drove to the Williams Company. As soon as they parked and got out of the car, Kevin heard a voice calling Lily from nearby. When he turned around, he saw a man in a gray suit quickly walking toward Lily with a face full of joy. He then took out a light blue gift box and beamed. "Lily, I bought this gift for you yesterday. I hope you like it." As he observed this person, Kevin's eyes narrowed at how he was being unusually attentive to Lily. Lily hesitantly looked at Kevin and asked, "Do you think I should accept it or not?" Hearing this, the man's expression changed slightly. He then shifted his gaze toward Kevin, who he had already noticed earlier, but did not think much of until now. "Lily, is this?" the man asked with a fake smile. "I'm her husband. Who are you?" Kevin immediately took over the conversation and asked back. However, the man simply raised his eyebrows at Kevin and snorted. "Oh, please. You must be..." "What the hell are you talking about? I really am Lily's husband. I asked you who you are," Kevin demanded. Seeing his displeasure, Lily stepped in and explained. "Kevin, relax. He's my college classmate, Colin Butterfield. He just came back from Europe and is now working for our company." Of course, there were still some things that she had not said out loud. Colin madly pursued her during their college days. But after he decided to finish his studies abroad, he abruptly left Chicago and only returned recently. When Colin came back, he tracked down Lily, hoping to win her heart. It just so happened that the Williams Company needed a talented manager, and Lily agreed to hire him based on his credentials. "So, is this employee working directly under you?" Kevin frowned slightly. Although he did not say anything else, his meaning was very clear. "What did you say? Who are you calling an employee?" Colin retorted unhappily, then added, "Don't think that you are superior to me just because you're married to Lily. After all, everything can change in an instant." Kevin's face instantly darkened upon hearing this. Who did this guy think he was? Seeing that things had become tense between the two of them, Lily warned Colin. "Colin, you better watch your mouth. Kevin is my husband, and he is definitely not someone that you can afford to offend if you want to stay in this company." Colin looked at Kevin in disbelief. He then pulled Lily aside and whispered, "Lily, how can you stay married to this piece of trash? Tell me, what part of me is not as good as him? My feelings for you have never changed since college. Don't you feel the same way?" "I'm sorry, Colin, but you were never more than a friend to me," Lily told him. At the same time, she kept cursing Colin Butterfield in her heart. What was he thinking? Across the entire city, not even Dalton Steele would dare to speak to Kevin in such a manner. Colin might have just returned to Chicago, but that wasn't an excuse. After all, he should have known who the president of the company that he was working for was. "I'm sorry, but I can't accept no for an answer." Colin refused as he furiously roared at Kevin. "I don't care who you are. Leave Lily immediately. If not, don't blame me for what I'll do to you." "Colin, are you out of your mind? What has gotten into you?" Lily scolded as her face turned sour. "Call me crazy, but I'm willing to do anything to win your heart. Besides, just look at him. I am clearly way stronger than this guy. I can take him in a fight," Colin arrogantly pointed out. As his voice grew louder with each response, the argument attracted the attention of people in the parking lot. At first, they were wondering who was so blind to provoke Colin Butterfield. But when they got closer, they were shocked to see Colin throwing insults at Kevin like a madman.
Does that guy have a death wish? What is he doing getting entangled with President Williams? Someone wondered.
While Colin's feelings for Lily were not a secret to many of these people, they couldn't believe that he would actually confront Lily's husband, who just so happened to be the Williams Company's president. "Colin, you have left me with no choice but to fire you. Pack up your things and leave," Lily declared. In her mind, Colin had crossed the line the moment he revealed his crazed obsession with her. Moreover, when she saw Kevin's gloomy face, Lily knew very well that if Colin were to keep insulting him, he would be lucky just to leave the parking lot alive. "Lily, are you really going to fire me for this?" Colin was stunned. "I am not only firing you, but from now on, don't bother me anymore. Otherwise, I'll have to get a restraining order on you for stalking and harassment," Lily threatened as she held Kevin's hand and left the parking lot with him. Hearing this, Colin Butterfield helplessly watched her go as a couple of security guards approached. Despite this, Kevin's expression did not change even after they arrived at his office. When they noticed this, Rachel and the others looked at each other in puzzlement, but none of them dared to ask what had happened. "Is everyone here?" Kevin asked with a cold tone. "Yes, Kevin. The higher-ups of the Williams Company and others from our business group are all here as well. They're waiting for us in the new conference room." Emo Squire bit the bullet and carefully replied. Kevin simply nodded as he took out his phone and sent a text message. Then he left the office first. While having dinner last night, Kevin had asked Emo and the others to summon all of these people here today for a meeting. If Dalton Steele was bold enough to proceed with his plans to launch an attack against Kevin, he would likely target all of the members of his business consortium in one fell swoop. If this happened, the entire power structure of Chicago could potentially be reordered. To protect his interests, Kevin wanted to set up a new core business. As the Williams Company's strength grew stronger, the scale of their meetings also expanded. Because of this, the entire 16th floor had now been converted into a giant conference room. At the moment, the room was filled with people who all remained silent, knowing that Kevin had called this meeting. They didn't even dare to take out their phones. When Kevin and the others finally came in, everyone stood up at the same time to greet him. After looking around the conference room, Kevin sat down at the head of the table. Not wanting to waste any time, he immediately announced, "I know that things have been hard on everyone recently. Given this, the main reason why I have gathered all of you together today is to tell you about my plan to set up an herbal pill refinery. Of course, this will be spearheaded by the Williams Company, while everyone else will be supporting key shareholders. Now, I would like to hear your opinions on this exciting new venture." When his voice fell, all of the business club's higher-ups, including Emo Squire and the others, were shocked. Although the Williams Company would take out a small batch of pills and put them up for auction every once in a while, these were exclusive events reserved for the wealthiest and most influential figures of Chicago. By keeping the supply low, it was not only easier for the company to manage, but the auction also earned them large profits due to the high demand. But now that Kevin actually wanted to set up a permanent pill refinery, how could it not be shocking? The originally quiet conference room instantly became lively as everyone started discussing this news. Suddenly, a senior director of the Williams Company stood up and asked tentatively, "President Williams, although your idea is very interesting, I have a question." Kevin glanced at him and replied indifferently, "Just say it." "Everyone knows that the country's herbal pill supply is basically monopolized by the Herbalist Society. If we suddenly set up a rival company that refines the same type of pills, wouldn't that be a thorn in their side?" The man pointed out their concerns. A look of surprise flashed across Kevin's eyes. He then explained, "You don't have to worry too much about that. Anyway, most of the pills that the Herbalist Society refines are actually catered for experts who wish to increase their strength. In contrast, we will not be doing any of that. Instead, our company will only refine pills that can cure diseases and injuries. So it's basically natural medicine for ordinary people."
"President Williams, I have another question."
Another person stood up, but this time it was one of Emo Squire's associates.
"In setting up this pill refinery, we will need a large number of herbalists. As far as I know, the cost of hiring an herbalist is very high. Many of them are already working for the Herbalist Society. Beyond this issue, the most important aspect to consider is that we will need a lot of pill formulas.
You don't have to worry about that either. Did you think that I was just sitting here and talking nonsense with you this entire time? Of course, I already considered those problems and have resolved them. Kevin calmly reassured, then added, Also, the purpose of calling everyone here today is to simply inform you about this matter. This pill refinery will be established no matter what. Perhaps you can only see the problems now, but I promise that you will all reap endless benefits from this in the future. Some of the higher-ups wanted to respond, but could see that Kevin had made up his mind, so they held their concerns. If there's nothing else, you can all leave now. Once everything is already underway, I will naturally inform you. In the meantime, please prepare yourselves. I expect your full support on this new venture, so don't drag me down when the time comes, Kevin stated. After the other higher-ups left, Emo Squire and the others could no longer sit still. Kevin, are you really serious about setting up a pill refinery? Rachel asked in disbelief. As an ordinary person, she had always felt that the matter of refining medicinal pills was too out of reach. However, she never expected Kevin to present such an opportunity before them. Hearing this, Kevin replied confidently, Of course I'm serious. In line with this, I have already asked Sandra to anticipate a group of people who will arrive in Chicago shortly. Given this, you must take care and make arrangements for them when the time comes. As long as we play our cards right, our strength will be unmatched in the future. Despite still being displeased over his and Lily's encounter with Colin Butterfield, Kevin had to set aside these feelings to hold a business meeting. Amid concerns that this would be a challenge to the Herbalist Society's control of the herbal market, Kevin calmed those fears and informed his underlings that the venture was necessary to protect their empire from Dalton Steele's plans to topple the Williams Company. Kevin wasn't just bragging when he claimed the herbal pill refinery would make the Williams Company omnipotent. Although Rachel and the others were not strong enough to fight Dalton Steele, Kevin was still firmly in charge of the situation in Chicago. At the same time, he also understood one thing. Despite already having branches in St. Louis and Detroit, the Radiance would not be able to go far in the future if the majority of its members continued to develop in seclusion. However, given that the current number of people in the Radiance had grown to such a massive scale, Kevin could only choose a portion of them to serve as the core members of the organization. By sending these people to help him with his pill refinery, he believed that his ability to protect his empire would be more than enough. After sending Emo Squire and the others away, Kevin followed Lily back to the office. Don't you have some explaining to do? Kevin remarked unhappily. If you won't believe me anyway, it's useless for me to say anything, Lily retorted as she sat on the sofa with her head slightly lowered. Deep down, Kevin knew that Lily was right. After all, even when he was still just a nobody, she never did anything to let him down. Now that his status had soared to the sky, it was even more impossible for Lily to cheat on him. However, while Kevin knew that Colin Butterfield wasn't a threat, he naturally couldn't help but feel a little jealous as Lily's husband. Looking at Lily sulking on the sofa, Kevin could only take a deep breath and try to regain his composure. At the same time, in the Williams family's mansion in New York City, Thomas Williams had just finished reading some reports. But before he could move on to another document, the door of his study was suddenly thrown open forcefully from the outside. His wife, Laura, quickly walked in and placed her hands on her waist. She then scolded, "What the hell, Thomas? Your son was just beaten within an inch of his life by Kevin in Chicago, and yet you did nothing to avenge him. Also, why did you have him brought back here instead of leaving him in the hospital to recover? What are you trying to do?" Hearing this, Thomas slowly put the documents down on the table and stood up as he looked at Laura calmly. "What are you still standing there for? I don't care how strong Kevin is. Take someone with you to Chicago right now and kill that piece of trash. Otherwise, if you don't man up, I won't hesitate to demand a divorce. I can't afford to be humiliated like this." Laura shouted loudly, not caring whether she would be heard by others inside the mansion or not. Overhearing this commotion, a number of people who had originally come to talk to Thomas suddenly stopped in their tracks and did not dare to move forward toward the study. Seeing this, Thomas slowly walked to the door and gestured for them to wait for him down the hall. After making sure that there was no one else around, he discreetly closed the door. "Why did you close the door? Are you afraid of being heard and humiliated?" Laura sneered as she gave Thomas a disdainful look. Without saying a word, Thomas walked back to his desk, took out a document from the drawer, and handed it over to Laura. "What's this?" Laura frowned and asked in puzzlement.
"Take a look at your son's injury report,"
Thomas uttered coldly. "Why? I already know that all of Ethan's limbs were broken, and I'm even aware that his spiritual energy was forcibly sucked out of his body. What else is there to see?" Laura wondered as her eyes widened even more.
"Are you sure you didn't miss anything? I think you should take another look, especially at your son's blood type."
Thomas's face gradually turned cold as he spoke. Just then, Laura's facial expression changed dramatically. She covered her mouth with both hands to prevent herself from making any sound.
"Shouldn't you give me a good explanation? I remember Ethan's blood test results in the past. His blood type was always the same as mine. Why did it suddenly change?"
Thomas asked, creating a tense atmosphere around them. "Thomas, listen to me. It's probably just a clerical error. After all, hospitals in Chicago aren't as good as the ones in New York City. There's no need to get upset over such a small thing." Laura immediately deflected with a panicked tone.
"Is that so? Well, I have something else here that you should take a look at,"
Thomas replied as he took out another document and handed it to Laura. When Laura saw what it was, her hand started to tremble.
"When I noticed that Ethan's blood type did not match with mine, I immediately asked someone to do a DNA test for us. The result confirmed that my suspicions were correct."
Thomas snickered, then continued.
"Laura, I really can't believe that you managed to fool me for so many years. How dare you hand me the responsibility of raising a son that isn't my own? If it wasn't for the fact that Ethan had been hospitalized, you probably would have carried this secret to your grave."
No, Thomas, you misunderstood. The hospital must have made a mistake. Ethan is really your son. Don't you know how much I love you? How could I do something that would betray your trust like that?" Laura quickly tried to reassure him. However, Thomas acted as if he did not hear what she said and recounted.
"Last night, I sat by Ethan's bedside for the whole night and remembered something. Back when we first met, I had to compete with another man to win your heart. I always thought I defeated him, but in the end, I guess he got the best of me. He managed to get you pregnant, then made me raise his son for more than 20 years.
Thomas's emotions suddenly got the best of him as he slammed his palms on the desk. Due to his spiritual energy, the desk was instantly smashed into pieces. This scared Laura so badly that her heart started racing. With that, Thomas thundered, "I finally understand why you kept insisting that I arrange for Ethan to take over the family business, and also pressured me into banishing my brother and his family. This was all a part of your grand plan to pave the way for your son to inherit everything. If you had succeeded with all of that, what were you planning to do next? Were you going to kill me, then marry your son's real father?" As Thomas slowly walked toward Laura, his body was trembling more and more violently. At the same time, he emitted a terrifying aura, looking as if he was on the verge of losing control. "Thomas, don't be impulsive. Why don't you calm down so we can talk?" Laura pleaded in fear.
"You lied to me for over 20 years, Laura. How do you expect me to calm down after that?"
Thomas yelled. As Laura stepped backward to avoid him, she stumbled over her own feet and fell to the ground in a sorry state. When this happened, Thomas suddenly turned around and shouted toward the door,
"Someone, come here right now."
A few seconds later, a few of his bodyguards entered the study. Upon seeing Thomas angrily staring down at Laura, who was sitting on the ground, these men froze in their tracks.
Get her out of this house right now. No matter what happens, she can never come back here,"
Thomas ordered without any further explanation. For a moment, the bodyguard stood there blankly, not knowing what to say or do. Could Thomas Williams really do this to his own wife? Where would Laura go after being kicked out of the Williams family's mansion?
"Didn't you hear what I said? Take her away right now,"
Thomas ordered his men harshly. Hearing this, the bodyguards immediately came back to their senses and did not dare to question Thomas. They then dragged Laura from the study. "What the hell are you doing? Let go of me right this instant. My husband didn't mean what he said. He was clearly just caught up in the heat of the moment," Laura tried to explain as she struggled with all of her might to free herself. Unfortunately, her strength was no match for these men. When the sound of Laura's desperate pleas was already too far away for him to hear, Thomas slowly closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. He was clearly unhappy right now with what he had just done. As his wife, Laura was the woman whom he had loved for more than 20 years. However, given that their marriage was built on one huge lie, he couldn't find it in his heart to forgive her. After all, beyond the fact that he had been led to believe that Ethan was his son this entire time, all of the advice that she had whispered into his ear over the years had left the entire Williams family practically covered in bruises and scars. After some time, Thomas suddenly opened his eyes, as if he had made some important decision. He then yelled, "Prepare the car. I'm going to Chicago." When Thomas Williams' wife Laura complained to him that he did nothing to avenge their son Ethan's beating by Kevin, Thomas presented to Laura hospital reports and DNA tests that proved that Ethan was not Thomas's biological son. Laura attempted to make excuses, but Thomas, realizing that Laura had lied to him and manipulated him for over 20 years to gain power for her bastard son, had Laura dragged out of the family mansion as Thomas prepared to return to Chicago to see Kevin. Back in Chicago, Kevin had just decided to let Emo Squire handle everything that had to do with setting up his pill refinery. Soon after, the people from the Radiants arrived in the city. Led by Alfred Dixon, he brought a total of 50 people with him. 12 of them were his trusted subordinates, and they were set to accompany Kevin to the ancient ruins of Lake Erie. On the other hand, the remaining 38 were considered the best out of 2,000 trained herbalists, and they were brought over to refine pills for Kevin's new company. After handing the 38 herbalists over to Emo, Kevin brought Alfred and his 12 subordinates back to Corwin Tower. As Kevin's gaze swept across these 12 people, he could tell that the strongest among them had a power base at the second stage of level 4. While the weakest was at the 6th stage of level 3. Although their strength wasn't comparable to Troy Evans and the others from the Vanguard, it was still considered pretty good overall.
"Mr. Williams, I can assure you that these are all capable and trustworthy subordinates. Admittedly, they may not be the strongest warriors, but their courage is invaluable."
Alfred introduced them with a smile. At the same time, he glanced back at his people and immediately scolded.
"What are you all just standing there for? Don't you know who this person is? He is the Chancellor of the Radiants."
Upon hearing this, the 12 of them hurriedly dropped to a knee and lowered their heads before Kevin and said, "Greetings, Chancellor." In the Radiants, the most mysterious and powerful figure was definitely its Chancellor, Kenneth Wilkinson. After all, the Chancellor had not been seen in a very long time and was known to wear a mask during the few times that he showed himself. Moreover, since he mostly let Spencer and the others manage the Radiance's daily affairs, the majority of the organization's members had yet to even encounter him in person. Despite his elusiveness, he was unquestionably believed to be the strongest expert in the Radiance. This was largely because he managed to handily defeat the Southern School for Natural Medicine's dean, Jeffrey Bowie, in the past. Beyond that, the Chancellor also had the ability to produce pill formulas that even the Herbalist Society's higher-ups had never even seen before. Therefore, when the 12 of them found out that Kenneth Wilkinson had merely been a pseudonym, and that this ordinary-looking man in front of them was truly the Radiance's Chancellor, their hearts were understandably filled with shock at first, but they were immediately replaced by a strong sense of both fear and respect. "Get up," Kevin ordered as he waved his hand at them. He then sent out a gentle force that lifted them up from the ground. As they now stood up, the 12 men were shocked by this once again. Unable to detect Kevin's power base, what kind of strength was needed to do that?
"Mr. Williams, what's the plan? I hope that it's something big,"
Alfred asked impatiently. Ever since he had begun following Kevin, he had been staying in the Radiance's headquarters, itching for an opportunity to show off his skills.
"Why don't you go and rob all the banks in Chicago? I'm sure that will be a big deal for a bandit like you,"
Kevin remarked sarcastically as he looked at him and scolded. "Lake Erie is not like Blade Mountain at all. This mission is far from a simple heist." Alfred scratched the back of his head in embarrassment and replied with a simple and honest smile.
"I'm sorry, Mr. Williams. It's been a while, so I just got excited. As long as you say it, we will do whatever you ask of us without any complaints."
Kevin sighed slightly and thought for a while. He then instructed the 12 men. "You guys go and find out more about the situation first. Since the great powers already know about the ancient ruins, we have to be careful about our next move."
"Yes, Chancellor."
After the 12 of them lowered their heads to Kevin, they immediately turned around and left.
"What about me, Mr. Williams? What will I do?"
Alfred curiously asked again. "You will come with me to see a couple of people," Kevin replied as he suddenly revealed a faint smile. An hour later, the two of them arrived at the entrance of the Healing Arts School.
"What the? Mr. Williams, are we going to cause trouble here?"
Alfred exclaimed as he looked at the Healing Arts School in front of him with some uneasiness in his heart. "Didn't you say that you wanted to do something big?" Kevin playfully teased.
"Actually, on second thought, I wouldn't mind taking on something a bit less."
Alfred's mouth couldn't help but twitch a few times as he conceded this. It wasn't that he didn't have confidence in his own strength. Rather, he knew that there were some people in the Healing Arts School that he couldn't afford to offend. After all, Wayne Ford and Harley Shepard had been famous figures among the world of experts for many years. For a moment, he couldn't understand why Kevin, who was usually such a smart and careful person, would suddenly be so reckless. However, Kevin did not give him any explanation. As he quietly stood at the school gate, he believed that the two old men had definitely received the news of his return. As for why they had not contacted him until now, Kevin wasn't sure, so he decided to take the initiative to come looking for them instead. Time passed by slowly. At the moment, the Healing Arts School was not on vacation. Since many students came and went, Kevin figured that his presence would not attract too much attention. As such, while Kevin saw many familiar faces, such as Mike Tripp and some of his other classmates, they did not seem to notice him. Otherwise, if they did, they probably did not want to talk to him. After almost another hour had passed without anything, Alfred couldn't help but ask,
"Mr. Williams, what exactly are we doing here?"
If they were here to cause trouble, they would have started a fight a long time ago. But if they were here to find someone, why hadn't anyone paid any attention to them until now? "Don't be in such a hurry." Kevin didn't panic, and the smile on his face didn't disappear. Hearing this, Alfred did not ask any more questions. As long as Kevin knew why they were here, he would wait patiently. As expected, less than 2 minutes later, a member of the Healing Arts School quickly walked over to them. He then looked at Kevin and said respectfully,
"Mr. Williams, our deans would like to see you."
"Lead the way." Kevin nodded. Soon, the three of them arrived at the dean's office. When Kevin entered the room, he saw Wayne Ford reading a book behind his desk while Harley Shepard sat by the window drinking coffee. Kevin was the first to speak and quipped, "Long time no see. Then again, it took you long enough to ask for me to come to your office."
If we knew you were coming, we wouldn't have been able to hide from you even if we wanted to,"
Wayne snappily retorted as he closed the book in his hand. "If you two really don't want to see me, just say so. I'll turn around and leave immediately," Kevin replied frankly. Meanwhile, Harley's eyes were currently fixed on the man who had entered with Kevin. With his strength, he could naturally tell Alfred's power base. However, when he turned his attention to Kevin, the most unbelievable thing was that he actually couldn't sense his power base. With some surprise in his eyes, Harley finally remarked,
"Kid, looks like you've really soared to the sky now. You even have a level 5 expert following you."
"This is all thanks to what I learned in the Healing Arts School," Kevin flattered him. The truth was that he had only studied in the Healing Arts School for a semester, and the things that he learned during that time were very little.
"Your words are flattering, but we already know why you came here. However, as an independent organization, the Healing Arts School must never take a stand for any individual. That's why we don't interfere with your conflicts in Chicago,"
Wayne explained slowly and clearly. "I know that, but at the same time, I also know that if it wasn't for the two of you, Dalton wouldn't have done things in such an orderly manner," Kevin casually replied.
"Then why did you come to see us today? Don't tell me you really just missed us,"
Wayne asked without changing his expression. "3 things," Kevin continued. "First, I'm sure you have heard about what happened on Lake Erie. Can you tell me more about it? I wonder if you have noticed any unusual activities from some of the other schools recently." As soon as he finished speaking, the office became silent as Wayne Ford's and Harley Shepard's faces quickly turned gloomy. Because both of their power bases were very high, the changes in their emotions reflected greatly on the surrounding atmosphere. Given this, Alfred immediately tensed up. Although he didn't know the exact power base of Kevin, he was ready to attack and sacrifice himself at any time in order for Kevin to escape if necessary.
"It seems that you have truly grown quickly in Washington. I didn't think that you would be involved in this matter,"
Wayne remarked with a slight frown. "As expected, you do know something. Tell me more," Kevin probed, looking a little anxious.
"Kevin, although your current strength is not low, I advise you to not concern yourself with this matter. With the wealth that you have right now, take all of the people around you along with you and leave Chicago. Change your name and identity. If you choose to spend the rest of your life as an ordinary person, you will still be able to enjoy a life of incredible luxury."
Harley tried to persuade him. Kevin's brows furrowed when he heard this. Why was Harley acting so strange all of a sudden?
"Harley is right. It's best that you don't ask about what's happening at Lake Erie. Even if you know something, don't mention it to anyone. This matter involves the lives of too many people,"
Wayne quickly added. At this moment, Kevin's heart was filled with confusion. He didn't understand what made these two old men say such serious words. "What do you mean? Isn't the Healing Arts School known as the top organization in the Great Powers? Aren't you guys supposed to help maintain peace and order? If there really is such a threat, why are you so unwilling to take a stand now despite knowing the truth? You were the first to rally everyone against the Pinnacle." Kevin questioned as he really couldn't figure out what was going on. Why would these two old men who were so powerful be so evasive about this matter? It was as if they were deliberately turning a blind eye in fear of facing certain consequences.
"Kevin, you've been to Washington, so you should know that compared to the expert forces there, we are just mere ants. Moreover, we simply can't afford to go up against the government's higher-ups."
Wayne shook his head and sighed. Could the Mavericks really be so powerful that even the government is colluding with them? Doesn't the law prevent experts from interfering with the affairs of ordinary people? In that case, isn't the government violating its own rules by doing so? Kevin pointed out the issue.
"You actually know about the Mavericks? Could it be that you have already reignited the war between the two factions?"
Harley asked in surprise. However, Wayne Ford did not dwell on what Harley said and just slowly explained.
The rules are set by those in power, but they themselves are not necessarily bound by them. Besides, this law that you speak of was actually set by the people of the upper realm. In their eyes, even certain figures with considerable strength in Washington are seen as expendable. Moreover, without the support of the upper realm behind the scenes, do you think that the Mavericks would have the courage to attack other experts without fearing the consequences?
Wayne Ford's words hit Kevin like bricks. Was everything he knew about the Mavericks wrong? When Kevin asked them whether they had heard anything about the matter at Lake Erie, Wayne Ford and Harley Shepard discouraged him from going there. Confused by this, Kevin questioned why they weren't willing to take part in this matter. Wayne then explained that the schools of the great powers were powerless against the higher-ups in Washington. After figuring out that the government was colluding with the Mavericks, Kevin felt that this was unfair and against the law. With this, Wayne revealed that the people of the upper realm were actually the ones in charge and secretly supported the Mavericks behind the scenes. In an instant, he suddenly felt that he was being too careless about the situation. Even though the Mavericks did not show themselves and had only asked Matthew Thames to pass on a message, he eagerly flew back to Chicago to go on this mission. Why did he have to agree in the first place? What if the real reason why the higher-ups of the Mavericks never showed their faces to him was because they were secretly afraid of him? On the other hand, Kevin knew that things weren't so simple. He might not be afraid of what the Mavericks would do to him, but what about Lily and his parents, or even Emo Squire and the others? In order to protect the safety of the people around him, he had no choice but to see this mission through. For a moment, Kevin's heart was filled with doubt. On top of the Mavericks being a thorn in his side, he really could not imagine just how powerful the forces of the upper realm were if they could suppress Wayne Ford and the others, to the point where they did not even dare to defend themselves.
Kevin, I know that these words are a blow to your plans, but what can you do about it? Besides, we are doing this for your own good. Having reached level 7 at such a young age, I admit that you have extraordinary talent. However, you still have your whole life ahead of you.
Wayne tried to persuade him in a serious tone, then added,
The Mavericks have always been cruel and merciless when they do things. They destroy those who don't obey them. As such, the best way for you to escape them is to take advantage of the fact that you are still not too deeply involved in this matter.
What about the so-called Water Guardian? Is it just a conspiracy of the Mavericks against the great powers? Kevin surmised.
You can put it that way, because the schools of the great powers have existed for so many years, the Mavericks wouldn't dare to attack them openly. So they had the government issue a warning about this threat.
Wayne explained patiently, then added,
However, the ancient ruins at the bottom of Lake Erie are indeed real. As such, the Mavericks want to use this as an opportunity for all of the forces in the great powers to kill each other and weaken their collective strength, paving the way for them to be suppressed one by one in the future.
If the Mavericks' true intentions were to spread, this news could cause an uproar among the great powers. However, those schools would still be blinded by the opportunity to obtain treasures from the ancient ruins. Given this, Kevin squeezed his fists and asked, When will the seal around Lake Erie be opened? Seeing that Kevin still planned to push through with his mission, Wayne sighed.
The seal will be lifted for all experts tomorrow.
I understand. Kevin nodded, then turned around to leave the office along with Alfred Dixon. After leaving the Healing Arts School, Kevin's face looked serious. Just now, he had only realized what Matthew Thames had avoided telling him. This so-called mission from the Mavericks was actually just an elaborate scheme to get him out of Washington and kill him at Lake Erie. Your plan is not bad, but you have forgotten one thing. Chicago is my territory, Kevin roared to himself. Just then, two figures suddenly appeared from nearby and walked straight toward Kevin. One of them, an old man, said faintly, "Follow me." Stunned for a moment by this, Kevin then told Alfred to return to Corwin Tower. Before leaving, he also instructed him to check on the Tanner brothers and inform those who had come out of seclusion to come to Chicago immediately. Given that his upcoming trip to Lake Erie was going to be extremely dangerous, he had to make preparations. After that, Kevin followed the two men for about a half an hour before they eventually stopped somewhere on the outskirts of Chicago. Of course, these two people were the Night King and Leo Hayes.
"We have already heard about your matter with the Mavericks. Now we would like to hear your thoughts,"
Leo Hayes suddenly brought up. "The Mavericks want to kill me, but I will never let them get what they want. Not only will I not die, I will also destroy their plans in front of all of the other schools and obtain what's inside the ancient ruins," Kevin declared resolutely. Although the Night King and Leo Hayes were usually mysterious and elusive, they would always appear and save him at critical moments. Moreover, Kevin could also gather from their conversation just now that both of them had been secretly watching him all this time.
"The first part is right, but you don't have to do the second part."
The Night King spoke without emotion and then added,
"Unraveling the Mavericks' conspiracy will only bring you more harm and no benefits, completely tearing apart any remaining room for discussion between you two. When that happens, the Mavericks will definitely mobilize all of their forces to kill not just you, but also all of your family and friends."
Coming from the Night King, Kevin could not help but be shocked when he heard this. "Then I can only be at their mercy?" Kevin asked unhappily. Hearing this, the Night King turned around and scolded him angrily.
"Who told you to be so arrogant and cause trouble in Washington so soon? Do you know what it means to do great things? With your strength and potential, you can easily sweep across Washington in due time. But right now you are still far from ready to take on the Mavericks."
Kevin simply lowered his head, not daring to say anything against the Night King.
"All right. Now is not the time to argue about who's right or wrong."
Leo looked at Kevin and said with an indifferent tone,
"Since you've already agreed to this mission, there is a treasure called the Sky-Dividing Flower inside the ancient ruins. That thing is very important. You have to get it back for us at all costs. Do you hear me?"
Before Kevin could say anything, the Night King huffed.
"By the way, you will encounter a lot more obstacles this time. Not only from the other schools, but even the government in the upper realm have sent people there. So with everyone out there for the same treasure and ready to kill for it, you must be careful. Don't bring shame to us."
When the Night King finished his words, Kevin simply gave him a conflicted look.
"Don't give me that look. Besides, your power base has already broken through to level 7. And I know that you've been practicing the Blue Storm technique with Leo. Anyway, as long as you are able to obtain the Sky-Dividing Flower, the two of us will protect you in case something happens."
The Night King reassured Kevin as he returned to his usual calm and steady state. "Don't worry. I won't let you guys down. I will definitely complete this mission successfully." Kevin held his head high and answered with a firm tone. By the time he returned to Corwin Tower, it was already past 3 o'clock in the afternoon. While two of the Tanner brothers were still trying to break through to the 4th stage of level 5, Elijah, Sage, and Tyson Tanner had all fortunately come out of their seclusion and flown into Chicago. "Mr. Williams," Elijah Tanner and the other two greeted at the same time. Glancing at the three men, Kevin nodded his head in approval. "I can tell that two of you have reached the 5th stage of level 5, while the other is already at the 6th stage. Not bad, you guys. It's all because of the formation that you left behind at the Radiance, along with countless medicinal pills that we were able to progress so quickly in such a short period of time," Elijah explained with gratitude. Back when they were still Jake Morris's subordinates, there was a limit to the number of medicinal pills that were allocated for them every month, and they needed to carry out all kinds of tasks in order to obtain them. However, ever since they started following Kevin, there was a group of herbalists in the Radiants who specialized in refining pills for them. Although Kevin was their boss, he had never forced them to do anything in exchange for these, other than provide their unwavering loyalty. Beyond the fact that they were given so many resources, they also had the freedom to train all day and night, hoping to develop their strength for the sake of repaying Kevin's kindness one day. This mission in Lake Erie will be very difficult. As I have said before, there's a chance that people could lose their lives whether we succeed or not. So for those who were unwilling to take that risk, you may head back to the Radiance's headquarters right now, and I won't blame you for it, Kevin offered.
We will do our best to serve you no matter what, Mr. Williams.
All of them shouted at the same time. Thank you. If we are able to come back alive from this mission, I promise to bring all of you with me to Washington, Kevin replied, feeling gratitude in his heart. After all, now that he had a large group of people who were willing to support him until the end, he no longer felt like he was alone on this mission. One more thing. At Lake Erie, I will appear as Chancellor Kenneth Wilkinson of the Radiants. So if we succeed, this mission will increase the prestige of our organization, Kevin fervently declared. Later that night, when Kevin returned to the Salix Leaf Complex, he was surprised to find that Lily had cooked him dinner, as she greeted him with a smile. During dinner, Lily took the initiative to tell him all about Colin Butterfield, reassuring him that nothing had ever happened between them. With Kevin having already gotten over his jealousy by then, this matter was quickly forgotten. At the same time, both of them felt that sharing their thoughts and feelings with one another had also made their marriage even stronger. After making sure that Lily was sleeping soundly, Kevin quietly slipped out of the apartment and met up with Elijah Tanner and the others. They then drove off toward Lake Erie. After a couple of hours, they finally arrived just outside the lake, where long lines of people covered the entire shore. With several officers and security guards standing side by side, they were there to make sure that no one was allowed to enter unless they were an expert. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. With a strong fragrance spreading across the lakeshore, the female members of the Union entered the scene. "Stand aside. This spot is ours," Renee Silver immediately roared to drive everyone else away.
It's been a long time since we last saw each other, but your temper is still as violent as ever,
Paul Vaughn teased as he walked over slowly with the students of the Central Alternative Healing Academy.
Paul is right. When will you lighten up?
Theodore Honnold added as he approached the students of the Southwest School of Healing. "What did you two old men say? Tell me again if you have the guts." Renee glared at them and retorted fiercely. After the Reaper Squad took Lily away from the Union's headquarters, her status within the organization plummeted. So when she heard that some ancient ruins had resurfaced in Lake Erie, she quickly volunteered to lead a team here in order to get back into the Union's good graces.
The three of you seem to be in a really great mood. Is it too late to join in on the fun?
A low and deep voice suddenly sounded. Just then, a tall, middle-aged man with a scar on his face walked out with 20 or so students. When Paul Vaughn and the others saw this man, their facial expressions changed slightly. Of course, they knew his identity. He was the vice president of the Southwest School of Healing, Vernon Bowie. However, compared to his older brother Jeffrey, he was a much less accomplished figure within the Great Powers.
Vernon, why are you the one who came out today? Where's Jeffrey?
Paul asked with a slight frown.
You mean my useless brother? How could he have the courage to participate in something like this? Naturally, he found a convenient place to hide, leaving me with no choice but to take his place today,
Vernon replied with a cold smile. Before Paul Vaughn and the others could react, another voice suddenly sounded. Is he really hiding somewhere, or are you just trying to cover up the truth? You should know better than anyone else." Upon hearing this, Vernon Bowie's facial expression changed drastically as everyone looked around and saw a man in white walking out of the crowd. Although they could not see his face clearly, it was impossible not to recognize the white mask that he wore.
"Kenneth Wilkinson? I didn't expect to see the Radiants here today."
Theodore's face carried a trace of shock to be in the company of such power and importance. As the representatives of the different schools started arriving one by one at Lake Erie, Paul Vaughn and Theodore Honnold were teasing Renee Silver about her temper when the students of the Southeast School for Natural Medicine arrived. However, after seeing that they were led by Vernon Bowie instead of Jeffrey, Paul wondered where his older brother was. When Vernon explained that Jeffrey was too afraid to go and had gone into hiding, a voice cast doubt on whether this was true. Upon hearing this, everyone looked around and they were shocked to see the Radiants as chancellor. Even though they were still unaware that Kenneth Wilkinson and Kevin were the same person, his affiliation with the Radiants alone was enough to earn him disdainful looks from everyone. If it wasn't for the fact that Kevin had the Radiants behind him, many believed that he would have been long dead by now. Moreover, the Radiants' chancellor, Kenneth Wilkinson, was considered to be the most mysterious and elusive person within the Great Powers. Not knowing that he and Kevin were actually the same person, it was as if this powerful expert had suddenly just appeared out of nowhere. No one had ever seen the chancellor's face, and that made the unknown of his identity all the more dangerous. Shortly after the Radiants' establishment, it was precisely this person who confronted and defeated Jeffrey Bowie in front of so many people to make a statement. At that time, Paul Vaughn and the others could see that Kenneth Wilkinson hadn't even used his full strength, which was why no one dared to offend him. Just then, a murderous look flashed across Vernon Bowie's face as he questioned,
"What do you mean by what you just said?"
As far as everyone here knows, Jeffrey Bowie is not the type to shy away from a fight, let alone something as big as this. So I'm just wondering the real reason why he isn't here today. Kevin, disguised as Kenneth Wilkinson, replied without even looking at Vernon.
"I don't care who you are. If you continue to accuse me of lying, be prepared to face the consequences,"
Vernon retorted as he clenched his fists tightly. However, his true thoughts were completely different from what he had displayed. With his greatest secret seemingly known by this mysterious person, Vernon was momentarily at a loss for how to handle it. Still, without any solid evidence, he knew that he had no reason to panic. Besides, he had the strength of the Southeast School for Natural Medicine behind him. "Do you think you deserve to boast so shamelessly in front of me? Judging from your aura, it seems that you're just a weakling who has not even reached the 4th stage of level 5, Kevin observed smugly while standing behind Vernon. Hearing this, Vernon Bowie frowned slightly. Although his strength was not as good as Jeffrey's, the Southeast School for Natural Medicine's combat skills had always been known to be fierce and overbearing, making him feel as if his body was invincible. At the same time, no one in the crowd said a word, and just curiously watched to see how the situation would unfold. In any case, they were all here for the treasure in the ancient ruins. Now that these two were seemingly about to fight, it would be better for the others if at least one of them died. That way it would reduce the competition even before the race to the treasure officially began.
"Your words are simply too much. If you don't give me a good explanation right now, I will never let this matter rest," Vernon warned as he gnashed his teeth. If it was any other time, he would have made a move a long time ago. However, today he was a little cautious and was worried that Kenneth Wilkinson had something up his sleeve due to his arrogance. In fact, this was the first time Vernon had encountered him in person. After hearing about the battle between Kenneth and his brother,
He knew that he was clearly no match for him. However, Vernon had already made up his mind. If Kenneth Wilkinson continued to push him, he would have no choice but to fight him, even if it cost him his life. At the very least, he would be able to defend the honor of the Southeast School for Natural Medicine. If you really have the strength, you can come up and fight me, instead of just standing there and cursing me all day. Kevin replied casually as if Vernon was not even a small threat.
All right, then you leave me with no choice,
Vernon uttered. After taking a deep breath, a golden light radiated from his body. With that, Vernon stomped violently on the ground, instantly forming a hole under his feet as he lunged at Kevin like a cheetah hunting its prey. Despite seeing Vernon charging toward him menacingly, Kevin just stood there without moving. He didn't even have any intention to attack. Seeing this, the surrounding people were filled with shock. What the hell? Is he really not going to do anything? The Southeast School for Natural Medicine's combat skills are no joke. Someone shouted in disbelief.
In my opinion, Kenneth Wilkinson is probably scared senseless and doesn't know how to react,
Another sneered.
I thought he was a very powerful expert. Now it seems that he's just full of words and unable to back them up.
A third one mocked. Upon arriving in front of Kevin, Vernon threw out a punch. A sense of ridicule led Paul Vaughn to speak.
You only know how to put on an act. Don't think you can look down on Vernon just because you defeated Jeffrey back then. Although his power base isn't as high as his brother's, the Southeast School for Natural Medicine's elite combat skills are more than enough to make up for a small gap in strength. So unless you're at least 3 stages higher than him, don't even think about underestimating Vernon.
Paul was telling the truth. While Jeffrey Bowie had the higher power base among the two, Vernon was the more skilled warrior and had already mastered the Southeast School for Natural Medicine's unique combat technique. But when Vernon's fist was about to hit Kevin's chest, a confident smile appeared on Vernon's face. However, a second later, Kevin quickly raised his hand and easily caught Vernon's fist, silencing everyone who was watching them at that moment. Such a shame. It seems that you are even a little worse than your brother, Kevin remarked slowly. Completely shocked by this, Vernon Bowie did not have the time to answer him. With his feet firmly planted on the ground, he tried his best to pull his hand back. But to his surprise, it didn't work. Kevin held his hand tightly, not giving him any chance to escape. Meanwhile, Elijah Tanner and the rest of the Radiance's members had smug looks on their faces. How could someone who hadn't even reached the 4th stage of level 5 be worthy to fight Kevin? Since I'm in a good mood today, I'll spare your life, Kevin shouted as he forcefully pulled Vernon forward. At the same time, his other hand struck Vernon's chest. Even though Kevin had controlled the intensity of his strike, Vernon flew backward as if he had been hit by a freight train. With a heavy thud, he fell to the ground and spat out a large mouthful of blood. The surrounding crowd was stunned. They had never thought that the elusive Chancellor of the Radiance would be so strong. However, Paul Vaughn and the other leaders, who were much stronger and more experienced than their students, clearly understood the severity of the matter. Beyond the casual display of power that they just saw, the most terrifying thing was that they hadn't sensed any spiritual energy coming out of Kenneth Wilkinson's body this entire time.
Could it be that he has already broken through to level 7?
Paul gasped in disbelief.
That's impossible. The last expert within the great powers who managed the same feat was a legendary figure from many years ago.
Theodore Honnold retorted, then added,
Besides, how old is Kenneth Wilkinson? In my opinion, his power base is just likely broken through to level 5, and he must just have some kind of item on him that can shield his spiritual energy from being easily detected.
What you said makes a lot more sense,
Paul agreed. Compared to the possibility of Kenneth Wilkinson being a level 7 expert, they were more willing to believe any other explanation. After all, breaking through to level 7 was not only an achievement, but it was an extremely rare occurrence that gave experts the right to enter the upper realm. Furthermore, they could tell from his voice that Kenneth Wilkinson was just a young man. If he had truly managed to break through to level 7, how could the rest of them ever hope to survive against him? Not even their many years of experience over him would be enough to beat him. Still, given that he was able to overwhelm Vernon Bowie with just one move, they could tell that Kenneth Wilkinson's power base was at least at level 5. Just then, the students of the Southeast School for Natural Medicine quickly rushed toward Vernon Bowie, helped him up from the ground, and looked at the people of the Radiance vigilantly. At the same time, Elijah Tanner and the others from the Radiance took a step forward together and raised their heads back at them. Seeing that the situation had escalated once again, a government official suddenly stepped in to intervene. He then pointed toward the lake and said, "Everyone, I am the person in charge of escorting you all to your ship, Trevor McCandless. Since you are all experts, I couldn't have interfered with the way you handled things between the two of you. However, let me remind you that while we've temporarily sealed off this part of Lake Erie for you, this is still a public place. If you cause too much of a disturbance, I will have no choice but to shut things down before you even begin." "I'm sorry for what happened earlier, Mr. McCandless. But please tell these people who don't know what's good for them that while I don't mind ants living in this world, I wouldn't mind stepping on them either if they got on my nerves," Kevin said casually. However, no one doubted his words this time. After all, a ruthless man who could injure Vernon Bowie with one move was not someone they could afford to offend. For a moment, all the schools were reevaluating the status of the Radiance. At the same time, Trevor McCandless didn't expect Kevin to say this, but he still smiled and agreed. "The Chancellor of the Radiance is right. Mr. Wilkinson, you may bring your men and board the ship first. We don't have much time left, so please move quickly." Hearing this, Kevin didn't look back at the others as he and the rest of the Radiance boarded the ship. Over the next half hour, members of various schools boarded the ship one after another. At the sound of the horn, a total of 3 ships sailed out in a majestic manner. For many of the younger students, this was their first time ever on a boat this large. As such, once the initial excitement had passed, several of them started getting seasick and felt like they were about to vomit. On the deck, Kevin stood by the guardrail, feeling the breeze blowing by him while being surrounded by a dozen or so Radiance members who were all on high alert. "Mr. Williams, have you noticed that something strange is going on?" As Elijah Tanner spoke, he pointed at the blue ship on their left, then the red ship on their right. "What's wrong?" Kevin asked in confusion. "I noticed that everyone from the great powers boarded this ship that we're on. Even if the government had prepared the other ships for backup, why did they need 3? Elijah observed, then added, "Also, I just sense that the ship on our right is full of experts, and the weakest of them is at the first stage of level 5. On the other hand, I couldn't detect any presence of spiritual energy from the ship on our left, but something tells me that a dangerous aura lies within." These words instantly attracted Kevin's attention. Until Elijah had mentioned it, he really didn't notice this point. Beyond the threat of the ship on the right, he suddenly felt uneasy about the ship on the left. At first, he simply thought that the ship without any spiritual energy flowing was just filled with ordinary people. But come to think of it, why would the government unnecessarily risk ordinary people's lives by going to the ancient ruins? Even those students with low power bases from the other schools were unwittingly sending themselves to their deaths. Kevin thought for a while, then uttered, "Looks like that ship either has an item or a formation that's preventing us from detecting the spiritual energy of those who are on board." Puzzled by this, Elijah argued, "But why would they hide this from the others? Isn't this trip to the ancient ruins an opportunity for the various schools to show off their strength? Just like what the Union tried to do upon their arrival a while ago, whoever is able to defeat the others will be the one who can earn the right to obtain the treasure.
As long as they don't provoke us, who cares who they are? Otherwise, we will surely deal with them,"
Sage Tanner interrupted. As Kevin looked back at the ship on the left, he frowned slightly under his mask. All of a sudden, one of the Radiance members yelled,
"Stop right there! You can't pass through without the Chancellor's permission."
Who could be trying to approach? Sensing that Kevin had seemingly caught on to his lie about Jeffrey Bowie's true status, Vernon was forced to fight him to defend his school's honor, but was easily defeated, much to the crowd's shock. A government official, Trevor McCandless, stepped in to restore order and then arranged for everyone to board the ship. As they sailed on Lake Erie, Elijah Tanner wondered why 3 ships were needed. With everyone from the great powers all in one ship, another ship on the right was mysteriously filled with level 5 experts, while the ship on the left seemed to be hiding its true strength altogether. Kevin and the others turned around to see Trevor McCandless standing in front of a couple of the Radiance's members. He was holding 2 glasses of wine.
"Don't misunderstand. I am just here to have a friendly chat with your Chancellor,"
Trevor reassured them with a smile. The man in front of him hesitated for a moment and turned to look at Kevin, who was standing by the guardrail. After getting his signal, Elijah Tanner ordered,
"It's all right. Let them through."
When Trevor arrived in front of Kevin, he extended his arm to hand over a glass of wine to Kevin and remarked,
"You have tight security around you, Mr. Wilkinson. Anyway, I didn't expect that your power base would be so high earlier against Vernon Bowie."
Kevin lowered his eyes and looked at the glass of wine in front of him, but instead of taking it, he gently pushed the glass back to Trevor. "I'm sorry, Mr. McCandless. I'm not really much of a drinker," Kevin replied indifferently.
"Oh, that's unfortunate."
A hint of displeasure flashed across Trevor's eyes when he said this.
"If you have anything else to say, hurry up and say it. Otherwise, you may go back where you came from,"
Sage Tanner retorted harshly. "What did you say? Mr. McCandless is a government official. How can you be so rude?" Kevin scolded him in a low voice. When he turned his attention back to Trevor, he then eased his tone and asked, "May I know why you came here to find me?"
"It's nothing too important, but since it will still take some time before we reach our destination, I decided to use this opportunity to get to know you a little better while passing the time,"
Trevor explained as he took a sip of wine. Hearing this, Kevin narrowed his eyes and asked, "Is that so? Well, what do you want to know?"
"There are too many things to ask. For starters, where did you come from?"
Trevor stared into Kevin's eyes and continued,
"As far as I know, this is just the second time that you have appeared in public. The last time was when the Radiance was first established, and on both occasions you just so happened to fight with the leaders of the Southeast School for Natural Medicine. Is this a coincidence, or are you deliberately using them to establish your prestige?"
Hearing this, Kevin could tell that Trevor's words had a deeper meaning. "Mr. McCandless, with all due respect, I prefer to keep my personal matters to myself, so I hope that you can respect my privacy," Kevin replied softly but firmly.
"All right, fair enough. Let's talk about some other matters instead. I wonder where the Radiance is located now. Can I visit your headquarters sometime in the future?"
Trevor's tone became more and more lively, and the smile on his face grew with every word as he added,
"Also, according to what I know, the Radiance is growing stronger day by day, and from what I've seen earlier, it is no longer suitable for you to settle for small fights with these other schools. Given this, I wonder if you have ever thought of working for the government."
"Mr. McCandless, our headquarters is simple and crude, and there is nothing impressive about it, so it would only be a waste of your time and effort to go. Also, regarding what you said about serving the government, who exactly are you working for?" Kevin continued to speak calmly. "Anyway, I find the internal structure of the government too complicated, and I don't like being restricted by too many rules and regulations. In short, I am used to freedom, and I would rather stay that way for the rest of my life," Before Trevor could react, Kevin added, "If you have nothing else to ask, I would like to be alone for a while." After hearing Kevin's not-so-subtle way of asking him to leave, a cold glint flashed across Trevor's eyes. However, he didn't say anything and quickly left.
Who does he think he is trying to recruit us?
Sage Tanner sneered with a disdainful look on his face.
Sage, we are still on the ship. Don't speak nonsense, otherwise you will cause trouble for Mr. Williams,
Tyson Tanner said as he tried to calm him down.
Tyson is right. Sage, it's time for you to control your temper.
Elijah Tanner also lectured him with some annoyance.
I just don't like people like him. Besides, isn't it just some puppet with a title? What's the big deal?
Sage stubbornly argued. Staring at Trevor McCandless's back as he left, Kevin had a feeling that this person's unassuming appearance hid many secrets. And for some reason, Kevin strangely felt a sense of familiarity with him. At that moment, Alfred Dixon hung up the phone and walked over with a grim face.
Mr. Williams, I just received news that the Alliance's headquarters was on fire a few days ago. Unfortunately, due to the poison of the evil pill acting up, the Alliance director was unable to escape the fire and tragically died. Because of this, the Alliance leader was so sad over his wife's death that he locked himself in his room and has not allowed anyone to enter.
What? Kevin instantly froze in shock. Alfred tried to explain.
It's true, sir. Some time ago, their Sergeant-at-Arms, Lee Titchener, was seriously injured by someone, causing his reputation to be greatly reduced. Many people in the Alliance were unconvinced of his abilities, causing an internal conflict.
Kevin didn't pay attention to what he said after that. As far as he knew, the Alliance was heavily guarded. How could someone suddenly start a fire? In addition, he had already removed the evil pill's poison from Selena Salem before, so it was impossible for her to still be suffering from its effects. None of it made any sense. For a moment, Kevin's heart was filled with regret, thinking that he should have gotten Selena out of the Alliance's headquarters back when she had asked him to. After all, he could have made arrangements and hid her in the Radiance's headquarters.
Are you okay, Mr. Williams?
Elijah Tanner called out in concern.
I'm fine.
Kevin waved his hand, signaling him and the others to leave him alone. At the same time, Trevor McCandless, who had returned to his room, immediately made a call.
I tried my best, but Kenneth Wilkinson is very cautious. I have a bad feeling that he knows something, Trevor reported. How about the subordinates? Is there a chance to make a move against them?
A low voice came from the other end of the line.
It seems that nobody on this team has a power base below level 5. At the same time, they have concealed their auras well, so none of the other schools have sensed just how powerful they are yet. Given this, it looks like we don't have any clear opening to attack them.
Trevor responded truthfully.
You should keep an eye on them secretly to prevent them from altering the others.
The person on the other end of the line instructed before adding,
As for that piece of trash Vernon Bowie, if you have the chance, you know what to do.
Understood, Trevor exclaimed as their phone call ended right after. As Trevor tapped on the table gently and looked at the picture of Kenneth Wilkinson on his phone, a cold smile appeared on his face. He then muttered,
I've already given you a chance, but some people just don't know what's good for them.
Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away from Lake Erie, a group of people were resting by a small stream. Their faces looked extremely fatigued, but their eyes were filled with excitement. Director, we're currently about a dozen miles away from Washington. For your safety, we will set up a temporary camp nearby. After that, I will send 2 people to Washington to gather some information before we proceed. A woman reported respectfully. These dozen people were none other than Selena Salem and the others who escaped from the Alliance's headquarters. Afraid that their whereabouts would be exposed, they did not dare to enter any of the big cities along the way. Apart from setting aside time for 2-hour naps and meals, The rest of their days were spent traveling from one small nondescript town to another. That's good. Just remind them to be careful, Selena reiterated as she ate an apple. Deep down, the closer she got to Washington, the more excited she became in her heart. At the same time, her subordinates would never dare to slack off. After all, as long as they succeeded in finding Kevin, they would be able to regain their long-awaited freedom. Back on Lake Erie, the three ships had been sailing on its surface for almost half an hour. From the ship's deck, everyone could see a small island with no vegetation. Suddenly, the two ships on the left and right changed directions, as if they were going to arrive at the island from different angles. When the ship full of experts from the great power stopped moving, Trevor McCandless announced, "Everyone, your destination is ahead, but the island is surrounded by reefs. Since this ship cannot go any nearer without being damaged, you must find a way to get to the island from this point. Otherwise, if you are afraid that you don't have the ability, then you can stay on the ship." Do you think that we can't reach the island from this distance? Renee Silver snorted as she held her sword and called out to her fellow Union members, "Follow me." With that, Renee took the lead as she jumped from the deck and charged toward the island, followed by the rest of the members of the Union. However, just as they were about to land on the island, some of them seemed to be blocked by some sort of protective barrier. Because of this, people could only let out painful cries as they helplessly fell into the water. Fortunately, Renee and the others reacted in time as they immediately took out their ropes and bound their waists to those in the water in order to help them stay afloat. But before they could do anything else, a couple of lampreys suddenly began to attack from underwater. In a state of brief panic and rage, Renee and the others pulled out their swords to scare the lampreys away. "I wasn't able to make this clear earlier, but there is a protective barrier in the air above the island. This prevents experts who are below level 5 from entering. In addition, the island is surrounded by lampreys and other dangerous creatures, so everyone must be careful," Trevor shouted while holding a megaphone to address everyone. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Renee seethed in anger as she pointed her sword at him. "Miss Silver, you were the one who was being too arrogant and impulsive. You rushed out with your fellow members before I could finish explaining the situation to everyone," Trevor replied casually. Although Renee was clearly upset and furious over this matter, Trevor McCandless was a government official, so she didn't dare to make a move on him. The reason why she had volunteered to go first was because she wanted to seize the opportunity to show the other schools that the Union was superior to them. However, after being embarrassed just now, she could only swallow this loss. Following Trevor's words and seeing what had happened to the Union, the other schools decided to leave those with low-power bases behind on the ship. However, when they saw Kenneth Wilkinson leading his entire team to the island, their faces were filled with shock. They never thought that the people from the Radiance would all be at level 5 or higher, and this instantly put a huge target on their backs as everyone else's main competition. "This place is dangerous, so everyone must be careful," Kevin reminded his men in a serious tone. "Can I count on you to ensure my safety? I need your support to come back alive." "Yes, Chancellor," everyone answered respectfully. Given that the island was huge, all of the other schools quickly led their people in different directions. However, Kevin and the Radiants remained standing right where they were. "Mr. Williams, let's move as soon as possible. Otherwise, all the good stuff will be taken by the others," Sage Tanner urged impatiently. "There's no need for us to hurry over nothing," Kevin remarked as he turned his head and looked back at the ship behind them. "Mr. Williams, you're not simply thinking of letting everyone else fight to the death before coming in to take all the treasure, are you?" Elijah Tanner tried to guess Kevin's intention. "Not exactly. I just think that the treasure we're looking for might not really be on this island, if you know what I mean," Kevin replied meaningfully.
If the treasure isn't on the surface of the island, could it still be at the bottom of the lake? Tyson Tanner asked with a puzzled expression. Kevin's eyes let out a light that indicated he, and only he, knew the answer.
When they arrived at the island, Renee Silver was the first one off the ship, trying to seize the opportunity for the Union. However, Trevor McCandless informed everyone that a formation had been set up to prevent anyone with a power base below level 5 from stepping foot on the island. As such, everyone was shocked when the entire group from the Radiance was able to go. At that point, everyone from all of the different schools set off in different directions, while Kevin stayed back. When Elijah Tanner asked Kevin why they weren't following, Kevin said that he believed the treasure they were looking for was most likely not on the surface of the island. The reason why Elijah Tanner and the others didn't pick up on it was because their power bases weren't high enough. Kevin was different. When his power base reached level 7, his entire perception of the world around him was different. Kevin could clearly feel that the entire island was filled with some kind of deathly aura. If he stayed there for a long enough period of time, it was very likely that his power base would be affected by it. When he came here, he also sensed that the predators around the island were actually quite far away from the shore. It was obvious that there was a layer of isolation between them and the island. Use spiritual energy to bring in enough oxygen. Let's go to the water and take a look, Kevin said. Experts were also human. They could use only spiritual energy to hold their breath for a short period of time. They would not die from a lack of oxygen as quickly as an ordinary person, but if they wanted to stay underwater for a very long period of time, they could only hold their breath for a slightly longer period of time than anyone else. Unless one broke through to a very high level, they could only use spiritual energy to form something of a protective layer to store enough oxygen. After receiving Kevin's order, the dozen or so people started circulating their spiritual energy and followed him into the water. Once they entered the water, everyone immediately felt that something was wrong. Although the water at this stage had some coldness to it, it was not exactly bone-chilling. Quickly dive. Kevin took the lead and swam toward the depths of the water. The low temperature of the water would cause the spiritual energy in their bodies to flow faster. There was a limit to the time they could stay underwater, so they had to investigate more quickly. About 30 seconds later, Kevin and the others were still diving. The depth was beyond their expectations. Suddenly, Kevin sensed something was wrong. There was a fiery red whirlpool that kept spinning at a very slow speed, but he could feel a strong heat coming from it. Kevin made a hand gesture to the group and approached the vortex. When they were about 50 feet away from the whirlpool, the spinning speed suddenly increased dramatically. A strong suction force was released, and even Kevin's power base could not resist it. He tried to determine the source of the suction as he and everyone else was sucked in. At the same time, the boat stopped near the island. The atmosphere on the boat had become much more relaxed than it had been before.
Everyone, in order to prevent you from getting bored while you wait, we have prepared drinks and pastries for everyone.
Trevor McCandless clapped his hands and said. Following some light conversation, several people presented decadent pastries and an array of cocktails. Many people with low power bases took glasses of wine from the trays one after another, laughing and teasing in a relaxed manner. Suddenly, one of them shook his head a few times.
What the hell? I don't think I'm still seasick, but why is my head so dizzy?
Don't you come any closer. You've been drinking after being seasick. I don't need you throwing up on me.
Another person raised the wine glass in his hand in disdain and added,
Your alcohol tolerance is so weak. You have to learn how to drink like this.
Just as he put the wine glass to his lips, this person's head also started to feel dizzy. Such symptoms appeared suddenly for all of the others, one after another. After the first person fell onto the deck, more and more people fainted one after another. When the last one of them fainted, the smile on Trevor McCandless's face disappeared. "A bunch of trash. Do you really think your power base is high?" Trevor McCandless casually threw the wine glass onto the deck, took out his walkie-talkie and said, "I've successfully put them down. You can come and collect the food."
"Roger that. We'll be there in 2 minutes,"
a low voice echoed. Soon, 2 boats rushed over. A group of people in black uniforms carried the unconscious people away. Meanwhile, Kevin suddenly opened his eyes. He jumped up and looked around vigilantly. The surrounding light was a little dim and the air was filled with the suffocating smell of dust. An oil lamp was placed beside a wall every 10 steps. No one knew what kind of material the oil lamp was made of. It was even harder to determine how many years the lamp had been burning. The surroundings seemed to have been carved out by humans. The ground was covered with a thick layer of stone. Although a long time had clearly passed since anyone had been there was not a trace of dust. Is that it?" Kevin asked aloud as he looked around and instantly understood. The vortex earlier was some kind of special entrance. At that moment, he heard Elijah Tanner and the others. Luckily, they were sucked inside at the same time. They were all lying on the ground not far away from him. He first checked their conditions. After confirming that they were safe, he woke them up.
"What's the situation?"
Alfred Dixon shook his head quickly and asked. "I'm not exactly sure," Kevin said.
"Well, since we've come this far, let's go inside and search the place. What if we come across some ancient treasures?"
Sage Tanner said with excitement. Although Elijah Tanner and Tyson Tanner did not speak, they frowned slightly. "Don't think too much about that. The most important thing right now is to find a way out first. Otherwise, no matter how much treasure we find, we would only be waiting for a slow death here." Kevin extinguished Sage Tanner's excitement with his indifferent tone. After scanning the surroundings, Elijah Tanner said, "There are so many passageways. Which one should we take?" Everyone fell silent after hearing this question. Since it was an ancient ruin, they could easily guess that this place must be filled with danger. If they were not careful, they might be doomed.
"The third path on your left."
The Night King's voice suddenly sounded in Kevin's mind. Although he didn't know how the Night King did it, Kevin believed that his mentor would never harm him or lead him astray. "Follow me," Kevin said as he decisively stepped in that direction. It looked like it had been built by human hands. There were many human-shaped statues on both sides of the path. There was an oil lamp in each of the statues' right hands. Some of them had already been extinguished, but some were still burning brightly. "Be careful," Kevin frowned. He had a sense of uneasiness about their surroundings. As soon as Kevin finished speaking, the stone slab under Sage Tanner's feet suddenly caved in. With a loud crack, the deafening sound of the slab echoed in the quiet environment. In the next second, everyone focused their eyes on Sage Tanner. "What are you doing?" Elijah Tanner asked angrily.
"I didn't do anything,"
Sage Tanner said as his entire body tensed up. His left foot, which had been stretched out, no longer seemed to be a part of his body. He froze on the stone slab, not daring to make any movements. This proved that Sage Tanner was not as stunned as he looked on the surface. He understood that any carelessness now could cost him his life. "What should we do now?" Elijah Tanner asked as he and Tyson Tanner looked at Kevin anxiously. "Look around. We need to find something heavier and put it on that stone slab. Then Sage will slowly lift up his foot," Kevin said in an exacting manner. He didn't dare to be careless. Everyone immediately began looking around. Fortunately, there were plenty of rocks, so they quickly came up with enough to replace Sage Tanner's weight. "You have to slowly lift your foot. Don't be nervous," Kevin took a deep breath and said. Sage Tanner's forehead was covered with sweat. But when he was about to lift it up in front of everyone, he suddenly squatted down. "Sage, what the hell are you doing?" Elijah Tanner urged him.
Hurry up and lift your leg. I don't know what's wrong. My leg is numb. I can't move it.
Sage Tanner took a deep breath and rubbed his legs hard with both hands for a while before standing up again. A few seconds later, Sage finally stepped off of the sunken stone slab. Kevin and the others looked around. They were ready to deal with any sudden situation. Fortunately, the stone slab did not bounce back up. There was no unusual movement in their surroundings, so they finally began to let their guard down.
I'm fine, Sage Tanner shouted.
He was so excited that he looked like a child. He almost jumped up and down on the spot. Before Kevin could let out a long sigh, the sunken stone slab flew upward. Following that, a few piercing sounds were heard and a handful of sharp arrows instantly shot out from above their heads.
Be careful,
Kevin shouted loudly. Fortunately, the people from the Radiance were anything but weak. Hearing Kevin's warning, they quickly reacted. They kept moving left and right to dodge the dozens of arrows coming their way. After a few waves of arrows, Kevin and the others were not hurt at all.
I expected mechanisms like this, but honestly, I thought they would be more powerful,
Sage Tanner said as he spat in disdain. Although the others didn't say anything, it wasn't hard to tell from their expressions that they agreed with Sage Tanner's words. After all, they were all experts, so they were more than enough to deal with these dirty traps. This seems impossible, Kevin muttered as he frowned slightly, and his ears perked up. He seemed to have heard something. What's that sound? Did you guys hear it? Kevin asked with his head tilted slightly. In a watery vortex, Kevin decisively moved forward, ordering everyone to follow him down a tunnel lined on both sides with human-shaped statues holding oil lamps in their right hands. Suddenly, a stone slab under Sage Tanner's feet caved in, causing him to freeze on the spot. It seemed to be a trap, so everyone looked around for something heavy to replace his foot so he could lift it off the stone slab. But when he was finally about to lift his leg, he realized that it had gone numb, and he couldn't move it. Suddenly, the sunken stone slab flew upward again, and several sharp arrows instantly shot out all around them as Kevin heard a sound.
I didn't hear anything, Mr. Williams. Are you sure you heard something?
Alfred Dixon swallowed slowly and said carefully. Do you think I would ask if I wasn't sure? Kevin was short-tempered as he realized the great danger he and his team were in. As he finished speaking, a rumbling sound was finally heard by the others. Everyone was stunned. A blood-red light was emitted from the statues on the walls as if they had all come alive. The statues slowly stood up straight.
What the hell?
Sage Tanner muttered in a state of utter shock. Not everyone from the Radiance had the same look of shock as Sage Tanner. When they saw the light being emitted from the statues, many of the team looked as if they were preparing to face a great enemy. They had their backs against each other and took out all kinds of weapons. At that moment, what made everyone's expression change the most was the realization that the spiritual energy emitted by these statues was almost at the strength of a level 5 warrior. How could there be so much spiritual energy here? Kevin muttered. Even he couldn't help but gulp with a sense of awe. Everyone, come over here immediately, Kevin ordered loudly. Everyone gathered here could be said to be nearly half of the combined high-end combat strength of the Radiance. If they were to be killed here today, it would be an incredible loss for the Radiance. But if everyone gathered behind Kevin, he could at least do his best to take care of them. More and more statues lit up. The tunnel seemed to be trembling. A large amount of dust fell all around them. Given the danger presented to so many experts from the Radiance there with him, this was the first time that Kevin had truly felt vulnerable since he had broken through to level 7.
Who dares to disturb me?
A low voice echoed. The deep voice kept repeating from each of the statues as if every statue had the same voice. Hearing this, the faces of all the people behind Kevin changed dramatically. I am Kevin Williams of the Radiance. I accidentally barged in. I hope you will not take offense." Kevin had taken a deep breath to calm his mind as he replied.
"How dare you lie to me?"
The voice echoed once again, seemingly coming from every one of the statues again.
"You've clearly come here coveting my treasure. I now sentence you to death."
When these words were spoken, Elijah Tanner and the others were so shocked that their eyeballs felt as though they were about to pop out of their sockets. After receiving the order, the blood-red light emitted from the statues' bodies intensified. "Blue storm technique," Kevin suddenly shouted. A burst of colors flew out from Kevin's body, sweeping in all directions. The statues that were engulfed by the light stopped emitting their own spiritual energy instantly. Some of them even crumbled to the ground right away. Because they were so heavy, they broke into pieces when they fell to the ground. Soon, the light from Kevin's blue storm technique covered more than half of the tunnel. Kevin slowly retracted his hands and let out a long breath of air.
"Damn, it's a good thing you're here, Mr. Williams,"
Sage Tanner muttered as he wiped the sweat off his forehead with his hand.
"Otherwise, we would have been dead by now."
Although the others were still in shock, their faces showed that they agreed with Sage Tanner's words. "Don't get ahead of yourself just yet. My technique's duration is limited. Such a large burst of spiritual energy can only be maintained for about half an hour. Everyone, we need to find a way out of here immediately," Kevin said while panting slightly. The blue storm technique was too powerful for description. It also had a huge impact on the person who released it. Kevin had used up almost half of his spiritual energy in a brief moment. Luckily, he had prepared a lot of pills for this very reason, so he immediately took out 2 of them and popped them in his mouth. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly, "Mr. Williams, come and take a look at this!" The voice attracted everyone's attention and they all moved closer. Between them, on the right side of a statue, a dark red stone slab was completely different from all of the other stone slabs. Just by looking at it, one could tell that this slab was very loose. "Break this statue open," Kevin frowned and ordered.
"I'll do it,"
Sage Tanner volunteered and kicked the statue to the ground, shattering it into pieces. What was surprising was that when it shattered, a mummified corpse appeared in front of everyone. The body was very tall and strong. The most amazing thing was that he looked as if he was still alive. Elijah Tanner vigilantly examined him. Then he looked at Kevin and shook his head.
"It looks like he's been dead for a long time." "Are you blind? This person looks like he just died today,"
Sage Tanner retorted in disbelief.
"Don't you dare talk to me that way!"
Elijah calmly turned to Sage and reprimanded him. Sage immediately backed down and didn't dare to anger Elijah again with his rushed words. "Look at his hand!" Tyson Tanner suddenly pointed at the corpse's right hand and said. Only then did the group notice that the oil lamp in the statue's hand was actually connected to the corpse.
"Could this be?"
Sage Tanner began to wonder. "You guys go and crack open a few of the surrounding statues. See if there are corpses inside every one of them," Kevin ordered with a serious expression.
"Yes, sir."
Several of them replied as they immediately went to check the other statues.
"Mr. Williams, I think I have read about this in that book."
Elijah Tanner stared at the corpse in front of him and said seriously. Within a few seconds, one of the men called out,
"Mr. Williams, there's a corpse inside every statue."
Everyone's heart was filled with shock.
Mr. Williams, I think it's better for us to not provoke the Water Guardian. Let's find a way out of here,"
Sage Tanner said timidly. It wasn't because he was necessarily afraid of death, but rather that Sage Tanner didn't want to die in such a cowardly manner. The lowest power base emanating from any of these statues was at the 5th stage of level 5. Whatever force was behind this could easily crush him. "We can't leave just yet. There's something here that I'm determined to get my hands on," Kevin took a deep breath and said. As time passed, the power of Kevin's blue storm technique began to weaken, and the range it could cover became smaller and smaller. Suddenly, a loud bang was heard echoing all around them. a large amount of dust was lifted up from the ground. The majestic statues seemed to have turned into paper in an instant and were immediately shattered by the violent force. "Be careful," Kevin said as he took 2 steps forward. Spiritual energy burst out from his body and formed a barrier in front of him. A man holding a sword slowly walked out from the cloud of dust. When they saw the face of the man, everyone, including Kevin, froze on the spot. The man who had appeared looked exactly the same as Kevin, as if they were looking in a mirror. "Who are you?" Alfred Dixon immediately stood up and asked sternly. "How dare you speak to me in such a tone? Do you want to die?" The man said in a cold voice that sounded exactly like Kevin's voice. His hand was holding what looked like the night dagger. Kevin frowned. He grabbed Tyson Tanner's shoulder and pulled him behind his back. At the same time, he reached behind his back and pulled out the night dagger. As he lifted it in front of him, the spiritual energy from each of the night daggers collided in the air. "I'm so disappointed," the other Kevin said as he looked at them with a smile on his face. After Kevin took pills to recover from using the Blue Storm technique, he and the men examined the broken statues more closely, and they realized that there were mummified corpses inside all of them. Not knowing what to make of this, a loud bang echoed all around them, and a cloud of dust rose up, and from the dust stepped a man who looked exactly like Kevin. Much to the confusion of everyone, the man lifted what looked like the night dagger as Kevin pulled out his own night dagger. As the spiritual energy from the 2 night daggers continued to collide in the air, the powerful force caused Kevin to take a few steps back. His face was filled with shock. Looking at the person in front of him who looked and moved exactly as he did, Kevin felt a strong sense of danger. Kevin had never felt the kind of spiritual energy that was coming from the other night dagger in front of him. The faces of Elijah Tanner and the others were filled with shock. Although they didn't know Kevin's exact power base, they had never seen him take a step backward like he just had. It seemed as though Kevin and this mysterious clone of Kevin were at a stalemate. Who exactly are you?" Kevin said slowly as he raised the night dagger in his hand and asked cautiously. "Isn't it obvious? I am you," the clone said as he raised the night dagger in his own hand. "Now it is time for you to die." After he finished speaking, a strong burst of spiritual energy erupted from his body. Even the air around him in the tunnel made an intense wailing sound. It felt as if the tunnel was shaking under the influence of his intense aura. Some of the weaker Radiance members couldn't help but visibly tremble, as if they couldn't withstand this much powerful spiritual energy and they were about to fall to the ground. Kevin took a deep breath and circulated the spiritual energy in his own body once again. Kevin knew that this person in front of him wasn't him, but he couldn't shake the uneasiness he felt in seeing such an identical mirror image of himself looking back at him. In addition, not only was this person's spiritual energy very strong, but his words and actions were also filled with frightening evil. Suddenly, the clone moved. The night dagger in his hand flashed with a cold light. A sudden burst of spiritual energy shot outward, filling the entire tunnel. Deep gashes continually appeared on the walls on both sides of the tunnel. A cold light flashed in Kevin's eyes. He suddenly took a step forward. The night dagger in his hand seemed to have been given a life of its own. As he moved, the violent spiritual energy emitted from his own night dagger made him feel as if he was about to lose control. Blue Storm technique! Both of them shouted out at the exact same time. 2 identical raindrops appeared in front of them, spinning in front of their chests. The intensity of the light that was emitted seemed to be enough to blind Elijah Tanner and the others. Then, the 2 of them stretched out their right hands at exactly the same time. Under their control, the spiritual energies flew out like raindrops, colliding and exploding in the air. Deafening bangs rang out through the tunnel. A large amount of dust fell down from the ceiling above them. At the same time, they both held on to their respective night daggers and attacked each other. With a sharp sound, the cold blades collided with each other. Then the two of them suddenly separated and once again stabbed each other with the daggers in their hands. For a moment, both of their silhouettes kept flashing in front of the eyes of Elijah Tanner and the others at breathtaking speed. Their speed was so fast that not even Elijah Tanner, who was at a 6th stage of level 5, could track their movements. The others could only see a series of flashes and fleeting images. The two night daggers collided in the air repeatedly, causing sparks to fly outward in all directions, and ear-splitting clangs to echo through the tunnel. Suddenly, Kevin's wrist rotated a few times. Just as the hilt of the dagger in his hand was about to break free from his control, he stuck out his index and middle fingers. A burst of spiritual energy shot out from the point where his fingers and dagger met, aiming straight at the other Kevin's heart. Seeing this, the clone's pupils suddenly contracted. He stomped on the ground with his left foot and his whole body moved quickly backward. Kevin took the opportunity to lift the night dagger above his head and slash down from above. A biting cold burst of spiritual energy was unleashed from the night dagger. But something strange happened. The energy that was released from his two fingers actually collided with the thick energy from the dagger. Kevin took a few steps back. Only after stabbing the night dagger into the ground did he stabilize his body and regain his balance. On the other hand, the other Kevin acted as if he was not affected in the least. He reached out his left hand and lightly patted the dust off his chest. What a good blue storm technique to be used to such an extent. Tell me, what reason can you give me to let you continue living in this world? The other Kevin taunted his foe. Nothing has been decided yet. If you have the ability, kill me, and then say that again, Kevin said as he tightened his grip on the night dagger in his right hand. Then I will fulfill your wish, the other Kevin said with a smile. After saying this, his body once again flew forward. But Kevin was not afraid at all. He held on to the night dagger in his hand and moved forward to meet him again. However, Kevin felt a strong sense of danger the moment they exchanged blows. Each of his opponent's moves seemed to carry the conviction to kill him, and his imposing manner was overwhelming. With a bang, Kevin kicked his opponent's chest. Although the man was successfully pushed backward, he just gave Kevin a strange frown. I didn't expect you to persist for as long as you have, the other Kevin said with an evil smile on his face, before adding, but it doesn't matter. The end result will be the same. Besides, it would be boring to kill you too quickly. Kevin didn't answer him. Instead, he frowned and looked at him seriously. The next second, Kevin gripped the night dagger in his left hand and jumped forward again. This time, the clone reacted even faster. In the eyes of the members of the Radiance watching on, he left a line of after-images along the way behind him. The tip of the night dagger seemed to create a glaring spark in midair. What shocked Elijah Tanner and the others was that, in the face of such a fast attack, it seemed certain that Kevin would not have time to dodge. In fact, not only did he not move, he even closed his eyes. "Mr. Williams!" Several of them called out worriedly at the same time. However, Kevin acted as if he didn't hear them. He stood still as if he was an old monk in a meditative state. At that moment, Elijah Tanner and the others didn't have nearly enough time to rush forward and do anything to help him. The other Kevin's night dagger pierced straight through his chest. The faces of Elijah Tanner and the others were immediately frozen as they stood still in despair. But at that moment, Kevin suddenly opened his eyes again. He looked at the other Kevin, who was now right in front of him, and a strange smile appeared on his face. "It really is as I guessed," Kevin said in a calm tone. "When did you sense it?" The other Kevin asked, looking very calm as if he had expected this result. Elijah Tanner and the others were shocked. They were confused and did not know what had happened. Their eyes were fixed on the spot where the clone had stabbed Kevin. The strange thing was that the attack hadn't caused any substantial damage to Kevin. Not even a single drop of blood flowed out from the wound. "If it wasn't for the flaw that you revealed just now, I might still be in the dark," Kevin said calmly. "What the eyes see may not be the truth. All the power that you showed earlier was only to cover up the truth." Hearing this, the other Kevin slowly stood up. His body gradually became illusory. In less than 10 seconds, the night dagger that was stuck in Kevin's chest disappeared. A strong white light suddenly flashed, and Kevin also closed his eyes. Everyone started moving forward through the blinding light, and when they opened their eyes again, they found that they were no longer in the tunnel. Before they could figure out what had happened, they saw a few groups of people standing not far away from them. Although on the surface they seemed to be gathered together, each group's position was very particular. There was a certain amount of space between each group, as if they were squaring off against one another. At first glance, it was clear that they were a group of people who appeared to be in harmony with each other and were on guard against each other at the same time. Kevin's gaze quickly swept across the entire group of people. His expression became serious. He quickly pulled a mask from behind his back and put it over his face to conceal his identity. Among the dozens of people, more than half of them were level 5 experts. Among them, there were a few young men who had reached level 5's 8th or 9th stage. This shocked Kevin.
"Mr. Williams, who are these people? Why do I feel like they are all extremely powerful?"
Elijah Tanner asked softly as he took a deep breath. For the first time, he was not confident in his own strength. "I don't know either. Anyway, everyone needs to be very careful. There might be a fierce battle waiting for us," Kevin said as he finally calmed himself down with great difficulty. He slowly walked over with his men. If he had a choice, he wouldn't want to face these people, but the only way out seemed to be blocked by them. These people noticed the arrival of Kevin and the others, and they all showed different expressions of surprise and disdain at the sight of them. Kevin and the others slowly walked in front of this group of people.
"Who are you?"
A man was the first to ask.
"This is not a place that people like you can come to. If you want to live, get the hell out of here."
Kevin did not pay any attention to him. He saw a few familiar figures in the crowd. He recognized Calvin Morris as well as Greg Fantilli and Vincent Reeves from the Herbalist Society. It was obvious that the rest of them were experts from Washington, D.C.
"Hey, I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me?"
When the man saw that Kevin didn't pay any attention to him, he immediately became angry. He was a member of the upper realm. With his strength, no matter where he went, he would be treated with respect. "Do you want to die?" Kevin finally fixed his eyes on this person and asked coldly.
"What the?"
the man started to say. But before the man could finish speaking, Elijah Tanner had already moved. He punched the man hard in the middle of his chest. A cracking sound could be heard from the man's chest.
"How dare you speak to Mr. Wilkinson like that? You must have a death wish,"
Elijah Tanner said with disdain. An old man suddenly took a few steps forward.
"Who are you? How dare you attack one of us?" he asked.
As the saying goes, a man becomes a wise man only when he grows old. If this old man could become the leader of a group like this, he must have a certain level of ability. "We are from the Radiance," Kevin coldly spat out.
"The Radiance? What is the Radiance?"
the old man asked. He turned to the people beside him and asked in a low voice,
"Is there an organization called the Radiance in the upper realm?"
The person whom the man had asked was also confused. He shook his head blankly, but he felt that he wasn't necessarily correct. Vincent Reeves suddenly frowned. He took 2 steps forward and said with a smile,
"It turns out that all of you from the Radiance have truly arrived. At first I was surprised that there was an organization with so many level 5 warriors in the lower realm.
But then I've learned that I should never underestimate Kevin and those around him. As Kevin fought against the clone of himself, he suddenly stopped moving and seemed to be in a meditative state. Much to the horror of Elijah Tanner and the others, he allowed the other Kevin to charge toward him and stab him in the chest with the night dagger. But Kevin merely stayed standing on the spot, and no blood flowed from the wound in his chest. The clone looked at him with a knowing expression on his face, and then he and the night dagger in Kevin's chest began to disappear. Suddenly, an overwhelmingly bright light filled the entire tunnel, and Kevin and the others soon found themselves outside of the tunnel altogether. Suddenly, several groups of people approached them. Kevin knew that they were looking at members of the upper realm, as Vincent Reeves stepped forward to greet them with a sense of skepticism. With Vincent Reeves' strength, he was naturally able to discern the power base of Elijah Tanner and all of the others. However, what surprised him most was that he was actually unable to discern the power base of Kenneth Wilkinson. He wanted to make it clear to everyone else in the upper realm that he didn't need to take Kevin and the others too seriously, and thus Vincent made light of the situation. But in his heart, he was conflicted and worried. But at the same time, he was also reminding everyone not to completely ignore these people. After all, Elijah Tanner and the others were all level 5 warriors. Vincent's words and behavior were at war with each other, just as was his inner soul. What Kevin didn't know was that before he had arrived here, these people from the upper realm had all become quite hostile toward each other, and they had all had their sights set on the same thing that he did. That was why they had all been gathered together just before Kevin and the others had emerged from the tunnel. Therefore, even if Elijah Tanner and the others really fought with the old man, no one else would likely be inclined to help one side or the other. Everyone would just stand by and watch and hope that one of their enemies would be felled by an outside force. After the old man who had confronted them discovered the origin of Kevin and the others, he felt a renewed sense of confidence. He said, I thought you were someone worth taking note of, but it turns out that you were just a bunch of ants from the lower realm. Oh, please. Since when can the Hoover family speak on behalf of the upper realm? Who do you think you are? Greg Fantilli coldly butted in and said with disdain. The smile on the old man's face instantly froze. He turned around and asked with anger and bitterness, What do you mean by that? Are you looking down on me? Or are you looking down on my entire family? I'm sorry, but I really don't like your family. What are you going to do about it? Greg Fantilli crossed his arms in front of his chest and said disdainfully. It wasn't just that Fantilli had youth on his side, he genuinely felt superior to this man whom Fantilli had always thought was more of a pretender than an actual power to be reckoned with. Although the old man wanted to refute him, he didn't know what to say for a moment. To put it bluntly, there was still a considerable difference in strength between their respective families. The Fantilli family was one of the few families at the top of the pyramid in the upper realm, and Greg Fantilli was to be the future patriarch of his family. In other words, he was something akin to a crowned prince in the upper realm. How could anyone afford to contradict him? If you have nothing to say, get the hell out of my way, Greg Fantilli said as he walked up to Kevin and sized him up a few times. What's your name? Kenneth Wilkinson, Kevin said, adjusting the mask covering his face. It was impossible for Kevin to tell him his real name, and certainly not to someone like Greg Fantilli, whose path he had crossed before in his real guise as Kevin Williams. Kevin also remembered clearly that the last time he saw Greg Fantilli, he was nowhere near who he was now. But now, everything was different. And it wasn't just that Kevin was a successful businessman, the winner of the Herbalist Society's contest, a powerful force in Washington, D.C. After breaking through to level 7, Greg Fantilli was nothing in Kevin's eyes. He was just a man compared to Kevin. Your power base isn't bad. Why don't you follow my family? As long as you commit to us, you will have our full support. Greg Fantilli said with a casual air to make it seem as though he was making an inconsequential offer to Kevin. though in fact, Fantilli would have thought it a great victory to align with someone as powerful as this warrior. Before Kevin could say anything else, Jake Morris suddenly stepped forward from the back of the crowd and said,
"Hey, you really talk a big game, don't you? Why don't you come back when you actually have some authority to make real decisions for your family?"
"That's rich coming from you. You should worry about your own situation first before criticizing me." Greg Fantilli darted a glance at Jake Morris and said in an indifferent tone,
You don't have to worry about me,"
Jake Morris said before turning back toward Kevin and saying,
"Besides, Kevin Williams is associated with the Radiants and he and I are good friends. He should stick with me."
"Since Mr. Morris has invited me so warmly, I won't refuse," Kevin said, almost laughing out loud under the mask. Greg Fantilli and the others' expression became dark. Originally coming to the ancient ruins was about their strength of the group. The stronger the group, the better. Originally, everyone was on par with each other. Although there were many people from the Morris family present here, they were well aware of the discord between the two Morris brothers. Now that the mysterious Radiance had suddenly appeared, a dozen level 5 warriors had shown up out of nowhere. Without a doubt, this had broken the unspoken sense of balance. Jake Morris didn't expect things to progress so smoothly. Initially, he was only thinking of giving it a try. "Are you surprised that I agreed so quickly?" Kevin deliberately asked in a deep voice.
"What do you mean?"
Jake Morris asked. He really did not understand. "It's very simple. Kevin Williams is a member of the Radiants. Since you are a good friend of his, you are now a friend of mine as well," Kevin said very openly. Jake smiled and did not reply, but he thought to himself,
"It looks like Kevin's status within the Radiants is quite high."
Since the people of the Radiants had made up their minds, the others of the upper realm wouldn't press their luck. "Since I'm new here, why don't you tell me the current situation, Mr. Morris?" Kevin asked with a faint smile.
"I believe that you know something about the Water Guardian.
Why don't you tell me about that first? We have already lost many men trying to get closer, but every passageway is filled with traps," Jake Morris said in a concise manner. You just got to know him and you're already telling him these things. Jake, do you know what it means to be wary of strangers?" Calvin Morris suddenly said. Jake Morris's face turned sour when he heard this. He turned around and asked coldly,
"Are you teaching me how to do things?"
"I don't have time for that. I'm just warning you to be careful. Don't die here. That would make it very difficult for me to go back and explain," Calvin Morris said with his hands behind his back.
"You,"
Jake started to say, stepping toward Calvin. "Mr. Morris, don't pay too much attention to him. It's just a dog barking," Kevin said, trying to persuade him. "What did you say?" This time, Calvin Morris's expression changed. The other Morris family members who were standing beside him immediately took out their weapons, as if with just a word from Calvin Morris, they would rush forward and slash Kevin to pieces. Elijah Tanner and the others, along with Calvin Morris's subordinates, were naturally unwilling to be outdone. The atmosphere became very tense, as if they would attack if they didn't agree with what was said next. The rest of the people from the upper realm looked at them with gloating eyes, as if they were eager to see them fight. "I'm just saying that there's a dog barking," Kevin spread out his hands and said nonchalantly. However, he could also feel Calvin Morris's spiritual energy. His power base was around the 8th stage of level 5, 2 levels higher than the miraculous blessing of God. Kevin looked at Calvin and thought to himself, no wonder this kid took the initiative to form an alliance with me. But he'd be a fool to think that I do not know the kinds of games he's playing. As Kevin asked Jake Morris for more information about the current situation at Lake Erie and with the Upper Realm attendees, Jake immediately began telling him what he knew. However, Calvin Morris stepped in and chided his brother for sharing information with the Radiants, an organization about which they knew very little. Kevin waved off Calvin's objection, insultingly referring to him as nothing more than a barking dog. Calvin immediately took offense, as his subordinates and Kevin's subordinates both appeared ready to fight with one another. Up until now, Kevin had only heard about the Morris family's internal strife. He hadn't gotten involved in it directly and had actually only heard about it secondhand. However, the situation clearly wasn't idyllic and was perhaps more sinister than he had been led to believe. Although Jake Morris had many supporters in his family, he could only maintain a passive stance, and even if Calvin Morris didn't have a clear advantage, at least on the surface he appeared to be on top at the moment. Kevin knew he didn't have enough information about the civil war within the Morris family to make a concrete alliance, and he realized that any association with Jake could be potentially harmful to his own power base and empire.
Listen up, you little lower realm ant. Do you have the guts to repeat what you just said?
Calvin Morris's face had already turned deadly serious, and the spiritual energy in his body began to fluctuate intensely. What Kevin didn't know was that Calvin Morris was actually usually relatively gentle, and even the people of his family rarely saw him become angry simply from embarrassment. However, when it came to challenges related to his brother, Jake, his gentle nature always disappeared. "This is the first I've heard of you. Not only do you act like a dog, but you also look like one. You want me to repeat myself? Are you suffering from hearing loss or something?" Kevin stood up straight and said with a coy smile, "All right, I'll do my best to help you."
"How dare you? You have a death wish!"
Calvin Morris shouted, his face turning bright red. Both of his eyes looked as though they were about to spurt out flames of fury. Jake Morris didn't want to be outdone. He stepped forward and said, "I think you are the one who has a death wish. Calvin, do you really think that everyone associated with our family will give in to you just because of your last name?"
"Jake, what do you mean? Are you serious? How dare you side with an outsider over me? Do you think that I would hesitate to teach you a lesson right here and now?"
Calvin's chest kept rising and falling, and his eyes were almost narrowed into slits. "I don't want to lower myself to your level. Why do you think I'm afraid of you? Come and teach me a lesson if you have the ability," Jake retorted. He didn't seem to have any fear at all. If it was only members of the Morris family present due to the gap in power bases between him and Calvin, Jake definitely wouldn't dare to speak up like this. However, it was different now. He had the support of numerous level 5 warriors from the Radiants, not to mention their mysterious leader who had a deep power base. All of these reasons had given him the right to speak out against his brother with confidence. Furthermore, there were many outsiders watching him at the moment. How could he back down now?
"It seems like you have made your decision,"
Calvin Morris asked with a frown. Jake simply took another step forward and pulled a sword out from behind his back. It was a different sword from the one Kevin had seen him use before. This time, Jake took out a very long blade. It was pitch black in color, and as soon as it appeared, it attracted everyone's attention. There was a golden eagle engraved on the blade, and it looked incredible.
"The golden eagle saber? I didn't think he would give it to you,"
Calvin Morris muttered as his brows knitted together and his eyes filled with intense jealousy. When the rest of the Morris family's members saw the sword in his hands, their expressions instantly became respectful. They almost couldn't help but stare at the beautiful weapon. "Well, what did you expect? I am the legitimate heir of the Morris family. Isn't it only natural for me to inherit it?" Jake Morris said as he revealed a mocking smile. Calvin Morris didn't respond. Instead, he clenched his fist tightly and stared at the golden eagle saber in Jake's hand. This sword wasn't just beautiful on the surface. It possessed a very high level of importance within the Morris family. In a sense, The status of the person holding this sword wasn't much different from that of the family patriarch. It was clear that obtaining this sword also meant that he had obtained the support of his father. It symbolized the very same goal that Calvin had been working toward for the past few years. But now, it had suddenly appeared in Jake's hands. How could Calvin Morris accept this? After a violent struggle in his heart, a cold smile suddenly appeared on Calvin's face.
I didn't expect that you would actually be able to get your hands on the family's Golden Eagle's saber. He added, I think it's awfully bold of you to steal the treasures of the family. Today I will abide by the family rules and bring you to justice.
Calvin Morris flung his right hand behind his back, and a sword of his own appeared in his hand as he pulled it from its sheath. With his sudden movement, the other members of the Morris family all prepared to fight. The surrounding members of the upper realm who were watching the show naturally didn't have any intention of interfering. Calvin's expression was very ugly. His original intention was to take out the Golden Eagle saber and scare Jake off with the intensity of his spiritual energy. He didn't expect that not only was he not intimidated, but he even welcomed the challenge. If they were to fight here, not only would they make the Morris family a laughingstock among the entire upper realm, but they would also sow more discord within the Morris family. Just as Jake was thinking about the choices he had to make, a cold light flashed across his eyes. The knight sword suddenly appeared in Kevin's hand in front of everyone. Of course he wouldn't use the knight dagger. If he did, his identity would be exposed. Kevin said in a deep voice, I will definitely stand beside Jake Morris today. If you still want to try your luck against him, then you will have to face me too. A surge of spiritual energy immediately started circulating around Elijah Tanner and the others as well. As long as Kevin gave the order, they would surely rush forward without caring about their own safety. Although Jake Morris was the former mentor of Sage Tanner and Tyson Tanner, all of that was meaningless now. Calvin Morris slowly raised the sword in his hand and pointed it at Kevin. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Everyone looked to their right at the entrance of the tunnel.
What's going on?
People began to ask in a panic.
Damn it! Why did it have to be now?
Calvin Morris turned his head and looked at the sealed entrance, muttering to himself as worry spread across his face. If he was given just a little more time, he felt that he would definitely have been able to take down Jake and the others. However, the most important thing right now was to seize the initiative. Looks like someone's plan is going to fail today, Kevin said coldly with the sword in his hand.
Don't get ahead of yourself. The game has just begun,
Calvin Morris said while gnashing his teeth in anger. The moment he finished speaking, a glaring light made everyone close their eyes tightly. It lasted for about 10 seconds. When everyone finally regained their sight, there was no longer any obstruction at the tunnel entrance. A large amount of spiritual energy surged out from the depths of the tunnel.
Go!
Someone shouted. Everyone started rushing toward the entrance. Elijah Tanner was about to make a move when he was stopped by Kevin.
Sir, aren't we going to follow them?
Elijah Tanner asked curiously. Kevin didn't answer his question immediately. Instead, he looked around. At that moment, there were still some people who were still standing in the same spot, like the people of the Morris family and the Fantilli family. None of them moved. Why are you in such a hurry? The ancient ruins are full of danger. Since they're willing to be our pathfinders, why should we refuse? Kevin said as his face slightly raised under the mask. It was obvious that Greg Fantilli and the two brothers from the Morris family had the same idea. Sure enough, when the people from the upper realm were about to rush into the tunnel, a rumbling sound was heard all of a sudden. A powerful wave of air shattered the floor and a large amount of dust was blown up all around them. The people who were rushing toward the front were sent flying backward like ragdolls. All of them were covered in dirt. It took them a while to stand up from the ground with great difficulty. Some of them even remained lying on the ground, hugging their arms and legs, as they let out miserable cries of pain. More than 10 figures slowly walked out from the dust. Their upper bodies were exposed, and the bulging muscles on their bodies were extremely intimidating. They gave off an explosive feeling of strength. They had long hair behind their heads, and they were covered in dust. Their faces looked different from ordinary people. They had a strange gray-white color. However, their eyes revealed a blood-red glow, and they looked exceptionally frightening.
Mr. Williams, they look similar to the statues we encountered before,
Elijah Tanner reminded him in a low voice. I think so too. Also, their spiritual energy is strong. The statues we encountered before all seemed to be emitting spiritual energy that would be expected of a high stage level 5 warrior. Kevin muttered as the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch.
What did you say? Are these all level 5 warriors?
Jake Morris's facial expression changed dramatically, and he asked in disbelief. That's right, not only level 5, but if I'm not wrong, the leader of the group should be at the 9th stage. What's even more terrifying is that they seem to have no conscience. It's like they're the perfect killing machine. Kevin replied slowly. Greg Fantilli, who also heard what Kevin had said, only slightly frowned. He did not have any excessive reaction.
A 9th stage level 5 warrior?
Someone muttered. However, the old man who had challenged them moments ago didn't seem to take them seriously. He casually stretched out his hand as if open to receive the opponent's attack. However, the warrior that approached him broke his right hand with a single strike. The expressions of the other people from the upper realm immediately turned grim. They realized that if they wanted to enter the depths of the ancient ruins, they would have to pass through the checkpoint presented by the warriors in front of them.
My God, how can we get past this? All of them are at least at the 6th stage of level 5, someone said.
I want to go back. I don't want to die here. This isn't worth it, someone else replied in fear.
Let's get out of here, the first person yelped.
For a moment, many of the young elites gathered there began to panic. The leaders of the various families began to think about the severity of the situation. The leaders of 2 of the families were very self-aware. After thinking about how they couldn't make it past these warriors, they turned around and left immediately. Mortal danger was a dividing line that Kevin knew separated the truly brave from the pretenders. As they were faced with the strange yet powerful warriors guarding the entrance of the tunnel, Greg Fantilli, the Morris brothers, and Kevin all agreed to form a temporary alliance. They also agreed to choose 5 people from each of their contingents to lead the charge. While the others shrank back at the thought of being selected, all of the members of the Radiants were eager to volunteer. Kevin volunteered himself, drawing the admiration of all of the subordinates of the others. As Kevin led the charge, he unleashed the Blue Storm technique, shocking Greg Fantilli and the others. 2 powerful bursts of energy clashed against one another, and the power caused several people to slide backward several feet. Those who were slightly weaker lost their footing completely and fell to the ground. Even Kevin spun several times in the air. Finally, he landed on the ground. He held onto the ground with one hand to prevent himself from falling. His expression did not change much. It was as if the previous attack did not have any impact on his focus. On the warrior side, the one in the lead took a few steps back. Every time he took a step back, he would leave a deep dent in the ground, and the gray aura of death on its body weakened little by little. The warriors behind him retreated by nearly 20 feet, seemingly having suffered a serious injury. Calvin Morris was staring at Kevin from the side. Previously, a part of him hoped that Kevin would be killed here today. He didn't expect that not only was he not affected by battling the warriors, but he had also seemingly gained the upper hand so quickly. For Calvin Morris, it wasn't a good thing for Jake to have a good relationship with the level 7 expert. What are you all waiting for? More than half of their spiritual energy has been consumed. They will need quite a bit of time to recuperate. If we wait for them to recover, it'll be a massacre. Now is the time. Kevin turned his head slightly and stared at the people from the other various major powers. Hearing this, the group of people finally reacted and rushed forward as fast as they could. No one wanted to die. Originally, these people who had been selected to lead the charge would have never had the chance to survive today. Fortunately, Kevin had appeared out of thin air, giving them a glimmer of hope to survive. Now that the opportunity was right in front of them, how could they not cherish it? Each and every one of them felt the adrenaline rushing through their veins as they took out their own weapons and charged at the warriors in front of them. Although the warriors were nearly perfect killing machines, they had consumed too much of their spiritual energy, so they didn't have much left to fight against them. In addition, the experts who had been selected to lead the charge had the advantage in numbers. Without any time to rest, Kevin once again threw himself into the battle. With a flash of cold light, one of the warriors was split in two. I didn't expect that there would be a level 7 expert hiding among the forces of the lower realm. Moreover, all the people from the Radiants who came this time were level 5 warriors. Even in Washington, D.C., they would still be considered a pretty strong force, Greg Fantilli said with a slight frown on his face. Calvin Morris snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "It's a pity that this Kenneth Wilkinson person is so arrogant. He doesn't know how to adapt to the situation. No matter how high his power base is, he won't be able to get too far without more vision. Otherwise, the Radiance obviously would have already risen much higher than it has." Greg Fantilli glanced at him indifferently and said with a sneer, "You can say that if you want, but in the real world, the difference in power base often determines quite a lot. Otherwise, why did you only argue with him instead of fighting him directly?" "What do you mean? Do you think that I'm afraid of him?" Calvin asked unhappily. "You should know better than anyone whether I think you are afraid or not," Greg Fantilli said. He didn't want to argue with Calvin. Instead, he just turned his head and looked at Kevin again. At that moment, Kevin was slashing left and right amidst the warriors. He was entangled with their leader while constantly dodging the attacks of others. "Something's not right." Jake Morris, who was watching the battle, suddenly spoke. "You felt it too?" Greg Fantilli said without turning his head. Without giving Jake any time to respond, Greg turned to the members of his family and said, "Everyone, get ready. After I give the order, everyone must rush into the tunnel as quickly as possible." Calvin looked at Greg in surprise, wondering why he had suddenly given the order. Immediately after that, Jake gave the same order to his people. Kevin also felt that something wasn't right in the midst of the battle. Although the others were getting more and more aggressive as they fought, 5 of the warriors had fallen, and each of them had been blasted into pieces. However, the battle was getting more and more difficult. It seemed as though the warriors weren't getting tired. In fact, if anything, they had become stronger. After repelling the leading warrior only slightly with a powerful strike to the chest, Kevin immediately felt that something was different. Compared to their previous exchange moments ago, the strength of his opponent had clearly increased. Suddenly, Kevin noticed what looked like a spinning whirlpool coming from the center of the warrior's chest. He noticed the same phenomenon on the bodies of the fallen warriors. Could it be that those who were still standing had been able to absorb the spiritual energy of those who have fallen? This thought popped up in Kevin's mind. "Listen up, everyone. Attack their chests with all of your strength. They're absorbing the spiritual energy of the ones who have already gone down," Kevin ordered everyone loudly. Everyone knew that if the power of 2 warriors like these were combined together, it wouldn't be as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. After receiving the order, everyone rushed towards the chests of the warriors closest to them. Although they had seemingly lost their consciousness and seemed to be nothing more than soulless killing machines, they instinctively protected their chests and unleashed even more powerful spiritual energy than before. The battle instantly reached a white-hot stage. "Everyone follow me," Greg Fantilli decisively ordered. Greg was the first to move. He stomped on the ground with his right foot and shot out like a cannonball. The rest of his people quickly reacted and started to follow him. Jake Morris and his men followed. Of course, Calvin Morris was not willing to fall behind, but he still maintained a small trick up his sleeve. He didn't think that there would only be a few powerful warriors guarding the entrance of the ancient ruins. The Water Guardian must have left some other mechanisms behind that had not been discovered. That was why Calvin was the last to move. He was more than willing to let the others lead the way so that if there was any danger that they encountered, it would fall on them. It would also buy him the time to retreat as quickly as possible if it came to that. The group moved very quickly. Although they were slowed a bit when they passed through the battle zone, they made it through mostly unscathed. After realizing the weakness of the warriors, the battle quickly turned in Kevin's favor. When the last of them were blasted into pieces, Kevin led everyone and quickly rejoined the main group. "Are you all right, sir?" Elijah Tanner and the others rushed over to him and asked nervously. "Don't worry, I'm fine," Kevin said as he waved his hand at them indifferently. Then he looked around. They seemed to be in a side tunnel with square stone slabs on the ground. The space above his head was very small, with only a few feet of headroom. The light in the tunnel was also very dim, coming only from the oil lamps placed on the walls. The weak flames emitted a dim, flickering light. The air was not circulating very thoroughly, and it was filled with a very thick smell of dust, as well as the faint smell of rotting corpses. However, the source of the rot was also very easy to find. Looking around, even in the dark environment, one could see that there were many pieces of clothing covered in dust, scattered all over the ground, and some of the torn fabric revealed skeletons underneath them. "It seems as though we are not the first group of people to come in here, but the seal at the entrance clearly had not been removed until now. How did these people get here?" Greg Fantilli said thoughtfully. He was afraid that no one could answer this question. "You guys go and check them carefully. See if you can find anything that can prove these people's identities," Kevin instructed Elijah Tanner and the others in a low voice. Elijah nodded his head and walked up to the bodies. In this kind of environment, there was a limit to the amount of available oxygen. It was impossible to light a fire to increase visibility. That would only use up the limited supply of air. Without the oxygen needed to breathe, even the most powerful expert would die here. After a brief search, Elijah suddenly found something that looked like some kind of token. "Sir, look at this," Elijah said as he quickly walked over to Kevin. The token was quite heavy. It looked like it was made from a special material. The pattern on it was very exquisite, and it did not seem to be affected by age. There was not even a trace of rust on it. Looking at the words on the token, Kevin's eyeballs almost popped out. It was clear that this token belonged to the Alliance. Kevin couldn't help but suck in a breath of air. Countless questions appeared in Kevin's mind. "These are actually people from the Alliance?" Greg Fantilli furrowed his brow and asked with a scowl. "Could it be that this ancient ruin has already been ransacked?"
"I don't think so. Since so many people have died here, I bet that no one has gotten through successfully," Calvin Morris analyzed with confidence.
Greg Fantilli raised his eyebrows slightly. He wasn't sure if this was good news or bad news. "Then let's continue," Greg Fantilli said with a trace of doubt, as he led the group and continued to walk in the front. However, everyone was very careful. They were afraid that any sudden mistake would trigger some kind of trap. Suddenly, Elijah Tanner pulled Kevin's sleeve and said in a low voice, "Mr. Williams, I just found something." After saying that, Elijah discreetly stuffed another token into Kevin's hand. As Calvin and Jake Morris's respective sides were about to square off against each other, a blinding white light suddenly flashed. When it finally relented after about 10 seconds, it was clear that the entrance to the tunnel had reopened. From the entrance strode a group of odd-looking but very powerful warriors. Elijah Tanner couldn't help but notice that they looked troublingly similar to the statues Kevin and the others had encountered earlier. Many of the upper realm experts decided that none of this was worth it and decided to retreat. The warriors seemed to be restricted by some kind of invisible force. After forcing everyone out of the tunnel, they didn't attack as quickly as they could have. They just stood at the entrance. They also ignored the departure of some of the other families. Kevin's brows wrinkled slightly upon seeing this. He looked at the tunnel from which they had come and then turned back to look at the group of people who had just left. Although he had a slightly uneasy feeling in his heart, he couldn't explain his concerns. "What should we do now? Should we go or continue forward?" Greg Fantilli, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly asked. Everyone hesitated for a moment. Kevin licked his lips and tried to ask, "Are you talking to us?" "Of course. Only a few of us are left. Do you think your men are qualified?" Greg Fantilli glanced at Kevin and asked impatiently. "How would I know? There are so many of them guarding the entrance and we don't know what they're capable of. It can't be up to one person to decide whether to go in or not," Kevin said, knowing that it was not his place or responsibility to make such a decision for anyone other than himself and his Radiance warriors. During this trip to the ancient ruins, he could be said to have brought with him more than half of the top combat strength of the Radiance. But still, clearly anything could happen. Jake and Calvin Morris didn't express their stance. As for the severely injured old man, he didn't even have the right or the ability to speak. Greg Fantilli finally said with a serious expression on his face, "All right. Since none of you are willing to stand up and make your voice heard, I'll tell you what I'm thinking. Everyone has seen it. Although these warriors are imposing, it doesn't appear as though they can leave the passageway. It's obviously impossible for them to rush over by themselves now, and no one is willing to sacrifice their own lives to pave the way for others. Since that is the case, the only way is to form a temporary alliance. Of course, the rest of the way we can choose to remain allied or go our separate ways. At worst, we'll split the treasure equally." Hearing this, Kevin and the others suddenly became serious. An alliance would surely enhance all of their safety. But to expect Jake Morris to form an alliance with Calvin Morris? This was probably a fantasy. You want to form an alliance with us. Do you think that's realistic? Kevin raised his eyebrows and said, "I don't care what kind of conflict there is between you. You have to temporarily push it off to the side today. I don't want to return empty-handed," Greg Fantilli said to the two of them without any trace of diplomacy. Such an attitude surprised Kevin. What kind of background did Greg Fantilli actually have? How was he so confident in speaking to Jake and Calvin Morris like this? What surprised Kevin even more was that Calvin Morris sneered. He took a step forward and said, "All right. As long as you don't mind some people being a burden to you, we can discuss an alliance."
I would advise you, Mr. Fantilli, to be careful when choosing a partner. As the saying goes, you can know a person's face but not his heart. It's really hard to guard against some treacherous people." Jake Morris coldly snorted and said, "Then I'll take it that you guys agree," Greg Fantilli said. He didn't ask for their opinion at all. "As long as the others are willing, I'll go along with it."
When Jake Morris said this, he didn't forget to glare at Calvin Morris. "What about you?" Greg Fantilli raised his chin and asked as he pointed at Kevin. "I have no reason to refuse." Kevin spread his hands and answered naturally, "All right, I will make the arrangements now." Greg Fantilli turned around and looked at the warriors at the entrance. "There are a total of 13 of them here. Although they have a high power base, there doesn't seem to be any awareness about them, so their combat skills can't be too overwhelming. Next, each of us should send 5 people to deal with them. The rest of you make the best use of the time to rush over. Once the main group passes, the people in charge will follow closely behind. Although Greg Fantilli's plan wasn't the best, it was definitely the most practical one they had right now. The awkward question now was, how could he choose 5 men to deal with these warriors? To put it nicely, they were going to put their lives on the line to buy time for the rest of them. The 5 would surely know that they were being sent by their leader on a suicide mission. Kevin found it hard to make a decision. His eyes swept across the crowd, but he was glad that none of the people from the Radiant showed any signs of fear, and none of them avoided his gaze. "Mr. Wilkinson, let me bring some men with me," Elijah Tanner volunteered. "You can bring the others with you while they're occupied with us. This is not a joke, you know. I don't want any of you to get hurt." Kevin looked at Elijah Tanner seriously and said, "With your power base, you won't be able to withstand them for very long." "As long as we can buy some time for you, I'm willing to take the risk," Elijah Tanner said resolutely. At this time, everyone from the Radiant stepped forward and began volunteering themselves as well, pleading with Kevin to let them go with Elijah. This action immediately attracted the attention of the other 3 groups. Compared to the Radiants, the people following the Morris brothers and Greg Fantilli could only move back a little bit and try to avoid their respective gazes. A bunch of ignorant fools. They have no idea how powerful the warriors are," someone muttered. "How stupid. They are all fighting over the right to get themselves killed," someone else replied. "This isn't the time to think about virtue. If you want to live, it's best to stand back," a third person exclaimed. The others muttered in low voices, expressing their agreement. "All of you shut up. All of you are from the upper realm. Look at the members of the Radiance. I feel ashamed for you," Greg Fantilli scolded them in a loud voice. By comparison, Calvin Morris was very casual. He pointed at the 5 people right in front of him and said, "You 5 will go." The 5 of them opened their mouths and wanted to refuse, but when they saw Calvin Morris's cold eyes, they swallowed their words and closed their mouths. The rest of them felt very lucky. "Did you guys choose?" Calvin Morris crossed his arms in front of his chest and said impatiently, "Hurry up! Don't waste everyone's time." But Kevin couldn't make a decision. He wasn't a heartless person, so how could he be willing to send these people to their deaths? "Don't be hesitant. Just let me go," Elijah Tanner said resolutely. He had clearly seen through Kevin's dilemma. "There's no need to say any more. I'll lead the Radiance's team." Kevin reached out his hand to stop the people who wanted to speak and continued. "Number 1 will take my place." Number 1 was the code name of Elijah Tanner in the Radiance. In order to prevent their names from being exposed, everyone had their own number assigned to them. The people of the Radiance looked at the determined Kevin and couldn't help but take a deep breath. The difference between them and Kevin was like night and day. However, at this critical moment, he, who was the respected leader of the Radiance, had volunteered himself for this extremely dangerous mission. The fact that these people even had their current power base was all because of the Radiance. But in the vast world of experts, these people were as lowly as ants. Soon, the people selected by the others to lead the way were sent forward. When they saw the Radiance team led by Kevin, their eyes were filled with a combination of shock and envy. "What are you waiting for?" Calvin Morris urged them with a cold smile. Greg Fantilli looked at Kevin and frowned, but he did not say anything. Kevin just gave him a cold glance, then he led the people of the Radiance to the front. The rest of the men from the other groups followed him dejectedly. As Kevin and the rest were getting closer to the entrance, the warriors began to react. Their bodies emitted a low amount of spiritual energy. Suddenly, Kevin took the initiative to launch an attack. The white light coming from his body shone brightly. Following his movement, the majestic spiritual energy in his body began to circulate rapidly. With his body as the center, the space around him seemed to be forming a vortex. "A level 7 expert?" Greg Fantilli blurted out in shock. Calvin Morris frowned, but Jake Morris waved his fist in excitement. Everyone was startled when they sensed Kevin's power. No one had expected that there would be a level 7 expert among the people on the front line. At this moment, the others who had been chosen to lead the fight finally reacted. It turned out that he wasn't here to die alongside them. Instead, he was here to protect his people. At that moment, their hearts were filled with jealousy. They were treated like dogs by their own leaders, and yet this man was willing to march into battle right alongside his people. As everyone had different thoughts running through their minds, the spinning speed of the vortex around Kevin became faster and faster, and swift air currents were released from his body. As if they had sensed the danger, the instinctive warriors at the entrance began to move one after another. Apart from the one in the lead, the rest of them quickly gathered into a formation. The powerful spiritual energy fluctuations they released caused the entire tunnel to tremble. More and more spiritual energy gathered in the body of the warrior standing out in front. The light that radiated from him almost made it difficult for Jake Morris and the others to even open their eyes. Kevin's face was so solemn that it seemed like a layer of frost had covered his face. He actually felt a strong sense of danger coming from the lead warrior's body. "Blue storm technique," he uttered. Kevin's hands quickly began waving through the air in front of him. As he moved, more and more spirit energy condensed into air blades. At first glance, those who did not know would think that what they were seeing was some kind of elaborate illusion. "The blue storm technique? How could this be? How can the Radiants have knowledge of this technique?" Greg Fantilli muttered in a low voice as if he was asking the people around him and himself. The same thought also crossed the mind of Calvin Morris and many of the others. Just as everyone was thinking about how this mysterious level 7 expert could possibly know about the blue storm technique, the battle officially began. No one noticed that underneath the mask, Kevin's brows were violently trembling, and his facial expression was very tense. Just as he was about to lose control of the spiritual energy around his body, Kevin suddenly pushed his hands forward. All the trembling spiritual energy immediately rushed toward the warriors. Countless bursts of spiritual energy violently collided with the wall of spiritual energy in front of the warriors. The intense impact caused the ground to tremble. Blinding light bloomed, making it hard for anyone to open their eyes. They could only use their hands to shield their eyes and look through the gaps of their fingers. The loud noise was deafening. Some of the people with lower power bases couldn't bear such an ear-piercing sound. They could only cover their ears and squat on the ground, trembling. Blood even flowed out of some of their ears. The battle had begun. When Kevin, the Morrises, Fantilli, and the others entered what appeared to be a side tunnel, they were immediately met with the smell of rotting corpses. Looking at the skeletons on the ground, they found a metal token and realized that they were members of the Alliance. They were unsure whether the ancient ruins had already been ransacked by this group, but they decided to continue nevertheless, despite the certain danger that awaited. As they began moving farther into the tunnel, Elijah Tanner carefully slipped a second token into Kevin's hand. The words on this second token made Kevin's breathing quicken. Based on the style of the two tokens, Kevin conjectured that at least 2 of the Alliance members who reported directly to the Alliance leader had died here in this tunnel at the hands of the Water Guardian. Could it be that Alliance has really already found this place? But if that's the case, then why did the news of it come from the Mavericks? Kevin thought to himself. Kevin kept thinking about this question. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. The so-called ancient ruins were actually taken by the Alliance. Everything here was just a smokescreen. The Mavericks had fallen into a scheme that the Alliance had long planned. The moment this thought appeared in Kevin's mind, he broke out in a cold sweat. If this possibility was really correct, then wouldn't they be walking on the edge of death right now? The image of the Alliance leader appeared in his mind. Kevin seemed to have sensed something, but it was just a vague feeling. He couldn't tell what it was. He had a feeling that the Alliance wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. Perhaps there was a conspiracy hidden in the dark. Kevin thought of all kinds of possibilities, but he didn't have a lot of time. Soon they arrived at an opening and stopped. When they saw the scene in front of them, everyone could not help but reveal shocked expressions. They saw that the floor of the opening was covered with gold, and the walls were densely engraved with countless gemstones. The gems hanging above their heads were even bigger than a person's head, and they emitted a sparkling light. The refraction of the gems made the entire chamber light up. In addition, there were more than 10 sets of shelves on one of the walls, and there were many ancient antiques displayed on them. There were also many medicinal herbs placed on the shelves.
What the hell? Are the gemstones on the wall real? If they are, then we're about to be very rich,
someone muttered.
Forget about the gemstones. Did you see those medicinal ingredients? How many high-grade medicinal pills can be refined with those? They're priceless,
someone else replied. A group of people rushed forward at the same time. Some ran to the wall where the shelves were. They began to clamor to get the gemstones down and take them away. Others surrounded the medicinal herbs, and their faces were filled with joy. In their opinion, all of this was what they deserved, especially those people who had stepped forward to battle the warriors at the entrance. They felt that this was the wealth that they had risked their lives for. However, Kevin felt that something was not right. He frowned and quickly swept his gaze across the room. Suddenly, he discovered a problem. Everything seemed to be arranged just right. "Stop! No one can touch anything here," Kevin reminded everyone in a loud and deep voice. As soon as he said this, some people immediately became unhappy, especially Calvin Morris.
"What do you mean by that? Could it be that your Radiance wants to monopolize everything here?"
Calvin Morris coldly harumphed and said. Before Kevin could say anything, someone immediately agreed with Calvin's objection.
"Mr. Morris is right. I admit that it was definitely thanks to the Radiance that we made it here, but that is no reason for you to be able to keep all of this for yourself."
Another person agreed, saying,
"We can all take a step back and let the Radiance choose first, but you have to at least leave some for us."
Kevin shook his head a few times as he looked at all of the people who were filled with righteous indignation. "I just told you to stop. It doesn't mean that I want to keep everything for myself. I just feel that things aren't as simple as they appear here. If we rashly start taking everything we see here, it might trigger some kind of mechanism." Kevin's tone didn't change as he spoke with a firm calmness. Calvin Morris crossed his arms in front of his chest and said,
What a grand statement. Do you really think that there's some kind of a trap here? Then why don't you go and find it? What are you trying to scare the rest of us for? You didn't waste all of your time and risk all of our lives to come down here to make a fortune and then just leave it, did you?"
Jake Morris couldn't hold it in any longer. He stood up and defended Kevin, saying,
"Hey, why don't you calm down? He makes a good point. Do you think that you're qualified to teach a level 7 expert how to do things?"
By that logic, do you think that you're qualified to teach me how to do things? I advise you to worry about yourself. Otherwise, I'll be happy to teach you a lesson when we get out of here.
A cold light flashed across Calvin Morris's eyes. He really looked like he was willing to kill Jake Morris. After all, that would be the only way for him to ensure his place in his family in the future. Kevin's tone quickly became cold as he said, "I advise you to consider whether you would like to get out of here alive. If you say another word, do you believe that I won't let you stay here forever?"
What do you mean by that?
Calvin Morris demanded as he narrowed his eyes and glared at Kevin. Jake Morris's face also became serious. He looked at Kevin with surprise. As far as he knew, Kevin was the so-called Kenneth Wilkinson. No matter how strong his power base was, he was still just the leader of the Radiants, a little-known organization from the lower realm. How could he have the courage to confront the Morris family head-on? But from another perspective, if he really killed Calvin Morris here, wouldn't that prove that he was not as he appeared to be on the surface? Furthermore, if that did happen, Jake would be the only one left who could reasonably take control of his family. He would definitely become the patriarch of the Morris family in the future. What I mean is very clear. If you dare to challenge me again, Calvin Morris will never exist in this world again. Kevin's tone was very serious.
Do you really dare to touch me? So what if you have a lot of strength? It still doesn't mean you are in a position to challenge the power of the Morris family.
Calvin Morris took a deep breath and said,
"Don't make yourself sound so serious."
A deep smile suddenly appeared on Jake Morris's face. Calvin's face changed dramatically when he heard that. Kevin also looked at Jake Morris without saying anything. Obviously, Jake said these words on purpose to anger Calvin Morris. He wanted to make Calvin attack first to make the counterattack justified. As expected, Calvin Morris's breathing had unknowingly become very rapid, and his aura was also fluctuating very wildly. Just as Calvin was about to lose control of himself and attack, a miserable cry came from not far away. "What's going on?" Greg Fantilli, who was near the shelves, suddenly said as he turned his head. Kevin and the others looked over and saw two people lying on the ground near one of the walls. Their bodies kept twitching uncontrollably and they were screaming. Everyone quickly surrounded them. In less than 10 seconds, these two people stopped twitching. Their faces were twisted to a terrifying degree and black liquid began to flow out of their eyes, ears, and noses. What caught the attention of Kevin and the others more than anything was their right hands. They were completely scorched and were emitting a strong burnt smell, as if they had been scorched by intense flames. It seems like they were poisoned. Kevin looked up at the wall as he spoke. Suddenly, a few more people in the crowd fell to the ground. Like the previous two, their bodies twitched a few times before they died. However, these few people were even more terrifying. Black smoke rose from their bodies and their eyeballs seemed to melt into a pool of blood. "Damn it! These things are poisonous on the surface." Greg Fantilli had also reacted and realized the crux of the problem. Hearing this, everyone was shocked, and some people felt lucky that they hadn't been so greedy. Fortunately, before they had the chance to touch any of the things in front of them, they had heeded Kevin's reminder. For a moment, many of the remaining people looked at Kevin with gratitude. It was precisely because of his thoughtful words that they were able to escape disaster.
The ancient ruins really aren't as simple as they seem on the surface. Is there still anyone who says that the Radiance has ill intentions?
Jake Morris asked with a stern expression. This time, no one stood up to refute him. After all, those who died were the ones who had not taken Kevin's word seriously. At that time, Kevin suddenly twitched his nose. "That smell! Do you smell it?" After he said this, everyone sniffed a few times. Only then did they notice that there was a faint fragrance in the air that they did not recognize. Suddenly, something flashed in Kevin's mind. This is not good. It's the smell of the knockout cocktail. Kevin had encountered the Alliance's famously poisonous knockout cocktail back when he was fighting to save Officer Emmett. Although it was not fatal, it had the same effect on all experts below level 7. It could paralyze the human body, and once a person was poisoned, no matter how strong one's power base was, they would be unable to fight off the cocktail's effects.
What the hell? Why is my head starting to feel so light?
"My hands and feet are so weak all of a sudden,"
someone else cried out.
Can anyone explain what's going on? I'm not going to die here, am I?
Someone else panicked.
Soon, more and more people showed signs of being poisoned. They all fell to the ground as soon as they finished talking. Greg Fantilli, Jake Morris, and Calvin Morris reacted quickly. When they heard Kevin's words, they immediately held their breath and began circulating the spiritual energy in their bodies, trying to force the poison out. Kevin reminded everyone, the major characteristic of the poison is its compatibility. Once it enters the human body, it will quickly enter the bloodstream. The more you circulate your spiritual energy, the more you circulate it throughout your body. The faster your blood flow, the faster it will take effect. In a situation where there is no antidote, unless all the blood in your body is completely drained, the poison will only get deeper and deeper.
What the hell? This is so cruel,
Jake Morris couldn't help but say.
Why do you still seem to be completely fine? Could it be that you were the one who poisoned everyone?
Calvin Morris accused as he forcefully supported his body with his hands so that he wouldn't completely fall to the ground. However, his condition was also deteriorating very quickly. His hands and feet became weaker and weaker, and even speaking seemed to be very difficult for him at this point. When these words came out, everyone's eyes fell on Kevin. Up until now, he was the only one who hadn't been affected. He was also the first one to discover that something was wrong, so he was indeed suspicious. Are you stupid? If I was the one who poisoned you, why would I warn you? I would have just killed you a long time ago. Kevin snorted in disdain and said,
Then why are you still totally fine?
Calvin Morris asked. After breaking through to level 7, I've become immune to heat and cold and all poisons. Didn't you know that? Kevin retorted as he stared at Calvin Morris as if he was looking at an idiot. Almost at the same time, everyone looked at Kevin with envy. Of course, they also wanted to reach the stage where they were immune to all kinds of poison. Since you are familiar with this poison, do you have any way to cure it? Right now, you're the only one who hasn't been poisoned. You have to help us. Greg Fantilli pleaded as he took a deep breath and tried to keep himself awake. I also want to provide an antidote, but the one who is best at refining pills in the Radiance is Kevin Williams, not me. I'm afraid that only he can save you, Kevin explained. He then added, but he gave me a few formulas that can cure some poisons. I also have some meds with me, but why should I save you? What he said was true. He didn't need them, so why should he save these people? However, Greg Fantilli was a very smart person. He immediately understood what Kevin meant. As long as you save me, feel free to ask me for anything. Whatever my family is capable of, I will not refuse, he pleaded. A smile appeared on Kevin's face under the mask. He had been waiting for those words. In the chamber, Kevin suddenly noticed a faint smell. Suddenly, the people who had touched any of the items in the room began showing clear signs of having been poisoned. Kevin recognized the effects of the Alliance's famous knockout cocktail, which he had encountered once before. It was enough to overpower anyone below a level 7 power base. As such, everyone else who was present was slowly succumbing to its effects. Greg Fantilli pleaded with Kevin to help them, promising to give him anything in his power if he saved them with a pill. Hearing this, Kevin smiled under his mask. Although he didn't know exactly what kind of strength the Fantilli family possessed, since they were able to ascend to the upper realm and seemed to be on par with Calvin and Jake Morris, Greg Fantilli was naturally someone that Kevin wanted to keep close. Therefore, he asked Greg Fantilli to make a verbal agreement with him. Of course, Kevin wasn't a fool. When Greg Fantilli said those words, he had already recorded his voice with his phone. Mr. Fantilli, don't misunderstand me. I don't know if you will regret making such an arrangement in the future. To be safe, I recorded your voice just now. If you go back on your word in the future, I can assure you that I will make this recording public, Kevin said as he waved the phone in his hand. Kevin's threat had hit Greg Fantilli right where it hurt.
People like Greg Fantilli were more interested in their reputation than anything else. Kevin turned his head and looked at the people around him. All of them were lying on the ground with their faces covered in dust. Their clothes had become tattered. They looked like a bunch of beggars, not like people of the upper realm. Kevin looked at the people of the Morris family. Due to his current identity as Kenneth Wilkinson, he took the initiative to speak to Jake Morris. "You don't need to say anything, even if it's because of Kevin. I won't ignore you, but you don't need me to tell you what you want to do, okay?"
"Understood,"
Jake Morris replied in surprise. Then Kevin took out a small pill furnace and some herbs. He didn't even say a word to Calvin Morris. This kind of disregard was the greatest insult to someone like Calvin Morris. It was one thing to lose respect, but the most important thing for him at the moment was that this was a matter of life and death.
Hey, you aren't even going to ask me what I can offer?"
Calvin Morris whined. "Why should I ask you?" Kevin's hand, which was holding some medicinal herbs, suddenly paused as he asked in confusion.
You don't plan to save me?"
Calvin Morris said, his eyes nearly popping out. "You are really funny. Why should I save you? Do you owe me money or something?" Kevin replied sarcastically. Calvin Morris could not find any words to refute him. He was speechless. Then, while gnashing his teeth in anger, he finally muttered,
"As long as you are willing to save me, just tell me what you need. I'll do it."
In order to survive, he had already forgotten about the conflict between him and Kevin just a moment ago. However, he did not want to appear weak on the surface. "I'm sorry. I don't need you to do anything for me." Kevin snorted coldly and continued to fiddle with the herbs in his hands. This was not the first time he had come into contact with the knockout cocktail, but it was the first time he had refined an antidote related to it. According to the records in the secret book, the poison's antidote was not particularly difficult to refine.
"Hey, don't be too arrogant. I am a member of the Morris family after all. You had better not forget that. If you had the ability to save me but didn't, you would have let me die right in front of you. Do you think the Morris family will forget that?"
Calvin Morris said. He was clearly getting anxious. He desperately wanted to live, and it was becoming clear that he would do anything it took. If he couldn't remove the poison in his body soon, he would lose all ability to move. He would only be able to wait for a slow but certain death. "Actually, I think that if you die here, no one will say that it was because I didn't save you. It was you, Calvin Morris, who was too arrogant. You risked your life and fell into the trap of the ancient ruins. Therefore, what caused your death has nothing to do with me or anyone from the Radiants," Kevin said. The others also seemed to agree with Kevin. If Calvin Morris really died here today, the Morris family would definitely take all the blame for this. Instead of risking getting into trouble, it would be better to push the blame onto the dead.
No, you can't do this,"
Calvin Morris cried out in desperation. He had been famous for his entire life. How could he die like this? At that moment, Kevin suddenly put down the herbs in his hands and slowly walked over to Calvin Morris. He looked down at him and asked seriously, "Do you really not want to die?"
"No, please. You have to save me. I'll do anything,"
Calvin pleaded. He was not willing to give up. "All right, I can save you. I don't need you to do anything for me." Kevin took out a white pill as he spoke. "Open your mouth and consume this pill."
What is this?"
Calvin Morris asked, puzzled. "This pill will temporarily negate the effects of the poison. However, if a person who consumes it does not get the antidote after a month, their body will rot from the inside out. Their intestines will decay at a visible speed and they will die a gruesome and painful death." Kevin's thumb and index finger turned the pill and he said, "As a gentle reminder, the higher the power base of the poisoned person, the deeper the pain will be."
You want to control me?"
Calvin Morris asked as his pupil suddenly shrank. Kevin's actions were clear. It was too obvious that he wanted to take advantage of the situation.
"Give me the medicine and let me take it for him,"
one of Calvin Morris's men interrupted.
"Who are you?"
"You think you're worthy to take this pill?" Kevin glanced at the man and then continued to look at Calvin Morris. He said, "Don't worry, I'm not interested in you. I just heard that you had some conflicts with Kevin. That's even better. The antidote is in his hands. If you want to live, consume the pill and then ask Kevin for the antidote. As for whether he will let you do anything else, I suppose that will depend on his mood." Calvin Morris stared at the pill in Kevin's hand and thought it over quickly. About 10 seconds later, Calvin obediently opened his mouth and let Kevin put it on his tongue. Could it really be that no one except Kevin could cure him now? There were also many high-grade herbalists in the Morris family, and if that wasn't enough, he could still seek help from the experts of the Herbalist Society. He determined that it was worth the risk. After all, what other option did he have besides certain death? Take care of yourself. In the future, it's best if you keep your tail between your legs. After Kevin reprimanded him, he turned around and returned to the pill furnace, starting to refine the other pills. Soon, a large batch of antidotes were concocted. The first ones to enjoy the treatment of detoxification were naturally the people from the Radiants. Calvin Morris was the last one to stand up. When he stood up, his eyes looked as if he was going to eat Kevin alive. "Don't touch any of the things here. Let's go take a look. If there really isn't anything truly valuable here, it's better to just leave," Kevin suggested as he put away the pill furnace. This time, no one opposed his suggestion. They obediently left the area where the treasures were. Jake Morris suddenly pulled Kevin's sleeve and said in a low voice,
"I will never forget what you said about saving my life. There is something I think I need to remind you about. Calvin has always been a person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. You have made him suffer such a huge loss just now. He will definitely find an opportunity to take his revenge. I hope you will be extra careful, sir."
"It doesn't matter. I can handle it," Kevin said confidently. While the two of them were talking, they entered what appeared to be the main hall of the ancient ruins. There was no decoration in the large space, only a coffin in the middle. "It seems like this place should represent the end of the Water Guardian's ancient ruins," Greg Fantilli patted the dust off his body and said while staring at the coffin.
"Since you're already here, why don't you open the coffin and take a look?"
Calvin Morris said. A hint of greed emerged in his eyes. This was the coffin of an ancient, mighty figure. There must be something inside the coffin that was very important to him when he was still alive. Kevin's eye swept across the surroundings and finally stopped on the coffin. He didn't know why, but he had a bad feeling deep in his heart. Since this was the end of the ruins, why was there only this one coffin here? If the higher-ups of the Alliance had met their end here, then surely there would be all kinds of dangers at the end of the road. For a moment, all kinds of difficult questions popped up in Kevin's mind, but he couldn't grasp the most important point. Who is willing to go and take the lead? Greg Fantilli crossed his arms in front of his chest and asked.
"Since it is the end of the ruins, the person who takes the lead must be brave and resourceful,"
Calvin Morris said as he looked at Kevin.
"I think the Chancellor of the Radiants should take the lead."
"Why would he do that? If you want to find out what else is here so badly, why don't you go by yourselves?"
Elijah Tanner couldn't help but stand up and retort.
"Chancellor, you'd better keep your dog on its leash. If it dares to bark again, be careful. I will pull out all of its teeth,"
Calvin Morris said fiercely. Kevin patted Elijah Tanner's shoulder, signaling for him not to continue arguing. Taking a deep breath, he looked at the coffin in the middle of the space. Suddenly, the corner of Kevin's mouth curved up. "The people of the Radiants won't touch anything here. The three of you please act according to your own abilities." Then Kevin added, "But I'm warning you kindly. This place looks very ordinary on the surface, but I keep feeling that something is not right. I advise you not to touch that coffin."
Cowardly rat. The best thing is right in front of you. How can you back off now?"
Calvin Morris said under his breath with a cold snort.
"Then you should go ahead and help yourself,"
Jake Morris said. He would never let go of any opportunity to scold Calvin.
"Enough!"
Greg Fantilli frowned slightly and scolded.
"You two have been arguing all the way here. Haven't you had enough? If you want to fight, go back to your family and fight."
Only then did the two of them stop bickering. Almost at the same time, they turned their heads in the opposite direction.
"The three of us will go and take a look."
Greg Fantilli did not even ask for the opinions of the others before he made a decision on their behalf. Calvin Morris opened his mouth. He originally wanted to say something, but he was tactful and did not say it out loud. With a whoosh, Greg Fantilli took out his sword from behind his back. He gave the others a look, then walked toward the coffin. Jake Morris and the others quickly followed. To put it bluntly, they didn't want all of the most valuable things to fall into the hands of the Fantilli family, and if they did, another war would erupt right then and there. After Calvin Morris pleaded with Kevin for an antidote, Kevin finally produced a white pill that he said would negate the effects of the poison. However, he cautioned that it would only last a month and that at that point, he would begin to suffer a very painful death. As such, he would need to seek the antidote from Kevin Williams. Once Calvin and the others recovered, they continued moving and soon arrived at what appeared to be the end of the ancient ruins, where there was a coffin in the middle of a large space. Kevin urged the three of them to examine the coffin while he stayed back. Maybe it was because the light wasn't very bright, but it wasn't until they came right up to the coffin that they found that its exterior was many times more beautiful than they had anticipated. None of them could tell what material the pitch-black coffin was made of. On the surface, it looked like an ordinary coffin, but in reality, there was a strange layer of liquid on its surface, making it impossible to see the material clearly. In addition, underneath the liquid of the coffin, something seemed to be moving back and forth. A cold aura was also continuously emitted from the inside of the coffin.
What is this thing?"
Calvin Morris couldn't help but ask.
"Who cares what it is? Let's open it and see,"
Jake Morris said. After all, it was rare that Jake Morris did not refute Calvin Morris. With that, Greg Fantilli lifted his sword and inserted it into the edge of the coffin. He then walked around it and drew a line all the way around it.
"Who will open the lid?"
Greg took back his sword and asked. He felt that he deserved to be able to stand back while one of the others did it. He was the one who had cut open the surface of the coffin. Since he had already taken the first step, he would naturally leave the rest to the others. The others just looked at each other. In the end, it was a pair of their subordinates who stepped forward. A deep red light emitted from their bodies and a dense amount of spiritual energy wrapped around their hands. At the same time, they gently placed their hands on the coffin and pushed it ever so slightly upward. Kevin suddenly frowned. Judging from the spiritual energy fluctuations coming from their bodies, their power bases were certainly not low yet with their push. The surface of the coffin did not move. At first, everyone thought that they just didn't use enough strength. But suddenly, the expressions on the faces of the two men changed drastically. Under the gazes of Greg Fantilli and the Morris brothers, a black shadow flashed on the surface of the coffin. The two of them immediately let out shrill cries at the same moment. The red light that was emitted from their bodies was absorbed by the coffin, and at the same time, the dark shadow of the coffin itself became denser.
"Quick! Save me! It seems like something has bitten my hand!"
One of them shouted for help. Jake and Calvin Morris immediately frowned as they both took a step back. Before knowing the situation and all the risks involved, who would dare to step forward and save the two of them? A cold light flashed, and their screams became even more miserable. Blood burst out from their hands.
They both let go and then fell to the ground and rolled around in agony. Blood kept flowing out very quickly. At that critical moment, Greg Fantilli's reaction was the fastest. He raised his knife and chopped off the men's hands one by one. "Take this to relieve the pain." As Kevin spoke, he put a medicinal pill into the mouths of each of the men. Suddenly, the lid of the coffin opened completely. A thick black fog emerged from the coffin, and the lid fell apart. A black snake that was almost as thick as an adult's arm appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Its blood-red eyes kept scanning everyone present. Its long and narrow forked tongue kept flicking, and a faint black fog was released from its body. A sticky liquid dripped from its mouth, and when it fell on the ground, it made a sound like that of dripping water. The hard floor was immediately corroded by its saliva, forming holes one after another. Fortunately, the moment the lid was blown open, Greg Fantilli and the others sensed that something was wrong. They quickly spread out in all directions to avoid being overtaken by the fog. "Is this the dark blood snake?" Greg Fantilli muttered. His face was filled with shock.
"What is the dark blood snake?"
Jake Morris asked in confusion. "I don't know much about it. I only read about it. The dark blood snake is extremely poisonous. As long as you are touched by its liquid, any expert will immediately turn into a pool of liquid. The scary thing is that it doesn't only have poison coming from its mouth, it also secretes large amounts of it from all over its body." Greg Fantilli replied with a look of worry and fear.
"What the hell? Are you sure you're right? Does that mean you can't even touch it?"
As Jake Morris spoke, he quickly retreated, pulling away from the dark blood snake. What's more terrifying is that not only is its body covered in poison, but the black fog it releases also contains the poison, Kevin said. He took a step back as he added, "Also, if you are poisoned, your body will become a new source of the poison. Your body will immediately become highly toxic. It has been said that wherever this snake passed, not a single blade of grass grew. If the dark blood snake is allowed out of this place and is able to breed with another one, then within 100 years, there will not be any signs of life left on the earth." Jake Morris and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Other than retreating, they could not think of any other way out of this situation.
"That can't be right. It just can't be," Calvin Morris said disapprovingly.
The dark blood snake's body was usually very small. Under normal circumstances, it was only the thickness of a human pinky. However, the one in front of him was so large that it had clearly been surviving somehow here in these ancient ruins for a very long time. There was one thing that Kevin really couldn't understand. The spiritual energy in this place was so thin right now. What exactly did this dark blood snake rely on to survive? Suddenly, Kevin thought of a possibility. Could it be that there is some kind of treasure in the coffin that can absorb the spiritual energy of the world? Immediately, Kevin's heart began to race. He wished that he could immediately rush over and search the inside of the coffin, but the dark blood snake was standing in his way. One should know that when one reaches level 7, medicinal pills would no longer be of much use in developing one's power base. In order to advance a step further, a level 7 expert would have to find natural treasures to aid their development. Oh right, I have to remind you all of one more thing. The toxicity of the dark blood snake increases according to its age. Kevin suddenly thought of something and said, "Regarding these things, there were very clear records in the all-inclusive secret book."
"What the hell? If that's the case, wouldn't that snake be able to destroy everything in its path?"
Jake Morris said with fear in his voice. "In a sense, yes, that is the case," Kevin said helplessly. He then turned around and shouted at the people behind him, "All Radiance members, listen up. Retreat as quickly and as far as you can."
In the face of an ancient threat like the Dark Blood Snake, the number of people willing to fight against it was no longer important. On the contrary, if more people stayed here, they would only die for nothing while increasing the potency of the poison. All members of the Fantilli family, listen up. Retreat immediately. Greg Fantilli did not want his family to suffer too many casualties, so he followed Kevin's order with one of his own. The Morris brothers also quickly gave their own orders to their men. However, the Dark Blood Snake didn't seem to be as cruel as the legend suggested. It just stayed where it was, flicking out its tongue as it watched everyone flee.
What's going on? Don't tell me that everything you read wasn't true.
After retreating nearly 50 feet, Jake Morris asked his question in confusion as he looked toward Kevin and then back at the Dark Blood Snake. I don't know. It has been many years since any Dark Blood Snake has appeared. No one knows what it is truly capable of, but it's best to avoid unnecessary danger. We'd better be extra careful. Kevin stared at the Dark Blood Snake in the distance as he tried to explain the unexplainable. It was hard to imagine that a large group of level 5 warriors and a level 7 warrior would be so scared by one snake. But clearly, the Dark Blood Snake had no intention of attacking unless it was provoked. It simply circled around the coffin and curled up. Finally, it settled down on top of the coffin as if it was protecting its master. Kevin and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Death had stared them in the face, and they'd beaten it to live another day. When the coffin was opened, a thick black snake emerged, emitting a dark black fog and dripping what was clearly an extremely poisonous liquid from its mouth. Kevin explained that this was the Dark Blood Snake, an extremely rare and extremely poisonous creature. They all began to retreat as quickly as possible, but the Dark Blood Snake made no effort to chase after them. For almost an hour, the Dark Blood Snake seemed to have no intention of leaving the coffin. Kevin, Greg Fantilli, and many of the others knew how powerful the Dark Blood Snake was, so they didn't dare to make any rash moves. However, Calvin Morris was not as wise. After being in a stalemate for so long, he had already grown very impatient.
I don't think this so-called Dark Blood Snake is as powerful as you think it is. It's just that you guys have made it out to be like some kind of a god. If it is really so poisonous, why didn't it attack us?
Calvin Morris said while clenching his fist. What do you mean? Greg Fantilli turned his head and asked.
Mr. Fantilli, I'm not saying that you are just trying to scare us, but I am trying to prevent some cowards from misleading us. It wasn't easy for us to reach this place. The coffin of the Water Guardian is right in front of us. Do we really have a good reason to be scared away by a snake?
Calvin demanded to know. One had to admit that Calvin's words had a certain sense of reason, or at least no one was willing to offer a forceful rebuttal. Since you have said so, would you please take the lead for us? I'm sure everyone will be willing to follow you if you want to confront it. A faint sneer appeared on Greg Fantilli's face as he challenged Calvin. Hearing this, Kevin also turned his head, the corner of his mouth slightly raised under the mask that he wore. Jake Morris had a gloating look on his face as well. Greg Fantilli's move was really clever. Since Calvin Morris was so insistent, he was more than willing to let him take the lead. If there's any danger, he should face it first. If the situation went south, they would all still be able to retreat in time while Calvin suffered alone.
Mr. Fantilli, you're going too far, don't you think?
Calvin Morris said. He wasn't a fool, and he wasn't someone who was willing to take such risks without a guarantee. Did they all think that he would be willing to die for nothing? This was simply wishful thinking. Kevin spoke up, saying, Could it be that you are, in fact, afraid? If I'm right, just say it out loud. There is nothing shameful about this. After all, the Dark Blood Snake is an ancient and dangerous creature. Even I, who have reached level 7, wouldn't dare face it head-on. Your power base is still so weak. It's expected that you would be afraid.
No one would blame you for that. After all, you have to admit your own limitations. Kevin crossed his arms in front of his chest and kept mocking him with his words.
What did you say? Who said that I was afraid?
Calvin Morris's expression instantly turned ferocious, and sparks appeared in his eyes. Well, if you're not afraid, then please be my guest and go on over. Kevin turned his body sideways and stretched out his left hand, making a gesture toward the coffin. Kevin was confident that he understood Calvin Morris's temperament. For people like Calvin Morris, being seen as brave and always correct was the most basic character trait, and he valued his reputation more than anything. Calvin Morris quickly glanced at the others and found that they were all looking at him with smirks. Only then did he realize that he had been tricked by Kevin.
How dare you dig a hole for me to jump into? You just wait and see. When we get out of here, I will teach the entire Radiance a lesson, Calvin said.
In Calvin's opinion, he was the future patriarch of the prestigious Morris family. How could he make a fool of himself in front of so many people? Therefore, Calvin took a deep breath and resolutely walked toward the coffin. When he passed by Kevin, he even lowered his shoulder and intentionally bumped into Kevin's chest. However, Kevin didn't care about that. As long as Calvin Morris was willing to take the lead, Kevin didn't mind what he did. With a flash of cold light, Calvin Morris took out a sword and carefully approached the coffin. If he said that he didn't have any fear in his heart, it was an absolute lie. At that moment, the dark blood snake seemed to have noticed Calvin approaching. Its blood-red eyes stared at him. Its long and thin tongue kept flicking up and down. Its body was bent into the shape of a bow, as if it was ready to attack at any time. When Calvin was about 10 feet away from the coffin, the dark blood snake took the initiative to attack. A black liquid flew out of its mouth and toward Calvin Morris at lightning speed. Fortunately, Calvin Morris was not an ordinary person. He was prepared to face the attack at any time, so he reacted quickly. His right foot paused on the ground, and then he attacked to the right. But before he landed, the dark blood snake spat out another stream of venom. Luckily, Calvin reacted in time again, even though he was still in midair. He sent out a wave of spiritual energy to hit the ground, and with the help of the force of the impact, it stopped him from moving and made him spin a few rounds in the air. The venom brushed right past his cheek. Even so, he instantly smelled the foul odor. His brain was a little dizzy. When he landed on the ground, he appeared to be in bad shape and had seemingly lost his sense of balance. The two streams of venom landed on the ground and walls, respectively. The hard stones on which they landed were instantly corroded, and sizzling bubbles appeared one after another. A faint black gas was emitted, which only showed how terrifying and potent the toxicity of the venom was. "This is not good. Calvin Morris has been poisoned," Kevin frowned and said. Before he even finished speaking, Jake Morris had already moved. He came up behind Calvin and held his shoulder with his right hand to stabilize his body. Calvin Morris glanced at him out of the corner of his eye and snorted coldly.
"What are you doing?"
He immediately stood up and shook his head twice. Then he used his left hand to slap Jake Morris's palm off his shoulder. Seeing another person approach, the dark blood snake got angrier. It made a sharp sound and black fog radiated from its body. It attacked, with the snake's head passing between the two of them. It then spread out its body in the air and bit Calvin while its tail swung toward Jake. The two of them moved in opposite directions. Two loud slapping sounds were heard. The dark blood snake landed on the ground. Its tail quickly coiled up. It raised its head high and spat venom at the two of them again.
"Again? Is there no end to this?"
Jake Morris complained while dodging the venom again. Calvin Morris did not choose to dodge again. He opened his hands and drew a large circle in front of him. Dark blue spiritual energy quickly condensed into a wall in the air. When the poison hit the wall, something that could make a person's scalp tingle happened. The wall of spiritual energy quickly corroded. In less than 2 seconds, it had completely turned black. Its poison can even corrode spiritual energy? Greg Fantilli said in shock. Then Calvin made his move with Jake by his side. Powerful pressure suddenly came from both of their bodies and fell on the dark blood snake from both directions. The pressure was so strong that it instantly shattered the ground around the dark blood snake, but its body did not seem to be affected. The dark blood snake's body glowed with an intense light as it hissed. It instantly counterattacked and shattered Jake Morris's pressure. Jake seemed to have suffered some injuries. He groaned and took several steps back. Fortunately, he had bought enough time for Calvin to carve a complicated pattern in the air with his spiritual energy. With the dark blood snake as the center, a separate space with a radius of about 6 feet was formed. The red light in the dark blood snake's eyes shone brightly. It seemed to have sensed the danger and wanted to get out of the circle as quickly as possible. However, when it started moving, it was immediately blocked by an invisible barrier. But the dark blood snake was unwilling to give up and started to try escaping in different directions. Suddenly, a thunderous roar sounded from within the circle. A thick bolt of lightning descended from above and accurately struck the dark blood snake's body. Immediately after, several more bolts of lightning fell in succession. The dark blood snake continuously moved and struggled, but it could not even dodge one bolt of lightning. It let out hisses one after another, and the black fog that it emitted became weaker and weaker. After the lightning finally dissipated, a fist-sized ball of fire fell from the sky. The dark blood snake could not dodge it. It could only curl up its body and circulate its own spiritual energy to try to resist. What a powerful technique. Once you are trapped in it, you won't be able to dodge the electricity, Kevin said with a serious expression on his face. Of course it's powerful. This is one of the Morris family's signature techniques. Rumor has it that their family has a total of 8 such techniques, Greg Fantilli explained. The Morris family has been in existence for several generations, and they claim to be the descendants of a faction within the Pinnacle. They have been pursuing the limits of what is possible for generations. This is also the reason why the Morris family is still so famous in the upper realm. It's a pity that Calvin Morris's cultivation base has yet to reach its peak. He has yet to fully display the full power of this technique. Kevin just lightly nodded his head a few times. At the same time, he was also secretly surprised. These families, which had knowledge that had been passed down for many years, did indeed have a lot of powerful techniques up their sleeves. When the barrage finally let up, Calvin Morris's face looked very pale. Obviously, he did not have enough spiritual energy to maintain this kind of punishment on the dark blood snake. The complex pattern in front of him also gradually disappeared. At this time, Kevin and the others could not help but look in the circle. They saw that the black fog on the dark blood snake's body had mostly disappeared. Many of the black scales on the snake's body were clearly damaged. The ground was completely corroded by its poisonous blood and had turned into a dark liquid. After the attack ended, the dark blood snake quickly reacted. It raised its head again and let out a sharp and long hiss. Boundless spirit energy was released from its body, creating ripples in the air. The walls around them seemed to tremble with the dark blood snake's hiss, continuously producing crackling sounds. The originally flat walls were filled with holes, and black shadows quickly emerged from within. When Kevin and the others took a closer look, they were all stunned on the spot. The countless black shadows were actually all poisonous snakes. It was as if they were in a snake cave. Countless poisonous snakes intertwined together, flicking out their tongues, rubbing against the ground, and making a rustling sound. It made them all have goosebumps all over their bodies. "This is a disaster," Greg Fantilli said in a daze. Kevin sucked in a breath of air. The dark blood snake let out another loud hiss as if it was ordering the group of snakes to attack Kevin and the others. The snakes kept approaching them. Calvin Morris flashed to Jake Morris and grabbed his shoulder, then came back to where Kevin and the others stood.
I hope one of you has an idea. What should we do next?
Jake Morris asked anxiously.
The only way is to kill our way out of here, Kevin said as he reached his right hand behind his back, and the night sword appeared in his hand.
How can we kill our way out with so many poisonous snakes in our way?
Calvin Morris asked. For the first time, he felt truly powerless. The use of the powerful technique had consumed a large amount of his spiritual energy. Now, not to mention killing his way out, even protecting himself seemed to be very difficult. Then you can stay here. Try to see how long it takes for these snakes to eat you all the way down to the bone. Kevin waved the sword in his hand and sent out a burst of spiritual energy, forming a protective barrier in front of them, cutting off the dozen snakes that were about to attack. He's right. There is still a chance of survival if we rush out of here. If you stay here, you will only die, Greg Fantilli said, having also made up his mind. Carrying the sword in his hand, Greg Fantilli was the first to rush out as scores of deadly reptiles prepared for a mass attack. After the Morris brothers made their best effort to repel the dark blood snake with a powerful formation, cracks appeared in the walls and ceiling, and dozens of other snakes emerged. Having used up a considerable amount of his spiritual energy already, Calvin Morris was at a loss. But Greg Fantilli urged them all that their chance to fight their way out was now or never. It was clear that all of the snakes were extremely poisonous. Under such circumstances, the protection of spiritual energy would not be very effective for long. If one wanted to leave this place alive, they could only rely on speed. A battle between humans and snakes broke out in an instant. Kevin's situation was a little better than that of the others. After all, he had the strength of a level 7 expert, and as such, his sense of danger was far greater than anyone else's. However, Jake Morris and the others weren't so lucky. They had barely been able to deal with the onslaught from the very beginning. As they struggled to advance, more and more wounds appeared on their bodies. Soon, the first person fell. Calvin Morris had consumed too much of his spiritual energy, and he didn't have enough left to support him. His lips had turned purple-black, and he collapsed. The moment he fell, Jake Morris came to his side. The spiritual energy in his own body bloomed and made the surrounding snakes retreat slightly. It was not exactly true that he was sincerely trying to save Calvin Morris. The relationship between these two brothers had never been seen through by outsiders. They could kill each other without leaving any room for negotiation. In other words, if this was within the family, if the current situation happened to Jake Morris instead, the first person to step forward would definitely have been Calvin Morris. Neither of them would allow the other to die in the hands of another person or of some other enemy. If they wanted the other to die, they would have to die by their own hands. This was also the reason why Jake Morris was the first one to step forward when Calvin Morris was in danger. However, under the attack of the snakes, it was already difficult for Jake Morris to protect himself, let alone carry the heavy burden of his brother. Soon, the snakes reached him as well. Suddenly, Greg Fantilli also let out a muffled sound of pain. He did not know which snake it was, but it bit hard into his shoulder and tore off a large piece of his flesh. The poison spread quickly. Greg stomped hard on the ground and forced the poisonous snake to retreat. He stabbed his sword into the ground to support his body so that he would not fall to the ground. Greg originally wanted to use some kind of large-scale martial technique, but the poison spread too quickly. He closed his eyes and fell to the ground. "Blue storm technique," Kevin called out. Kevin's chest heaved up and down slightly. He took out a pill and swallowed it. The dense swarm of snakes instantly stopped moving. The snakes that were entrenched in the ground stared at Kevin. There was some fear and doubt in their eyes. Perhaps they didn't expect Kevin to be so powerful. He was able to control the entire space in an instant. "Dark blood snake, I know that you have gained some intelligence. Now I will make a deal with you. I won't harm you, but you must also control the snakes and give us a way out of here." Kevin said while holding the night sword in his hand. Kevin snapped his fingers and removed the confinement spell from only the dark blood snake. At that moment, the dark blood snake did not attack Kevin. Instead, it just stared at him as if it was thinking about the gap between it and Kevin. Looking at Kevin, the dark blood snake hissed, and the black fog on its body was released again. The dark blood snake slithered over to the coffin, took out a box, and threw it toward Kevin. The dark blood snake indeed had a certain level of intelligence, just as Kevin had said. It was very clear about the current situation, so it could only choose to compromise to save its own life. Kevin grabbed the box and then looked at the dark blood snake. He then opened the box and an emerald green light bloomed. A lifelike eagle was carved on a gemstone that was nearly the size of his palm. What surprised Kevin was that the gemstone's spiritual energy was shockingly pure. For some reason, Kevin had the notion that if he could refine the spiritual energy contained in it for his own use, he would definitely be able to break through to the upper limit of his power base. Suddenly, Kevin saw something inside the coffin that shocked him. It was a black thing the size of a grape. Kevin felt as if his soul was about to be sucked into it just by looking at it. Is that a 10 Directions fragment? Kevin thought subconsciously in surprise. Before he could react, the dark blood snake hissed loudly and pulled his thoughts back to reality. Looking at the dark blood snake, Kevin knew that it was urging him to leave. Ignoring the 10 Directions fragment, Kevin pointed at Jake Morris and the others. If he had a choice, Kevin would not save these people, especially not Calvin Morris. However, he had no other choice. These people were all from big families. If all of them died here and he was the only one who got out, he would be left with no way to defend himself. The dark blood snake didn't want to take their lives. Instead, it signaled Kevin to remove the blue storm technique first. Then you have to make the snakes retreat a bit faster, Kevin reminded the dark blood snake with some worry. After all, there were too many snakes. When the effects of the blue storm technique disappeared, the snakes regained their ability to move again. Each of them lunged towards the people in front of them, wanting to bite Calvin Morris and the others. At that moment, the dark blood snake suddenly let out a loud hiss. The snakes immediately stopped and retreated to the wall like a tide. Kevin thought for a moment, then nodded at the water guardian's coffin before turning and leaving with his people. When Jake Morris and the others regained consciousness, they were already on the island. The subordinates of the various forces surrounded them.
"Sir, how do you feel? Are you feeling any pain?"
someone asked him. About 3 hours ago, when the people who withdrew from the ruins heard the commotion inside, they were concerned. However, they did not receive a clear order and did not dare to enter without permission. When Kevin brought everyone out, the group of people was anxious. They all thought that Kenneth Wilkinson had been the one to injure Greg Fantilli and the others. With the help of 2 people, Greg Fantilli slowly stood up from the ground and walked over to Elijah Tanner.
"What do you want?"
Elijah Tanner asked as he tensed his body and scanned the surrounding people.
"Please don't be nervous. May I ask where the Radiance's Chancellor is? We are here to thank him for saving our lives,"
Greg Fantilli said sincerely. They were clearly heavily poisoned in the ancient ruins, so it was definitely Kenneth Wilkinson who had saved them and removed the poison from their bodies. It was not an exaggeration to say that he had saved all of their lives. Although Calvin Morris was unwilling to admit it, he was not so stubborn as to ignore the truth, at least in his heart. Kevin slowly opened his eyes when he heard the voice. He came in front of the people of the Radiance and said to them, "It's not a big deal. It's just that if the Radiance needs your help in the future, I hope you won't reject us too quickly."
"Don't worry, sir. The Fantilli family will remember this favor. If there is a chance in the future, I will do my best to repay it,"
Greg Fantilli replied.
"If you have anything to say, you'd better tell me. Don't make me owe you a favor."
Calvin Morris turned his head to the side and said. Jake Morris did not say anything, but the smile and look on his face were enough to prove a lot. 2 hours later, the group of people left the island. When they boarded the ship, there was a rumbling sound under the island, and then the island quickly sank into the water. Kevin knew that it must be the dark blood snake's doing. It must have triggered some mechanism, causing the island to sink into the lake so that no one could disturb its master's peace. Trevor McCandless walked out of the cabin with his men. When he saw that the people from the Radiance were safe and sound, surprise flashed across his eyes.
The Radiance's Chancellor is indeed powerful. I wonder if he has gained anything from this trip,
Trevor McCandless said with a secret meaning behind his words. Wouldn't you know if I had gained anything? Kevin said coldly. Now he could completely confirm this guess. The ancient ruins of the Water Guardian had already been cleaned up by the government's forces. The things that still remained were all left by them on purpose.
You must be joking. I don't have the ability to predict the future. How could I have known in advance?
A menacing look flashed across Trevor McCandless's eyes. Where are the others? Kevin asked, having suddenly realized that something was wrong. Other than them, there were only people from the government on the ship. Where did people from the Southeast School for Natural Medicine and all the others go?
You don't know? They already went back. Not everyone has strength like you,
Trevor McCandless casually replied. Kevin frowned slightly. He didn't believe that anyone from the Great Powers would leave so easily. However, he didn't have any conclusive evidence to refute Trevor's words. Just like when they first came, the people of the Radiance stuck together and quickly got off the ship after arriving at the dock. You guys go and rest. All expenses in Chicago will be reimbursed by the Radiance. Remember to be careful of your whereabouts. Don't be discovered by the government's forces, Kevin emphasized.
Yes, sir.
After everyone answered respectfully, they all left. You two follow me, Kevin said to 2 of them. He was naturally eager to go back and see Lily. Meanwhile, by the remains of the Water Guardian that had sunk to the bottom of the lake, a figure appeared in front of the coffin like a ghost. The dark blood snake instantly rose up and looked at the person in front of him searchingly. However, with just a glance, the dark blood snake fainted.
I didn't think that after being dead for so many years you would still have such a loyal pet.
The man reached out his right hand and stroked the coffin for a moment. Finally, he put the dark blood snake into his bag. Then he took out a pigeon egg-sized gem from the coffin.
Kevin is really stupid. He even left behind such a powerful thing, the man said.
As soon as he finished speaking, the man disappeared from the room and everything returned to normal. 3 days passed in a flash. Kevin trained during the days and spent the nights with Lily. His small life was very comfortable and, for the moment, very happy. But Kevin knew that could change in an instant. After escaping the ancient ruins, Kevin wondered where all the other experts from the different schools had gone. When Trevor McCandless told him that they had all left already, this raised suspicions in Kevin's mind. But he had no proof to refute his words. Upon his return to Chicago, Kevin split the next 3 days between training and spending time with Lily. Back in the Salix Leaf Hotel, Vincent Reeves was casually looking at the scenery outside the windows. In his eyes, Chicago was just an insignificant place that was far less important than Washington. If it wasn't for his trip to the ancient ruins at Lake Erie, he would much rather have stayed in Herbalist City rather than come here. Speaking of this matter, he couldn't help but express some grievance over what had happened at the ancient ruins. After being forced to stand back due to the threat of the statue-like warriors, Vincent immediately brought his men to search other areas, hoping to find anything of value that he could bring back to the Herbalist Society. In the end, he realized it was a wasted effort. He found nothing. However, as he was about to fly back to Washington, he had been alerted of other noteworthy things happening in Chicago, giving him another wave of trouble to deal with. Just then, the private room's doors were pushed open from the outside. When Vincent Reeves turned his head to look at the person who came in, he was stunned.
I didn't expect to be meeting with you today.
I should have known a long time ago that this was your plan all along." Vincent's face looked serious as he uttered this to both himself and the person who entered the room. In a place like Chicago, who else could make Vincent react with this kind of attitude other than Kevin? Kevin gave him a sly smile and then casually pulled over a chair and sat down. "I just happened to be sent here at the last minute before flying back to Washington. After all, thanks to you, the Herbalist Society no longer has a branch in all of the Midwest." Vincent frowned slightly and stared at Kevin as he spoke. Vincent's position under Earl Mathis was always shaky, and Vincent's inability to control Kevin's rise only made it harder for him to be secure in his own hold on power. "Then what exactly did you come here today for? Are you here to congratulate me, or could it be that you want to get your hands on another one of my pill formulas?" Kevin asked as he looked about the room to make certain Vincent was alone. If they were still in Washington right now, he would definitely be more careful not to offend Vincent, given the looming presence of the Herbalist Society's headquarters. However, the situation was reversed at the moment. After all, Chicago was Kevin's territory, so if Vincent lost his temper and snapped at him, there was no telling what would happen next.
"First, you instigated the rebellion of the Herbalist Society's Midwest branch. Then you became the champion of the herbalism competition. So why do you keep challenging the authority of the Herbalist Society? Does the Radiance have a personal vendetta against us or something?"
Vincent narrowed his eyes and asked. "Chairman Mathis really thinks too highly of the Radiance. The Herbalist Society is a big and famous organization. How could we dare to oppose you? Besides, the Radiance has never violated any laws," Kevin replied. Hearing this, Vincent Reeves took a long time to weigh Kevin's words. Kevin did not say anything that was, in fact, wrong. Although Kevin hadn't shown himself at the ancient ruins, Vincent was able to witness the strength of the Radiance, which boasted a group of more than a dozen level 5 warriors. On top of that, Kevin had left behind a few more level 5 warriors in Washington. Adding Kevin and Kenneth Wilkinson, who were both level 7 experts, it would be hard to find a lineup this strong in Washington or even anywhere in the upper realm. Because of this, Vincent couldn't help but wonder how the Radiance was able to recruit and develop so many powerful experts without drawing the attention of anyone. "Why aren't you saying anything? Could it be that you find yourself unable to refute what I just said?" Kevin teased with a smile. At the same time, in the Steele family's mansion, several of Dalton Steele's bodyguards were gathered in the courtyard. No one else from the Steele family was present tonight, as the entire place was surrounded by the people of the Myriads.
"Brett, why did you bring so many people here with you?"
Dalton asked as he turned his head both ways and cast his eyes over the many Myriad soldiers Brett had as his backup. "I believe that you have also heard the news. It's best to be extra careful these days." Brett Stewart responded with a look in his eyes that was hard for Dalton to read. As Dalton Steele flicked the ashes from the cigar in his hand, his face turned gloomy. After all, he did hear that something big had happened to the forces of the great powers recently. Among those who went to the ancient ruins of the Water Guardian, besides the Radiant and the Herbalist Society, only the people of the Upper Realm and the Morris family were able to return. Meanwhile, the rest of the teams that were sent by the different schools of the great powers had all mysteriously disappeared without a trace. Therefore, everyone in the expert world was alarmed, and various schools and organizations sent a large number of their forces to Lake Erie to investigate the situation.
"Do you know something else about this matter?"
Dalton asked without changing his expression. "It's just some rumors. As for whether they're true or not, it's difficult to say. It still needs to be investigated," Brett replied as he leaned back on the sofa in a manner so casual that it would seem that he wasn't greatly worried.
"Then why did you come to see me today? I'm assuming that this isn't just a friendly visit,"
Dalton remarked while trying to match Brett's casual air. "You're right. I do have something that I wanted to talk to you about." A hint of anticipation flashed across Brett's eyes as he continued.
I heard that you recently saw Kevin and the Williams family didn't do anything to take revenge on him, despite what he did to Ethan Williams. Can I take it that the two of you have finally forgotten about your past grudges with one another?" Although Brett Stewart was the supreme commander of the Myriads, he knew that most of the people around him were simply trying to gain favor with him. Within the entire organization, the only person who was truly worthy of his trust was Roger Knott. However, Roger was an old man, and it would be unrealistic to expect him to be in his corner forever. As such, Brett attached even greater importance to the brotherhood that existed between him, Kevin, and Dalton. Hearing this, Dalton was slightly upset, but his expression did not change much as he firmly replied,
"Regarding the matter between me and Kevin, the one thing I can assure you is that no matter how our conflict ends, I won't make things difficult for you."
Brett thought seriously for a moment, then finally sighed and said, "I will say the same thing that I told you before. No matter who dies between the two of you, I will still lose one brother." Not wanting to linger on this issue anymore, Dalton asked,
"Brett, is that really the only reason why you came looking for me today?"
"Of course not. I have another important matter to discuss with you." Brett slowly revealed his true purpose for coming here as he continued. "Although many of my men were killed during the battle with the Alliance, the foundation of the Myriads wasn't affected to any great degree. Given this, the younger members of the organization have been stepping up more frequently in recent years. At the same time, many of the senior members like Roger Knott have considered retiring after many years of service. As for the other higher-ups, all of them have died in the battle, so I plan to make some changes by restructuring the organization." Dalton Steele finally understood why Brett Stewart had brought so many people with him. It turned out that it wasn't just because of the disappearance of the Great Powers experts that happened recently, but also because of the internal conflict within the Myriads. He had long heard that the Myriads had suffered heavy losses at the hands of the Alliance. Now it seemed like Brett Stewart had used the battle with the Alliance to get rid of all of those causing trouble for him within the organization. Similarly, for those who were supposedly considering retirement, Brett intended to force that issue as a way of simplifying his power structure. At the moment, Dalton Steele knew that the Supreme Commander and the Deputy Leader were the two highest positions in the Myriads. Aside from elders like Roger Knott, below them were the 12 envoys and 6 protectors, as well as 36 enforcers. Since Brett had cleared the Myriads of everyone who had been appointed by the previous regime, he could now restructure these titles and place his own people in all of the organization's key positions of power.
"Brett, you can decide this matter yourself. After all, you are the Supreme Commander, so what right would I have to interfere?"
Dalton replied with a slight frown. After all, while the previous Supreme Commander, Travis Adams, had taken him in as his protege shortly before his death, he never really joined the Myriads as an official member. So if he became too involved with this matter, many people within the organization would surely think that he was just seizing the opportunity to use his relationship with Brett Stewart to gain some special position for himself. Moreover, these people could eventually turn Brett against him by presenting him as a potential threat to his power.
"What's wrong with that? Why can't you and Kevin have a say in this matter?"
Brett responded with slight displeasure and continued. "Anyway, I've decided that apart from the deputy leader, there will only be 10 elders, 5 envoys, and 1 enforcer left after the restructuring."
"I'm afraid that some people will question your authority if you do this,"
Dalton replied with a concerned look. From Dalton's perspective, by significantly decreasing the number of people who held power in the Myriads, it was inevitable that some people would start to resent Brett Stewart and those who were eventually chosen to be his trusted aides. After all, power was a very tempting thing, especially for those who had already come into contact with its charm.
"Do you think that there are still people who won't be willing to accept it? Even if there are, they should only be a small minority. If something happens to me, I will bury them all with me."
A strong killing intent suddenly flashed across Brett's eyes as he said this. He then added, That being said, I have already decided that you will be the head of the 10 elders.
However, upon hearing this, Dalton did not reveal any hint of joy or gratitude. Instead, his expression became serious as his brows furrowed. Even though the myriad seemed to be in a sort of retreat and regrouping period, Brett Stewart had been actively making moves behind the scenes to consolidate all of the organization's power and responsibilities around him. Now Brett's actions had just bound Dalton tightly to the myriads as well. Back in the Salix Leaf Hotel, the private room's interior had turned into a mess. After hearing the commotion inside, there were now more than a dozen bodyguards standing at the door. As Kevin held the night dagger with one hand, the white light kept flashing back and forth in the midst of his battle with Vincent Reeves. "Those who don't want to die, leave immediately," Kevin yelled as he glanced at the security guards outside. Hearing this, the security guards felt relieved and immediately fled the scene. After all, they were not fools, and they could tell that these two were not ordinary people. If they continued to stay any longer, it would be no different than waiting for their own death. When Brett Stewart revealed his desire to restructure the myriads, Dalton Steele realized that the battle against the Alliance was part of Brett's plan to eliminate any internal conflict and consolidate the organization's power around him. But since he wasn't an official member, Dalton was initially reluctant to express his opinion on the matter. However, after being urged to speak up, Dalton shared his concern that some members would resent and question Brett's authority by significantly decreasing the number of people who held power. Given this, Brett reassured him that the remaining dissidents would be a small minority at most, then appointed Dalton as head of the 10 elders. Meanwhile, back at the Salix Leaf Hotel, Kevin and Vincent Reeves were in the midst of a tense battle.
"If you can't even protect yourself, then what gives you the right to demand your freedom? Kevin, you should know that the Herbalist Society has already opted to spare your life countless times in the past. Otherwise, with your ant-like strength, we would have crushed you in the Radiance a long time ago,"
Vincent Reeves said. However, there was one more thing that he didn't say out loud. It wasn't that the Herbalist Society had deliberately chosen not to eliminate the Radiance all this time. The truth was that the higher-ups of the Herbalist Society had long wanted to get rid of the Radiance because they were threatened by the large number of pill formulas that the organization possessed. However, even though they had already sent out a large number of people to track down the Radiance's headquarters, they still didn't know its exact location. The Herbalist Society feared that scouts seeking the Radiance's headquarters had either been killed or bribed into joining. As such, after Vincent Reeves had finished his trip to the ancient ruins at Lake Erie, he was not in a hurry to return to Washington. Instead, he brought some people with him to find out the whereabouts of the Radiance's headquarters himself.
"Kevin, it's best for you to know your own limitations. No matter how strong the Radiance is, it doesn't matter. At most, you can only show off your strength in the lower realm. So if I were you, I would consider my long-term outlook more seriously,"
Vincent warned him. He then continued,
"As long as you and Kenneth Wilkinson are willing to join the Herbalist Society, I guarantee that both of you will be able to reach the upper realm and rise to the top in the future."
We will enter the upper realm with our own strength. If the Herbalist Society really wants to obtain all of the Radiance's formulas, you will have to kill me now for them," Kevin snorted at Vincent in a cold voice.
"Kevin, why do you need to be so stubborn? Do you know that I actually admired your abilities before? Unfortunately, you are too arrogant for your own good. Since you cannot be used by the Herbalist Society, I can't keep you alive any longer."
As soon as his voice fell, Vincent's facial expression became more vicious.
"There are too many eyes here. Let's fight somewhere else."
After saying that, Vincent Reeves disappeared from where he stood in a flash of white light, and Kevin immediately followed. Deep in his heart, Kevin wanted to test the exact power base of the Herbalist Society's commissioner. In the blink of an eye, the two of them arrived at a dense forest on the outskirts of Chicago. At that moment, Vincent's body was glowing brightly as he held a long spear with an eagle engraved on it.
Kevin, I would like to pay my respects to you in advance for what I'm about to do,
Vincent sneered. In his eyes, Kevin was already a dead man. It's better for you not to speak. Otherwise, you might have to eat your words, Kevin retorted. Upon hearing this, an intense amount of spiritual energy instantly burst out from Vincent Reeves's body. As the sky above them suddenly turned gloomy, the long spear in his hand was now surrounded by flickering lightning. With Vincent's powerful pressure enveloping him, Kevin's facial expression changed drastically as he stared at him in disbelief. Vincent Reeves was indeed the commissioner of the Herbalist Society for a reason. After many years of training, his power base had finally broken through to the final stage of level 7. Being so close to reaching its threshold, he was on the cusp of transitioning from an expert to a master, something even Vincent feared he would never be able to achieve.
Kevin, I know you are a level 7 expert, but there has never been a lack of talented people in this world. I was once deemed an extraordinary talent too back when I was your age.
A sinister smile then appeared on Vincent's face, as if he was very satisfied with Kevin's surprised look. He then yelled,
"Soaring Eagle Technique."
With that, Vincent waved his long spear with both hands and rushed toward Kevin. "Blue Storm Technique," Kevin roared, not daring to delay any longer. Since reaching level 7, this was the first time that he had faced an expert who was stronger than he was. He then raised his night dagger high into the air and bravely charged toward Vincent. When their weapons collided, a strong wave of spiritual energy rippled across the entire forest, violently uprooting several trees and sending them crashing down all around them. When the dust clouds had settled, Kevin quickly drew a complicated pattern in the air. With more and more spiritual energy gathering around him, he then pointed his night dagger at Vincent and started running toward him again. Facing such a fierce attack, Vincent's expression did not change. Vincent threw the long spear in his hand. After spinning a few rounds in the air, it collided with the night dagger with a loud clang, sending Kevin flying into the air before crashing into some trees with a heavy thud. Kevin let out a muffled groan and his face turned pale. Despite this, he immediately got back up and asked, "Is that all you've got?" This time, Kevin tossed the night dagger high up into the air and formed a seal with his palm. "Do you think I'm afraid of you? Today I will definitely defeat you once and for all," Kevin declared as he used his spiritual energy to control the movement of the night dagger as it started falling from the sky. Seeing this, Vincent could already tell that it was aimed directly at his head. He then quickly surrounded himself with a protective barrier of spiritual energy while raising the long spear in his hand to defend himself. When the night dagger was about to land, Vincent swung his long spear at it. When the two weapons fiercely collided, a terrifying wave of air immediately spread out in all directions once again. In the end, the night dagger was sent flying backward, but before Kevin could catch it with his hand, it was grabbed by Vincent, who suddenly appeared in front of him. "Give it back," Kevin demanded. Right now, he did not care about how much spiritual energy he had just consumed, and only wanted to snatch the night dagger back from Vincent.
"Do you really want this little knife back? You have two choices. Either you pledge your loyalty to the Herbalist Society, or you can try to take it back from me,"
Vincent offered as he playfully waved the night dagger around in front of him. Of course, other than to annoy Kevin, he had other intentions in mind. That was to force Kevin to use another weapon. The night sword was used by Kenneth Wilkinson. This was because deep down in his heart, Vincent Reeves had long suspected that Kevin Williams and Kenneth Wilkinson were actually one and the same. After all, when either of them appeared, the other person would always be nowhere to be found. Furthermore, it was already enough for the Radiants to have one level 7 expert in Kevin. If another appeared in the form of Kenneth Wilkinson, then how could the people of the Upper Realm keep up with this lower realm organization? However, upon hearing this, Kevin simply looked at Vincent and sneered. "Commissioner Reeves, don't blame me for not reminding you. My Night Dagger is not something that just anyone can hold, so I advise you to return it to me immediately. Otherwise, you will regret it." Vincent snorted back disdainfully.
What a joke. Kevin, do you think I was born yesterday? It's just a knife. How can you be so angry over...
Before he finished speaking, Vincent's face suddenly changed as the Night Dagger in his hand bloomed with a bright blood-red light. What shocked him even more was that the Night Dagger released a powerful suction force. 1 moment ago, he merely held this weapon casually in his hand, but now it seemed that the Night Dagger was stuck to his palm. Moreover, as the suction force grew stronger and stronger, Vincent could feel that his spiritual energy was being rapidly devoured by the Night Dagger like a black hole. This made him frown and immediately want to throw the Night Dagger aside. However, what he did not expect was that no matter how much strength he used, he could not manage to get it out of his hand. As the Night Dagger glowed brighter and brighter, Kevin's body also began to emit the same faint blood-red light at the same time. Suddenly, Kevin could feel a majestic power continuously flowing into his body. In just a few seconds, the Night Dagger had devoured close to 1/3 of Vincent Reeves' spiritual energy.
This isn't good. If I let it continue to absorb my spiritual energy, all of my strength will eventually be sucked dry.
Vincent muttered, then turned to look at Kevin and roared.
Why aren't you stopping?
I already warned you earlier. Not everyone can hold my Night Dagger without facing the consequences. Kevin spread his hands and made a helpless expression, then added, "Now that things have reached this point, even I don't know what to do."
You?
Vincent wanted to say more, but he could not find any way to refute it. After taking a moment to consider his options, Vincent gritted his teeth and took a deep breath. Suddenly, he had made a decision in his heart. Using his left hand, he firmly took out his sword. Then a white light flashed as Vincent swiftly chopped off his own hand. With a muffled groan, he subconsciously took a few steps back from the pain and quickly used some spiritual energy to close off the wound to stop the bleeding. Seeing this, Kevin was shocked. Such boldness was not something that an ordinary person could possess. Meanwhile, when Vincent looked again at the hand that he had just cut off, his pupils violently contracted. Without enough spiritual energy to support itself, it looked like a broken tree branch that had dried up over time. Since there was nothing left to devour, the Night Dagger flew back into Kevin's hand. At that moment, the entire knife glistened with a bright blood-red light. At the same time, Vincent raised his head to the sky and let out a terrifying roar.
Kevin!
Losing his right hand had filled his heart with indescribable rage. One should know that the higher the power base of an expert, the more attention he needs to pay to his body. After all, only a well-maintained physique can accommodate a strong power base. Given this, Vincent Reeves had been stuck at the final stage of level 7 for more than 10 years. But recently he had gained some insight on how to break through and was ready to return to the Herbalist Society for seclusion after taking care of this matter in Chicago. However, he did not expect to lose his right hand and have 1/3 of his spiritual energy devoured today. With his foundation shaken significantly, it would now be undoubtedly impossible for him to improve his power base anytime soon.
If I don't take your life today, then all of this would have been for nothing. Giant tornado technique,
Vincent exclaimed. A terrifying aura surrounded his body, as he now seemed to have entered into a state of madness. A second later, a pure white light burst from Vincent Reeves' body, and the clouds in the sky began to swirl rapidly above him. Under the influence of his spiritual energy, the clouds then gathered into a giant tornado that was about to descend on Kevin. Seeing this, Kevin's eyes widened in shock. No longer having any thoughts of continuing this battle, he immediately turned around and started running as fast as he could to escape. Even though they were both level 7 experts, Kevin knew very well that his strength was no match for someone who was already at its final stage and on the verge of becoming a master.
You think you can run away from me? Let's see about that.
Vincent ferociously taunted. In an instant, a pale white light burst out of his body and covered an area that spanned a 100-foot radius. This caused Kevin to suddenly hit the edge of its barrier. This is not good, Kevin thought to himself as he turned his head around to take a glance. By now, a rumbling sound echoed throughout the entire forest as the fierce tornado had already reached the ground and was headed straight toward him. With no way to dodge this, Kevin could only clench his teeth and brace himself for impact as the tornado enveloped him. When the cloud of dust finally cleared, Kevin was lying on the ground. As he slowly got back on his feet, his face was extremely pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. But before he could do anything else, Vincent Reeves attacked him again with unrelenting force. After Vincent Reeves managed to snatch the night dagger away from Kevin, his plan to prove his suspicion that he and Kenneth Wilkinson were actually the same person backfired, as the weapon soon began to rapidly devour his spiritual energy like a black hole. Unable to shake off the night dagger, Vincent was left with no choice but to chop off his right hand. Enraged by this, Vincent retaliated by using his spiritual energy to send a fierce tornado toward Kevin. Despite realizing that his strength was no match for Vincent's power base, Kevin failed to escape and was enveloped by the tornado. Seeing that Kevin was in dire straits from this, Vincent showed no mercy and attacked him again.
Kevin, if it's the last thing that I do, I will kill you today.
Vincent Reeves's face looked ferocious, and his eyes were filled with hatred as he roared. While Kevin was able to raise his hands to protect his chest, Vincent's violent force was too much to overcome, and he was sent flying backwards in an instant. Along the way, he crashed into several tall trees before falling to the ground with a heavy thud. He then let out a muffled groan and spat out a mouthful of blood. Just as Kevin had gotten up and stabilized his body, Vincent once again arrived in front of him and kicked him in the chest. Upon impact with the hard ground again, Kevin felt as if both of his arms had been broken in an instant. In the face of such a powerful force, Kevin could no longer lift himself up again, and his entire body soon fell to the ground in a heap. Seeing this, Vincent decided to seize the opportunity and delivered a vicious kick to the middle of Kevin's back. With this, a cracking sound was heard as Kevin's body sank into the soil. When Kevin raised his head, blood gushed out of his mouth again. It was not that he didn't want to fight back, but Vincent Reeves had attacked quickly. Moreover, his strength was so strong that he could not resist it any longer. On the surface, the difference in strength between someone who had just broken through to level 7 and another who was already at its final stage might not seem big to ordinary people, but Kevin could clearly tell that he was no match for Vincent. Aside from this, Vincent was firmly intent on killing Kevin, especially after having to cut off his right hand because of him.
Kevin, today will be your last day on this earth, but don't worry, I'll make sure to give you a quick death.
Vincent Reeves's eyes were filled with killing intent as he said this. To add insult to injury, he then stepped on Kevin's left leg with force. With a muffled sound, Kevin's breath was as thin as a thread, and his life seemed to be completely at Vincent's mercy as he took out a dagger and stabbed it toward the back of Kevin's head. However, just as the tip of the dagger was less than an inch away from piercing through Kevin's skull, Vincent suddenly froze.
Who's there? Why don't you come out and show yourself?
Vincent shouted as he turned his head and looked around the woods. But before Vincent could say anything else, a monstrous pressure wrapped around his entire body. It was the first time in his life that he had encountered something like this. Whoever was behind this, Vincent knew that even the Herbalist Society's chairman Earl Mathis wouldn't be able to break free from this person's hold.
"If you don't come out soon, Kevin's life will be in danger,"
Vincent threatened with a serious expression. He really couldn't understand how such a strong person was hiding in Chicago. Could it be that this person was also from the Radiance? Just as Vincent Reeves's voice fell, an intense gust of wind blew past the trees, causing some leaves to fall to the ground. When he turned his head, he saw that there was a dazzling light less than 30 feet away from him. This light emitted from a mysterious figure who looked like an expert of legendary status.
"Who are you?"
Vincent stared vigilantly at the person and asked. Judging from the spiritual energy coming from the man's body, it was clear that his power base had long surpassed level 7. However, off the top of his head, Vincent couldn't figure out who this person could be.
"You are not qualified to know who I am. You only need to know that I am here to save someone today,"
the person replied in a calm tone. When the man approached, a flower seemed to appear out of thin air under his feet to support him.
"Blue storm technique?"
Vincent retorted arrogantly, then added,
"Do you think that you can save Kevin with that? If you know what's good for you, you should just go back to where you came from."
"We'll see about that,"
the man responded as he slightly turned his right hand. In an instant, more than a dozen strange flowers appeared beside him, while everything else around Vincent Reeves, including Kevin, had seemingly disappeared without a trace. Who else could have such great ability and mastered the Blue Storm technique other than Leo Hayes?
If you have the ability, why don't you try attacking me?"
Vincent snorted at him with a face full of scorn.
"As you wish."
Leo smiled. As he casually waved his right hand again, the flowers surrounding his body suddenly flew out toward Vincent with a sharp, ear-piercing sound. Seeing the flower's sharp petals cutting through the air, Vincent did not dare to be careless in the face of such an attack. He then drew a circle with his left hand to create a protective barrier around him. However, to his surprise, these flowers did not make any sound or generate any intense sparks upon impact. Instead, they just quietly pierced through the barrier and passed through Vincent's body.
"That's it?"
Vincent frowned and looked at the strange flowers that passed through his body. Because nothing seemed to happen to him, he consequently withdrew his shield.
"As I suspected, your attack was just a bluff, and the so-called Blue Storm technique is really nothing more than a visual illusion that aims to strike fear in one's heart."
Vincent sneered arrogantly.
"I have already seen through your trick. If that's all you can do, what makes you think that you can save Kevin?"
Hearing this, Leo Hayes did not say anything. He simply waved his arm again and sent another wave of flowers toward him. Confident that he wasn't going to get hurt, Vincent did not even bother to resist this time. But in the next second, he immediately regretted this decision, as one of these sharp flowers sliced a deep wound across his stomach. Due to the intense pain, Vincent couldn't help but grit his teeth as he quickly raised his left hand and put up his protective shield once again to block the other flowers. At the same time, Vincent's heart was filled with doubt. If these flowers were just an illusion, then how was he suddenly injured by one of them? Not wanting to waste too much time with him, Leo Hayes took a step forward and pressed his index finger lightly on Vincent's shield, releasing a tiny light that instantly shattered the shield. This forced Vincent to take a few steps back as he let out a few muffled groans from pain and exhaustion. But just like how he had treated Kevin earlier, Leo did not want to give him any time to regroup. He then punched Vincent's face, sending him flying backward until he crashed into a huge rock. With blood slowly flowing out from his mouth and nose, half of Vincent's face turned extremely red and swollen. Given that he had had the strength of a final stage level 7 expert, how powerful was Leo Hayes to have dealt with him so easily?
You? Who are you exactly?
Vincent asked while using his left hand to lean on the rock behind him for support.
You don't need to know who I am. You only need to understand that today will be your last day on this earth,
Leo uttered as he slowly approached Vincent.
Do you know who I am? I'm the commissioner of the Herbalist Society. So what if you're some powerful being? If something bad happens to me, the Herbalist Society will never let you get away with it.
Vincent warned as he tried to hide his apprehension.
So what? Even if Earl Mathis was here, he wouldn't dare to stop me if I wanted to take your life.
Leo's expression remained unchanged as he said this, but his desire to kill him seemed to grow stronger with each word. Vincent Reeves's heart was filled with shock when he heard this. Aside from the fact that he didn't expect this old man to have such a fiery temper, he thought that mentioning the Herbalist Society would scare him off. However, he didn't even feel threatened by Earl Mathis's reputation.
Could he be a very important figure from the upper realm?
Vincent anxiously thought to himself.
What is the relationship between you and Kevin? Are you really willing to make the entire Herbalist Society your enemy because of him?
Vincent bit the bullet and slowly asked.
Kevin is my protege, and you injured him badly under my watch. If I don't use your life as compensation, then how can I prove myself as a worthy mentor?
Leo finally revealed. Upon hearing this, Vincent's eyes widened in disbelief. After all, he thought that he already knew everything about Kevin's background. Less than a year ago, Kevin was just an ordinary person, but since becoming an expert, he has made rapid progress in terms of both increasing his strength and influence. Apart from having some conflict with the Union, he also had some relationships with the 2 deans of the Healing Arts School. Moreover, it was very likely that he was one of the higher-ups of the Radiance. But he never expected that Kevin would actually have such a powerful mentor behind him. Realizing this, Vincent Reeves understood that his actions today would have dire consequences, especially after drawing the anger of this mighty figure. As such, it seemed a little too late for him to talk his way out of it. Vincent suddenly felt that everything in front of him had gone dark, and he lost consciousness. Looking at Kevin, who was lying helplessly on the ground, Leo shook his head slightly and scolded.
Even though you have yet to master your skills, you keep stirring up conflicts with strong enemies wherever you go. You still have a lot to learn, kid.
With that, Leo lifted Kevin off the ground and carried him on his back, then casually pulled Vincent's leg as they quickly disappeared into the depths of the forest. At the same time, Lily, Emo Squire, and the others were very busy on their phones. Using the network of connections that they had at their fingertips, a large number of people were sent out to look for Kevin. They heard that Kevin had fought with someone in the Salix Leaf Hotel 2 hours before disappearing without a trace. With reports of a huge commotion on the outskirts of Chicago shortly after, Lily and the others were naturally very worried that something bad might have happened to him. They were not the only ones concerned about this matter, as the various powers in Chicago had also acted quickly upon hearing the news. Knowing how powerful the Williams Company was, no one knew how many people were secretly monitoring the situation. But with Kevin's status still up in the air, they could only suppress their plans for now. Meanwhile, at the Steele's family mansion, just as a member of the Myriads whispered something into Brett Stewart's ear, Dalton Steele had also read a text message on his phone that made him frown. After taking a deep breath, Brett ordered,
"Send someone to look for Kevin immediately. Whether he's alive or dead, bring him to me."
"Yes, Supreme Commander."
This man didn't dare to stay any longer as he immediately turned around and left. Brett then turned to Dalton and exclaimed,
"Something bad has happened to Kevin."
"I have also received the news just now. Moreover, aside from Kevin, it seems that the Commissioner of the Herbalist Society has also disappeared. The police found a severed hand at the scene, and the DNA test proved that it belonged to Vincent Reeves."
Dalton narrowed his eyes and replied,
"Does this mean that the Herbalist Society is going to attack Kevin?"
Brett asked with a solemn expression. Despite hearing this, Dalton didn't answer him, for he was currently deep in thought. Dalton's loyalties to his longtime best friend had wavered after he had come to believe that Kevin no longer esteemed him. A change of heart was long in coming for Dalton, but it had begun. He knew instinctively that Kevin was good and honorable, and that despite the evidence that Dalton had viewed, perhaps wrongly, Kevin would never betray Dalton. Yet he had acted rashly and perhaps unwisely, and Dalton was beginning to realize that he had to make amends for many horrible acts against his friend. At the same time, the Herbalist Society also announced that if anything bad happened to Vincent Reeves, they would wipe out all the powers related to Kevin. This shocking development instantly caused an uproar as it exploded across Chicago. Just as Vincent Reeves was about to deliver the final blow to end Kevin's life, he was stopped by a monstrous pressure as Leo Hayes came out of nowhere to save his protege. Using the Blue Storm technique, Leo was able to trick Vincent with his illusions and then injure him badly. When Vincent warned that the Herbalist Society would seek revenge if something bad happened to him, Leo revealed that he was Kevin's mentor and knocked him out. With Kevin and Vincent both unconscious, Leo then took both of them with him. When news of Kevin's disappearance spread across Chicago, this sparked different reactions from everyone. To make things worse, with Vincent's fate also up in the air, the Herbalist Society threatened to destroy everyone related to Kevin, shaking the entire city to its core. After all, who had never heard of the Herbalist Society? Even in the minds of ordinary people, the Herbalist Society had always been a high and mighty existence. This time, not only did Kevin offend the Herbalist Society, but he had also mysteriously disappeared along with its commissioner. Given this, if anything bad happened to Vincent Reeves, the Williams Company would definitely be destroyed in revenge. Not used to seeing the Williams Company in such a precarious situation, this piece of news made Kevin's enemies suddenly feel overjoyed. They couldn't wait to see the Williams Company's downfall and gain from its losses. In contrast, those who had been supporting the Williams Company felt as if they were currently sitting on pins and needles. In a panic state, many of them wanted to cut off all relations with the Williams Company in order to save themselves. At the same time, in the dean's office of the Healing Arts School, Wayne Ford was reading a book in his hand when the door was violently pushed open by Harley Shepard as he anxiously walked in. Seeing this, Wayne raised his eyebrows and asked, "What's wrong?" "I just received news that Vincent Reeves and Kevin fought on the outskirts of Chicago. Now it seems that both of them have disappeared and authorities have found Vincent's chopped off hand. Because of this, the Herbalist Society released a statement declaring that if anything were to happen to Vincent, they would wipe out all of the organizations tied to Kevin," Harley explained.
What?
Wayne instantly stood up from his chair in disbelief, then asked,
Are you sure that your sources are accurate?
Is there still a need to verify this if the entire city is already in an uproar?
Harley retorted, then added,
What should we do now? If the Herbalist Society really wants to take revenge on Kevin, they will definitely attack us as well.
Very few people knew that the Healing Arts School and the Herbalist Society had never gotten along well. The reason was very simple. The Healing Arts School originally intended to educate and nurture the development of talented people to eventually work for one of the other schools within the Great Powers in the future. However, the Herbalist Society had always liked to recruit its top students to work for them instead. In order to reduce tensions, the Herbalist Society had actually offered an olive branch to the Healing Arts School, intending to officially acquire them for its own use. But at that time, Wayne Ford rejected the offer, wanting to maintain his school's status as an independent organization.
Why would they attack us? It's not like we were the ones who took away Vincent Reeves.
Wayne expressed some anger.
Wayne, don't forget that Kevin was once a student of the Healing Arts School. Besides, back when he fought valiantly against the vanguard forces of the Pinnacle, didn't you think so highly of him that you were willing to defend him against everyone else?
Harley hurriedly reminded him.
Well, is there something that we can do to save this school?
Wayne sighed. When he saw Harley's helpless expression, he immediately understood what to do. If the Herbalist Society really wanted to attack the Healing Arts School due to Kevin's status as a former student, he had to prepare accordingly.
Quick, gather all of the teachers in the school right now.
Wayne's face revealed a look of urgency as he said this. But just as Harley was about to leave, the office door suddenly closed by itself. At the same time, a figure appeared by the window like a ghost. Seeing this person, Wayne Ford and Harley Shepard's expression drastically changed almost simultaneously as they both lowered their heads to acknowledge his presence. Of course, the man who appeared before them was none other than the elusive Night King.
I understand your concerns, but you don't have to worry about the threat posed by the Herbalist Society. Vincent and Kevin are both in my hands, and they will remain with me for the time being,
the Night King revealed slowly, then added,
Given this, the main reason I came to see you this time is because of Kevin. Right now, you have to help him stabilize the situation in Chicago. No matter what happens, do not waver.
Yes, sir,
the two answered without any hesitation.
After settling matters in Chicago, come to this place and find me,
the Night King instructed. He then left a piece of paper on the table before disappearing in a flash. Looking at the address written on the paper, Harley Shepard and Wayne Ford both smiled.
You should know what to do now,
Wayne uttered as he took the note and rubbed it between his fingers lightly before dropping it into a lit candle to burn it to ashes.
Don't worry, I will make arrangements and deal with it immediately.
Harley nodded and quickly left the office. Half an hour later, another piece of news spread across Chicago. The Healing Arts School had expressed its full support for the Williams Company. As such, anyone who dared to do anything against them would be deemed an enemy of the school. This was something that no one had expected. How could the dignified Healing Arts School make such a bold statement? However, some people began to realize that this presented a new dilemma for them. They were afraid that this was no longer just a personal grudge, and this matter would eventually require everyone else to choose a side between the Herbalist Society and the Williams Company. In that case, this conflict might once again overturn the current situation in Chicago. As for the actual person involved, Kevin had absolutely no idea about what was happening in Chicago. At this moment, he was lying in bed as he slowly opened his eyes. Before he could see his surroundings clearly, he smelled a strong medicinal scent in the room. But when he tried to move his body slightly, he immediately felt sharp pains from head to toe. As such, he could only grimace helplessly while lying still. Right now, Kevin's condition looked miserable. His entire body was covered with bandages, which made him look like a mummy, and some parts were still soaked in blood.
It's good that you know it hurts. Hopefully this will teach you not to provoke someone stronger than you again in the future,
Leo lectured while fiddling with some medicinal herbs and added,
Fortunately, I was able to arrive just in time to stop Vincent Reeves. Otherwise, who knows what he would have done to you?
Thank you for saving my life, Kevin uttered sincerely. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart, knowing that although his two mentors were usually quite elusive, they would always stand up for him whenever he encountered danger.
Don't just thank me with your words, kid. In the future, learning your lesson and causing less trouble for me will be the best form of gratitude.
Leo chided as he placed a small cup of medicine on Kevin's bedside table and slowly untied the bandages on his body. Although Leo did this as gently as possible, it still hurt so much that Kevin visibly winced in pain.
You did this to yourself, so no matter how painful it is, you must bear with it,
Leo reminded him. Upon hearing this, Kevin did not dare to argue with him. He then took a deep breath and gritted his teeth to endure the pain. Seeing him like this, the corner of Leo's haze mouth curved slightly as he casually remarked,
I don't want to scare you or anything, but the real pain has yet to come."
These words made Kevin anxiously throw his gaze back to the cup of medicine on the bedside table. However, knowing that this was for his own good, he had no choice but to bear with it. In the beginning, when the medicine was applied to his body, Kevin only felt a wave of coldness, and his wounds didn't sting too much. But after Kevin consumed a pill that Leo gave him, he instantly felt a burning sensation all over his body, causing him to let out miserable screams of pain. Already expecting this, Leo patiently applied more medicine to Kevin's wounds while using his spiritual energy to restrain Kevin's movements. About half an hour later, Kevin's face was extremely pale, and his forehead was covered with sweat. He looked like he was about to faint from the intense pain that he had just endured.
"All right, you can rest now. I will come back to apply more medicine again later tonight," Leo said lightly.
"Wait, it's still not over?" Kevin asked faintly in fear.
"Stop complaining. You may not realize it, but given the injuries that you sustained, Vincent Reeves obviously wanted to kill you earlier today. Although you are still alive, nearly half of the bones in your body have been broken. So if you don't recover well, your development will be stunted and your power base won't advance any further,"
Leo warned with a serious face, then added,
"The Night King went out to find some herbs for you. In the meantime, you should get some rest until I come back."
Lying on the bed and looking at the ceiling, Kevin could not help but recall his battle with Vincent Reeves. At the time, he clearly realized how wide the difference in strength was between them. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was beaten up so badly that he did not have the ability to fight back and defend himself. Still, although he was seriously injured, Vincent didn't succeed in killing him, and even lost his right hand because of him. So, despite being the underdog during their battle, Kevin didn't feel that he had suffered such a devastating loss in the end. In fact, not only did this setback not affect his confidence, but it actually increased Kevin's desire to do whatever it would take for him to become even stronger in the future. Very soon, it was already nighttime. As Leo Hayes began to reapply some medicine to his wounds, Kevin once again felt indescribable pain and gritted his teeth to try to bear with it. Fortunately, the Night King rushed back in the middle of the night and gave him a pill that relieved some of the pain, making Kevin feel a little better, at least for the time being. But Vincent Reeves still lurked and was intent on getting revenge on his eternal enemy, Kevin Williams. Due to their ties with Kevin, Wayne, Ford, and Harley Shepard worried that the Healing Arts School might be attacked by the Herbalist Society. But after being reassured by the Night King, they publicly expressed their support for the Williams Company and for Kevin. Meanwhile, when Kevin finally woke up, Leo Hayes walked in to apply some medicine to his injuries. While Kevin agonized over this, Leo told him to bear with the pain and be grateful that he had survived against Vincent Reeves. Looking at Kevin as he lay asleep on the bed, Leo Hayes couldn't help but frown. After all, no one knew better than he did about the extent of Kevin's injuries. But despite his best efforts to treat his injuries, Kevin had yet to show any signs of getting better.
"How's Kevin? When will he fully recover?"
the Night King asked as he sat by the bed like a worried father. He then used a towel to wipe the sweat off of Kevin's forehead. For someone as highly respected and feared as the Night King, perhaps Kevin was the only person in the world who could make him do such a thing.
"If I'm being honest, the current situation is not ideal."
Leo hesitated for a moment, then continued.
"If there are still no signs of improvement after 3 days, I suggest that you try to find a new person to train." "Is it really that serious?"
the Night King exclaimed in disbelief as he turned around to look at Leo. Leo helplessly sighed.
Everything that I've given him so far should be more than enough to treat almost any serious injury. But for some reason, Kevin's body hasn't responded nearly as well as I had hoped." "Do you know why that's the case?" the Night King asked. "There are two possible explanations." Leo stared at Kevin and continued. "The first is that his injuries are so serious that I still haven't used enough herbs to treat him. But this is obviously not the case. The second is that while the medicine's effects have been completely absorbed by his body, we just need to be a little more patient with his healing process." "Do you still have something that's more powerful than what you've used so far?" the Night King blurted out without even thinking. Upon hearing this, Leo Hayes did not answer immediately. After some time, he slowly asked, "Do you think I should take out the Rainbow Lotus?" The Night King opened his mouth but paused to think more carefully about what to say. After all, the Rainbow Lotus was a very rare and precious item. In fact, Leo Hayes had spent many years traveling all over looking for one, and only then did he unexpectedly find one. For him to be willing to part ways with this item, it could be clearly seen how much importance Leo Hayes had attached to Kevin. "We have to do everything that we can to save him," the Night King finally said. As Leo looked at Kevin again, he was silent for a while before he slowly said, "In the next 3 days, I will try a few other methods to treat him, but I advise you not to get your hopes up too much." With that, Leo walked out of the room as soon as he finished speaking. The night passed very quickly. Early the next morning, a big event shook Chicago. After making a statement yesterday, the people of the Herbalist Society had now arrived at the Williams Company, causing the mayor of Chicago, Christopher Walsh, to step in on the matter. "Both of you, please stay calm. If there's any conflict between the two of you, let's discuss it." Mayor Walsh spoke as he stood in between the people of the Williams Company and the Herbalist Society. As the mayor of Chicago, he shouldn't have appeared on such an occasion. After all, the government had a law that clearly prevented ordinary people and experts from interfering with each other's affairs. However, the conflict between Kevin and Vincent Reeves complicated things and blurred this distinction after the Herbalist Society decided to go after the Williams Company. After finding out that the Herbalist Society had come to the Williams Company to cause trouble, Mayor Walsh rushed over immediately. Now he had the unenviable task of acting as a mediator between the two powerful forces. On one hand, even though Walsh was Chicago's mayor, Vincent Reeves' status in Washington as the commissioner of the Herbalist Society was considered higher than his. As such, the mayor had to be careful not to offend anyone from the Herbalist Society today. At the same time, as Chicago's biggest company, the Williams Company served as its economic pillar. If the Herbalist Society wanted to destroy the Williams Company, both the city and his political career would certainly be greatly affected by its loss.
Mayor Walsh, I know that you are already very familiar with this matter, so I don't need to explain the reason why we're here. I only hope that you don't interfere with our conflict, so as not to affect the good image of Chicago in the Herbalist Society's eyes,"
the old man in the blue robe said with an expressionless face.
"Rest assured, we are only here to talk to the people of the Williams Company. Our conflict with them has nothing to do with the citizens of Chicago, so I hope that you won't make things too difficult for us," the old man in the white robe added. By sending out these two old men at the same time, it could be seen how important this matter was to the Herbalist Society. Do you think that only the people of the Herbalist Society have the right to open their mouths? How dare you threaten to raze the Williams Company to the ground before confirming what really happened? Do you think that we're just going to let the Herbalist Society bully us?"
Elijah Tanner, who was standing among the crowd, stepped forward and asked fearlessly. While Lily and the others were the leaders of the Williams Company when Kevin was away, facing off against the Herbalist Society's experts was an extremely different matter. Given this, Elijah Tanner had brought Alfred Dixon and others from the Radiance here. That way, if the situation required their help, they would be able to protect Lily on behalf of Kevin.
As far as I know, although a few of the Williams Company Corps members are experts, they don't have any high-level experts apart from Kevin. So who are you? And what right do you have to speak for these people?"
The old man in white's eyes lit up as he questioned in a stern voice.
"Since Mr. Williams is one of the higher-ups of the Radiants, the properties under his name should be under our protection. Do you have a problem with that?"
Elijah Tanner replied with a justified tone.
"So, you're from the Radiants?"
A murderous look flashed across the old man's blue eyes.
He then added, "Do you think that you're strong enough to go up against the Herbalist Society?"
The Radiance was blacklisted by the entire Herbalist Society. Given this, before sending his men to Chicago, Earl Mathis had personally given the order to find the people of the Radiance and eliminate them. After all, the Radiants had too many pill recipes that the Herbalist Society didn't have. If they weren't suppressed now, there would certainly be trouble for them in the future.
"Do you want to find out who is stronger? The Radiance isn't afraid to fight with you or anyone else for that matter,"
Elijah retorted.
"The Herbalist Society may be a first-rate organization in the country, but your people have also done a lot of evil deeds over the years to ensure your place at the top."
His words immediately drew the support of the crowd who were watching the show.
"What that man from the Radiant said is right. The Herbalist Society used to have a branch in the Midwest, and the prices for their pills were very high. After making enough money, they just disappeared without a trace," someone sneered.
"Around that time, the pills that I needed were impossible to find, so I had to pay a deposit just to be on the wait list. However, after their Midwest branch closed, not only did I not get the pills, but the Herbalist Society's headquarters refused to refund my hard-earned money," another complained. As many words of criticism against the Herbalist Society came out one after another, the faces of the old men in blue and white turned glum.
"All of you shut up!"
The old man in blue couldn't help but scold them harshly as he unleashed a powerful pressure from his body. This caused everyone in the crowd who had been complaining to immediately shut up, fearing that the old man in blue would take notice and retaliate against them personally. At the end of the day, they were all just ordinary people, so they couldn't afford to offend these powerful experts from the Herbalist Society.
"I didn't come all the way out here just to waste my breath talking to you. For the last time, hand Kevin over. Otherwise, we will destroy the Williams Company."
The old man in blue roared lividly.
"Come and try if you have the ability."
Without turning his head, Elijah added,
"I would like to see how you plan to deal with the Radiants today."
With that, the members of the Radiants, led by Alfred Dixon and Sage Tanner, all stepped forward and stared at the people of the Herbalist Society. When they sensed the spiritual energy emitting from the members of the Radiants, the old men in blue and white's facial expressions changed dramatically. Even though they figured that there might be people from the Radiants protecting the Williams Company, they originally thought that these men would just be a bunch of weak experts. After all, the Radiants was merely a lower realm organization. However, they never expected that the Williams Company would have more than a dozen level 5 warriors from the Radiants guarding them. In contrast, among the people of the Herbalist Society, only the old men in blue and white had reached level 5. So even if they wanted to act tough and bully the people of the Williams Company, they couldn't afford to fight these people from the Radiants. Because of this, the two old men had no choice but to retreat. Seeing that the men in blue and white had suddenly stopped talking, a cold smile emerged on Elijah Tanner's face.
"Didn't you say that you wanted to destroy the Williams Company? What are you waiting for?"
The old man in blue initially wanted to say something, but the old man in white stopped him, knowing that, given the respective combat strength of both sides, they no longer had the upper hand. Emo Squire, who had also noticed this change in the atmosphere, took 2 steps forward and suggested with a fake smile,
"Please, listen to me. It's not that we don't want to hand him over, but we don't know where Mr. Williams is right now. That being said, why don't we all go inside first and wait until we find both Mr. Williams and Mr. Reeves before we deal with this matter?"
Perhaps there has been some misunderstanding that we don't know about." Lily, along with Adriana Wright and the rest of Kevin's inner circle, all stared blankly at Emo Squire. They did not understand his intentions at the moment. At the same time, a meaningful look flashed across the eyes of Elijah Tanner and the members of the Radiance. To be honest, without Kevin's instructions, they wouldn't have dared to declare war on the Herbalist Society on behalf of the Radiance. Meanwhile, Mayor Walsh also broke his silence and told the people of the Herbalist Society with a smile, "I know that you have come a long way. Tonight I will personally host a banquet to officially welcome you all to Chicago." After thinking about this for a moment, the old man in white took a deep breath and responded,
"Mayor Walsh, thank you for the kind offer, but given our mission, it might not be the best idea to attend your banquet. However, we would appreciate it if you could arrange a place for us to stay. As for the matter between us and the Williams Company, we'll talk about it once Commissioner Reeves and Mr. Williams return."
Upon hearing this, the old man in blue was surprised. In his opinion, there was no room for negotiation with the Williams Company. But before he could say anything, the old man in white whispered to him,
"Calm down. Let's report this to Chairman Mathis first and wait for his instructions. Besides, if the Radiance was able to send more than a dozen level 5 warriors to Chicago, how can we be sure that they won't send any more?"
With that, the people of the Herbalist Society followed Mayor Walsh and slowly left the Williams Company's headquarters. No one could have imagined that such a tense encounter would come to an end like this, including Elijah Tanner and the other members of the Radiance. But although they felt slightly relieved, they knew very well that the only reason why the people of the Herbalist Society retreated was because they couldn't tell just how strong the Radiance truly was.
"Take care of the Williams Company and stabilize the situation in Chicago. As for finding Mr. Williams, leave it to us,"
Elijah said as he took out a business card and handed it over to Emo Squire.
He then added, "If there's anything that you need, please don't hesitate to call the number on this card."
Alfred Dixon then pointed at a few of their men.
"You guys will stay here. No matter what happens, you must protect Mrs. Williams and the others from any harm."
"Yes, sir,"
the men nodded respectfully. With everything in order, Elijah Tanner and the rest of the Radiance's members quickly left as well. As soon as they did, news of what had happened at the Williams Company spread like wildfire throughout Chicago, causing an uproar among its citizens. Meanwhile, after being forced to retreat, the image of both the Williams Company and the Radiance suddenly became more and more powerful in the eyes of the Herbalist Society. It seemed that Kevin's powers, even when he was not present, were far greater than his enemies had ever imagined. Upon the Herbalist Society's arrival at the Williams Company's headquarters, the old men in blue and white threatened to destroy the company if Kevin wasn't handed over to them. When Elijah Tanner stepped forward and confronted them, the two old men suddenly saw an opportunity to eliminate the Radiance as well. However, after realizing that they were up against more than a dozen level 5 experts, they had no choice but to leave and first report back to Earl Mathis about the situation. Slightly relieved by this, Elijah Tanner gave Emo Squire a business card to be in touch with the Radiance, while Alfred Dixon instructed some of their men to stay behind and protect Lily and the others. At the Steele family's mansion, Dalton Steele had just heard the news as he waved his hand for his subordinates to leave the room.
"A dozen level 5 warriors? Kevin, I'm impressed that you have recruited so many powerful experts. However, the enemies that you'll have to face in the future will surely be a lot tougher than the Herbalist Society. When the time comes, I hope that the power in your hands will be much stronger than what I have imagined. After all, neither of us can afford to lose to them,"
Dalton muttered to himself as he analyzed the situation. It seemed that he was hiding many thoughts just beneath the surface, with the main thought being that his brief betrayal of his friend Kevin had been misguided, and Dalton's many acts against Kevin were going to lead Dalton to become ever more fierce in his loyalty to his friend in the future. Dalton had a great many infractions in the past that he had to atone for. At the same time, in a mansion on the outskirts of Chicago, Roger Knott had just reported the same news to Brett Stewart.
The Herbalist Society moved pretty quickly this time. It's a good thing that Kevin was one step ahead and managed to leave them with a surprise,
Brett remarked with a smile as he took a sip of coffee.
Supreme Commander, there are some things that I don't know if I should say or not,
Roger said with some hesitation.
Roger, if you have something to tell me, just say it,
Brett immediately responded. Hearing this, Roger slowly answered.
Despite being the deputy leader of the Myriads, not only has Kevin not been in contact with the organization for a long time, but he has also become one of the higher-ups of the Radiants. Moreover, he also has a bad relationship with the Herbalist Society. Given all of these things, shouldn't we...
Before Roger could finish his thought, Brett fiercely threw the cup of coffee in his hand onto the wall across him. His expression then immediately turned gloomy as he thundered,
"What are you trying to suggest?"
Sensing that the atmosphere in the room had suddenly turned extremely cold as soon as Brett's voice fell, Roger quickly lowered his head, and his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. In the past, Roger Knott wouldn't have been afraid of Brett Stewart. After all, he was a well-respected elder of the Myriads, while the latter was only respected for his status as the new Supreme Commander. However, as time passed, Roger discovered that he had highly underestimated Brett, and those who either opposed him or expressed some doubt over his abilities were eliminated. Given this, he was well aware that one wrong word could cost him his life.
Please, don't misunderstand. I'm just worried,
Roger anxiously replied without even raising his head.
I'm listening,
Brett said as he narrowed his eyes while staring at him.
Roger carefully explained. With so much power in his hands, I'm not sure whether Kevin can be trusted. After all, if he really wanted to protect the Myriads, why did he decide to join the Radiants? Moreover, with so many level 5 warriors behind him, why didn't he send them to help us at the ancient battlefield? I know that you're close friends with him, but as the saying goes, you may know a person's face, but not his heart. If Kevin decided to rebel against the Myriads in the future, the consequences would be unimaginable. So I suggest that you should...
That's enough,
Brett cut him off with a stern warning.
Roger, you know that I respect you as an elder of the Myriad, so I will let this slide as a small misjudgment of character for now. However, I will not tolerate such nonsense again in the future.
Yes, Supreme Commander,
Roger exclaimed as he buried his head into his chest with fear. However, because his head had been lowered the entire time, Roger did not notice that while he was talking, Brett's eyes briefly flashed with a look of doubt. At the same time, Kevin slowly opened his eyes. Upon doing so, the first thing that he noticed was the Night King's concerned gaze.
"How do you feel?"
the Night King asked. Kevin tried to move his arms and legs a bit before answering. "I can feel nothing else besides pain." The Night King's expression changed when he heard that. As his gaze quickly swept across Kevin's body, there was a hint of worry and sadness in his eyes. Just as Kevin was about to say something, Leo Hayes suddenly pushed the door open and entered with another cup of medicine. The moment he appeared, Kevin and the Night King both smelled an extremely strong fragrance that could not be described.
"Based on your condition last night, I made some adjustments and prepared a new concoction. Hopefully, we will see some improvements this time."
Leo spoke as he waved his hand at the Night King to give him some space. However, as he unwrapped the bandages on Kevin's body, his eyes widened in disbelief. Compared to yesterday, Kevin's current condition was much better. As of last night, Kevin's skin was covered with multiple lacerations and small bumps over his broken bones. But after just one night, there were no longer any visible wounds on Kevin's body. In fact, if he wasn't still lying in bed right now, Kevin would look as if he had never been injured in the first place. Despite this, Leo Hayes didn't say anything. Instead, he proceeded with applying the medicine that he had prepared on Kevin's body. In an instant, Kevin felt a cold sensation permeating his entire body, causing all of his pain to disappear. After the last bit of medicine was applied, Leo did not bandage Kevin again. Instead, he placed his right hand on Kevin's chest and released some spiritual energy through his fingers. Suddenly, Kevin felt so weak that he couldn't say anything or understand his current situation. Seeing this, the Night King frowned slightly, but trusted that Leo knew what he was doing. Without explaining his actions, Leo then took out the rainbow lotus and crushed its petals, which filled the entire room with a rich fragrance. After that, he pulled out a small pill furnace from under Kevin's bed and placed the flower's petals inside.
Don't just stand there and watch. Hand me the liquid jade nectar,
Leo told the Night King without turning his head. A reluctant look flashed across the Night King's eyes as he slowly took out a small white bottle and gave it to Leo. After all, like Leo's rainbow lotus, he had been keeping this rare item for many years. With the bottle in hand, Leo quickly opened it and poured the liquid jade nectar into the pill furnace. He then used his spiritual energy to carefully control the temperature as he mixed the two ingredients together. Less than half an hour later, he was able to produce a blue-gray liquid, which he poured into an empty cup and gave to Kevin. As soon as he drank this, Kevin felt an endless amount of spiritual energy flowing into his body. However, while Kevin felt some temporary relief, Leo Hayes and the Night King were shocked by what they just saw. Two rays of light, one red and one white, were emitting from Kevin's body, as if they wanted to compete with the green light that the medicine had produced.
This kid actually possessed and consumed the fire tree silver flower and the frozen earth mudclaw? No wonder so many herbs seemed ineffective yesterday. They were all immediately absorbed by his body, so it took some time before their medicinal effects were stimulated, Leo exclaimed. Hearing this, the Night King flashed a smile and gloated. Why do I sense some jealousy in you? He also knew that anyone who was learning the Blue Storm technique would experience great benefits to their training if they consumed both the Fire Tree Silver Flower and the Frozen Earth Mudclaw. However, these two herbs were very hard to come by. Back then, Leo Hayes had traveled all over the country, but he had never encountered either herb. Many years ago, these two herbs might have aroused my interest, but now that I have mastered the Blue Storm technique, I don't need them anymore,
Leo retorted in a flat tone, then added,
That being said, since this kid has already consumed both herbs, this will save me a lot of trouble today and in the future.
Just as he finished speaking, Kevin suddenly opened his eyes. With a fierce look on his face, he then let out a deep and thunderous roar. He couldn't help but crush the hard edges of the bed as he gripped them with his straining hands. Subsequently, Kevin's entire body began to tremble violently as beads of cold sweat dripped down from his forehead, and both of his eyes turned blood red. He then felt an intense pain, along with a tingling sensation that penetrated deep into his nerves. Seeing this, Leo Hayes came to him again and placed his right index and middle fingers on Kevin's forehead. After using some of his spiritual energy to calm him down, Kevin let out a muffled groan and fainted.
What just happened?
The Night King asked.
All of the medicine that I had given him was taking effect at the same time. In short, Kevin was simply reacting to the rapid speed at which the injuries in his body were healing,
Leo calmly explained as he slowly withdrew his right hand. The Night King was stunned for a moment. Then a smile quickly emerged on his face as he excitedly asked,
Does this mean that Kevin has fully recovered? We can't say that just yet. The next couple of days will be the most critical period for his recovery. Given this, you and I can't afford to slack off. This final stretch will be very difficult for Kevin, so we must make sure that he perseveres through the pain no matter what,
Leo replied seriously. Over the next couple of hours, Kevin had woken up 6 times. Each time he did, he experienced even more excruciating pain than the previous instance. Luckily, Leo Hayes and the Night King had taken turns watching over Kevin and used their spiritual energy to help him endure the agony. Meanwhile, in the CEO's office of the Williams Company, Emo Squire kept pacing back and forth. Seeing this, Adriana Wright put down the documents in her hands and said, "Can you stop for a while? You're making me dizzy."
"I'm sorry, but I can't help it. Until now, there hasn't been any news about Kevin,"
Emo replied anxiously. "No matter how worried you are, there's nothing else that we can do. We have already sent so many people to investigate, but up until now, we still haven't found any useful information." Adriana sighed helplessly. At the same time, Rachel hugged Lily, whose head was lowered. Over these past few days, Lily had barely eaten or drunk anything. Instead, she would bring a team of people with her to search all around Chicago for Kevin. Luckily, Rachel had managed to convince her to stay inside the office today to try to get some rest. "Don't worry, Lily. Even though we still haven't found him, I know that Kevin will be fine, like always." Rachel tried to comfort her despite overhearing Adriana's words. However, Lily did not say anything and just continued to sob quietly. Seeing her like this, Gilbert Rhodes asked with a solemn expression,
"How is the situation with the people of the Herbalist Society? With Mayor Walsh's support, I'm sure they won't come looking for trouble with us,"
Emo firmly reassured them. Just as he had said this, the office door was suddenly pushed open by Sandra Wilson, who quickly walked in with a visibly panicked face. She then reported, "I've got some bad news. The Herbalist Society just released another statement 5 minutes ago. In 2 days, they will send reinforcements to Chicago in order to take a stand against the Williams Company." "What? How could this be?" Rachel exclaimed in shock at the sudden turn of events. Upon hearing this, Emo Squire and Adriana Wright's expressions also turned gloomy.
"It seems like the chairman of the Herbalist Society wants to take advantage of Kevin's absence and catch us off guard."
Gilbert frowned as he pondered this problem.
"We must contact Elijah Tanner and the Radiants immediately,"
Emo decided as he took out the business card that was given to him earlier. After all, they were far from being capable of defending themselves against the people from the Herbalist Society. Fortunately, even though Kevin wasn't here, the powerful experts of the Radiants had vowed to protect them on his behalf. As soon as Elijah Tanner and the others received the news, they quickly returned to the Williams Company. Along the way, Alfred Dixon had also contacted the Radiants' headquarters to send more men over to Chicago. Although Alfred and Elijah were afraid that they had somewhat overstepped Kevin's authority, they believed that their actions were justified given the current situation. In any case, they would have to wait for Kevin's return to find out whether or not they had made the right decision, or one that might lead to catastrophe for Kevin and the Williams Company. As Kevin's inner circle mulled over what to do next in his absence, they received news that the Herbalist Society was sending reinforcements to Chicago to take a stand against the Williams Company in 2 days. Given this, Emo Squire immediately contacted Elijah Tanner and requested that he bring experts from the Radiants to protect them. Meanwhile, in a private hospital in New York City, Ethan Williams had been depressed these past few days. In fact, he had changed a lot deep down in his heart, and his eyes had become stormy. There were 2 things that he had to admit. First, he had been beaten by Kevin. He had lost all of his spiritual energy and he could no longer develop his power base at all. Second, he could only lie in a bed like this for the rest of his life, and he would have to rely on a wheelchair to get around. For some reason, he hadn't been able to get in touch with his mother. Also, since he had been brought back to New York, his father hadn't even looked at him again. Therefore, Ethan had been thinking over a question in his mind for the past few days. Had his father already made up his mind? Was he going to invite Kevin back to the Williams family and give up on him completely? Just as Ethan was thinking about all of this, Thomas Williams suddenly pushed open the door and entered the room.
"Dad, you're finally here." Why didn't you come to see me these past few days? I thought you gave up on me. Also, what happened between you and Mom? I heard you got in a fight and I haven't heard from her."
Ethan voiced the concerns in his heart. Thomas did not answer his questions immediately. He closed the door behind him and stood less than 10 steps away from the bed. He looked at Ethan with a complicated expression. Facing his father's death stare, Ethan suddenly did not have much confidence. He subconsciously lowered his head and his tone became weak.
"Dad, why are you looking at me like that?" "I was wondering if I should send you overseas. You won't do yourself or this family any good like this here,"
Thomas said in a low voice without changing his expression. Ethan's facial expression changed drastically when he heard that. He knew very well what his father said was just an excuse. In fact, he wanted to send him away so that Kevin could have a chance to come back and take over without any opposition.
"No, I'm not leaving, Dad. Don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. You want to give Kevin everything, but I'll tell you honestly today. From now on, you can depend on me completely. Don't forget who your son is. Are you going to really choose him over your own son?"
Ethan asked sternly. Thomas squinted his eyes when he heard that. A look of rage flashed across his eyes. However, this was not detected by Ethan right away. Thomas took a deep breath and controlled his emotions.
"Listen to me. I didn't come here to discuss this. I have already arranged everything. Someone will come for you tomorrow morning. Remember, when you go abroad, keep your temper in check. I won't be there to protect you."
After saying these words, Thomas turned around and left the room. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would not be able to hold himself back.
"No, Dad, you can't do this to me. I'm your son. You can't choose Kevin over me."
Ethan's hysterical roar came from the room after Thomas left. However, Thomas just kept walking. Under the Night King and Leo Hayes' gaze, Kevin slowly got up from the bed and moved his arms and legs. Apart from some slight soreness, he felt strange. It was as if he had endless strength.
"Thank you both for saving my life," Kevin said with a grateful expression. "You can thank me. Apart from watching the show, this old man has no real use," Leo Hayes said with a cold snort. "What are you saying? Did I not get the golden nectar that you used? Now you want to be able to take all of the credit? How dare you say that?"
the Night King asked with an unhappy expression. Kevin didn't pay any attention to the bickering between the two of them. Instead, he focused his attention on the medicinal herbs. He had read about this in the secret book. The golden nectar was extremely rare. Kevin had never thought that his injuries would be so severe as to require such a precious medicinal herb.
"Don't be too surprised. No matter how precious the medicinal herb is, it had to be used on a suitable person. Otherwise, it would only be wasted. Besides, the golden nectar is no longer of any use to this old man. It would be a waste to keep it in his hands."
Leo Hayes' eyes kept scanning Kevin's body.
"Although you were seriously injured this time, you are pretty lucky. It can be said that you have been reborn. As for the specific changes, you will slowly feel it in terms of physical strength in the near future. There are very few people alive who will be able to surpass your strength now."
Kevin looked at Leo Hayes in surprise. He had never thought of this. After regaining his senses, Kevin suddenly remembered something. How long have I been unconscious? What's the situation now? Did Vincent Reeves take any revenge? Leo Hayes and the Night King looked at each other, and both of them revealed a profound smile.
"When I saved you, I also brought Vincent Reeves back,"
Leo Hayes said as he started walking away. The Night King gave Kevin a look and the two of them quickly followed. Kevin only then found out that he was currently on top of a mountain peak, surrounded by a few simple thatched huts. Leo Hayes took the lead and went to the room on the right. Looking at Vincent Reeves in the room, Kevin was completely stunned. At that moment, Vincent was lying on the ground, seemingly on the verge of death. His entire face was covered with a layer of dirty blood. His clothes were tattered from top to bottom. Even though he looked terrible, there was still a trace of the elegance of his past.
He seriously injured my protege. Naturally, I had to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, the world would really think that you are someone who could be taken advantage of.
The Night King looked at his handiwork and said with a smile,
"Don't worry, it looks worse than it is."
Kevin subconsciously swallowed. Just looking at Vincent Reeves' current appearance, one could imagine what kind of inhumane treatment he had experienced. Vincent Reeves heard the movement and slowly opened his eyes. When he saw the appearance of the three people in front of him, a strong sense of fear appeared in his eyes, and his entire body began to tremble violently. His throat even let out a whimper like a dog that was afraid of being beaten.
"Now, we'll hand him over to you. Whether you kill him or leave him alive, it's up to you,"
Leo Hayes said without changing his expression. Kevin stared at Vincent Reeves. At the same time, Vincent also looked at him with great difficulty. His eyes were begging for mercy. After thinking for a long time, Kevin turned around and looked at Leo Hayes and the Night King. "What do you two think should be done with him?"
"We have already given quite a bit of punishment. This is a man of status and ability. If he can serve you, he will definitely be of great use in the future. So I think we should keep him around for now."
The Night King slowly gave his suggestion.
"Why should we keep this piece of trash around? Kill him. If the Herbalist Society dares to take revenge, I'll deal with them personally."
Leo Hayes looked at Kevin and added,
"Don't forget the pain you experienced. It's all because of this man."
Kevin looked at Vincent Reeves, who looked like a stray dog, and thought for a few minutes. In the end, he sighed and said, "Let him go. The Herbalist Society has existed for so many years."
"Since you've made your decision, we won't interfere."
Leo Hayes walked in front of Vincent Reeves, forcefully opened his mouth, and put a black pill into his mouth.
"This pill is called the 10,000 Spider Pill. If you do not get the antidote within a specified period of time, you will feel the pain of 10,000 spiders eating you from the inside out. Don't bother trying to get the Herbalist Society to concoct a remedy. It's not possible."
Leo Hayes said with a serious expression,
"I will ask Kevin for the antidote every 6 months. I will make sure that you listen to me. No matter where you hide, even Earl Mathis won't be able to protect you."
I understand," Vincent Reeves said weakly.
The Night King looked at Kevin and said,
"When you recover a little, you can take him down the mountain. We are not far from Chicago."
"Yes, sir," Kevin said respectfully to the Night King, and then turned and nodded at Leo Hayes as well. At the base of the Williams Company building in Chicago, even though the police sent personnel to coordinate, the huge crowd still swelled to cover the entire street. Elijah Tanner led dozens of Radiance members and waited at the entrance of the Williams Company. Not far away, the two men in blue and white robes once again brought the people of the Herbalist Society over. In the past 2 days, the Herbalist Society sent over a dozen herbalists with an aged wizard as their lead. However, those with discerning eyes could see that the Herbalist Society was unable to send anyone with high-end combat strength. They could only bully the Radiants in their own field of expertise.
"I heard that the herbalists of this Radiance group are very skilled. Today I have specially brought some people here to exchange pointers with them. I hope that all of you will not be stingy with what you share,"
the wizard said as if it was only natural for him to do so. In the wizard's eyes, there was no possibility that they would fail today. As long as Kevin didn't stand up for the Radiants, no one would be a match for him. He reached into his bag and pulled out a bronze pill furnace. It made a muffled sound as it fell to the ground.
"I am a high-ranking representative of the Herbalist Society. May I know who is the expert that I am to face?"
the wizard said loudly and in high spirits. No one from the Williams Company stepped forward as he finished speaking. The wizard was not in a hurry to urge them. "Why haven't you sent your men out yet?" Rachel asked in puzzlement. Gritting his teeth, Elijah Tanner explained,
"There's something you don't know. This person is an elder of the Herbalist Society, and his skill in herbalism has nearly reached perfection. Among the people we have brought from the Radiance, no one can defeat him." "Then what should we do? Doesn't that mean we're going to lose today?" Gilbert Rhodes asked in a low voice. "The only thing we need to do now is stall for time."
Elijah Tanner looked at the wizard and said without much confidence in his heart,
"I didn't expect that the Herbalist Society would send this old man out."
"The only way is for Mr. Williams to appear in time,"
Alfred Dixon added, hoping that by saying this it would become true. Kevin had to arrive in order to save Chicago from chaos. The Herbalist Society's wizard stepped forward and challenged whoever would represent the Radiance. When Rachel questioned why no one met his challenge, Elijah Tanner explained that the wizard was very skilled and that they had no one who could face him. Alfred Dixon confirmed that their only hope would be if Kevin arrived in time. Time passed slowly. The people of the Herbalist Society and the members of the Radiance silently confronted each other at the base of the Williams Company headquarters. Some time later, the wizard let out a cold snort. He waved his arm and took 2 more steps forward.
"I'm sincerely asking for your guidance."
"Maybe it would be better, sir, if you got some rest today. We can reconvene after you've recovered from your journey," Tyson Tanner said with a fake smile. Although the words were said in a dignified manner, they had a different effect on people's ears. The wizard's face revealed a proud expression. Of course, he could tell that this was only the excuse of the Radiance. Their goal was to buy time and wait for an opportunity to strike. However, the effect of hearing it out loud was different. Various discussions broke out among the crowd. The smile on Tyson Tanner's face gradually broadened. The wizard frowned and said again,
"I am eager to learn. I hope that the experts of the Radiance are eager as well." "I think it's best if we reconvene at a later time,"
Elijah Tanner replied.
"I have been resting all the way here,"
the wizard said stubbornly.
"But we did not prepare too many medicinal herbs here. These past 2 days we have been busy looking for news about Mr. Williams. I'm afraid we can't adequately display our strength without some time to prepare,"
Alfred Dixon said with some hesitation. Hearing this, the complacency on the wizard's face became even more obvious. He clapped his hands and a dozen or so people who stood behind him quickly walked over.
"These 10 people who came with me have a large amount of herbs in their possession," the wizard said with confidence. "You've really prepared well."
As Elijah Tanner spoke, the corner of his mouth twitched a few times. Then Elijah Tanner and Alfred Dixon looked at each other. They could see the deep helplessness in each other's eyes. What could they do? They had already made all the preparations, so how could they stall for more time? All of a sudden, the opinion of the crowd seemed to turn against the members of the Radiance. Sensing that public opinion was on his side, the wizard said,
"Everyone, it's getting late. We can't delay any longer."
He spoke with a mocking expression on his face. His words undoubtedly had a sense of belittlement aimed at the Radiance.
"This is going too far. The Radiance has never been so disrespected,"
Sage Tanner couldn't help but say.
"Shut up! Don't speak nonsense!"
Elijah Tanner took a deep breath and said with an ugly expression,
"The people of the Herbalist Society are obviously trying to provoke us. We can't be fooled by them."
Just as he finished speaking, a powerful voice sounded like it came from the highest heaven. "Since the people of the Herbalist Society are so eager to learn, I will be happy to fulfill your wish today." Hearing this, everyone was stunned for a moment, and then a smile quickly emerged on the faces of Elijah Tanner and the other members of the Radiance. Rachel and the others even became excited. On the contrary, the expressions on the faces of the people of the Herbalist Society suddenly changed for the worse. The wizard and the man in the blue robe looked at each other, and fear flashed across their eyes. How could they not recognize Kevin's voice? However, they both knew that it was the worst possible time for him to appear. The crowd suddenly became restless. When they saw Kevin, Elijah Tanner and the others' spirits were lifted immediately as if they had found their backbone. However, when the people of the Herbalist Society saw Vincent Reeves, especially his severed right arm, they looked as if they had seen a ghost. They couldn't figure out what had happened to him. Kevin walked up to the wizard, whom Kevin knew from his time in D.C. and at the Herbalist Society headquarters. Kevin greeted the man with tension. "Sir, looks like you've come a long way, but do you think you can push around my people?"
Mr. Williams, you must know that the Herbalist Society cannot let you and your organizations continue to rise,"
the wizard said in a humble and polite manner that was wholly false. "Well, it's just that I heard you ask someone from the Radiants to teach you a lesson. Why don't I do it?" Kevin said with a scrutinizing look in his eyes.
Mr. Williams, you must really be joking. How could I be a match for you? Besides, I was just doing my job. Since you and Mr. Reeves are safe now, everything is fine,"
the wizard said in a submissive manner. Although he was old and now a senior member of the Herbalist Society, if he really fought with Kevin, he knew very well that he would not be a match for him. From the moment Kevin started refining pills, the number of formulas in his hands had increased dramatically. Perhaps in the near future, the resources of the entire Herbalist Society would not be able to compare to the resources in his own hands. Taking advantage of the time when the two of them were talking, the men in the blue robe and the white robe quickly walked toward Vincent Reeves.
"Sir, you..."
The man in the white robe looked at Vincent Reeves' arm and his face was full of shock.
"It's gone."
Vincent Reeves' facial expression and tone were very calm, as if he was talking about something completely ordinary.
"How could this be? Sir, what happened to you? Why did you disappear?"
he asked with a puzzled expression. However, Vincent did not answer his question. He just fixed his eyes on Kevin. Coincidentally, Kevin also turned around and looked at Vincent Reeves at that moment. "Commissioner, the people of the Herbalist Society seem to have come to Chicago to cause trouble and disturb the operations of the Williams Company. Tell me, what do you think we should do about this?"
"What do you want to do?"
Vincent Reeves replied with a blank look in his eyes. He looked like a completely different person. He no longer had anything resembling his previous high-spirited manner. "Well, why don't you apologize to the people of the Williams Company on behalf of the Herbalist Society?" Kevin narrowed his eyes and his facial expression instantly became serious. Before Vincent could reply, the two men in blue and white robes hurriedly scolded.
"How dare you? You are delusional. Do you think you deserve an apology from the Herbalist Society?"
"What do you two have to do with any of this? I am talking to Mr. Reeves. Why are you interrupting? Could it be that you believe that you represent the interests of the Herbalist Society more than the commissioner?" Kevin crossed his arms in front of his chest and said coldly.
"You..."
The white-robed man wanted to say something but was stopped by Vincent.
"Today it was the Herbalist Society who was rude and inappropriate. I hereby apologize to the entire Radiance on behalf of the Herbalist Society. I hope that Mr. Williams can forgive us for this."
Vincent Reeves lowered his head and spoke slowly. When he said this, the surrounding people were so shocked that they could not speak. What was going on? How could the people of the Herbalist Society be trampled on like this? Was it because Kevin's level of strength had really reached such heights? Or was it because the Williams Company was even more powerful than the Herbalist Society? Since you have sincerely apologized, if we don't forgive you, it will only show that the Williams Company and the Radiants have lost their bearing. All right, this matter ends here. Take your men and get out of here immediately." Kevin waved his hand and said impatiently. However, he took a deep look at Vincent Reeves. Was Vincent Reeves a person who would easily admit defeat? That was probably not the case. On the surface, he looked very stiff, but in fact, his eyes looked like those of a vulture, or like a poisonous snake that could bite at any time.
"Let's go,"
Vincent Reeves said loudly. He did not dwell too much on Kevin's words. He turned around and began to leave with his people.
"Commissioner, are we going to leave just like that?"
The man in the white robe asked in disbelief.
"If you don't want to leave now, then don't bother ever coming back to the Herbalist Society again."
Vincent Reeves didn't even look at him before walking out of the crowd. For a moment, the entire crowd was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. No one could believe what they were seeing unfold in front of them. Suddenly, a figure ran out from the crowd. Looking at the anxious face of Lily, a smile appeared on Kevin's face. He opened his arms and wanted to take her into his arms. But in the next second, something shocking happened. Lily slapped Kevin's face hard. Although her strength was not enough to hurt Kevin, it still caught him off guard. "Do you know how much effort we have put into finding you these past few days? Where exactly have you been? Can't you at least let me know where you are? Everyone was worried to death." Lily's eyes were red and her voice carried a heavy, nasally tone as she spoke. Her shoulders kept trembling, and she forced herself not to cry. Kevin covered his face with one hand and looked at Lily in a daze. Everyone else present could only turn their heads and act as if they could not see or hear anything that was going on between the two of them. Emo Squire Gilbert Rhodes and Adriana Wright awkwardly chatted to ease the tension of the scene. Only Rachel carefully came to Lily's side and pulled her sleeve to try to comfort her and smooth things over. "Lily, don't be too angry with Kevin," Rachel said to Lily as she looked at Kevin with a pitiful expression on her face.
Yes. Rachel is right. If anything, let's go back to the office so we can have a bit more privacy,"
Gilbert advised helplessly. "Huh." Lily turned around and walked into the Williams Company headquarters first. Along the way, no matter who it was, they had to make way for Lily, as they were afraid to show disrespect by slowing her as she was on her path. Many people in the crowd worried that Lily was so angry at Kevin's disappearance and near-fatal adventure that his wife might waver in her love for him. The news of Kevin scaring away the people of the Herbalist Society with just a few words spread across the entirety of Chicago like the wind. For a moment, those who had been planning to go after the Williams Company had no choice but to be patient again. After leaving the Williams Company, the people of the Herbalist Society were not in a hurry to return to Washington, D.C. Instead, they went back to the hotel and stayed there. The medical staff checked the wound on Vincent Reeves' arm and quickly bandaged it again.
"Commissioner, it has been too long. I'm afraid it's too late to make a full recovery,"
someone said to him.
"Is there really no other way? Then what's the use of the Herbalist Society employing you?"
Someone scolded the medical personnel angrily.
No, there's still hope. Fitting the commissioner with a prosthetic hand can allow him to train for a long time, and he will be able to continue developing his power base as much as anyone else,"
the medic in charge reported. And Vincent knew that the news was good enough to allow him to live on and continue to plot to bring down Kevin Williams. After leaving the Williams Company headquarters, the people of the Herbalist Society went back to the hotel in Chicago as opposed to heading straight back to Washington, D.C. The medical staff rebandaged Vincent Reeves' hand and informed him that he would not make a full recovery. After incurring the wrath of some of Vincent's closest aides, the medical staff informed him that he would be able to be fitted with a prosthetic hand and still develop his power base with very few limitations. Vincent Reeves had been extremely calm from the very beginning of the conversation. Lowering his head slightly, he didn't even look at the wound on his arm. Instead, he looked at the hot coffee on the table beside him.
"You too. Tell me my condition,"
Vincent Reeves said with an expressionless face. The men in the blue and white robes were stunned at first, but they did not refute. One after the other, they injected spiritual energy into Vincent Reeves' body. What they realized shocked them. Only now did they realize Vincent Reeves' real situation. His spiritual energy had been severely depleted. In addition, several of his internal organs were damaged to varying degrees.
Sir, what happened to you? Was all of this really at the hands of Kevin? How could he manage to injure you so badly?
The old man in white frowned and asked,
Apart from my injuries, you didn't notice anything else? For example, are there any signs of poisoning?
Vincent Reeves asked in a somewhat indirect manner.
No, there is no sign of any poison in your body. Besides, there are only a few herbs in the entire world that can poison you.
The old man in the blue robe said truthfully. Vincent Reeves did not show any trace of happiness upon hearing this. Instead, he just closed his eyes and took a deep breath. In fact, he had already anticipated this result. The reason why he let the two of them examine him in the first place was because of this. However, given the strength of Leo Hayes and the Night King, Vincent still had other issues to consider.
There's something that you're not telling us, isn't there?
The old man in white hesitated and asked.
There is no need to talk about it anymore. From today onward, we can't cause Kevin Williams any trouble. If there's anything we can do to help him, we must do our best,
Vincent Reeves said with his eyes closed.
Why is that?
The old man in blue asked in confusion. Vincent Reeves slowly opened his eyes, but he didn't answer the question. He simply said,
We have one more important thing to do.
The two men immediately understood what he meant.
Commissioner, don't worry. Before the two of us came, we left some of our men in Washington,
the white-robed man calmly said. Vincent did not speak and only looked at the palm of his left hand. What no one noticed was that there was a small black dot in the middle of his palm. On the top floor of the Herbalist Society's headquarters, Earl Mathis stood by the windowsill with his hands behind his back. He looked out at the scenery in the distance and gently swirled a glass of red wine in his hand.
Sir, news from Chicago has arrived. Commissioner Reeves and Kevin Williams have reappeared, but the wizard didn't dare to challenge Kevin. His plan to eliminate the Radiance has failed.
One of the higher-ups of the Herbalist Society reported respectfully. Earl Mathis simply nodded and did not look at the person who was speaking to him. After the man left, Earl Mathis took a sip of the wine. A cold look flashed across his eyes.
This is disappointing.
The short sentence was two-layered with meaning. It sounded like it was said to Vincent or to Kevin. However, only Earl Mathis himself knew who it was truly directed at. After standing at the windowsill for a few minutes, Earl Mathis suddenly snapped his fingers. A figure quickly appeared behind him.
What do you need, sir?
Call all the senior members over. It's been too peaceful for too long.
Earl Mathis drank the rest of the wine in his glass in one gulp. He threw the glass hard to the ground and smashed it into pieces. Meanwhile, in the New York City private hospital, a few burly bodyguards stood at the door of the hospital room. The leader stood in front of the hospital bed and looked down at Ethan Williams with a troubled expression on his face.
Sir, you should come with us. We are just following orders. Please don't make things too difficult for us, the bodyguard stated flatly.
I'm not leaving. I want to see my father,
Ethan Williams said with a cold and stubborn face while lying on the hospital bed with his arms crossed in front of his chest. Ethan should have left New York City a few days ago, but he did not want to leave. The bodyguard did not dare to do anything to him, so he had to drag it out until today.
Sir, you are making things difficult for us. You know very well that your father won't see you.
The bodyguard took a deep breath and replied,
If he does not come to see me, I will definitely not leave.
Before Ethan Williams could finish his sentence, a flurry of footsteps came from outside the room, followed by the sound of fighting. The door of the hospital room was pushed open from the outside, and a dozen men quickly walked in. Each of them looked fierce, and the aura they emitted carried a strong sense of deadly danger.
Who are you? This is the room of Ethan Williams. You can't just barge in like this.
The bodyguard immediately protected Ethan behind him and scolded the people who had come into the room.
Perfect. I found him.
A hoarse voice was heard. A middle-aged man slowly walked in from outside the door. There was nothing extraordinary about this man, but a faint scar extended from the left side of his forehead to the right side of his chin. It spread across his entire face, adding a sense of terror to him. The bodyguard turned around and looked at Ethan. He thought that this was the same enemy he had provoked previously. After learning that the Williams family had given up on Ethan, he must have found an opportunity to seek revenge. Ethan Williams was also staring at the man with the scar on his face. His mind was quickly thinking through who he could possibly be. After a moment, Ethan was sure that he had never done anything to offend such a person. The man with the scar on his face pointed at the bodyguard.
"I have taken care of all your men. Now I will give you two choices. One is to get lost, and the other is to do your duty and die here. I will give you 3 seconds to consider your options."
As soon as he finished speaking, more than 10 men stepped forward, one after another. The bodyguard clenched his fist tightly.
"I have sworn to do my duty."
"It's rare to see someone as principled as you. You're a real man. Don't worry. I'll find you a good cemetery,"
the man with the scar on his face said as he waved his hand. A deep, muffled sound was heard in the room. Blood exploded from the chest of the bodyguard. The bullet went right through him and went into the wall behind him. Ethan's face was also stained with a lot of blood. He had attacked just like that, and now Ethan was scared to death. His face turned pale. His body, which was still wrapped in bandages, couldn't help but tremble. He looked at the man with the scar on his face with fear in his eyes.
You, don't come any closer. I have never done anything to you. If you dare to attack me, the Williams family will never let you get away with it,"
Ethan Williams stammered. The man with the scar on his face slowly walked to the bedside and stared down at Ethan.
"I came back to settle a score with the Williams family." "You? Who are you?"
Ethan stammered. He couldn't believe what the man with the scar on his face had just said. Everyone knew that New York City was the territory of the Williams family. Those who opposed them only dared to say so behind their backs. No one had ever said it so casually like this man with the scar on his face.
"I am your father,"
the man with the scar on his face suddenly revealed. He said it with a smile, but it still made people feel even more terrified. Hearing this, Ethan was stunned at first, and then he immediately became furious. But thinking about what had just happened to his bodyguard, he could only hide his anger deep down. He didn't dare to say anything to refute the man.
"I know you don't believe it, but this is the truth. Don't you think that we look alike?"
The man with the scar on his face pulled a chair over and sat down on the side of the hospital bed. Apart from the scar on his face, Ethan was indeed very similar in appearance to the man, especially his nose and eyes. They were definitely carved from the same mold. Seeing the dumbstruck look on Ethan's face, the man with the scar on his face slowly said,
"My name is Joshua Hill. I am originally from Detroit. I came to New York City 20 years ago on business, and your mother and I fell in love at first sight one night at a cocktail party. We began seeing each other, but then Thomas Williams, who had been in love with your mother for many years, suddenly appeared. He threatened your mother's family and forced her to marry him. He even paid a large sum of money to hire an assassin to kill me. This scar on my face was the result of that encounter. Although I survived, all of my business connections in New York were destroyed by Thomas Williams. Before I left, I received a call from your mother saying that she was already pregnant. At that time, I promised that I would come back for you when I had developed enough strength to do so. Now, I am finally strong enough."
Looking at the serious expression on the face of Joshua Hill, Ethan's brain felt like a paste. He couldn't process all of this or react in time, and he didn't know if he should believe what he was saying or not.
"If you don't want to believe it, I won't blame you. After all, I haven't been able to fulfill any of the responsibilities of a father for all these years. But now, I will get you and your mother out of the Williams family's grasp. No one will dare to do anything to you in the future now that I'm here,"
Joshua said earnestly.
"Yeah, you're right about that. No one will bully me anymore.
but that's only because no one is willing to bully a disabled person."
Ethan lowered his head and said,
"What did you say?"
Joshua Hill said as he hurriedly lifted the blanket covering Ethan's body. After a moment, Joshua's face was red. It seemed as if he was about to explode with rage.
"Who did this? Tell me right now."
"Kevin Williams," Ethan said as he gritted his teeth and raised his head. His eyes were filled with hatred.
"Do you want me to accept you as my father? As long as you can kill Kevin, I will recognize you as my father."
Ethan had lost all sense of his rationality in order to get revenge. Since Thomas Williams was not willing to help him, Ethan would find a way to deal with Kevin himself.
"All right. In 2 days, I will bring Kevin's head to you."
Joshua Hill narrowed his eyes and agreed. At the same time, Thomas Williams, who was at work, had just finished a meeting. Before he returned to his office, some of his men ran up to him.
"Sir, did something happen to Ethan?" "What are you talking about?"
Thomas said nonchalantly. In the past few days, Thomas had been living at the company. In his opinion, even if he went back home, he would only be alone. He might as well make the company his home. All he could do was try to expand the family business to take his mind off things.
"We heard that someone broke into the hospital and killed all the bodyguards,"
one of the people reported in a low voice while vigilantly looking around.
"Did you find out who did it?"
Thomas stopped walking and asked with a frown on his face.
"I only found out one thing. The person's name is Joshua Hill,"
one of the people reported truthfully. When Thomas heard this name, his facial expression changed dramatically, and he stopped in his tracks. A violent look of rage flashed in his eyes, and the spiritual energy in his body started to fluctuate rapidly. The surrounding people were all shocked. They looked at Thomas with surprise. They didn't understand why he had suddenly become like this.
"Call a few people to follow me to the hospital immediately,"
Thomas Williams said as he hurriedly walked toward the elevator. No one would have thought that after hearing Joshua Hill's name, Thomas Williams would think of so many things in an instant. All of Thomas's thoughts were now about ripping Joshua Hill to pieces with his bare hands. However, when Thomas arrived at the hospital with his men, he only saw a pool of blood on the floor. Not only did he not see Joshua Hill anywhere, but even Ethan was nowhere to be seen.
"Sir, do you want me to send some men to find out Joshua Hill's whereabouts? What if he wants to do something to hurt Ethan?"
one of Thomas's men volunteered. Thomas took a deep breath and finally calmed himself down. He then said slowly,
"Forget it. He will never do anything to hurt Ethan. But you guys should go to Chicago immediately and inform Kevin to be careful."
After learning that Joshua Hill had returned, Thomas Williams was shocked. He immediately told some of his men to go with him to the hospital, where they discovered a pool of blood on the floor and realized that Ethan Williams was also missing. When his men asked Thomas if he wanted them to find the man, worried that he would do something to hurt Ethan, Thomas simply waved them off, telling them that he was certain he wouldn't do anything to hurt Ethan. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the mansion, Laura Williams was curled up in bed. During this period of time, she had become very dispirited, and it could be seen how much pain she had endured mentally. Suddenly, there was a sound of footsteps from outside the door. Laura slowly opened her eyes and looked over. When she saw Thomas Williams' eyes not far away from her, she immediately got excited. She got up from the bed in a sorry state and looked at him longingly. "Thomas, you're finally here. I know I was wrong. As long as you are willing to forgive me, I want you to know that you can trust me from now on," Laura Williams said hastily. However, Thomas just stood there and looked at her expressionlessly. He said,
"I'm not here to forgive you today. I just feel that there is something I should let you know. He's back."
"Who's back?" Laura asked, immediately thinking that Thomas must be talking about Ethan. She said, "Thomas, you need to stay calm. Although he is not your biological son, Ethan has thought of you as his father for more than 20 years. You have to understand that." Thomas sighed slightly.
"I am not talking about Ethan. I'm talking about Joshua Hill. He came back to New York and went to the hospital to find Ethan. He and Ethan are both missing now."
What? Laura gasped as she froze on the spot. She stared at Thomas with wide eyes.
But don't have too much hope for him. Since I was able to chase him out of New York like a dog once already, it won't be hard to do it again. But I will not let him go this time. Before long, I will bring his corpse to you.
Thomas let his words sink into Laura's ears before he turned and left the room, and left Laura to realize the horror of her situation. Laura came back to her senses after a brief moment. Why was Ethan in the hospital? What did you do to him? Thomas, answer me, she cried. Laura's miserable scream echoed throughout the mansion, but Thomas had already left and could not hear a single word. He was far down the hallway and thinking his own evil thoughts as Laura yelled. Meanwhile, at the Williams Company headquarters in Chicago, after the people from the Herbalist Society had left yesterday, Kevin had spent a large amount of time and effort trying to coax Lily into forgiving him. In order to show that something like this wouldn't happen again, Kevin tried everything to prove his sincerity. Finally, it seemed as though he had gotten through to her and had won her over. When Kevin woke up the next day, it was already past 9 o'clock. It was the weekend, and Lily did not go into the office. Instead, she made a table full of sumptuous food. There must be something unusual going on here. Tell me honestly, what made you decide to cook so much for breakfast? Kevin ate a mouthful of food and asked with a happy smile on his face. You don't know what a good person is. I see that you have been working hard. I was thinking I should make a delicious meal to reward you. This way you'll stick around a while longer, Lily said. Hearing that, Kevin hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry for not being here. And this is delicious. That's more like it, Lily said proudly. For some reason, ever since Kevin became rich and powerful, Lily still wanted to see him suffer in her hands more than ever. As they were eating, Lily's expression suddenly changed slightly and she said, Kevin, there is something I want to discuss with you. Yesterday, my mom called and she said that she wants us to have dinner with her tonight. Kevin's hand, rising up to his mouth, froze in midair. He hadn't seen Dorothy in a long time. For her to suddenly call and make plans just as he arrived back in Chicago was indeed a little too strange. Actually, I also wanted to refuse, but ever since she left, I've been missing her quite a bit. Can you just do it as a favor to me? Lily said with a choking voice. Seeing Lily's tearful look, Kevin immediately felt his heartache. All right. We'll go over there tonight. At most, she'll ask for some money and we can just get it over with. Kevin had no specific concept of money now. The Williams Company alone brought in tens of millions of dollars a day, not to mention his other sources of income. The Radiance was extremely powerful in Detroit. As long as he wanted to, he could live luxuriously without any worries for the rest of his life. A smile immediately appeared on Lily's face. At 6 o'clock that evening, Kevin and Lily drove to Dorothy's place. The neighborhood was very ordinary. Dorothy was waiting for them at the front door. This was something that was very surprising to Kevin. He didn't know what had gotten into Dorothy, but she was oddly warm toward him. All she seemed to talk about was how badly she wanted Kevin and Lily to make her a grandmother. Still, this made Kevin feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. After dinner, Dorothy invited Kevin into the living room and took the initiative to go to the kitchen and clean up. How are you feeling about the evening? My mom has changed a lot, right? Lily sat beside Kevin and said, Compared to how strange she's acting, I would actually prefer her usual self, Kevin said quietly. Oh, please, Lily said as she playfully slapped Kevin's shoulder and got up to go to the kitchen to help. Kevin had nothing to do, so he wandered around the house. The house was not very big, and that was something Dorothy could blame Kevin for. She demanded money from him when he was poor and even more from him when he was rich, and yet she continued to feel as though he had not given her her fair share. Because of the size of the house, Kevin could hear what Dorothy was saying clearly. Lily, you should still encourage Kevin to stay home more.
I heard that the people who caused trouble for the Williams Company were dangerous. I was worried for you guys. If I had a say in it, I would rather let Kevin sell the company. The two of you could take the money to a place where no one knows you and start all over. What if something happens to him and he gets killed? Do you want to be a widow at such a young age? That's why I advised you to have a child. Men only settle down when they become fathers, Dorothy said. Hearing Dorothy's words, Kevin almost laughed out loud. Just as he was about to go into the kitchen, he glanced at the garbage can and saw an empty pack of cigarettes. This immediately attracted Kevin's attention. Dorothy did not smoke as far as he knew. Moreover, the brand of the cigarettes wasn't one that he had ever even heard of. Combined with Dorothy's sudden change today, a bad feeling arose in Kevin's heart. According to what Kevin knew about Dorothy, not only did she not smoke herself, but she also hated it when others smoked in front of her. Many thoughts quickly flashed through his mind. Looking at the cigarette pack in the trash can, Kevin suddenly thought of something when he looked at the guest bedroom with the door closed. A stream of spiritual energy came out of his body as he checked the situation in the bedroom. In the next second, a sneer appeared on Kevin's face. In less than half an hour, the dishes were all clean. Dorothy took out a bottle of wine from the pantry. Kevin, I would like to raise a toast to you. It was all my fault in the past, but at that time I also thought that everything I was doing was for your own good. I only wanted you to be successful so that you and Lily could live a good life. I want you to know that all of your current achievements are very gratifying to me. Dorothy held the wine glass in her hand and toasted him with a smile that Kevin could tell was painful for her to put on her face. I understand what you mean. Kevin glanced at the wine and continued. I drove here tonight. I'd better not have anything to drink. Oh, come on. One glass won't hurt. Besides, in the worst-case scenario, you can just let Lily drive. A look of anxiety flashed across Dorothy's eyes as she spoke. That's right, dear. Go ahead. I don't mind driving back later, Lily encouraged him. Kevin frowned slightly. He lightly nodded his head and said, Okay, then I will have some. Dorothy's face instantly bloomed with joy. She hurriedly brought the glass of wine to Kevin and watched him drink it. Come, Kevin, have another glass. Dorothy poured another large glass for Kevin. Kevin did not refuse. He drank another glass. The smile on Dorothy's face became wider and wider as if she couldn't wait for Kevin to finish drinking the wine. Time passed by slowly as the three of them fell into an easy conversation. After about half an hour, the entire bottle of wine was gone. I still have another bottle if you'd like more. Dorothy got up and started to go get the other bottle. Mom, I think that's enough. Don't let him drink too much, Lily replied. What are you talking about? He works so hard. Why can't he enjoy himself? Kevin, don't worry about it. Have some more, Dorothy urged. No, that's okay. I've had enough, Kevin quickly stood up and said. But in the next second, Kevin suddenly became dizzy. He pressed his right hand on the table and supported his body with his hand. He shook his head a few times, trying to steady himself. Kevin, what's wrong with you? Lily said with concern. She looked at Dorothy and said, I told you not to let him drink. He's already drunk. Kevin slowly sat down. Then his eyes suddenly closed and his head fell on the table. Lily stood up and grabbed his shoulder, saying, Mom, help me get him up. I need to get him home. No need, Lily. You won't be able to leave from here tonight, Dorothy said with a strange tone in her voice that put fear in Lily's heart. After catching a glimpse of an empty pack of cigarettes in the garbage can, Kevin immediately suspected that Dorothy's dinner party was not a simple way to make amends. Still, he let Dorothy open a bottle of wine and gave in when she insisted that he have some. But after only a couple of glasses, Kevin felt strangely dizzy and collapsed on the table. As Lily tried to help him up, Dorothy informed her that they would not be leaving that night. At that moment, the guest bedroom door suddenly opened. A group of people quickly walked out of the room.
The leader of the group was the scar-faced Joshua Hill, and he was followed by Ethan Williams, who was sitting in a wheelchair. "Mom, who are they?" Lily was stunned on the spot and asked in confusion.
You don't know me, but you should know my son.
Joshua Hill sneered and said,
I have to thank your mother for her cooperation in making this all go so smoothly.
Joshua Hill even reached out his hand and patted Dorothy's shoulder, scaring her so much that she trembled a bit. Ever since Joshua had brought Ethan from the hospital in New York, he went straight to Chicago and sent people to get as much information as possible about Kevin. After learning that Kevin's power base was so high and that he had many extraordinary people protecting him, Joshua decided to get creative and make a move on one of the most vulnerable people around him. Hence, he sent people to threaten Dorothy, and that was why she had invited Kevin and Lily over to have dinner tonight. "Mom, how could you do this?" Lily looked at her mother in disbelief.
Lily, don't blame me. I don't want to die. They promised me. As long as I help them get to Kevin, they would give me a lot of money. When that time comes, we can live together again.
Dorothy did not seem to feel guilty at all. Instead, she said all of this as if it was only natural.
Anyway, Kevin keeps causing trouble. Sooner or later, he will die in the hands of someone. Rather than waiting for that day to come, why don't we look out for ourselves?
Enough. This is not the time for you two to act out a bitter drama.
Joshua Hill clapped his hands to interrupt their conversation. He turned around and looked at Ethan, who was sitting in a wheelchair.
Okay, son. The enemy is right in front of you. Tell me, how do you want him to die?
Hearing that, Ethan's eyes burst with hatred. He wanted nothing more than to lay his hands on Kevin and strangle him to death.
I want him to suffer the same fate I have. I also want him to watch his wife suffer. I want him to live a life worse than death, living in deep guilt and self-blame,
Ethan said while gnashing his teeth in anger.
All right. I will fulfill your wish tonight.
Joshua stared at Lily and revealed an evil smile. Greed flashed across his eyes. Under Joshua's instructions, a few men slowly approached Lily. "What do you want to do to us? I'm warning you to not come any closer." Although Lily was somewhat afraid, she still used her own body to protect Kevin. Seeing this, Dorothy couldn't help but say,
You all are not allowed to touch my daughter. You promised me that as long as I helped you to get Kevin, you wouldn't harm me and my daughter.
It's true that I promised you that, but I must abide by my son's request. I have to satisfy him,
Joshua said with a sneer on his face. At that moment, a few men had already arrived in front of Lily and stretched out their hands toward her with leering smiles on their faces. In the next second, screams rang out. A few men lay on the ground and howled like pigs being slaughtered. The arms that they had stretched out a moment ago had now become completely numb. I had long felt that my mother-in-law was acting strange today. If I didn't put on a show, I might not have been able to lure you out. A harmless little smile appeared on Kevin's face as he spoke. Joshua Hill's pupils shrank suddenly, and his face turned bitter. No one knew better than he did what kind of drug he had put in the wine. He knew that just 1 milligram of the drug could cause more than 10 people to fall into a deep coma.
How is this possible?
Joshua looked at Kevin and asked with genuine dismay. Nothing is impossible. The smile on Kevin's face froze instantly. He looked at Ethan and then at Joshua and said, As far as I know, there is no ill will between us. Why did you come here and cause trouble for me? Was it just for Ethan? In fact, Kevin's heart was filled with doubts. Ethan's father was his uncle, Thomas. Why did this man in front of him say that Ethan was his son? What happened? Could it be that something unexpected had happened within the Williams family that he didn't know about? Regarding the Williams family, Kevin had mixed feelings. Although he hated the entire family, he couldn't deny that they were his family. Kevin understood the expression more with passing time. Blood is thicker than water. If something happened within the Williams family, Kevin couldn't possibly ignore it completely.
Kevin, you put my son in a wheelchair, and you still say that there is no bad blood between us? Could it be that you have forgotten about this and about the Hill family in Detroit?
Joshua asked with a ferocious expression. The Hill family in Detroit? Kevin frowned. Of course he remembered the Hill family. Back then, because he wanted to help Officer Emmett get into the prison, it gave Nolan Hill a chance to take advantage of the situation. At that time, he injured Dalton Steele. Spencer and Derek had brought their men to destroy the entire Hill family. Only Nolan Hill's whereabouts were unknown. That's why he didn't waste any more time on the Hill family. You're from the Hill family? And why exactly are you calling Ethan Williams your son? Kevin narrowed his eyes and asked coldly.
You should ask your uncle that question when you see him in hell,
Joshua said as he took out a gun and quickly pulled the trigger. He fired off a quick shot. Then something unbelievable happened. The golden bullet stopped in the air in front of Kevin's chest, unable to move even half an inch forward. It's better not to use this kind of trick on me. Answer my question honestly. If you do, perhaps I won't dismember your body after I kill you tonight. Kevin's face became more serious. There was no room for jokes.
If I can't deal with you, I'll deal with them,
Joshua said as he pulled Dorothy toward him with force. He grabbed her neck with one hand and pressed the gun to her head with the other. Dorothy turned pale with fright and struggled intensely.
Don't you dare try to move,
Joshua said as he hit Dorothy's head with the butt of the gun. Dorothy screamed in pain and blood flowed down her face. Lily cried out. She took 2 steps forward but was stopped by Kevin. Let go of my mom. We can discuss anything you want, Lily said anxiously.
Discuss? There's nothing to discuss. Tonight either Kevin dies or you and your mother die,
Joshua said with a fierce look on his face. Save me, Kevin! Please think of a way to save me! Dorothy was so scared that her lips began to tremble. Kevin frowned. He glanced at Dorothy, then turned to look at Joshua Hill. What do you want?
You have to do whatever I say next. If you dare to disobey me, I'll kill her with 1 shot.
A victorious smile appeared on Joshua's face.
Make a call and transfer your properties to Ethan Williams. Also destroy your own spiritual energy. We'll talk about the rest later.
You know that's impossible. I would never hand over the empire I've built to a man who has no work ethic and no skills beyond a need for revenge, even if he is my own cousin. Also, why would I destroy my own spiritual energy? Kevin said coldly.
It seems that you don't want to save your mother-in-law. In that case, it's useless to keep her alive for much longer.
As Joshua spoke, he gripped the gun as if he wanted to pull the trigger. No, Kevin, do as he says. Please. Dorothy was so scared that her face turned snow white, forming a sharp contrast with the blood flowing down from the gash on her forehead. Mom, don't say that. Kevin and I will find a way to save you. Lily clenched her fist tightly and said with her voice trembling in fear.
All of you shut the hell up. Kevin, I will ask you one last time. Are you going to comply with the 2 conditions I proposed just now?
Joshua held his gun tightly and asked. Just shoot. There is no need to waste any more time. You know I can't do it. Kevin paused for a moment and then said, But you have to think about it. Once my mother-in-law dies, you won't have anything to hold against me anymore. You and Ethan are definitely no match for me. But I will definitely let the 2 of you taste all the torture in this world before I let you die. These words stunned everyone. Lily looked at Kevin in disbelief. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something. Dorothy's face was deathly pale. Kevin, please! The things that happened in the past were all my fault, but I am your mother-in-law after all. Please!
Kevin, you really have guts. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish."
Although Joshua Hill said so, he did not open fire for a long moment. Because he knew very well in his heart that once this shot was fired, it meant that there was no longer any bargaining chip in his hands that could keep Kevin in check. He and Ethan would definitely not be able to leave this house alive tonight. Therefore, he could only bet on Kevin having a change of heart given more time. Just as his eyes were fixed on Kevin, a powerful, invisible force pressed down on his body. Almost instantly, Joshua couldn't hold it anymore. He bent his legs and kneeled on the floor. His right hand, which was holding the gun, seemed to be pressed down by a 1,000-pound invisible weight. No matter how much strength he used, he couldn't lift it up. Seeing this, Kevin quickly walked forward and pulled Dorothy behind him. The tables had turned in Kevin's favor. Just as Joshua Hill and Ethan Williams seemed ready to hurt Lily, Kevin rose from the table, having faked falling unconscious to draw the two of them out. After Joshua revealed his identity, he pulled Dorothy to him as a hostage and told Kevin to destroy his own spiritual energy and transfer all of his properties to Ethan in exchange for her life. Kevin refused and told him that he might as well just kill Dorothy. Just then, a powerful weight pressed down on Joshua, forcing him to his knees. At that point, Kevin quickly walked over and pulled Dorothy away from him and to safety. For the time being, Kevin handed Dorothy over to Lily to comfort her. Then Kevin lowered his eyes and looked down at Joshua Hill. "Looks like you're out of moves, but I'm a generous guy, so I'll let you decide. How do you want to die?" Kevin asked with a cold tone. Joshua looked at Kevin and didn't know how to respond. The invisible force was so powerful that he couldn't even stand up. Due to the force being exerted on him, his body couldn't help but tremble intensely. Ethan, who was sitting in his wheelchair next to him, was scared and speechless. He couldn't figure out what had happened. They had made what they thought was a foolproof plan to use Dorothy to poison the wine she served to Kevin. As long as Kevin drank it, they would be able to step forward and kill him. Ethan did not see this coming. Joshua was completely under Kevin's control, and the few people they had brought with them were now lying on the ground. For a moment, a strong sense of fear emerged from the bottom of Ethan's heart. He suddenly realized that Kevin was much stronger than he had imagined.
"Just get it over with. Kill me before I get away and make you regret you were ever born."
Joshua Hill gritted his teeth and said with a flushed face. Hearing this, the corner of Kevin's mouth rose slightly, and then his expression changed. He suddenly bent down and grabbed Joshua's hair. "You were really brave. You dare to say something like that when you were at my mercy?" A look of rage burst out from Kevin's eyes. "You want to beg for death so soon? Then it's that simple." Kevin suddenly pressed Joshua's head against the floor and he made a muffled sound. However, there were still some things that Kevin hadn't figured out yet, so he didn't kill Joshua Hill immediately. Kevin took out his phone and called Elijah Tanner, instructing him to bring his men immediately. Very soon, Elijah arrived with his people. Kevin asked Lily to bring Dorothy back to the Salix Leaf complex first. Kevin didn't know how many people Joshua Hill had brought with him, but since they had found Dorothy, it was hard to say whether they had any follow-up measures in place. To be safe, Kevin also informed Emo Squire and asked him to arrange for some people to go to the Salix Leaf complex to make sure Lily was safe. He also asked Sage Tanner to take charge. Kevin had Elijah Tanner immediately transport Joshua and Ethan out of Chicago. Kevin had other plans for them, plans that he was still formulating and did not want to tell anyone about just yet. Meanwhile, even though it was late at night in the Williams family mansion in New York City, Thomas Williams was still awake in his study reviewing documents. Joshua Hill's sudden return had put his mind in a very tense state. The fact that Joshua Hill dared to come back for revenge indicated that he had made sufficient preparations, and Thomas didn't dare to take him lightly. This time, the battle had long surpassed the emotional conflicts between two individuals. It was a matter of life and death for his entire family. Suddenly, Monty Aspinwall walked into the study. Ever since Thomas Williams found out that Ethan Williams was not his biological son, he also understood his wife Laura's true purpose. Thomas Williams had called on Monty because the family was in dire need of manpower.
Kevin has brought someone with him and has requested an audience with you,
Monty said respectfully.
What? Kevin is here?
Thomas said in surprise as he immediately stood up from his chair.
Yes, he brought 2 large sacks with him. I don't know what is in them, Monty said seriously. Let's go and take a look,
Thomas said as he quickly started walking toward the door. Kevin was Thomas's best hope to deal with Joshua Hill. Thomas knew that he had to try and smooth things over with him. Just outside of the mansion, Thomas and Monty walked over to greet Kevin, who was sitting in the back seat of a car.
Kevin, what are you doing here so late? If I had known, I would have had some drinks set up.
Thomas Williams smiled and quickly went up to greet him. However, he was stopped by someone in just a few steps. In order to prevent anyone from causing unnecessary trouble, Elijah Tanner and his men guarded the car that Kevin was sitting in. Thomas, who was stopped in his tracks, was stunned for a moment. Then he quickly came back to his senses and looked at Kevin. The smile on his face didn't change as he said,
Kevin, this is a little inappropriate, don't you think?
Kevin slowly got out of the car. His eyes swept across the people of the Williams family who had gathered around, and he said, Uncle Thomas, I'm not here to cause trouble this time, but there's something I want to ask you.
You can ask whatever you want. We're family. Come on inside and we can sit down and discuss whatever you'd like in my study,
Thomas said as he made a gesture. This kind of enthusiasm surprised Kevin. He couldn't help but allow it to tug at his heartstrings a little bit. However, Kevin would never let Thomas, whom he knew was not to be trusted, read any expression that might appear on his face. Instead, he just asked someone to carry the sacks and go inside with him. After arriving at the study, Thomas personally brewed a cup of coffee for Kevin.
So, Kevin, what brings you back here?
Thomas had a kind look on his face. I brought 2 things for you. I hope you will not be surprised when you see them, Kevin said as he clapped his hands. Elijah Tanner understood tacitly and untied the sacks that had been thrown to the ground. When Thomas Williams saw the contents of the burlap sacks, Ethan Williams and Joshua Hill, he could no longer calm down.
Thomas started to say with a stunned expression on his face.
Rest assured, Uncle, they are still alive. Kevin sat down in a chair and said without moving, I am just curious why Joshua Hill called Ethan Williams his son. Thomas's expression changed when he heard that. He slowly lowered his head and did not make a sound. Kevin did not rush him or urge him to speak before Thomas had gathered his thoughts. Instead, he picked up the coffee cup and blew on it lightly before taking a sip. After a long while, Thomas Williams slowly opened his mouth and said,
I think you already know.
Kevin revealed a faint smile. Don't worry, Elijah is my trusted subordinate and won't tell anyone about this matter. Uncle, please, tell me. I'm all ears. Thomas closed his eyes and sighed deeply.
It started more than 20 years ago. At that time,
over the course of the next 10 minutes, Thomas Williams told him everything that had happened in the past. After listening to what he had to say, Kevin raised his eyebrows. He finally understood what was happening. Thomas's eyes were filled with anger. He wished he could strangle Joshua Hill to death right now. Well, since the situation is now clear, I will leave the rest to you. Kevin tidied his clothes, stood up, and was about to leave. Oh, right. There is one thing that I almost forgot. I advise you to take care of it cleanly. If someone who has connections with the Williams family comes looking for trouble with me in the future, I want it to be clear that I was not involved in this. Just as Kevin was about to step out of the room, Thomas suddenly said,
Kevin!
Kevin turned around, puzzled. He saw Thomas looking at him with a sorrowful face.
Kevin, I know that everything in the past was all my fault. It was because I listened to Laura that I treated you the way that I did. Tonight I want to plead with you to come back. As long as you are willing to return to the Williams family, I am willing to step down and hand over everything the family has to you.
Thomas said in a tone that was serious and sincere. These words stunned Kevin. He had never thought that Thomas would say such a thing. After a while, Kevin came back to his senses and said, "Uncle, you chased my parents and me out of this company. You turned your back on family. And now I get to prove to you how much better we are without you. I'm going to build my own empire so big that it makes the Williams Company look like a mom-and-pop shop. It will be so wealthy that you won't be able to turn to anybody for help because I will own them. Now clean up this mess, and the next time you come for me, bring backup." After he finished speaking, Kevin did not stay any longer and turned around to leave. Kevin turned back to his uncle with some parting words. "I know that Ethan has been a disappointment to you, but in some ways, you must feel relieved that you're not completely responsible for his failures. Ethan has been used by his mother and now is being manipulated by his biological father, and I was probably too eager to get my revenge on him." Kevin reached into his coat pocket to find a pill that he handed to Thomas. "I refined a high-grade medicinal pill that will restore Ethan's bones to the point that he can again live a normal life, but with enough pain left in his heart and his mind to remember that crossing me comes with great physical danger. You may give it to him with my blessing, and with a reminder that if he tries to cross me again, there may not be another pill to cure his injuries." Thomas took the pill from Kevin while thinking in his heart that this might be the last time Kevin Williams showed his family any kindness. Even if it was a kindness that wasn't going to benefit an actual Williams, but the illegitimate son Thomas had raised as his own for 20 years. With that, Kevin turned on his heel and left the Williams family compound for perhaps the last time. When he returned to Chicago, it was already past 2 o'clock in the morning. In order not to disturb Lily, Kevin sat in the living room and seriously thought about the Williams family. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the Murphy family's mansion in Washington, D.C., Donald Murphy was wide awake. There had been many sleepless nights for Donald since he started to receive calls from the mysterious voice who had kidnapped his son. Having long been at the top of the Washington, D.C. power ladder, Murphy was used to having his enemies plot against him, but they usually did this out in the open, not from behind a telephone line.
"What else do you want? I have already done everything that you said. Terry Watford has yet to be discharged from the hospital. What do you want before you let my grandson go?"
Donald Murphy was burning with anger as he tried his best to cooperate with the person on the other end of the phone.
"Mr. Murphy, don't be so angry. There's one thing I need you to do for us. Kevin isn't in Washington right now. You should think of a way to make his school become a target for everyone. We will let Carson go after this is done."
After the person on the other side finished speaking, he didn't give Donald a chance to refuse. He hung up the phone. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Donald Murphy's chest heaved up and down continuously. He never would have expected that he would ever be under the thumb of some unknown person like he was at the moment. After a long time, Donald Murphy slumped down in a chair. His spirit seemed to have been sucked dry in an instant, and the only way to revive it, he knew, was to carry out this evil plot against Kevin Williams. In the middle of the night, in the courtyard of the Murphy family's mansion, Donald Murphy was in a heated conversation with someone on the phone. After demanding the safe return of his grandson Carson, the person on the other end of the phone instructed him to make Kevin's school a target so it could be brought down. Donald Murphy slumped into a chair as the person hung up, and Donald came to the realization that he was in a no-win situation. The next morning, Kevin, who had fallen asleep on the living room sofa, was woken up by a shouting match.
"Lily, you've got to divorce this guy. Kevin is too dangerous. You will never be safe with him. Just look at all the times your life has been threatened. He's no good."
Dorothy shouted loudly as if she didn't care who heard. "Mom, can you stop, please? Kevin and I are in love, for better or for worse, in sickness and in health. That is the vow I made," Lily retorted. She added, "Besides, you can't blame Kevin for what happened last night. Don't forget that he saved your life."
"Yeah, probably so that he can eventually kill me himself. Didn't you hear him last night? He actually asked the person who kidnapped me to shoot me."
Dorothy coldly snorted and said, "He was completely in control of the situation. "He always is," Lily replied. Dorothy immediately said, "Well, this is not the first time that I have been held hostage. Who knows what kind of trouble Kevin is brewing up next? With so many enemies, even if he is in the limelight now, it's only a matter of time before it all comes crashing down. I don't want you to be trapped under the rubble." "Mom, how can you say that?" Lily was speechless. Even she could see that Joshua Hill would not dare to shoot either of them last night. Why did Dorothy not understand the situation? "You really refuse to listen to me?" Dorothy stared at Lily and asked. "It's not that I don't want to listen to you. It's just that Kevin and I have been through a lot. So why do you have to make things difficult? When will you just be happy for me?" Lily was extremely angry. Lily was very clear about her mother's character. Dorothy had always been a person who only cared about her own interests. Dorothy, who was staring at Lily, suddenly had tears welling up in her eyes. Her entire body slid down from the chair and she sat on the floor. "Where did I go wrong? My own daughter doesn't care about her mother in the least. And after all that I've done for you, all I ever wanted for you was happiness." Dorothy cried. She looked and sounded like a crazy woman cursing on the street. Kevin, who was standing just outside the door, could not bear to watch this spectacle any longer. He sighed and walked into the room. "All right, Dorothy, don't be like this. I promise you this will be the last time someone will cause any trouble for you." What Kevin did not expect was that not only did his words not have any effect, but Dorothy became even more inconsolable when she saw him. "What use is your promise? Kevin, you are a disaster. Ever since you came into our house, I have not been able to live a peaceful life. I'm begging you, please let Lily go. You're not afraid of death, but I can't live this way, and I won't allow my daughter to live this way either." Dorothy was like a child, sitting on the floor. Her entire body was struggling violently as she covered her face with both hands, crying. No one could see that Dorothy was actually proud of her performance. She was determined to get a large sum of money out of Kevin today, either by seeing him die so that Lily would inherit his fortune, or being paid for her efforts to see Kevin wind up in a coffin as part of Joshua Hill and Ethan's evil plot. One way or another, Dorothy was finally going to get some money for having put up with this little aunt who was so far beneath her daughter for all of these years. Kevin opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, Lily got up from the sofa and pulled Kevin's hand to quickly step out of the room. "Let her make a fuss by herself. She'll cool off eventually," Lily said as she walked away. She didn't forget to turn around and glare at Dorothy on her way out of the room. When they reached the second floor, Kevin hesitated for a moment and said, "Why don't I go down and try and smooth things over with her?" "What's the use? She's obviously putting on a show." Lily crossed her arms in front of her chest. Her mother had put Lily through a lot over the years, but until now, Lily had always thought that Dorothy had her daughter's best interest at heart. But now, Lily was wondering if Dorothy was more concerned about her own best interests. "If she wants money, I'll give her some if that'll make her stop all of this. It's not as if I'm short on money at the moment." Kevin scratched his head and said, "Not without my permission. I don't want you to give her a cent from now on," Lily said as she tilted her head at him with a sad expression. Kevin sensed how serious she was and naturally did not dare to continue the conversation. He was not afraid of anything in this world, but whenever he saw Lily unhappy, it always hit him hard. Later on, Kevin could not bear it anymore and found an excuse to leave the apartment. Kevin knew that a voice of reason could always be found in Brett Stewart, and it was worth it to him to take a quick flight to Brett's current Myriad's headquarters outside of Nashville, where Kevin could enjoy the company of a man he considered to be like a brother, and a man who would be full of good advice about his current dilemma with Dorothy. His own mother-in-law had tried to poison him. After listening to Kevin vent about his family matters, Brett Stewart couldn't help but laugh.
"You have the whole world at your feet, but you still have to deal with all of this from your mother-in-law."
Brett Stewart laughed as he chided Kevin. A few lines appeared on Kevin's forehead as he frowned with worry.
"This is really too much,"
Brett said as he kept laughing. "You know, I came to have coffee with you, not to listen to you laugh at me," Kevin said helplessly.
Oh, don't worry. I'm not really laughing at you. You have to admit that it's odd that with all of your money and power, you still can be tied up in knots by your mother-in-law. Brett said as he finally stopped laughing. If you keep this up, I'll just leave, Kevin said as he put down his coffee cup and looked at him seriously. All right. I won't laugh anymore, I promise, okay? Brett thought for a while before saying, Let me tell you something interesting. Among the people who went to the ancient ruins of the Water Guardian, apart from the people from the Upper Realm, the Radiants and the Morris family, everyone else has mysteriously disappeared. What? Didn't Trevor McCandless say that everyone from the Lower Realm had returned? How could they have all gone missing? Kevin asked in surprise. Kevin was speechless. His mind was quickly turning over every possible explanation for what had happened after he returned from the ancient ruins. In fact, Kevin had indeed discovered something wrong at that time, but he didn't think too much of it. Because they had been in the ancient ruins for so long, the people of the lower realm who had not entered most likely searched the surface for a while and then left after finding nothing. However, there were no signs of a struggle on the ship after Kevin boarded again afterward. Could it be that Trevor McCandless changed ships? Could the ship on which a fight took place have been secretly hidden while we were in the ancient ruins? Kevin thought to himself. But as soon as the thought appeared in his mind, he shook it off. He knew that the ship hadn't been replaced because the vomit that Sage Tanner had spat out was still on the railing when they came back. Moreover, even if he didn't notice it, could it really be that the people of the upper realm still couldn't tell that the ship had been changed? Do you have any other news? Kevin asked anxiously. On the surface, as a government official, the possibility of Trevor McCandless making a move was extraordinarily unlikely. Unless there was someone behind the scenes calling the shots. So the next suspects would be the surviving organizations. Naturally, the Radiants would be the prime suspect in the eyes of outsiders. Moreover, the Radiants had always been something of a mystery to many. There would definitely be a lot of people who would be willing to believe that it was the Radiants who had made a move. However, Kevin wasn't willing to take the blame for this. Once this matter was made public, the Radiants would instantly face many powerful enemies. Why are you so nervous? Brett Stewart stared at Kevin and said, Did you also go to the ancient ruins? Did you also face down the Water Guardian? Of course not. Kevin immediately denied it. He would never let anyone know that he was in fact the mysterious Kenneth Wilkinson. Because as long as this illusion was deeply rooted in the minds of others, the Radiants would only become stronger on the surface. The Radiants is sure to be the prime suspect. I advise you not to have too many interactions with them. The whereabouts of the Radiants' headquarters are unknown. If you are too deeply involved, you need to be careful or else someone will surely target you, Brett said in a serious manner. I understand. I'm just curious. What kind of force would dare to take down so many experts? Who would even have the ability to pull this off? Kevin said. Brett Stewart took a deep look at him but didn't answer. And Brett's silence only made Kevin realize that there was a great and dangerous plot forming around Kevin that could bring destruction to his empire and perhaps threaten his and Lily's lives. That reminded him of Lily and his love for her. She was never far from his thoughts, just as he was never far from Lily's thoughts. In fact, as Kevin was pouring out his troubles to Brett, Lily was in Chicago paying a call to her best friend Rachel at the Salix Leaf Hotel, where she was doing the exact same thing. Rachel, I'm worried that my own mother is going to be the wedge that comes between me and Kevin. For the entire time we've been married, she's been trying to convince me that he's not worthy of my love. It's really getting to me. I mean, how am I supposed to tell my mother that I choose my husband over her? Lily cried. Rachel had watched Lily's marriage to Kevin endure some hardships, and she knew that Dorothy could be a troublemaker, but she also knew that, despite everything, Dorothy did want the best for her daughter. I can't imagine it's as bad as all that, Rachel consoled Lily. It's worse than all of that. Lily's eyes filled with tears, and her heart felt as though it was about to explode. Not with the love that she felt for Kevin, but from the fear that she would not be able to make peace between her husband and her mother. As Rachel poured Lily a cup of coffee and patted her knee,
Lily revealed that the situation was indeed worse than Rachel could have imagined. "My own mother tried to..." Lily was gasping as she tried to tell Rachel the horrible events of the dinner party. It was almost too much for her to finish her sentence. "Poison my husband." As Rachel's eyes widened at Lily's words, she let out a scream when she saw Lily fainted dead away on the floor. After the dinner party where Dorothy tried to poison Kevin with the help of Ethan and his biological father Joshua Hill, Kevin took Ethan and Joshua hostage and returned them to Thomas Williams, and Kevin again refused an offer to return to the family fold and instead went to old friend Brett Williams to tell him of his troubles. Just as Kevin learned from a doctor who called him from the hospital in Chicago, Lily had fainted. "What do you mean she's in the emergency room?" Kevin had just gotten a phone call from the Chicago hospital where his beloved wife Lily had been taken by ambulance. He was still deep in conversation with Brett Stewart at the Myriad's headquarters when he got the call alerting him to the troubling situation with his beloved wife.
"Sir, we really can't give out details on the phone, but I suggest you get here as soon as you can."
The doctor's voice rang through the phone, chilling Kevin. Kevin's heart started racing. Is she in critical condition? Is my wife going to die?
"Your wife was brought by ambulance to the emergency room. Unfortunately, that's all I'm at liberty to say. I would recommend you come here as soon as possible."
"I'm out of town, but I'll be there as soon as I can. But just please tell me, is Lily going to be okay?"
"I'm not allowed to discuss a patient's status over the phone,"
the doctor stressed to Kevin yet again. Before Kevin could protest, the person on the other line hung up. Kevin stood frozen in place with panic. The sky above him swirled with clouds. A storm was coming. Turning to Brett for help, Kevin was immediately driven back to Chicago with a fleet of Myriads, ensuring that the roads were cleared so that Kevin was in no way delayed. The whole way, Kevin repeated a mantra in his head. Let Lily be okay. Let Lily be okay. Let Lily be okay. None of this will matter if she's gone. Lily is all I have. She's everything to me. After what felt like years but was only a matter of an hour or more, Kevin came back from his fearful thoughts about Lily and saw that the car was fighting its way through Chicago traffic. Is there any way you can hurry up? Is there a shortcut or a back way or something? He begged the Myriad soldier who was driving his car.
"Sir, if there was, it would be just as jammed as this street,"
the soldier called back at him. "Fine, I'll do it myself." Kevin threw open the door of the moving cab.
"What are you doing?"
"Running." Kevin jumped out of the cab and hit the ground hard, his momentum throwing him off his feet and onto his hands and knees. But he didn't care. He had to get to Lily. Now, sprinting up the busy street, Kevin could feel his heart pounding in his chest, both from the running and from his panic for Lily. "I'm coming, Lily. I'm coming. Hold on a little longer and I'll make everything right." Ideas were running through his mind, things that could possibly be wrong with his wife and ways he could fix it. I can make a pill to make her stronger. I can make one that will give her the ability to heal quickly. I just hope it's not too late. As he rounded the corner down the street from the hospital where Lily was in a condition that he could only guess, Kevin heard his name.
"Kevin, where do you think you're going?"
He whipped around to see another cab passing him by. Hanging out of the window, shaking her fist as she wailed, was Dorothy, his mother-in-law. She was on her way to the hospital too and must have gotten the same call that Kevin had got. Only one thought crossed Kevin's mind. I have to beat Dorothy to Lily. I can't lose my wife to her mother. Not again. He picked up speed and made it to the entrance of the hospital at the same time as Dorothy's cab was screeching into the emergency room drive.
"I'm not letting you in there, you deadbeat,"
Dorothy called, jumping out of the cab with agility he had never seen her possess. "I'm her husband. She needs me," he shouted back. The double doors opened as Kevin approached, and he squeezed through the gap before Dorothy could, gaining the advantage. He ran up to the reception desk and cried, "I need to see Lily Williams. What room is she in? I need to know now." "Third floor, room C52, the receptionist stuttered. Dorothy heard this from a few paces back and she ran past Kevin, sliding into an elevator as its doors closed and cackling as Kevin was left behind. Damn it! Kevin cursed under his breath. But next to the elevator were the stairs, and he threw the door open, taking them 2 at a time up to the 3rd floor. He burst out of the stairwell just as Dorothy's elevator doors were opening, but he didn't stop to see if she would catch up. He dashed down the hall, counting the rooms as he went. C-32, C-34, C-36. Finally, he found it. C-52. Dorothy was now quite a ways behind him, and Kevin rushed into the hospital room without knocking. Lily! Kevin! There she was on the hospital bed under the covers with an IV line that ran from a bag of liquid hanging next to her bed and disappearing into the crook of her elbow. She was sitting up, pudding cup in one hand, and altogether looked fine. Kevin heaved as he crossed to his wife, taking her face in his hands and kissing her. When he pulled away, he pressed his forehead against hers. Are you okay? What happened? I've been so worried about you. Kevin? Kevin turned around to see that he had walked straight past Lily's best friend, Rachel, who was sitting on the gray vinyl couch against the opposite wall, and who had been mid-conversation with Lily before Kevin burst in. But Rachel wasn't trying to talk to Kevin. She was warning him. There in the doorway, Dorothy was gasping for breath and looking murderous. Don't listen to him, Lily. That deadbeat husband of yours is the reason you're here. He's put you through too much, and I'm about sick of it. Never in your life have you been in danger like the kind he put you in. What was it this time? Did a hitman try to take you out? Were you threatened to be taken hostage? Kevin held Lily's hand tightly. You don't know the first thing about our marriage, Dorothy. There is nothing in this world more important to me than this woman's health and well-being. I just came from Nashville in record time to be here with her. It's true. Lily is here because of you, Dorothy, Rachel said, standing up from the couch to get between Kevin and his mother-in-law. How could that be true? Because you tried to kill him, Lily cried from behind Kevin. It was like the world stopped spinning. Everyone was suddenly silent. You could have heard a pin drop. Kevin slowly turned around to face Lily again, and Dorothy's voice was small when she answered. What? Lily sat up straighter in her bed and put down her pudding cup. You and Ethan tried to poison my husband because you hate him. You refuse to accept that the man I fell in love with is ambitious and capable, and he loves me more than anything. And you didn't trust me to make the decision for myself to stay with him. Well, now Kevin has proved you wrong, and you can't stand that. So you want him dead. You don't care about me. Dorothy scoffed. Of course I care about you. I have dedicated my life to ensuring your happiness. You're my daughter. I love you. If you love me, you would never try to put me through something like that. Dorothy shook her head, refusing to accept this blame. She shuffled over to the other side of Lily's bed and grasped at her free hand, which Lily snatched out of reach. Dorothy knelt by her bedside, begging, I just want what's best for you. You're my daughter. I know a bad egg when I see him, and I don't care how successful he might become. Kevin is a bad egg. Come with me, divorce this man. Take his money and come home to me. I'll make sure you're safe and taken care of for as long as I live. Lily looked appalled. Come home to you? You're lucky I don't call the police on you for attempted murder. You're asking me to divorce him and take his money is all the proof I need that you don't really care for me. You just want Kevin's hard-earned money for yourself. Getting me in the process would only be a bonus. Get away from me, Mother. And don't talk to me until you've thought about what you've done and are ready to make things right. With that, Lily pressed the call button by her bedside and a nurse rushed into the room. Is everything okay in here? Rachel stepped up for her best friend. No, this woman is no longer welcome in my friend's room. Please have her escorted out. The nurse nodded, grabbed a security guard from the hallway, and together they led Dorothy out of the room. You'll regret this. Mother always knows best. Dorothy cried as she was dragged out of the room. The nurse returned shortly after, and Kevin looked between her and Lily. "So what happened to you, Lily? What's wrong? Why are you in the emergency room?" Lily blushed, looking embarrassed. "I was telling Rachel about everything that my mother tried to do to you, and it was all too much. I fainted, and Rachel had to rush me here because I hit my head." Rachel nodded. "It was very scary. I'm so glad she's all right." We've determined that Lily did not sustain a concussion in her fall, and the IV has rehydrated her system. She's ready for discharge. You can go home now, the nurse confirmed. Kevin turned back to Lily and kissed her again. "Thank you for sticking up for me with your mother. You have no idea how long I've been working to prove to you that I'm worthy of that. And today you finally did it." Lily beamed. "You're my husband, the light of my life. From now on, I promise to choose you every time." The nurse unhooked Lily's IV and Lily stood up, leaning on Kevin for support. "Do we go out the way we came in?" she asked the nurse. But Kevin had other plans. "Actually, I'll lead you out." Rachel said goodbye and got in the elevator down to the lobby while Kevin called another elevator up to the top floor of the hospital. "Where are we going?" Lily asked. "Home. You'll see." Kevin winked. The elevator led them out on a very quiet floor of the hospital. Kevin led Lily around the corner to a stairwell and up one more flight. But the door on the landing didn't lead to another hospital floor. Instead, it led them out on the roof, where a helicopter waited to take them home. "Your chariot awaits." "Kevin, what is this?" Kevin grinned triumphantly. "This is our helicopter."